As the act of traversing realms became an eternal curse, he chose to plunder the essence within the myriad worlds. In the Dragon Ball universe, he harnessed chi as a seed to transcend the limits of the corporeal form. In the realm of Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils, he merged with the Northern Dark Divine Art, leading to a qualitative transformation of his internal energy system. In the Chronicles of the Nine Cauldrons, he opened a miniature world within his dantian, establishing his own domain. In the world of Panlong, he deciphered the essence of the laws, allowing the world to evolve. In devouring the starry sky, he made the ultimate leap, giving birth to a universe within himself. Along the way, he also swept away the demonic energies of Inuyasha, the spiritual powers of Yu Hakusho, and the ominous forces of the zombie path. When all powers converged into one, even eternity had to yield. Strict adherence to the settings of each universe, not a mindless stacking of strength. Chapter 1. Reincarnation. In a tranquil little town, beside an expansive rice field, a typical adolescent boy gazed absent-mindedly at the distant mountains, their outlines faintly visible. At that moment, it was midday, and the heat of the day was palpable. The streets were filled with townsfolk returning home. Even the children playing outside were called back by their parents. This only accentuated the boy's solitude. Suddenly, he stood up and quietly made his way homeward. "Xiao Yi, you haven't been up to much lately, have you? I noticed you haven't been to school. Would you like to come work with me?" A man in his 30s, carrying a load down the street, paused to greet Sun Yi, his neighbor. "Nothing much, Uncle Lu. I've decided to seek out my distant grandfather. I wish to learn martial arts from him." As he walked home, a few older passers-by exchanged pleasantries with the boy, who forced a strained smile in response to their greetings. Uncle Lu had been one of the most supportive figures since the passing of Sun Ye's parents, always showing concern whenever they crossed paths. "That's fair enough. Given your circumstances, school seems a lost cause. Learning martial arts could offer a legitimate path." Uncle Lu nodded slowly, believing that possessing a skill would ensure a livelihood. After sharing a few more words, Sun Yi continued towards his home. It was only upon entering the time-worn house that his expression began to soften, the loneliness dissipating. He quickly tidied up and prepared a simple meal of instant noodles for lunch before lying quietly on his bed. This state of despondency had persisted for a week. At the age of 4, Sun Yi had either awakened the memories of his past life or had taken over the life of this boy who shared his name. Regardless, under the care of his parents in this life, he gradually accepted his new identity. There was nothing inherently wrong with it. After all, this was merely an ordinary town. Even a nearby Baozi mountain was of little consequence. A simple life would suffice. However, a month prior, tragedy struck. Sun Ye's parents perished in a car accident. With the assistance of neighboring friends and distant relatives, he arranged a funeral for them. In his previous life, as an average individual with limited income and immense pressure, he had seldom honored his parents, remaining unmarried until the age of 28 and failing to fulfill their wish for grandchildren. In this life, Sun Yi thought he would live out his days quietly in the town, and he had even begun to embrace this mundane yet blissful existence. Time flowed like water, and a decade passed swiftly. During these years, while enjoying a simple and happy life, he awaited the emergence of the legendary golden finger unique to traversers. Yet, despite numerous private experiments, he found nothing resembling the fabled artifact. Unbeknownst to him, before he could reach adulthood or encounter the golden finger, calamity struck. Throughout those 10 years, having heard the tales of Baozi Mountain and Master Wu Tian, Sun Yi recognized this as the Dragon Ball world. But as an ordinary human from Earth, what right did he have to pursue the footsteps of the Scions? Even if he were to obtain a low-level Scion body, Sun Yi would not be disheartened. If ordinary humans could grow stronger, why had generations of martial artists on Earth been limited to combat power in the hundreds? The reality was that in the Dragon Ball universe, bloodlines were insurmountable mountains. In the later stages, the world belonged entirely to the Scions, leaving Earthlings devoid of even the qualifications to participate. After all, who would not desire to experience such apocalyptic power? Yet, what right did he have to surpass all predecessors in martial arts? Merely possessing knowledge of the plot? The likelihood was exceedingly slim. Even with his current physical condition, neither the Turtle School nor the Crane School would accept Sun Yi. After his parents' demise, he contemplated his future. It was then that he recalled a saying from a person named Sun Wukong. With the help of neighbors and distant relatives, Sun Yi had conducted a funeral for his parents. Among the attendees was a man named Sun Wukong, a cousin of Sun Ye's father. Sun Yi had been in low spirits since the incident and had initially ignored him. However, before leaving, The elder left a message that, son, you could seek him out for any future difficulties. After a week of despondent living, Sun Yi began to reflect on his reality and contemplate his life's path. Without opportunities, he might have settled for mediocrity, even finding happiness in simplicity. But after glimpsing a glimmer of hope, he felt an urgent desire to grasp that fleeting light, even if that glimmer was faint. As someone from a past life once said, I have never feared the darkness if I have not seen the light. With no ties to hold him back and no longer needing to live for others, Sun Yi resolved to live wholeheartedly for himself. Possessing the mindset of an adult and inheriting the character of his past life, he could easily give up without firm determination. But once he made up his mind, he would exhaust all his efforts within his limits. Now that he had resolved to act, he would begin tomorrow. Sun Yi finished his meal and decided to tidy up, taking a final look at the town he had called home for the past 10 years. Huff, huff. In a remote mountain, Sun Yi was tirelessly striking a sandbag, his face resolute, yet his physique showed little sign of muscle. After a moment, he transitioned into a horse stance, relentlessly throwing punches, his clothes drenched in sweat. Though he had only exercised for a few minutes, he gasped for breath but pushed on. Xiao Yi, come take a break. Exercise should balance effort and rest to maintain a healthy body. After half an hour of activity, Sun Wukong called Sun Yi over to sit beside him. Sun Yi took a seat on a large stone, taking a transitional rest. Nearby, a 3-year-old child with a tail curiously watched Sun Yi's training. This child was Sun Wukong's adopted son. Chapter 2. Training. In the blink of an eye, 2 years passed. After 2 years of intense training, Sun Yi's physique underwent a remarkable transformation. Through daily exertion, he gradually approached the physical limits of an ordinary person. His muscles began to develop, and during this growth phase, his appetite increased, enabling rapid growth. Yet even now, he had merely caught up to the physicality of 5-year-old Wukong that a herd of wild horses, renowned for their swiftness, galloped frantically, with 2 figures, a youthful boy of around 10 and a diminutive child being pursued ahead. At the tender age of 5, Wukong had also commenced his training. Not far off, atop a towering tree, Sun Gohan observed this spectacle. Sun Yi, with Wukong in tow, dashed away from the relentless horses, aware that being caught would result in injury in moments of peril. One naturally sharpens their focus and hones their skills. Sun Yi, how is it that you have allowed Wukong to outpace you? Exclaimed Gohan. Well done, Wukong. Maintain your lead. Pausing at the canyon's edge, Gohan watched the agile figures leaping along the cliffside. This escapade had begun when he, along with Sun Yi and Wukong, absconded with some monkey's wine, only to find themselves scaling a mountain cliff while being pursued by a horde of monkeys. Then came Wukong's desire for honey. The duo plucked a beehive, only to be beset by an angry swarm. In their panic, they fled into the river, inadvertently rousing crocodiles, who then chased them once more. Ultimately, they escaped, though both lay on the ground, utterly exhausted, akin to discarded ragdolls. Time and again, Gohan led Sun Yi and Wukong through harrowing encounters, from tangling with tigers to evading the ferocious bear after pilfering its honey. They even found themselves in a scuffle with a troop of monkeys over bananas, ultimately fleeing in disarray. From their initial inability to conquer any challenge, they evolved to a point where they could toy with their foes. They transitioned from novices in combat to being able to confront even dinosaurs, yet Sun Yi never perceived the presence of anger. As night descended, the profound darkness of the sky revealed a faint luminescence, resembling a tranquil sea devoid of ripples. That day, they had returned from the nearby town, selling furs obtained from hunting, along with a small dinosaur, in exchange for provisions and a bit of wealth. Wukong, where are you going? Don't venture outside. Sun Yi turned over, groggy, catching a glimpse of Wukong heading towards the restroom. The night was hazy, the dense forest alive with the soft chirping of insects, while a full moon rose in the distance, illuminating the sky like a beacon. I'm going to the restroom, Wukong mumbled, rubbing his eyes. Over the years, as their camaraderie deepened, Sun Yi had consolidated the capsule house and expanded it to accommodate Wukong, who now resided next door. Thus, he could faintly hear any commotion. What a round moon! Wukong marveled, gazing through the window, but as the words escaped his lips, he became strangely still. Wukong? Sun Yi called out suddenly, alarmed, but Wukong remained unresponsive, his gaze fixed vacantly upon the full moon. A flicker of unease passed through Sun Yi, accompanied by a foreboding sensation. Sun Yi's heart raced. He turned back, his expression hardening as he beheld the luminous moon hanging in the night sky, its crystalline light filtering through the leaves, mingling with the newly arisen mist, lending an ethereal quality to the night. It was indeed the night of the full moon. "This is bad. It's a full moon," Sun Yi gasped, his demeanor shifting dramatically as he shouted, "Master, come out quickly. Something terrible is happening." According to the lore he had encountered in his previous life, it was said that a Saiyan transforms into a great ape, exponentially increasing their power, yet only advanced warriors could retain their sanity during such a transformation. Thump! Thump! Wukong's heart raced, his blood boiling, his eyes bloodshot as his body began to tremble involuntarily. The Saiyan tail truly is the greatest variable, Gohan mused as he emerged, witnessing Wukong's sprouting brown fur and commencing his transformation. While the Saiyan's great ape form could amplify strength tenfold, it harbored immense risks apart from select few high-ranking warriors and royal Saiyans. Most lower and mid-tier warriors would succumb to insanity, becoming mindless, destructive machines. Roar! A tremendous sound echoed as a colossal ape, towering over 20 meters, rampaged nearby, swinging a massive tree with reckless abandon. Energy erupted from its maw, and with a deafening boom, another energy wave detonated nearby. Indeed, he has lost control. Sun Yi sighed at the scene unfolding before him. Faced with a terrifying adversary boasting power beyond 100, he felt utterly powerless. A brilliant light erupted in the distance, akin to a blazing sun crashing down upon the earth. The ground trembled violently, followed by a shockwave from the explosion that bent the trees and shattered rocks into gravel. The horrific scene resembled an apocalyptic event, as blurred vision made it impossible to distinguish sky from land. A tempest surged toward him, forcing Sun Yi to shield his forehead, his dark hair whipping wildly. The great ape spotted him, unleashing a wave of energy from its mouth. "Oh no, I've been targeted," Sun Yi thought, his expression darkening as he swiftly evaded, the searing heat singeing his face as he narrowly escaped the attack. Boom! The energy wave struck a mountainside, producing a thunderous explosion, while debris from the blast scattered in all directions. As Sun Yi evaded the assault, the great ape, enraged, leaped and swung its massive tree in frustration before charging at him once more. Crash! The ferocity in the great ape's eyes flickered with fury. It stomped its foot, sending shockwaves through the ground, shattering subterranean rocks and creating a vast pit as the earth caved in, fissures spreading outwards. Disordered stones erupted as smaller fragments were pulverized to dust, forming a massive crater where Sun Yi, unable to dodge in time, was struck in the chest by flying debris. "Ah, Wukong, it seems I've indulged you too much," Sun Yi exclaimed, aware that the power disparity was akin to an insurmountable chasm, one that could not be bridged merely by will. He realized he could not evade the impending onslaught indefinitely. Chapter 3. The giant ape. The only course of action now was to find a way to sever Wukong's tail. However, approaching him was no trivial matter. In a life-or-death situation, Sun Yi instinctively called for help. "Master, this transformation in Wukong is likely due to his tail in the full moon. We must cut off his tail at once." Just then, Son Gohan had just emerged from the house, witnessing Sun Yi unable to evade the impending attack. In this critical moment, Sun Yi tapped into his latent potential, suddenly perceiving an indescribable power surging within him. A force erupted from his body, propelling him to roll and scramble out of the giant ape's attack range. Just in time, Son Gohan decisively grasped Wukong's tail. And with a flash of white light, a segment of brown tail fell to the ground. The massive tree Wukong wielded halted just a meter above Sun Yi's head, prompting him to dodge swiftly. The giant ape let out a mournful cry as the tree trunk fell from its grasp, and its body began to shrink gradually. Soon returning to Wukong's original form, the little creature sprawled on the ground, snoring softly. "Oh, it's finally over." Sun Yi collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, he felt that he had endured an unwarranted calamity. How could such chaos have erupted on an otherwise peaceful night? In recent years, he had forgotten about Wukong's transformation during a full moon. Truly, it was a disaster. Such injuries would take weeks to heal. With a bitter smile, Sun Yi grimaced in pain, aware that he might have fractured a bone. Internal injuries were elusive, and any slight movement tugged at the wound on his chest. Had it not been for his robust physique, anyone else would have likely succumbed after the first attack, and he would surely be in the afterlife by now. Remembering the perilous scene from earlier, Sun Yi felt his nerves tighten, realizing his back was drenched with sweat. Nevertheless, it was over, and he resolved to train even harder in the future. A sense of relief washed over Sun Yi, akin to a suffocating individual suddenly inhaling fresh air. Meanwhile, Not far away, Wukong was roused from his slumber by a chill, rubbing his eyes as he arose, stunned by the battleground-like devastation surrounding him. The sight of Sun Ye's chest wound caused him to exclaim in alarm and rush over. Ah, how did I end up here? Big brother Sun Yi. What happened to you? Who hurt you like this? Cough, cough. Don't worry, I'm fine. Wukong, please go back to your room and get dressed. Sun Yi, touched by Wukong's worried expression, gently patted his arm. Okay, Wukong nodded obediently but then stumbled, exclaiming, Huh, why can't I stand steadily? Perhaps it's because your tail has been severed, causing a loss of balance. Sun Yi chuckled, feeling a warmth in Wukong's innocence. My tail is gone. Ah, where is it? My tail. What should I do? My tail. Wukong frantically scurried about in search of his missing tail, spinning in circles before suddenly coming to a halt. Well, if it's gone, it's gone. What a carefree child, Sun Yi thought as Wukong stumbled back to his room to change. Little Yi. Let us leave it at that for today. You can share a room with Wukong and get some rest. We can sort things out tomorrow morning, Sun Gohan said. His face still pale from the earlier fright when Sun Yi had nearly perished. Yes, master, Sun Yi replied, glancing at the room he had previously occupied, which was now half collapsed and unrecognizable. He would have to make do with Wukong's room. Fortunately, he understood the situation or he would have been too terrified to enter and confront Sun Wukong. The following morning, after inspecting the state of the house, everything seemed relatively normal, though Sun Yi's room and bathroom required reconstruction. Soon, the three of them utilized the large tree Wukong had uprooted, which Master Gohan dried using energy manipulation. Sun Yi's minor injuries allowed him to handle lighter tasks, while Wukong chopped the tree into planks. In no time, Master Gohan had repaired the house, and they resumed their training, focusing on energy control, as Sun Yi still bore injuries. A year passed, and on the day of Sun Yi's 15th birthday, he officially broke through his physical limits and sensed the presence of energy. Master, I can feel the energy, Sun Yi exclaimed, gathering a small amount of energy in his palm, which inexplicably began to emit light as he excitedly showcased it to Sun Gohan, raising his hand high. Wukong and I have endured countless trials against wolf packs, leopards, bears, tigers, sharks, bees, and dinosaurs. From initially being powerless to ultimately playing with them. Transforming from novices to being able to command even dinosaurs was no small feat. Sun Yi reflected on his experiences over the past 2 years with a sense of awe. Is that so? Wukong, noticing Sun Yi's actions, extended his own hand and soon began to glow as well. Big brother Sun Yi, I've learned it. Sun Yi's lips twitched, and he fell silent, struggling to find words for a long while, feeling increasingly frustrated. Wukong's martial prowess seemed almost otherworldly. While Sun Yi had toilingly practiced this skill for 2 years, Wukong had treated his training as mere play, leaving Sun Yi unable to keep pace. Wukong had learned to sense energy after just one glance. All right, you both have been good kids. Starting tomorrow, your training will become more rigorous. Sun Gohan said with a smile, you can rest well today. As they wrapped up their tasks, Sun Yi suddenly felt dizzy. Before he could comprehend the situation, darkness enveloped his vision, nearly causing him to fall backward. Once everything settled, he discovered a white light screen before him, about the size of a smartphone. Yet everything was crystal clear. Little Yi, how are you? Are you all right? It seemed that neither Sun Gohan nor Sun Wukong noticed the light screen. Only Sun Gohan, noticing Sun Yi's pallor, urged him to return to his room and rest. Sun Yi smiled and replied, I'm fine, just a bit tired. I'll go rest for a while. After bidding farewell to the two, he hurriedly left. As he walked back, Sun Yi couldn't help but quicken his pace, nearly running by the time he reached his door. His heart raced with urgency. It had been over a decade, 12 years, to be precise, and his golden opportunity had finally arrived. Bursting through the door, he shut it behind him and sat on the bed, eager to comprehend the situation with the light screen. Hello, trial taker. The light screen displayed a message. What are you? Sun Yi pondered aloud. The screen flickered. I am a world transcender, collecting your soul during your past life's accident for random traversal. Can I return? Since random traversal involves utilizing the power of reincarnation to leap through worlds, to return, the trial taker must use this transcender to explore surrounding worlds. Once the original world is located, a fixed-point traversal can be made through a spatial passage. The required energy is estimated to be over 10 million degrees. How much energy do you have left? How long will it take to find my way back? The transcender has 40,000 degrees of energy remaining. At the current energy absorption rate within this dimension, it is estimated to take 1 Earth month. The host's current body strength does not support long-distance traversal. To succeed in traversal, body strength must be enhanced. What level of body strength is needed for long-distance traversal? According to this world's standards, the trial taker's body strength must reach the realm of the divine. Do I still have hope of returning? Upon hearing the system's response, Sun Yi fell silent, turning away with a smile. Regardless, I just need to strive hard. I must not regret it when I grow old. Sun Yi extended his hand, gathering a flicker of energy in his palm, which inexplicably began to glow. The first step has been accomplished, at the very least. One stands at the starting point. Chapter 4. Departure time swiftly passes, and in the blink of an eye, 2 years have elapsed. On this day, as Sun Yi was honing his energy manipulation skills, he spotted Wukong dashing towards him from a distance, arms raised triumphantly. Clutching a fish that was many times larger than his own body, exclaiming with a joyful cheer. With a resounding thud, the enormous fish landed on the ground, producing a dull sound. "Big brother Sun Yi, look what I just caught. Today, I shall feast on grilled fish," Wukong exclaimed, as he grabbed Sun Yi's arm with enthusiasm, though his words were somewhat lacking in charm. "All right, I'll indulge you. But you must heed Master's teachings from now on. And remember, when your tail grows back, be sure to sever it. Also, dedicate yourself to your training. If you do not reach your goals, I shall not provide you with any delicacies." Upon hearing that his access to treats was in jeopardy, Wukong quickly acquiesced. Understood. Sun Yi chuckled and skillfully gutted the fish, removing its innards and scales, then cleaned it before stuffing it with a mixture of seasonings and placing it on the grill, securing it with wooden stakes. With a swift motion, he unleashed a burst of energy from his fingertips, igniting the firewood. In no time, the tantalizing aroma of grilled fish began to waft through the air. A figure rushed into the nearby woods, beneath a grand tree. A few sparrows flitted about on the stones below, while a figure sat in meditation. Upon Wukong's entrance, the startled birds took flight in a flurry. "Grandfather, it's time to eat," Wukong exclaimed excitedly. "Master, it's time to eat." As Sun Yi awaited the fish to cook thoroughly, he sprinkled his specially blended spices. And soon, a delectable grilled fish was ready. "Wow, it smells amazing." Wukong dashed back, his eyes sparkling with anticipation, and without regard for the heat. He tore off a large piece of the grilled fish and savored it eagerly. "All right, I'm coming," Sun Wufan said as he entered the house to wash his hands, returning shortly thereafter with a few steamed buns to offer to the two. "Master, I wish to venture out and gain more experience." Sun Yi estimated that his combat strength had likely reached around 30, making him ready for his first journey. Over the past 2 years, Wukong had continued to grow, but his combat prowess had not advanced rapidly. It was only this year that Master Wufan had begun to enhance Wukong's training. Previously, he had merely been playing alongside Sun Yi. Wukong's combat strength had only just begun to rise from a base of 10, and for the time being, he was no match for Sun Yi, yet it was likely that within a year, he would catch up. Sun Yi intended to explore different worlds to discover varied cultivation methods and integrate their essences into his own training. "Master, at the beginning of this year, Wukong's tail grew back once more, only to be severed by you again. However, the reason should be explained to him. Otherwise, if his tail grows back again in a year or two, and his power surpasses yours, transforming into a giant ape, no one will be able to contain him. We cannot possibly remain with him for a lifetime." "Huh? What? You mean tell me?" Wukong mumbled, seemingly too preoccupied with his meal to grasp what Sun Yi had said. Sun Wufan wiped his mouth and set down his food, saying, "Didn't you just speak to Wukong? The reason is not important. As long as he remembers to sever his tail when it grows back, that is sufficient." Got it. "If the tail grows back, I'll sever it," Wukong replied nonchalantly, while still focused on his meal, finishing half the fish in no time. "As for you, it's good to explore, but remember this, your combat abilities, although formidable, are not unrivaled. There are always stronger opponents out there. Never underestimate anyone," Sun Wufan imparted earnestly. "Yes, master," Sun Yi replied with a serious demeanor, though he could not suppress his inner joy, soon breaking into a smile. Influenced by his emotions, Sun Yi ended up consuming more than usual during this meal. After finishing, he tidied up and counted the capsules he held. 1 housing, 1 car, several empty boxes. He needed to devise a plan for acquiring weapons and several hover cars to navigate uncharted territories where conventional vehicles may not suffice. He also intended to procure additional housing as a backup, seeking a larger space capsule to store food, essential medicines, and other necessities, to avoid the risk of being stranded in an uninhabited area without provisions. If he secured food, he could afford time to familiarize himself with the new world. 3 days later, in the bustling streets of the largest city near Baozi Mountain, West City, Sun Yi contemplated his future. His primary goal was to return home. But this ambition felt nebulous. He recognized that he was no genius and would not rapidly become powerful enough to accelerate his energy collection. Thus, time would be required to gather energy. However, if he returned home after thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions of years, what would the point be? These considerations could be addressed later. For now, the focus must be on becoming stronger. if he could not return to his home in a normal manner. It signified that he was still insufficiently powerful. As long as he was strong enough, he believed he could return to his original timeline, even if it meant traversing through time. As for whether he could achieve this goal, the odds were indeed slim. The most likely scenario was to perish midway or meet his end in some world. Yet, as long as he continued to strive, even if he could not return, in his final moments, he would have no regrets. All of this indicated that he needed to diligently enhance his strength in a singular direction. In this world, strength could almost procure everything one desired. Additionally, one must lead a comfortable life. He would not forsake everything in pursuit of returning home, opting instead for a path of diligent cultivation. Humans are intelligent beings, and the distinction from animals lies in their capacity for thought. If one solely pursued relentless training, it would not be long before the desire to return home was overshadowed by the desire for enjoyment. Furthermore, this world boasted advanced technology, which could assist Sun Yi in accelerating his growth. Amidst all this, Sun Yi also yearned to savor the benefits of this advanced technology, which required one essential element: money. Previously, he had saved some funds through hunting, yet it was insufficient to purchase capsules and weapons. With a newfound determination to earn money, Sun Yi began to contemplate how to acquire it swiftly. Robbing banks? His principles would not permit such actions. Becoming an assassin? Absolutely not. Serving as a bodyguard? He would not sacrifice his freedom, at least not until life became untenable. Working a regular job? He might as well perish. Working would never yield enough savings to buy anything. What, then, should he do? Sun Yi's mind raced, recalling various money-making methods from his past life. None seemed applicable. Even using charm to attract Bulma would be futile, as she was merely 11 or 12 years old, several years away from embarking on her adventures. After careful consideration, he realized that with his current combat strength of around 30, he could not contend against the military, but engaging in transactions with gangs would be more than feasible. He also pondered what items could be sold for profit. The unintelligent dinosaurs in the mountains could be hunted and sold. Smaller dinosaurs could fetch a price as pets for the affluent, yet this could not be a limitless venture. Chapter 5. Seed money. Due to the amalgamation of his two life forces, Sun Yi retained memories of songs he frequently heard in his past life, which could potentially be sold for profit, though he currently lacked a channel for this. As for other opportunities, he would adapt as circumstances arose. He was certain he would not go hungry. Wait, there is also underground black market fighting. Indeed, that was it. Not only could it provide quick cash, but it would also sharpen his practical combat experience. Although he was aware of his strength, he had yet to engage in a true fight with another. In his previous life, he had been compliant. In this life, he intended to live according to his own desires. While he had yet to define a specific life goal, he was determined to live comfortably. Whether he could find opportunities or not would depend on his capacity to gather information, which was relatively easy given his strength. After inquiring with a small-time thug by the roadside, Sun Yi finally learned of the location of an underground fighting ring, a secluded bar. After enduring a flurry of punches and kicks, before him stood an unremarkable bar, yet a flicker of excitement danced in Sun Yi's eyes. It was his first venture into such a setting after decades of living two lives. A few ordinary waitstaff were leisurely tidying up, while the bartender idly played cards. The bar was tranquil, but Sun Yi soon found solace in the realization that the establishment served merely as a fade. Situated in an obscure locale with a pitifully low number of regular patrons. In the original narrative, the Dragon Ball universe was rife with violent incidents, likely due to the protagonist's presence, which drew such occurrences together. Nevertheless, the human propensity to unleash violent emotions is universal. Formal events like the World Martial Arts Tournament adhere to this principle, albeit with a longer cycle that fails to satiate the darker desires harbored by some. Hence, the underground fighting scene emerged, a response to the dissatisfaction with official boxing matches. Where there are needs, markets arise. Where there is a market, profit follows. And thus individuals are drawn to partake. While overtly prohibited, such activities must exist in the shadows. Formal competitions also exist, but participation is contingent upon certain criteria. And athletes under contract face significant constraints. Sun Yi, seeking to earn quick capital, had no intention of engaging in those events. His singular objective was to amass the necessary startup funds. After expressing gratitude to the registration personnel for their kind reminders, he signed the death waiver, paid the fee, and received his qualification card for the match. Lacking a manager and being a newcomer, his appearance fee and potential winnings were notably low. However, he remained unconcerned. For his strength was the ultimate currency, and few on earth could surpass his current prowess. As night fell at 9 o'clock, Sun Yi found it astonishing that his inaugural battle was not at the World Martial Arts Tournament, but rather in this underground venue. The air was thick with smoke. illuminated by glaring lights and punctuated by raucous cheers. He smiled, acknowledging that this was merely the initial step toward his first fortune. Upon arrival, he promptly sought out the betting section, having arrived half an hour early to place his wagers. Photographs of two individuals flanked either side of the betting area, presumably taken during registration, with odds fluctuating in real time, ensuring the casino's profit. After observing for a moment, Sun Yi produced several 100,000 from his pocket to bet, causing the odds to plummet from over 100 to 30. Nevertheless, even this decrease promised a return of over 10 million, sufficient for his supply preparations, especially as future bets could further elevate the odds. His first opponent, depicted in the photograph, was a colossal figure, standing at 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and a coat of fur resembling that of a grizzly bear, with an impressive streak of consecutive victories. Most believed that Sun Yi would merely contribute to the opponent's record. As the time for the match approached, some spectators displayed pity, while others were overtaken by a bloodthirsty fervor. Sun Yi smiled. They were hardly virtuous individuals, yet their enthusiasm would only serve to line his pockets further. Bear King, hurry up and get in there. We want to see blood. I've placed a hefty wager on you, shouted one spectator. Crush that pretty boy like an ant. Send him to meet his maker. The atmosphere crackled with anticipation as Sun Yi ascended the ring, greeting his opponent with a respectful bow and a beckoning gesture. Huh, a pretty boy has come to face me. Prepare to be thoroughly beaten, laughed the Bear King, charging towards Sun Yi. Sun Yi pondered his appearance. Was he truly a pretty boy? He merely considered himself average-looking, though he conceded that in comparison to his opponent, he indeed resembled one. As the battle commenced, Sun Yi chose to refrain from immediate offense, opting instead to gauge his opponent's capabilities. With one hand raised defensively, he deftly sidestepped the Bear King's relentless attacks. After several minutes of dodging a barrage of blows, the audience began to jeer. Come on, show some courage, they taunted. Sun Yi beckoned once more, and the Bear King charged forward. In a flash, they exchanged blows, and as they paused, the scene transformed into a dance of footwork. With Sun Yi's hands pressed against the Bear King's fists. Is that all you've got? Perhaps you should consider changing your nickname to Little Bear, Sun Yi taunted, noticing that his opponent had some skill, likely honed through training. After a brief exchange, they retreated, and the Bear King began to size Sun Yi up seriously. I must take this seriously, he declared, resetting his stance. The Bear King's physicality was already beyond ordinary human limits, potentially possessing a combat power exceeding 15. And his thick fur might even withstand bullets. However, he was still no match for Sun Yi's current strength. Suddenly, without warning, the Bear King crouched low, growling as he prepared to attack. With a powerful thrust, he leaped upright, resembling a ravenous bear, and swung a mighty paw at Sun Yi, the force of which was palpable even from a distance. In that instant, Sun Yi crouched low, his abdomen softening like cotton, while his muscles tensed, hard as steel. With a powerful push from the ground, he leapt into the air, darting behind the Bear King and delivering a swift kick that sent him sprawling 10 meters toward the edge of the ring. In an instant, Sun Yi surged toward the opponent's head, delivering a precise strike with the edge of his hand to the Bear King's neck, rendering him unconscious. The Bear King's eyes reflected disbelief before dimming, his massive form collapsing to the ground. Chapter 6. A frenzied acquisition. A smile graced Sun Yi's face as he gestured for the referee to check on the Bear King. A hush fell over the arena. The once invincible Bear King had been felled in the blink of an eye, leaving the audience in stunned silence, as if witnessing a miraculous event. Sun Yi stretched languidly, addressing the bewildered referee with a light-hearted tone. I suppose that means I am the victor. The Bear King's combat prowess, when compared to Sun Yi's, was scarcely half, perhaps even less. Yet, had an ordinary individual lacking the ability to perceive energy approached, even a dozen would have been no match for him. A clear testament to the advantages of his race. This demonstrated that Sun Yi's 5 years of training had indeed rendered him formidable. While he might not rank among the top fighters on Earth, he could certainly surpass hundreds or even thousands of others. His relentless self-encouragement, emotional management, and perseverance through hardship had not been in vain. At the very least, his combat strength was a testament to his dedication. Perseverance and effort would ultimately yield rewards. And even if future complacency were to set in, Sun Yi vowed to persist until he could no longer channel his negative emotions. We demand a fight. This is clearly an underground match. There's something fishy here. I want a refund. A spectator suddenly shouted, igniting a chorus of curses and demands for refunds. The referee, realizing the situation, hurried to assess the Bear King's condition, while the audience erupted into chaos, clamoring to comprehend what had transpired. What the hell happened? Damn that Bear King. You useless creature. You've cost me a fortune. Who was that kid who managed to defeat him? The astonishment and curiosity directed at Sun Yi grew among the crowd. Thus, Sun Yi secured his first earnings in the Dragon Ball universe, an impressive sum of 15 million. Amid the tumultuous emotions of the onlookers, he departed the fighting arena. In the coming days, events will unfold smoothly. With Sun Yi's victory over the Bear King, his popularity has surged remarkably. Although his appearance fee has risen significantly from its humble beginnings, he managed to earn a fair sum in the initial matches. Despite never exerting more than 5 layers of his power, he decisively defeated versatile, strength-based, and composite fighters within 3 rounds. In the 5th match, Sun Yi unleashed an energy wave that obliterated half of the arena, causing an uproar among the spectators. This left no challengers willing to face him, and the betting odds shifted dramatically, with no one daring to wager against him. The bets were merely on how long his opponent could endure. Having amassed a fortune of 50 million, Sun Yi was ready for substantial purchases and to prepare for his imminent journey. The victories had come too easily, often within 3 moves, leaving him both elated and troubled. Contemplating his newfound wealth, Sun Yi realized that true masters in the Dragon Ball world were indeed scarce. He reflected that the martial arts tournament from his previous life, before the emergence of the Turtle School, likely bore a striking resemblance to the underground boxing rings of today. The reality was that those who were genuinely skilled often disdainfully avoided such competitions, while there may not be many fighters of Master Roshi's caliber. Countless individuals capable of surpassing human limits existed, akin to characters like Nam, and the robust anthropomorphic beings such as the Bear Man, Tiger Man, and Dinosaur Man. Those with abilities either chose to live in seclusion or sought to earn a living, the former being represented by the Turtle School, and the latter by the Crane School. With figures like Tao Pai Pai earning far more through mercenary work, most individuals believed that participating in such matches would diminish their worth. Sun Yi's next plan was to find channels for purchasing weapons, capsules, food, medicines, essential supplies, and even recreational facilities. Most procurement would occur through legitimate sources. But for items unavailable through those channels, he recalled the previous day's inquiries about underground boxing, which led him to seek out small-time thugs in the streets. After 3 or 4 attempts, he successfully located them. Armed with a bank card, Sun Yi strutted into the city's bustling center to commence his extravagant shopping spree. This trench coat suits me perfectly. Yes, I'll take the style in all 5 colors, 2 of each. Pack them into a universal capsule, please. He selected vibrant trousers, sturdy clothing, a magnetic levitation car in black and white, 2 small jets, and a submarine. He noted a cooking robot capable of 125 culinary techniques, which seemed indispensable. A luxurious 500-square-meter house was also acquired, along with food and beverages in tenfold quantities, with an open offer to pay extra if necessary. Sun Yi fervently procured everything he could envision needing for his journey, acquiring no fewer than 100 capsules. Gazing at the several large capsules containing tens of thousands of cubic meters of goods, coupled with a protective case for easy transport, he couldn't help but revel in the intoxicating thrill of lavish spending, having never experienced such opulence in his previous life, where he was merely an ordinary individual without the means to amass such wealth or acquire once-banned military supplies. He felt a sense of exhilaration. Before departing this vibrant city, he still needed to procure weapons. Although ordinary firearms were available on the streets, he sought more powerful armaments. After organizing his purchases, he remembered the necessity for gold, silver, and common goods, as they could serve as currency in underdeveloped worlds. Guided by a previously subdued thug, Sun Yi located a secluded gun shop, seemingly engaged in legitimate business. Upon entering, he was greeted by a middle-aged man with a typical Western appearance and impeccably groomed brown hair. "Hello, what can I assist you with today?" "Feel free to browse," the man said. "This is Soul. We previously sourced our items from him," the thug declared. "Greetings, Soul. I am Sun Yi. You might not recognize my name, but you've likely heard of the miracle that has gained notoriety at the weather bar these past few days. Given his physique, it was improbable he should have triumphed over his recent adversaries, yet he had managed to do so within 3 moves, earning him the moniker of Miracle. Of course, another nickname, Black Fist, was also associated with him for reasons better left unexplained. I have indeed heard of you, and even seen you in action. However, let us focus on your needs as a customer. Given your prowess, I can offer you a discount. As I have a fondness for martial arts and seldom encounter true martial artists, Soul replied, extending his hand for a handshake, indicating he was well-versed in the world of martial arts. I hope so. I prefer others not to underestimate me, nor do I wish to be deceived, Sun Yi said, opting not to examine the weaponry just yet. Instead, he produced a box of cigars and offered one. Do you have any heavy weaponry? Certainly, my stock is extensive, but it isn't displayed here. Are you willing to accompany me to the warehouse? Soul eagerly accepted the cigar, and as they began to enjoy their smoke, Sun Yi gestured for the car. Lead the way. You two, keep an eye out. Soul instructed as they drove towards 5th Street, leaving the two bewildered thugs behind. The warehouse was located on the east side of 5th Street, adjacent to a high school. Upon arrival, Sun Yi was struck by the sheer size, suggesting it might be the largest arms dealer in the city, perhaps a dormant giant waiting to awaken. After selecting various weapon models and confirming the quantities, Sun Yi prepared to depart when he suddenly recalled an essential detail. Blast it! I almost forgot to obtain some elegantly packaged gifts. Whether for giving here or for befriending formidable individuals upon my journey, they would serve well. He also decided to purchase drinks and assorted items, recognizing that just because he might not use them didn't mean others wouldn't appreciate them. After another trip to the commercial district, everything was finally ready. The moment of crossing into a new world was imminent, potentially altering the course of his destiny. First, he needed to find a secluded spot to activate the world-traversing device. Upon entering, the first thing he noticed was a central white light sphere, reminiscent of the realm of the main god, despite having never seen it firsthand. Greetings, trialist. The system has detected that you have met the requirements for formal registration. Do you wish to bind to this system? The white sphere not only appeared, but also spoke directly to him. Shouldn't there be a formal introduction before the binding? Sun Yi smiled. Certainly, trialist. This system is the initial world-traversing device crafted by the advanced civilization led by the Transcender Changpan, modeled after the main god space. The function of this system is to analyze the origins and laws of the world, as well as to assist trialists in their growth through interdimensional traversal. This system is equipped with a learning module to support the advancement of the trialists. Additionally, the points accumulated by trialists within the learning system can be exchanged for all materials produced by controllable atomic production lines. Special materials require trialists to upload unique knowledge not present in the information repository in order to be redeemed. Currently, the available functions are limited to basic capabilities such as positioning and traversal. Due to the evolvability of the initial model, once a trialist is bound, the system can make targeted adjustments to functions based on the trialist's cultivation direction and acquired knowledge, allowing for energy absorption and evolution. The luminous orb exhibited no discernible expression, and its voice remained completely devoid of modulation. What, then, is your purpose in seeking trialists? Sun Yi inquired, his face impassive and his tone measured. The ultimate goal of this system is to identify progressors, to assist them in their journey, to hasten their pace, and ultimately to integrate the trialists into the advancing civilization. Moving forward together. Upon the cessation of their progress, the system will actively disengage and seek new progressors. And how does one proceed with the binding? Sun Yi pondered the veracity of this answer. However, he considered himself an ordinary person prior to his traversal, with little to gain. Even if deceived, the opportunity for such a grand life experience would not be in vain. Please place your hand on the control panel to initiate binding. As he spoke, a small platform approximately 20 centimeters in length and width emerged from beneath the luminous orb, shimmering like the light emitted from an ATM dispensing receipts. Sun Yi promptly placed his hand upon it. Please concentrate. Beep. Binding initiated. Fingerprint binding successful. Genetic binding successful. Energy wave binding successful. Mental essence wave binding successful. Binding complete. The host may now operate independently and may summon me, Xiao AI, if needed. Understood, Xiao AI. Let us commence. Have we identified worlds suitable for traversal? Is the traversal gate reusable? Sun Yi smiled, sensing a promising direction. Regardless of the system's responses, the truth was uncertain. Henceforth, whatever circumstances arose, there would be no losses. If he could achieve great heights, even if the system had ulterior motives, it would be inconsequential, a mere advance on a loan to be repaid later. We have explored worlds within a radius of 1,000 dimensions and discovered 3 clusters, 2 clusters of low-energy concentration realms, located at distances of 102 and 153 dimensions, with an estimated energy expenditure of 2 degrees for a round trip. 1 cluster of medium energy concentration, located at a distance of 215 dimensions, with an estimated energy expenditure of 4 degrees for a round trip. Establishing a fixed dimensional passage will require 10 times the energy. Once the traversal gate is opened, one may traverse along the non-fixed passage repeatedly, each time expending 1/10 of the energy used during the initial activation. What is the energy concentration of the Dragon Ball world? And what is the dimensional distance? The energy concentration of the Dragon Ball world is classified as superlative. However, it is characterized as a void universe type, with energy dispersed throughout and localized energy concentration being low, making energy properties difficult to perceive. Although it supports the same level of power as typical superlative energy concentration worlds, the combat capabilities of most humans on Earth are comparable to those in low energy concentration realms. The dimensional distance refers to the unit of distance used within dimensions. representing the theoretical shortest distance between two worlds. Shao AI, can I bring others along during traversal? What does the traversal mode entail? The host may carry other sentient beings during traversal. However, utilizing a non-fixed passage will require an additional energy expenditure of 1/10 per individual for personal protection. The traversal mode involves a spatial passage with a stable duration of 10 seconds. Without energy protection, the beings transported will experience a reduction in intelligence based on distance and probability, potentially leading to the destruction of their souls. Chapter 8. Traversal. Very well, Shao AI. For our first traversal, let us choose a nearby low energy concentration realm. I will set the traversal gate to open 1 hour from now. Sun Yi felt a surge of excitement, yet maintained an external calm, suppressing the urge to leap into action. Now was the time for composure. He prepared a palm-sized chick, a palm-sized duckling, and a 3-meter-long nylon rope, these being his chosen items for the hour ahead. Having exited the city, he found an abundance of wildlife in the wilderness, making the task of securing these creatures quite feasible. After capturing a few options, he ultimately decided on these 2. With preparations complete, Sun Yi secured the chick and duckling, promptly returning. The lives of these creatures were significant. If they could survive in the new realm, it would indicate a lack of danger. There was no reason he could not succeed in the same manner. Should this traversal device prove functional, Sun Yi could easily operate as a trader, transferring items across realms. Survival would not be a challenge, and survival would pave the path for progress. The more he contemplated, the more elated he became, envisioning a bright future as he gazed at the traversal device. Soon, the door was ready, and beside the entrance he had previously used, a new luminous portal opened. Sun Yi secured the prepared chick and duckling, affixing a camera to them, binding their feet with the nylon rope, and with determination, he hurled them towards the portal. Whoosh! A flash of blue light illuminated the scene, and before Sun Yi's eyes, the chick and duckling effortlessly traversed to the other side, entering a low magic world. Success! Sun Yi exclaimed with joy, clapping his hands together. The rope remained taut, indicating that the environment on the other side was not one of high altitude. Next came the question of return. Moments later, Sun Yi pulled on the rope with vigor, and the bound chick and duckling struggled against the force. Yet they were ultimately drawn back through the portal. The chick had a worm in its beak, which it quickly swallowed. The duckling, having exerted considerable effort, flapped its wings in protest as it was pulled back. Sun Yi embraced the chick and duckling, carefully inspecting them. They appeared unchanged. They had entered as they were and returned in the same condition. He then reviewed the footage captured by the camera, revealing a landscape resembling a primordial forest, devoid of any signs of human development. After waiting an additional hour and observing no changes in the chick and duckling, it confirmed that the survival conditions of that realm were sound, free from toxins or hazards. Excellent. With the chick and duckling as scouts, I can now ascertain the functionality of the traversal gate. The next step is formal traversal. However, he remained unhurried. As the saying goes, sharpening the axe does not hinder the work of cutting wood. Before entering, he intended to ensure he was not empty-handed. He needed to calculate which items were undervalued here but prized there, and vice versa. By leveraging the traversal gate, he could exchange these goods and reap significant profits. Sun Yi produced a notebook, jotting down his thoughts and outlining items he believed would yield profit if transported. He placed a few select items on his person, avoiding the need to open capsules later, which could attract unwanted attention. Though he could defend himself, it would be a nuisance. Soon, Sun Yi opened the traversal gate once more. Assuming no significant changes occurred, utilizing only 1/10 of the energy for the journey would suffice. Upon opening the traversal gate, he stepped through with the items he had just gathered. Post-traversal completed. Please be advised that according to system detection, the energy differentiation in this world leans towards a material form, and direct manipulation of energy through mental force will experience a degree of attenuation. Non-gaseous corporeal abilities will face certain limitations. As the host is an outsider, the absorption of energy within this world will be subject to restrictions. Exceeding the limit will result in the system compensating by returning the excess energy. It is anticipated that upon the host's departure after a century of cultivation, 1 degree of energy will be consumed. Please be aware, in times of danger, the system will not offer assistance unless the host actively engages. Please take note. The system has detected the advantages of human physiology in this world and has negotiated with the world's consciousness to exchange 1 degree of energy for the creation of a miniature energy guidance self-circulation system and natural sensing enhancement apparatus within the host's meridians and acupoints. Do you agree, host? Upon entering this realm of low magic, a multitude of prompts erupted like a torrential downpour, imbuing my body with energy. Within the protective barrier of the system, I, Sun Yi, gazed at the heavy clouds swirling above like a vortex, accompanied by flashes of lightning and the rumble of thunder. After a moment's contemplation, I resolved to acquiesce. After all, without consolidating the advantages of various worlds, it would be impossible to match the rapid growth in combat prowess of Sun Wukong. The emergence of the world S-Will was indeed impressive, yet within the energy barrier, I felt little more than a fleeting surprise upon arrival. The barrier separated two distinct worlds, presenting a rather absurd spectacle, akin to a remarkably lifelike film, evoking a sense of unrealness that left me with a hint of exasperation. It was evident that this was a realm of low energy concentration, with the world S-Will appearing exceedingly feeble. Alternatively, it could be said that the system was formidable, a testament to the ingenuity of the civilization led by Changpan, which had replicated the divine space of the main god. As I pondered, I retracted my aura entirely and stepped out of the energy barrier to undergo the transformation by the world S-Will. During this process, my consciousness remained vigilant, observing as the world S-awareness infused me with meridians and acupoints. There were 365 in total, with myself being the largest acupoint, culminating in a total of 366. Only after I had fully retracted my aura did the thunder in the sky cease, suggesting a return to tranquility. However, the devastation outside the dissipated energy barrier testified to the authenticity of these events. Standing still for a moment, I contemplated the system's notifications. Energy manifests materiality. Mental interference with reality is diminished, and given the low energy concentration, it can be inferred that this is a world akin to martial arts, albeit one devoid of high martial prowess. In such a foundational martial arts realm, even without the ability to unleash energy waves, my current combat strength would suffice. Moreover, with the highest level of meridians and acupoints shaped by the world S-Will, the cultivation system would undoubtedly revolve around the triad of essence, energy, and spirit. Given my current perspective and combat capabilities, rapid cultivation should pose no challenge. It would indeed be peculiar if my combat strength did not increase swiftly. Raising my gaze and finding no clear path, I chose a direction and ventured into the forest. Shortly thereafter, I spotted two figures in the distance, and the surroundings opened up to reveal a babbling brook, with a gentle breeze caressing my face under the silvery moonlight. The individuals I had observed were now drinking from the stream. Before I could approach, they began conversing, and from this distance, I could discern their words with relative clarity. Chapter 9. Duan Yu Gushimi. We have escaped danger, and you must be weary from our journey. Let us rest for a while before continuing, spoke the man. To which the woman responded with a soft mm. The sounds by the brook indicated that they had settled down. Did you truly believe that the Shinnon gang would not send anyone to guard this place? The woman's voice trembled slightly, betraying her fear. The man reassured her. Do not worry. This mountain path is exceedingly secluded. Even among our Eastern sect disciples, few have traversed it. The Shinnon gang will undoubtedly remain unaware. How do you know of this small path? She inquired. My master brings the disciples here every 5 days to study the mysteries inscribed on the infinite jade wall. He replied. Upon hearing this, my heart stirred. It appeared I was in the world of Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils, standing quietly in the forest. I pondered what resources I would require to advance in this world. These two individuals seemed to be disciples of the Wuliang Sword sect, specifically Yu Guanghao, indicating that this locale was indeed Dali. Suddenly, I heard Yu Guanghao shout, "Who goes there?" followed by hurried footsteps as he ran away. The other person, the woman, brandishing a long sword, dashed after him, evidently intent on blocking his path. The man continued his flight without pausing, but soon he was out of breath. Gushimi, block the mountain pass, he called out. Yet, he did not slow down, desperately veering into the dense woods, heading further away from me. After reflecting for a moment and noticing they had distanced themselves, I set off in pursuit. The man was none other than Duanyu. As he sprinted, by the time I caught up, he was already panting heavily, his legs weary. Upon my arrival, he exclaimed with a chuckle, I want my life. That is why I'm fleeing. Before he could finish, he stepped into thin air, losing his footing and plummeting down the cliff, letting out a cry of alarm as he fell several dozen yards. I observed from a distance, choosing not to reveal myself, silently assessing the situation. It became clear that this individual was indeed Duanyu. Once Yu Guanghao and Gu Guangpei had departed, I approached the cliff's edge. The drop appeared to be manageable, around 300 to 400 meters high. Without the need for tools, I found a spot a few meters away and began my descent, the earth yielding easily to my hands and feet, posing no peril. Before long, I had descended halfway, covered in dust and somewhat disheveled. Suddenly, I heard a noise and saw Duanyu slowly maneuvering near the cliff face, mumbling to an ancient pine tree. Upon closer inspection, I noticed a large fissure in the cliff, which he could manage to climb down, and given the original story, he was unharmed. Thus, I paid him no heed and continued my descent. However, Duanyu was startled and called out, I've fallen down, and you're still chasing me? I did not respond, as it was my first experience climbing a cliff without assistance, and I felt a tinge of anxiety. Failing to hear his words as I continued my careful descent. At this point, Yu realized that those pursuing him were not disciples of the Wuliang sword sect, and ceased his cries for help, calming himself as he navigated the fissure downwards. I continued my descent, but the sound of rushing water grew louder, and droplets began to splash down upon me like rain. Luckily, my energy was sufficient to mitigate the discomfort. Nevertheless, I remained cautious while digging my hands into the earth, mindful of my footing to avoid slipping. Just then, the slope became less steep, and I stood upright, sprinting straight down, soon reaching the valley floor. Standing tall, I couldn't help but shout in awe as I beheld a magnificent waterfall cascading down the left cliff, akin to a jade dragon, pouring into a remarkably clear lake below. The water churned where the waterfall met the lake, and just 10 yards away, the surface lay as smooth as a mirror, reflecting a pristine moon at its center. Faced with this breathtaking spectacle, I stood in rapt amazement, utterly astonished. At that moment, Yu tumbled down, oblivious to the precariousness of the situation in the presence of an unfamiliar person. Instead, he was captivated by the beautiful scenery and the camellias by the lake. Approaching to admire them closely, while Yu reveled in the flowers, I walked directly to the lake, scooping up a handful of water to drink. The refreshingly cool liquid was remarkably sweet, flowing down my throat like ice. This young gentleman is quite polite. May I ask your esteemed name? And what is this place? I inquired after quenching my thirst, bowing as was customary in ancient etiquette. Brother, you honor me, Yu replied, returning the bow while sizing me up in my unusual attire. Though surprised, he did not press further and answered honestly, I am Yu. And we are within the bounds of Wuliang Mountain. Wuliang Mountain? Yu? Even with prior preparation, I could hardly contain my excitement. I was truly in the world of demigods and semi-devils. Reflexively, I exclaimed, are you not the son of the king of Dali, Yu? Is this truly Wuliang Mountain? Eh? How do you know me? Yu looked at me in astonishment. Having secretly escaped from Dali, no one knew of his identity. In this secluded mountainous region, he encountered a young man who astonishingly revealed his identity. Was his name so widely known? Brother, what troubles you? Observing Sun Ye's prolonged silence, Yu inquired curiously. Oh, my name is Sun Ye. As for how I know your identity, during my travels, I had heard of the Dali heir named Yu. A person of your distinguished demeanor must surely hail from an extraordinary background. Hence, I made an educated guess. Coming back to his senses, Sun Ye fabricated a response to Yu's question. The incredulity written across Yu's face suggested that, despite the explanation being somewhat plausible, he remained skeptical. However, the pressing concern was not to question identities, but to find an escape. Bowing respectfully to Sun Ye, Yu implored, you possess remarkable skills. Could you assist me in finding a way out? I shall repay you in the future. Are you not afraid that the 2 disciples of the Wuliang sword sect are still above us? Besides, I have only just descended and have no intention of returning up there. There should be a path below. You may search for it. If you cannot find it, I shall escort you when I leave tonight. For now, let us enjoy the scenery. Unraveling the mystery of the Wuliang Jade Wall is of utmost importance. Sun Ye approached the lakeside, prepared his tools, and began fishing. Yu steadied himself, determined not to give up immediately, and walked along the shore, searching for an exit from the valley. Chapter 10. The North Sea in sight. Yu traversed the cliff space from west to east, and then back again, finding himself encircled by sheer cliffs with no way out. The slope from which he descended was the least steep, yet without exceptional martial skills, ascending was an impossibility. The other sides were nearly vertical. Gazing up at the towering cliffs, Yu reflected on how arduous the descent had been. He believed that even the most skilled martial artist would struggle to ascend, illustrating that the absence of martial prowess made little difference. Today, however, he had witnessed a master who moved with ease, and fortunately, the individual had promised to help him escape. As dawn approached, the valley remained eerily silent. Not a soul was in sight, not even a wild beast, only the harmonious sounds of birds and insects. Sitting by the lake, Yu felt disheartened, his spirits low, and he lacked the motivation to move. Suddenly, Sun Ye approached and remarked, this is indeed the Wuliang Jade Wall. It is said that in the evenings of the full moon, the leaders of the Wuliang sword's eastern and western sects would often see the shadow of a celestial being dancing with a sword upon the wall. They believed it to be a divine swordsman, yet could not discern the truth, leading to the conflict between the 2 sections. As he spoke, Sun Ye set up a grill nearby, gathered some firewood, and produced an energy wave that ignited the wood, a mere experiment to test the capabilities of his energy wave. Sensing no diminishment in its effectiveness, he resolved to try it at a distance later. Duan Yu chuckled in response, amused. Turning to observe the energy wave in Sun Ye's hand, he mistakenly assumed it was a special martial technique akin to the one-yang finger and paid it little heed. Seeing Sun Yi begin to cook fish while his own stomach growled from hunger, he realized he could no longer wait for the fish to be ready. Having gone without food or water for 7 or 8 hours since leaving the Sword Lake Palace, he felt ravenous. Spotting a cluster of red and green wild fruits on a small tree at the cliff's edge, he approached to gather some, intending to eat them while requesting a share of the grilled fish. To his dismay, the fruits were exceedingly sour, but driven by hunger. He disregarded the taste and consumed 10 or more before lying on the grass, quickly succumbing to sleep. Meanwhile, Sun Yi chuckled to himself. Having grilled a dozen fish weighing several pounds, and had planned to share some with Duan Yu, only to discover he had fallen asleep, perhaps unaccustomed to such exhaustion. Duan Yu slept soundly. Upon awakening, he found the sun had already dipped low in the sky, casting a magnificent rainbow over the lake, which Sun Yi was admiring as if it were a miraculous sight. The mist from the waterfall shimmered in the sunlight, often producing rainbows, a naturally beautiful phenomenon. After this refreshing slumber, Duan Yu felt invigorated, with the assurance from the skilled individual across the lake that he would be taken out. He recalled Sun Ye's mention of a possible exit in the valley. Once again searching without success, he reached into his pocket and pulled out a pair of floral shoes, playfully kissing them before stowing them away. You are quite sentimental. Come, after sleeping all day, I am sure you are hungry. Here, try my grilled fish and see how well I cook, Sun Yi teased as he handed over the fish, suddenly adding, and let me extend my best wishes to you and the lady you dream of, Miss Zhong. Thank you, kind sir, Duan Yu replied, savoring the grilled fish. May you and your beloved ultimately become siblings. Sun Yi chuckled at his own jest. What do you mean by that? Duan Yu, with a good-natured disposition, was not offended and instead probed further. Sun Yi found the exchange rather dull. Making a joke only for the other party to miss the punchline was awkward. In his boredom, Duan Yu picked more sour fruits to eat, enjoying the contrast of flavors after the oily fish. Suddenly, parting the thicket of sour fruit trees, he shook his head in disappointment. Behind the bushes lay a barren stretch of stone wall, overrun with vines. Where could there possibly be an exit? You've indeed stumbled upon the right clue. When the moon rises tonight, we shall take in the sights again, and I will guide you out. If you wish, you may also search in advance for any discoveries, Sun Yi said, laying down a mat by the lake to rest. Duan Yu, growing increasingly excited, exclaimed, after today's adventures, I did not anticipate that hope would arise here. He began tearing down the vines from the stone wall, shedding his robe to soak it in the lake, wringing the water onto the wall and pulling some grass to scrub it clean, revealing a surface as bright as jade. In his fervor, he sought for any hidden mechanisms but found nothing after a considerable time. Eventually, he returned to the lakeside, looking disheveled but refreshed after washing up, and lay down on another mat that Sun Yi had set out, quickly falling asleep once more. Meanwhile, Sun Yi had rested for the day and seized the opportunity to search for any hidden mechanisms. There were few unusual spots in the valley, and only 2 places were suitable for traps. Sun Yi quickly discovered an entrance. He pushed aside a rock on the right side, and the stone creaked, producing sounds akin to snapping vines. He bent down to clear away the vines and roots between the rocks, then pushed again, and the stone slowly rotated like a grand door, revealing a 3-foot-high cave. Sun Yi entered, first testing the air with burning firewood to ensure it was breathable, and upon finding it satisfactory, he crouched and ventured deeper into the cave. After walking several paces in total darkness, he donned a headlamp to illuminate his path. Beneath his feet lay a well-maintained stone path that descended steadily. After a few steps, he approached a large door, hastily pushing it open, finding it unlatched, and eased it aside. As he stepped inside, a musty odor assaulted his senses, normal for a place long abandoned. Moving forward, he encountered another door, slowly pushing it open to be greeted by a sudden burst of light. Within a circular stone chamber, light streamed in from the left, leading him towards it, where he spotted a large shrimp swimming outside the window. It turned out to be a massive crystal embedded in the stone wall, with the lake bed beyond, allowing light to filter through. Such remarkable engineering, worthy of the ancient sects, was a testament to the lost technologies of the past. Turning around, he noticed a stone table in the chamber, with a stool before it, and on the table, a bronze mirror. He then searched for the jade statue carved by Wu Yazi. As he wandered through the chamber, he discovered a copper mirror reflecting a brilliant light towards the southwest. He hastened over to find a crack in the wall, and with a forceful push, he revealed another opening. Peering inside, he noticed a set of steps leading downward. Following the steps, he opened a door, and suddenly, the scene before him illuminated with an unexpected brilliance. Despite knowing what lay within, he was taken aback by the sight of a lifelike jade figure of a lady adorned in palace attire, brandishing a long sword. its tip pointed at his chest. Standing approximately 1 meter 67, such a sizable jade statue was a rarity, particularly one whose hue closely resembled human skin. In modern times, it would likely be mistaken for silicone. The craftsmanship was exquisite, every detail rendered with astonishing precision, a testament to the mastery of the early. The figure swayed gently in a pale yellow silk robe, her eyes glimmering with a radiant light and vibrant spirit. Chapter 11. The northern abyss. The walls of the cave were encrusted with pearls and diamonds, their brilliance reflecting throughout the stone chamber. On the western wall, 6 large crystals illuminated the surroundings with clarity. Sun Yi promptly turned off his flashlight, overwhelmed by the sight, realizing that even in modernity, achieving such a scene would be considered a remarkable feat, let alone in ancient times. Lowering himself, he noticed 2 cushions in front of the jade figure. Sun Yi lifted one, tearing open a silk pouch concealed beneath, revealing a length of white silk embroidered with delicate characters. He bypassed the writing and directly opened the scroll within. Unfolding it, he found the manual for the Northern Abyss Divine Skill, with the first line boldly stating its name, followed by a quote from Zhuangzi's Xiaoyaoyu. Before him appeared a striking image of Li Qiushui reclining, a sight he found somewhat familiar, having encountered similar depictions in his past life. Yet, the quality of this artwork was exceptional, worthy of being treasured. Retrieving a device from the Dragon Ball universe, he digitally clothed the figure and made a copy, deciding that such a treasure was best kept private. Though he had discovered the martial arts manual, the time for cultivation had yet to arrive. His meridian system was newly forged at the highest level, akin to the legendary innate Tao body of his previous life. Coupled with the training from the Dragon Ball universe, he could sense and absorb spiritual energy, yet his understanding of acupoints was rudimentary, and his knowledge of internal force was scant. His next step was to broaden his horizons and deepen his foundational knowledge of martial arts, followed by the cultivation of the Northern Abyss Divine Skill or other techniques, ultimately leading to the creation of his own unique martial art. As he unfurled the scroll, he found the phrase, the Northern Abyss Divine Skill System, followed by detailed instructions for practice. The scroll concluded with the wisdom that all practitioners must begin at the Cloud Gate and gradually advance. Sun Yi sighed, feeling an intuitive grasp of the highest form of this skill. If one were to harness the energy of the heavens and earth through the Northern Abyss's essence in a world rich with energy, accumulating power akin to the Kuenping through the meridians would represent the pinnacle of cultivation. However, whether this could be realized remained to be seen. And the necessity of practicing the Northern Abyss was also a matter for consideration. What then of the legendary 3-in-1, Eternal Youth technique? All of this, of course, would have to wait until he returned to the Dragon Ball universe. He unfurled the scroll further, which revealed more images of Li Qiushui, concluding with the words Ling Bo Wei Bu and numerous footprints, followed by a line stating, in the face of formidable foes, use this to safeguard oneself, accumulate inner strength, and then seize the enemy's life. Just then, Duan Yu awoke from a deep slumber as night fell, suddenly shouting in his dream, jolting awake to find Sun Yi missing. Rising, he looked up at the full moon and gazed across the lake, yet could not locate Sun Yi. A wave of fear surged within him, and he cried out, Master, save me. Great Master, save me. As he stood in terror, Sun Yi appeared seemingly from nowhere, just as he was about to exit. Come with me, he said. Turning back, Duan Yu followed, noticing a shadow on the stone wall they had brushed past during the day. The figure was small, but its shadow was much more pronounced, which left him momentarily bewildered. After a brief contemplation, he understood this to be the enigma that had mystified the Wuliang sword sect for decades. Sun Yi explained, indeed, someone once stood here wielding a sword, creating the magnificent spectacle of the Wuliang sword sect. Ah, the exit is just ahead, follow me. Upon remembering the exit was near, Duan Yu was filled with excitement, dancing with glee. But Sun Yi cautioned, your exuberance might attract the attention of Zimu and Xian Shuangqing atop the cliff, causing them to study your martial arts diligently, passing it down to future generations. Duan Yu found this amusing, laughing heartily without regard for Sun Ye's presence. After their laughter subsided, they entered the stone chamber, where they soon discovered a cave about 3 feet high concealed behind a rock. Without considering the potential dangers within, Duan Yu bent down and ventured inside. After several steps, darkness enveloped him. Just then, Sun Yi entered, illuminating the cave with his flashlight. What is this? Duan Yu extended his hands, eager to examine the intricate object. Let us enter the room to investigate, Sun Yi suggested, gesturing to the brightly lit chamber filled with lamps they had left on before nightfall. Duan Yu was momentarily dazzled by the sight, enchanted by the jade figure once more. As he explored the room, he gazed longingly at the jade statue, then turned to the eastern wall, which was meticulously smoothed and inscribed with dozens of lines of text. He became entranced by the writing, eventually kneeling before the jade figure in reverence. Upon closer inspection, he noticed inscriptions on the inner sides of the statue's shoes. The right shoe bore the words, "Kneel 1,000 times to guide my fate," while the left read, "Follow my command, never regret." Enraptured, he began to count. Reverently bowing his head before the statue, he counted to 1,000, feeling the strain in his back and neck, the cushion beneath him breaking under the pressure. Yet he persisted, taking a moment to rest afterward. Sun Yi did not intervene. This was Duan Yu's chance, and it was clear that any attempt to stop him would be futile. After a considerable time had passed, Duan Yu slowly rose and reached into the broken cushion, retrieving a silk pouch, contemplating whether to show it to Sun Yi. After all, Sun Yi had saved his life, and he had brought him into this stone chamber. But the words on the manual made him hesitate. Ultimately, Duan Yu decided against revealing it to Sun Yi, uncertain if his intentions were benign or if he might seek to harness internal energy for himself, potentially causing turmoil within the martial world. Just as he was about to speak, Sun Yi interrupted, "Keep it for yourself. There is no need to show me. It is of no use to me. If you wish, once you master it, we can spar together. I travel to witness the martial arts of the world." Duan Yu's expression softened, though a sense of guilt flickered within him. He readily agreed to Sun Yi's words, resolving that even if he could not master martial arts himself, he could have his father and uncle spar with Sun Yi instead. Chapter 12. Zimu continuing deeper into the room, Duan Yu paused at the intricate chessboard, its complexities overwhelming him, leaving him dizzy and unsettled. Rising, he stretched and turned to leave the room, only to find Sun Yi gradually moving away down a staircase. He hurried to catch up. As Duan Yu entered, his attention was entirely captivated by the jade statue, failing to notice the staircase. Now, following closely behind Sun Yi, he swiftly ascended, aided by the beam of the searchlight. Before long, the sound of rushing water grew deafening, and a glimmer of light seeped through. Sun Yi quickened his pace, and Duan Yu closely trailed him until they reached the top of the steps. Peering outside, Duan Yu beheld turbulent waves and a swift current. Slowly emerging from the cave, Sun Yi urged Duan Yu onward, leading him to the Shanshuren ferry. He wished Duan Yu success in his endeavors, and, after exchanging farewells, they parted ways, Duan Yu setting off to rescue Zhongling. Sun Yi's plan was to first find a small town to acquire knowledge of acupressure from a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. Following that, he intended to visit the Wuliang Sword Sect's Jinhu Palace to gain a preliminary understanding of the application of internal energy before seeking out Duan Yu to witness the martial prowess of the four great villains. However, he would not practice internal energy until he had gained sufficient knowledge and joined the Xiaoyao sect to begin formal training. After Duan Yu had walked far, Sun Yi turned back towards the cave entrance, retrieving the statue and storing it within a capsule before gradually departing. In the city, he sought a traditional medicine practitioner and spent several days learning, only to find that the practitioner had a limited understanding of acupressure. The explanations were vague and unclear, leaving Sun Yi uncertain whether the practitioner lacked knowledge or simply was unwilling to teach. Ultimately, he only retained some locational information, while the functions of each acupoint remained elusive. The practitioner, being from a small town, had likely learned medicine elsewhere before opening a clinic here. It seemed that only by seeking out the Xiaoyao sect could he acquire the most profound and comprehensive knowledge. Thus, Sun Yi resolved to visit the martial arts sect. Days later, standing at the foot of Wuliang Mountain, he felt a twinge of doubt. Finding Jinhu Palace proved to be quite a challenge, primarily due to his unfamiliarity with the area. After inquiring for directions several times, he finally arrived. With a stroke of luck and a loud call, he announced, "I, Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal School, have just emerged into the martial world. Having heard of the illustrious reputation of the Wuliang Sword Sect, I have come to pay my respects." His clear voice echoed far and wide, reverberating throughout the mountain, though it seemed distant, making it difficult to discern the words. Save for the mention of a visit. "Who is this esteemed guest arriving at the Wuliang Sword Sect?" called out Zimu from the Jinhu Palace. Despite his inner strength enhancing his voice, it failed to reach Sun Yi's ears. After finishing his announcement, Sun Yi gathered his energy and dashed towards the Jinhu Palace. With each powerful stride, he kicked up a cloud of dust, and within 3 minutes, the people at Jinhu Palace saw a figure approaching rapidly amidst the dust. This display served as a formidable introduction to the members of Jinhu Palace. Although they were surprised by Sun Yi's lack of lightness skills, the speed of his approach and the swirling dust indicated he was a martial artist of considerable prowess. "You must be the esteemed leader, Swa. I am Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal School, newly emerged in the martial world. Having passed through your esteemed territory, I am here to pay my respects. I humbly request your guidance." Sun Yi bowed, delivering his greeting, which left Zimu momentarily taken aback. To dismiss Sun Yi would be impolite. as he claimed to be newly initiated and had come seeking knowledge due to the sect's reputation. To chastise him would likely result in an unwise confrontation. Given the impressive display he had just put forth, before Zwazimu could respond, one of the disciples, Gong Guangjia, interjected, "Who are you to seek counsel from my master?" He drew his sword, ready to confront Sun Yi, but Zwazimu swiftly intervened, likely recognizing that given Sun Yi's earlier display, Gong Guangjia would not last more than 3 exchanges. "Guangjia, step back. You are not a match for young Master Sunday." Zwazimu approached Sun Yi, clasping his hands in greeting. "I am aware that I am no match for young Master Sunday. However, since you have come to engage in a contest, I must humbly accept your challenge. Please, young Master Sun." With that, he drew his sword and assumed a stance. "Please, Master Zwa," Sun Yi replied, adopting the initial stance of the Turtle Immortal School, resolutely deciding not to strike first, as he was there to observe the application of internal energy and martial arts. With his energy fully circulating, he prepared himself. The practice of energy cultivation was such that before one could harness it, they could only rely on instinctual reflexes for passive defense. However, once energy was activated, unless faced with an equal force, one would be impervious to harm. Haha. Since young Master Sun does not wish to strike first, I shall not hold back. Be cautious. Zwazimu's laughter echoed as he launched his attack, his sword dancing through the air, infused with his full internal energy. The dense sword light appeared like a layer of ethereal clouds, devoid of much killing intent, instead imparting an impression of ethereal elegance. Spectators were mesmerized, perceiving the sword light as if they were enveloped in clouds. This move was the signature technique of the Wuliang sword sect, the Wuliang sword art, executed with both intention and spontaneity, resembling distant clouds, elusive and inscrutable. Under the cover of the sword light, one's mind could easily be ensnared, making it difficult to defend against the attack. The disciples of the Wuliang sword sect watched in excitement, as though Sun Yi had already been defeated. Zwazimu's sword light was pure and intricate, each move retaining power, allowing him to adapt as needed, showcasing the solid foundation built over decades of practice. Subtle hues began to appear on Zwazimu's body, indicating he had reached the peak of his internal energy, ready to unleash it outward. His swordplay was fluid and natural, a testament to his years of dedication. Sun Yi observed keenly, drawing parallels to techniques he had encountered in his past life, recognizing that this move was fundamentally similar to the residual image fist, closely resembling the technique of the eight-handed king from the Dragon Ball martial arts tournament, where internal energy accelerated the speed of hand strikes while creating an ethereal light to mislead opponents. Clang, clang. Sun Yi extended his hand to intercept Zwazimu's sword, the sound of their clash resonating like the collision of blades. The underlying logic of the martial world remained unchanged, no matter how deceptive the external appearance. An attack would manifest as a singular entity, as long as one's vision, heart, and hand were aligned. Mastery of the Turtle Immortal School's fundamentals rendered one invulnerable. After a series of exchanges, with dozens of moves executed, the members of the Wuliang sword sect found themselves surrounded by flashing sword lights and the sounds of clashing strikes. Yet, it became evident to discerning eyes that Zwazimu was at a disadvantage. Sun Yi had not moved his right hand, relying solely on his left to defend. Zwazimu's offensive prowess paled in comparison to Sun Yi's defense, as he remained unscathed until Sun Yi chose to conclude their sparring. Young Master Sun, your skills are remarkable. I, Zwazimu, humbly acknowledge my defeat. After a lengthy engagement, Zwazimu recognized Sun Yi's prowess. Throughout the encounter, Sun Yi had primarily focused on defense without initiating any attacks, remaining completely unharmed against Zwazimu's sword, which, bolstered by internal energy, should have posed a significant threat. In Zwazimu's understanding, only someone who had achieved the highest levels of external training could exhibit such resilience, especially considering Sun Yi bore no muscular bulk. He seemed to embody a return to simplicity, making him more formidable than the typical first-rate experts in the martial world. Reputation often dictated one's standing as a top expert. Thus, even if a less skilled individual gained fame, it would not diminish their status, as first-rate practitioners could vary in capability. Through a period of passive defense and observation, Sun Yi gained insight into the nature of internal energy. Delving deeper would require more than surface-level scrutiny, prompting him to conclude the match. It was an honor. However, I have a humble request I hope Master Zwa can grant. Sun Yi raised his fist in salute and proceeded to articulate the secondary purpose of his visit today. Please, young master, do continue, Zwazimu responded, his mind filled with doubts, pondering that had he not been at a disadvantage, he would have long since disregarded Sun Yi. There had been numerous instances of people brazenly challenging others and being cast out, especially this year. where several had been severely injured and expelled for seeking fame in a frenzy. Sun Yi explained that he had previously practiced horizontal martial arts and, under the guidance of his master, had descended from the mountains to travel. He had a sudden inspiration to compile a foundational manual of martial arts. Seeking to study the foundational meridians and acupoints of Zhua's esteemed sect. I humbly request, Master Zhua, if you would be so kind as to allow me a glimpse of your sect's text on these subjects, he added, bowing once more. While foundational knowledge is undeniably significant, it can also be deemed trivial, for without such knowledge, one cannot practice martial arts effectively. Each sect possesses its own set of foundational teachings, and though they may differ, they share a commonality. Initially, upon hearing the mention of a manual, Zuazimu's expression darkened as he contemplated whether to alert his entire sect to prevent any potential leakage of secrets. Yet, upon hearing Sun Ye's intent to study acupoints and meridians, he sighed in relief, recognizing that this was not a matter of great importance. However, the audacity of someone demanding knowledge after being defeated stirred Zhua's irritation. It was a matter of pride for him. There is no need for you to feel uneasy, for I can pay handsomely for this knowledge, and I would never wish to put you in a difficult position. Sun Yi quickly discerned Zhua's discomfort and offered him a way out, producing 100 taels of silver that he had just taken from the mountain. Young Master Sun, there is no need for such extravagance. This is not a crucial manual, Zuazimu replied. Guangjia, please fetch a copy of detailed explanation of meridians from the library to present to young Master Sunday. Zuazimu's tension dissipated entirely. He could not defeat Sun Yi. Yet as long as the request did not concern the paramount secrets of the Wuliang sword technique or the sect's internal skills, he could acquiesce to most other requests, especially for something as insignificant as a manual. As noon approached, Zuazimu invited, if you have not dined yet, please join me for a meal, allowing me the pleasure of hospitality. He exchanged pleasantries, unafraid to enter, for even someone of Sun Ye's caliber was worth cultivating a friendship with. Then I shall impose upon you for the next few days, as it provides a splendid opportunity to seek your insights on the contents of this book, Sun Yi replied, holding aloft the detailed explanation of meridians, which contained annotations from previous masters, making it an ideal subject for inquiry. Thus began a period of diligent study for Sun Yi, who understood well that one must learn throughout life to rise above others. After perusing the manual, he sought out the elders of the Wuliang sword sect, from the most senior to Zuazimu himself, and then retreated to the mountains to reflect quietly for several days. During this time, he employed energy to stimulate non-lethal acupoints and utilized diagrams of blood vessels and nerve distributions, along with some scientific instruments acquired from the Dragon Ball world, to conduct examinations of his body. This endeavor lasted about a week, during which he also tested a remote energy wave attack. He discovered that the further the energy wave traveled from his body, the more its potency diminished, weakening to about 10% of its original power at a distance of 10 meters, a stark contrast to the unwavering power observed at 100 meters in the Dragon Ball world. One day, as his research on internal energy yielded no new discoveries, Sun Yi felt the necessity to gather more diverse texts on meridians to advance his work. Just as he prepared to take his leave of Zuazimu, a cacophony erupted outside, followed by urgent shouts. Thieving woman, stop! Release Junior Brother Zhua. Thieving woman, do not flee. Junior Brother Zhua has been kidnapped. Everyone, pursue. Upon stepping outside, Sun Yi saw a woman clad in a green long gown hastily fleeing with a 2- or 3-year-old boy in her arms. He recognized the child as Zuazimu's youngest son, with Zuazimu and several disciples in hot pursuit, but they were quickly falling behind. Zuazimu was desperately sprinting towards the direction from which his son had been taken. This wicked woman must be stopped, Sun Yi thought, recalling a character named Yi Ernyang from the Demi-Gods and Semi-Devils he had read in his past life. Even if she were not Yi Ernyang, her act of abducting a child was unforgivable. Furthermore, if it truly were Yu Ernyang, her fleeing direction would lead her to the 4 great evildoers. He hastened his pace, determined to rescue the child and confront the villains, hoping to eliminate a few if possible. Though Sun Ye's pursuit was not as grand as when he first arrived at the Sword Lake Palace, the dust stirred by his movement caught Yu Ernyang's attention, and he found himself gaining ground on her. His strategy was to wait for Zuazimu to arrive for a united effort. He feared that if he rushed in too quickly, Yi Ernyang might harm the child and escape. Moreover, he recognized that a full burst of energy could not be sustained indefinitely, so he intended to unleash a concentrated attack when the opportunity arose, catching her off guard to avoid endangering the child. Before long, they had traversed several miles, and observing Yi Ernyang's martial prowess in addition to her villainous actions, Sun Yi was nearly certain it was indeed her. He positioned himself to confront Yi Ernyang in the middle of the road, carefully scrutinizing the child in her arms, around 3 or 4 years old, adorned in fine garments, clearly Zuazimu's little son whom he had seen on 2 previous occasions. The child cried out, "Daddy! Daddy! Shan Shan wants Daddy!" Yi Earnyang cooed softly, "Be good, Shan Shan. Daddy will be here soon." It appeared that the child, terrified after being abducted, instinctively called out upon seeing Zwazimu in pursuit. "Why have you taken my son? Return him at once," Sun Yi demanded, his voice resolute. Before he could finish, he had already approached them, his movements sleek and agile. Zwazimu, sword in hand, had caught up, showing no signs of fatigue despite the long chase. His internal energy clearly provided a significant advantage in endurance, as it allowed him to sustain his efforts better than mere physical energy would permit. Seizing the moment when Yu Earnyang turned to gauge Zwazimu's approach, Sun Yi unleashed a burst of energy through his legs and surged forward. Before she could react, he snatched the child from her grasp with his left hand and delivered a swift uppercut to her abdomen with his right fist. By the time Zwazimu came to a halt, Yi Earnyang had already spat blood, propelled backward by the force of the blow. Sun Yi disregarded her condition, promptly returning the child to Zwazimu, ensuring he was unharmed before turning to pursue Yi Earnyang. Chapter 14. Mu Wanqing Masters Wa, please hold on. This rescue of your son also serves as my gratitude for your hospitality these past few days. I was just preparing to take my leave, and what better time than now to witness the prowess of the four great evildoers, Sun Yi declared, bowing once more to Zwazimu before hastily pursuing the fleeing Yi Earnyang. Thank you, young master son, for rescuing my child. Your kindness will be forever remembered by me. Should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to call upon me, Zwazimu vowed, standing rooted in place, bowing deeply in the direction Sun Yi had taken. Upon realizing that Sun Yi had saved his son and that the four great evildoers were involved, Zwazimu felt a surge of determination, though his apprehension lingered. He understood the importance of maintaining decorum. Meanwhile, Sun Yi trailed Yi Earnyang at a measured pace, primarily eager to witness the martial arts of the four great evildoers and, if possible, eliminate them. Yet, this remained a distant hope, as he recognized that he might not be able to catch up to Yun Zhanghe given Yi Earnyang's speed. After half an hour of fleeing, Yi Earnyang, her injuries hampering her pace, spotted Yu Laosen and Yun Zhanghe engaged in combat atop a distant peak, accompanied by a young woman wearing a veil. She veered towards this unnamed mountain, calling out, "Third brother, fourth brother, a great danger approaches, cease your hostilities at once." As she spoke, she glanced back at Sun Yi, a smirk of triumph crossing her face. "Young master, Zwa's son is truly delightful. I merely borrowed him for some amusement. Now that he is returned, there is no need for further farewells, is there?" Before them stood my two virtuous younger brothers. "Are you not retreating, young sir?" As he spoke, he gestured toward Yu Laosen and Yun Zhanghe ahead. However, Sun Yi suddenly erupted, channeling his energy to his limbs, propelling himself forward with a powerful kick, only for his attack to be deftly evaded by Yi Earnyang. Sun Yi soon discerned an advantage of internal energy at close range. The ability to maneuver and dodge was enhanced. The speed of movement dictated the speed of evasion, while the fixed meridians within the body provided a certain advantage for agile movements, much like the graceful steps of Lingbo Weibo, which, when executed in accordance with the I Ching's directions, not only increased speed, but also possessed an element of misdirection. This seemed intricately linked to the meridians. Temporarily setting aside his thoughts, as he was still engaged in battle, he recognized that within the Dragon Ball realm, the four notorious villains had already surpassed human limits, their combat prowess estimated to be around 2030. Yet, due to the limitations of their internal energies flow through the dantian meridians, they could not unleash their full potential at once, leaving a significant gap in destructive capability compared to the current Sun Yi. After evading the attack, Yi Earnyang, despite risking damage to her meridians, unleashed her internal energy, quickly closing the distance to Yu Laosen and Yun Zhanghe. She relaxed slightly, though her gaze remained fixed on Sun Yi. "You too must be cautious. The opponent possesses formidable external skills and strong offensive power, though their speed is somewhat lacking. They exhibit great explosive force." Yi Earnyang hastily conveyed her warnings, fearing that without such caution, another injury might tip the scales irreparably. Yu and Yun were taken aback upon observing Yi Earnyang's condition. It was evident she had sustained injuries. They realized that if they separated, neither would stand a chance against her, causing their expressions to turn grave as they tightened their grips on their weapons, readying themselves for combat. Yun Zhanghe, pursued relentlessly by Yu Laosen, found himself running in circles around the mountain, his steel claws having lost 2 fingers. Anger surged within him. Yet with the formidable enemy at hand, he could only focus on repelling the threat before seeking an outlet for his frustration. Surely, these must be the notorious Nanhai crocodile god, Yu Laosen, and the vicious Yun Zhanghe. Though it was a question, Sun Yi spoke with certainty. Having noted the large scissors and steel claws in their possession, alongside Yu Earnyang's presence, which confirmed his suspicions. "I'm Yu Laosen, not Yu Laosen." Yu Laosen interjected with a fierce tone, but his voice quickly dwindled, muttering something under his breath. You've chased me for so long. It's only polite to introduce yourself. Yi Ernyang remarked, causing Yu Laosen to quiet down involuntarily. I am Sun Yi, the disciple of the turtle immortal, known as the indestructible Vajra, Sun Yi proclaimed. Having coined this title for himself during his recent days at the Wuliang Sword Sect, then assumed a combat stance. I have heard tales of the 4 notorious villains and wish to learn from your esteemed skills. Suddenly, a shrill iron whistle echoed from behind the mountain, unceasing in its sound. Both the Nanhai Crocodile God and Yun Zhanghe exclaimed with delight, the boss has arrived. They leaped into action, darting towards the source of the whistle, swiftly disappearing behind the rocks. Yu Ernyang hesitated for a moment, intending to follow, but was startled by Sun Ye's movement, losing her chance to escape. Yet, she appeared unfazed. Casting a sidelong glance at the young lady and smiling, my dear, it seems I must borrow you for a moment. She had resolved to use Mu Wanqi as a hostage to facilitate her escape. The young lady retorted angrily, shameless scoundrel. She brandished her sword in retaliation, pointing its tip at Yu Ernyang's left shoulder. However, before she could act, her left hand lifted slightly backward, and 3 poisoned arrows shot toward Yu Ernyang, aiming to catch her off guard. The unique nature of these arrows left no doubt that this was indeed Mu Wanqi. Yet, despite the rapidity of the arrows, Yi Ernyang had anticipated the attack. With a swift flick of her left sleeve, she redirected the 3 arrows towards Sun Yi, simultaneously seizing a piece of jewelry from her attire and hurling it at Mu Wanqing's back. Hearing the rush of air, Mu Wanqing instinctively raised her sword to block. But due to her injuries, her strike was imprecise. The ornament slipped past her sword's edge and struck her right side with a dull thud. Summoning her internal energy to counteract the blow, she found herself breathless, her body going numb, and her sword clattering to the ground. At that moment, Yi Ernyang lunged forward, intending to seize Mu Wanqing, but was intercepted by Sun Ye's forceful intervention. Mu Wanqing let out a soft cry, Duan Lang. Her body threatened to collapse backward. Yet she summoned strength to remain upright. At that instant, Yu Ernyang glanced at a figure not far off, a military officer clad in yellow, appearing to be in his 30s. Yu Ernyang had encountered him during her previous skirmish with Yun Zhanghe. His martial prowess was commendable, albeit slightly inferior to her own. However, if he allied with Sun Yi, it would pose a significant threat. Moreover, she was aware he had several companions, uncertain if they had arrived as well. Her eyes swept the area, and indeed, another officer in yellow stood to her left, wielding a pair of battle axes. Just as Yu Ernyang was about to speak, she heard a faint sound from behind, prompting her to turn. To her surprise, 2 more individuals stood at the corners of the southeast and southwest, clad in the same yellow military garb. One in the southeast brandished a pair of judge's pins, while the other in the southwest wielded a solid copper staff, forming a subtle encirclement around her. Sun Yi bowed to the 4 of them and declared, the renowned guardians of Dali Palace, Chu, Gu, Fu, and Zhu, have all arrived. I am Sun Yi, disciple of the turtle immortal, and it is my honor. In recent days, Sun Yi had inquired about the local martial artists, preparing for future challenges. The 4 returned the gesture, and the first guardian, Chu Wanli, spoke. May I ask if any of you have seen a young man with the surname Duan? They began to describe the appearance of Duan Yu. Upon hearing his name, Mu Wanqing's heart soared. Young Master Duan has been killed by this wicked woman, she declared, pointing at Yi Ernyang. That individual is the notorious Yun Zhanghe, tall and slender, like a bamboo stalk. Chu Wanli was taken aback, exclaiming, is that true? Is he the one? The guardian wielding the copper staff, Fu Sigu, upon hearing that Duan Yu had been slain, was filled with a mix of grief and rage, shouting, Young Master Duan, I will avenge you. He swung his copper staff towards Yi Ernyang with fierce intent. Yi Ernyang dodged skillfully, exclaiming, oh, the 4 esteemed guardians of Dali. I lament your short lives. I, as your mother, shall be heartbroken for you. The guardians, now incensed, prepared for a fierce confrontation. Chapter 15, Yu Ernyang's demise. Another guardian drew forth a battle axe, proclaiming, indeed, Yi Ernyang, your reputation precedes you. I, Gu Du Cheng, wish to experience your renowned skills. As he spoke, he charged forward, launching a series of intricate axe strikes aimed at her lower body. Sun Yi, observing the synchronized teamwork of the 4 guardians, found it challenging to intervene and opted to wait for an opportune moment. Yi Ernyang, receive another blow from me. After exchanging several blows, the fighters maneuvered behind a rock. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yi noticed a flaw in Yi Ernyang's defenses. Without waiting for her response, he unleashed his full power. Earlier, it had been noted that Sun Yi possessed great explosive strength but lacked endurance. Now, however, was the perfect moment to strike, as his opponent was distracted. He aimed a powerful punch directly at her shoulder, shattering her scapula and causing her arm to drop. In the ensuing chaos, Fusiga seized the chance to strike with his staff, catching Yu Earnyang off guard as the blow landed squarely on her head. With a thud, Yi Earnyang collapsed to the ground, and the atmosphere fell silent, as even Fusiga himself was astonished that his attack had landed. Upon regaining his composure, he knelt. Overcome with emotion, "Young Master Duan, I have avenged you." The others, however, did not immediately believe Mu Wanqing's words, turning to inquire further, seeking the whereabouts of Duan Yu's remains if the claims were indeed true. Suddenly, a melodious sound of a flute drifted from behind the mountain, resonating closer in an instant. Emerging from the slope was a middle-aged man clad in wide sleeves, holding an iron flute in both hands. Zhu Dantian hastily approached him and whispered a few words. The man set down his flute and inquired of Mu Wanqing, "Where is young Master Duan? We have been eagerly anticipating news." Zhuanli also turned to Mu Wanqing, pressing further, "What has become of young Master Duan? Is it true that he has fallen victim to Jiangshi?" Just as Mu Wanqing was about to respond, a voice echoed from halfway up the mountain, calling out, Miss Mu, are you unharmed?" The man in the wide robe and the 4 great guards instantly rejoiced, exclaiming in unison, "It is young Master." Mu Wanqing, who had been anxiously waiting for quite some time, felt overwhelmed by a rush of joy and fatigue, and her vision darkened before she fainted. Meanwhile, Sun Yi observed as Duan Yu gracefully approached, moving with a lightness that matched the speed of Yi Earnyang's escape. Upon his arrival, Duan Yu bypassed greetings with the 4 great guards and Sun Yi, immediately lifting Mu Wanqing with great urgency. Seeing this, Sun Yi smiled and discreetly blocked the 4 guards, retreating behind a rock to watch quietly. As Mu Wanqing gradually regained consciousness, she sensed herself cradled in someone's arms. Slowly opening her eyes, she beheld a pair of serene eyes, as clear as autumn waters. Who else could it be but Duan Yu? He exclaimed joyfully, "Ah, you have finally awakened." Tears streamed down Mu Wanqing's face uncontrollably. After a passionate exchange, Mu Wanqing recalled the presence of others and glanced around, only to find that the 7 combatants had vanished, including Yi Earnyang. Unbeknownst to them, the skirmish had shifted locations, with everyone retreating behind the rocks. Suddenly, a figure emerged from behind the boulders, singing loudly. It was Zhu Dantian, accompanied by Sun Yi and others. Duan Yu exclaimed, "Brother Zhu." Zhu Dantian stepped forward, bowing respectfully, and joyfully remarked, "Young Master, thank heavens you are unharmed. The words of this young lady earlier truly terrified us." Duan Yu returned the gesture and said, "So you have met? Ah, young Master Sun, what brings you here? What a coincidence." After exchanging pleasantries, Duan Yu inquired about the 4 guards, who he recognized, and introduced them to one another. He slowly recounted the past few days' events, from his capture to his training in martial arts, the rescue of Zhongling, and his encounter with Yu Laosan. Naturally, he omitted the part about absorbing internal energy with the Beiming Divine Skill. Sun Yi comprehended everything, mentally calculating that Duan Yu had indeed swallowed the Mang Guju Ha, which could prove regrettable. Even if he managed to find Sun Yi, he would not dare to consume it. Duan Yu's immunity to poisons was likely due to the protagonist's fortuitous protection. As the conversation turned to Duan Yu's sighting of Zuazima rushing with a sword, he recalled that Zuazimu later returned with a child, though someone was still pursuing him. Notably, the direction of their flight aligned with Mu Wanqing's location, prompting Duan Yu to follow closely to confirm her identity. Thus, he trailed behind Sun Yi, but fell slightly behind due to his speed. Upon arrival, he found Mu Wanqing unconscious and quickly accelerated to catch her. Before long, Zhu Dantian cheerfully suggested, "Gentlemen, please return to the manor. Young Master Sun has saved the life of our young master. We must invite him to our home for proper gratitude. If Miss Mu has no pressing matters, we also hope she can stay with us for a few days." Concerned that Duan Yu might refuse to return home, he believed that if he could persuade this young lady to accompany him, Duan Yu would likely agree. He even turned to invite Sun Yi along the way. Duan Yu hesitated, saying, "What will my father say?" Mu Wanqing blushed and turned her head away. Yu Dantian interjected, "The 4 notorious villains possess formidable martial arts. Although we managed to defeat Yi Earnyang with young Master Sun's assistance, it was largely due to our surprise attack. There was much luck involved. Moreover, with the notorious Duan Yanking nearby, your safety is paramount. We should depart quickly." Duan Yu recalled the vicious demeanor of the Nanhai crocodile god, feeling a shiver run down his spine, and promptly nodded in agreement. The group descended the mountain together. That night, they stayed at an inn. In the dead of night, Sun Yi overheard the sounds of Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing sneaking away. He did not intervene. And Zhu Dantian, noticing the scene, quietly followed behind. Sun Yi watched Zhu Dantian's smiling countenance as he trailed behind, feeling amused. It seemed Duan Yu was destined not to escape. As dawn broke, after breakfast, Sun Yi donned his weighted training gear and set off at a pace twice as swift as ordinary merchant caravans, jogging along the official road to Dali. Along the way, he occasionally admired the scenery, stopping for a meal, and after running for 6 to 7 hours, he spotted a large troop of cavalry ahead, numbering in the thousands. Approaching closer, he saw Duan Yu amidst the cavalry, and Sun Yi quickly understood that this was Duan Yu returning to Dali. He noticed Duan Yu pointing at him, speaking to an elegant middle-aged man, presumably introducing Sun Yi. This man was likely Duan Jinshan. Beside him stood a middle-aged woman dressed in a Taoist robe. Her skin as fair as soft jade. Although she appeared to be in her 30s, her radiant complexion and graceful demeanor made her seem no older than 25. She was likely Duan Yu's mother, Dao Baifeng. It was at this moment that Duan Yu's gaze swept over the solitary figure approaching on the road, recognizing his savior. Sun Yi, and promptly relayed their acquaintance's details to Duan Jingshan. Chapter 16. A visit to the Duan Manor. Zhu Danshan, Gao Xingtai, and others supplemented the narrative with details, such as their joint effort in defeating Yi Ernyang. Upon understanding the situation, Duan Jingshan seized the opportunity to invite Sun Yi, saying, "May I inquire if this is the esteemed Sun Yi, known as the Indestructible Diamond? I have long admired your reputation. Today, you have come to Dali and saved my son Duan Yu's life. I implore you to honor us with your presence at my humble abode, so that I may express my gratitude properly." Duan Jingshan dismounted and approached Sun Yi, clasping his fists in respect, indicating that his title had indeed reached the ears of the 4 great guards. The thousands of cavalry stood in formation behind him. The fluttering apricot yellow flags emblazoned with the words Jinnan in red and Bao Guo in black, exuding an impressive aura. "Forgive my rudeness, your highness," Sun Yi replied, politely returning the gesture. "As for saving your esteemed son, I am unworthy of such praise. Under those circumstances, even without my intervention, your son would have been fine. Good fortune favors the virtuous." Sun Yi chuckled lightly, maintaining politeness. Regardless, he accepted the invitation to visit the Duan Manor, eager to explore further information regarding meridian acupoints. With mutual courtesy exchanged, Duan Yu's mother, Yu Sanren, approached to express her gratitude to Sun Yi for saving Duan Yu, to which Sun Yi reciprocated. Ultimately, Sun Yi had no choice but to set aside his training, mounting a horse offered by one of the cavalrymen, and joined the procession into the city. Upon arriving at the Duan Manor, Sun Yi met with Emperor Baoding, Duan Yu's uncle, and exchanged pleasantries before Duan Jinshan promptly began hosting a banquet. A banquet table was graced by the presence of Duan Jinshan and his wife, as well as Duan Yu and Mu Wanqing, accompanied by Sun Yi and a retinue of 17 or 18 palace mates. As the wine flowed generously, Sun Yi recalled his purpose for visiting Dali and thought it prudent to address it while at Duan Jingshan's estate. Thus, he spoke up during the meal, expressing, "I have 2 matters to attend to in Dali, and as fate would have it, I find myself in the presence of Prince Duan. I humbly request your assistance, and I hope you will overlook any impertinence in my request." With that, Sun Yi set down his chopsticks and regarded Duan Jingshan earnestly. "Please, do not hesitate to speak. Sun Gongzi, if there is any way I can be of help, I will gladly oblige," Duan Jingshan replied with a faint smile. In Dali, unless Sun Yi sought to usurp the martial prowess of the Duan family, there were hardly any requests he could not fulfill. It was also a fitting opportunity to repay Duan Yu's life-saving favor. "I am aware of your aspirations, Sun Gongzi. You have expressed a desire to witness the Duan family's unique martial technique, the One-Yang finger," Duan Yu interjected, recalling Sun Yi's previous mention of his wish to explore various martial arts. "Indeed, it is my intention to embark on a journey to experience the martial arts of the world, and I hope Prince Duan will impart your wisdom upon me." Sun Yi continued, pausing briefly before adding, "Furthermore, I seek a deeper understanding of the external cultivation techniques related to meridians and acupoints. As my knowledge in this area is rather limited, I extend my gratitude in advance for your guidance." Although there were indeed matters that Duan Jingshan could not facilitate, he had no intention of presenting an impossible request. Even in light of Duan Yu's life-saving deeds, he could delay the fulfillment of Sun Yi's requests. Upon hearing this, Duan Jinshan's expression radiated generosity. "These 2 matters are quite simple to address. It is merely a matter of sparring, and the foundational texts on meridians are well known to anyone who has practiced martial arts." He promptly instructed a maid to fetch the detailed exposition on meridians and other essential texts to Sun Yi's guest quarters. Just as the banquet reached its peak, an unexpected sound echoed from the roof outside. The voice of Chu Wanli rang out, demanding, "What brings you to the prince's residence at this late hour?" A hoarse voice replied, "I am here to summon my disciple. Quickly, call forth my dear apprentice." This was none other than the notorious Nanhai crocodile god, now the second of the 4 great evildoers. Sun Yi observed quietly, confident that the presence of merely Yu Laosan within the royal residence would not lead to any issues. Besides, any troubles that might arise were not his concern. As for punishing the wicked, Yi Ernyang and Yun Zhanghe were figures he deemed necessary to eliminate. Yet Duan Yanqing and Yu Laosan's misdeeds were primarily directed at those within the martial world. In the realm of the Jianghu, it was often said that one must eventually repay their debts, and Sun Yi felt little inclination to intervene. As events unfolded, Yu Laosan rather clumsily accepted Duan Yu as his master before departing in a hasty retreat. Meanwhile, during the banquet, Mu Wanqing learned the name of Duan Yu's mother and, in a moment of vengeance, shot a poisoned arrow at Dao Baifeng from a distance that rendered Duan Yu and herself unable to provide assistance. However, Sun Yi managed to catch the arrow just in time, halting its deadly tip mere centimeters from Dao Baifeng's eye. Dao Baifeng blinked in surprise at the narrowly avoided danger. Her gaze towards Sun Yi shifting perceptibly. Duan Jingshun sighed in relief upon witnessing the arrow being intercepted, though his attention remained primarily on Mu Wanqing, oblivious to the finer details of the unfolding situation. Noticing the events transpiring, Sun Yi took his leave and returned to his quarters to rest. Aware that the Duan family had yet another significant performance to unveil that evening, which outsiders were not privy to, sparring would have to be postponed, and he resolved to arrange another day for it. It remained uncertain whether Yu Laosan's earlier presence had affected Sun Yi's actions or whether the demise of Yi Ernyang had instilled caution in the remaining evildoers. Regardless, the four great evildoers did not return to pursue Duan Yu. However, Qin Hongyan did arrive, and Mu Wanqing also made her escape. With no one injured at home, Duan Zhenshun felt no reason to linger and hastened after her. Upon returning to his room, Sun Yi found the books had not yet been delivered and decided to retire for the night. Unexpectedly, just before the late hours, someone knocked on his door and entered uninvited, bearing the books. It seemed the visitor hesitated before finally stepping in, claiming to deliver the texts. After placing the books down, the figure lingered, rustling about before pulling back the curtain of the bed, declaring a desire to engage in a serious bout with Sun Yi. Taking advantage of the light from the lamp placed at his bedside, Sun Yi glanced over, momentarily blinded. That night, both parties engaged in earnest sparring. The visitor appeared to regret their initial eagerness to fight, showing signs of wanting to escape, but Sun Yi blocked their retreat and forcefully propelled them back into the fray, extinguishing the lamp to commence their duel unnoticed, as Duan Zhenshun had taken his retinue out for a rendezvous with an old flame. Chapter 17. The One-Yang Finger. The following morning, due to the princess's ill health, she did not make an appearance, and Duan Zhenshun had yet to return, leaving Duan Yu to share breakfast with Sun Yi. Over the next 2 days, Sun Yi diligently studied the foundational texts of the Duan estate, making some gains. The annotations on hand acupoints and the flow of meridians were quite detailed. Meanwhile, the nocturnal assaults on the estate continued unabated, leaving Sun Yi on the brink of exhaustion with dark circles forming under his eyes. During the day, he learned that Duan Zhengshun had been preoccupied with clandestine meetings with Qin Hongyan, explaining his absence. Ultimately, it was a visitor that necessitated Duan Zhengshun's return on the 3rd day. With an opportunity for sparring at hand, Sun Yi seized the moment to propose a duel. Recognizing the importance of not delaying such matters, he aimed to complete this task swiftly and then visit the Tianlong Temple to peruse its foundational martial arts library before taking his leave. Mindful of the tumultuous times facing the Duan family, though Sun Yi was aware that his innate talent might not allow for singular evolution, he felt a yearning for collective advancement, particularly with someone of Qiaofeng's caliber. In the world of Tianlong, only a few possessed the potential for mutual progress, each burdened with their unique challenges. If solutions could be found, he would be open to collaboration. If not, there would be little hope for shared growth. Sun Gongzi, please. Duan Zhengshun gestured, inviting him to proceed. Prince Duan, I insist you make the first move. I wish to witness the might of the One-Yang Finger, Sun Yi replied, feeling somewhat lethargic due to the previous night's exertion, but still prepared to defend himself. Very well, since you are so confident, I shall not hold back. Duan Zhengshun smiled, and upon seeing Sun Yi ready, began to circulate his energy. He lunged forward, closing the distance in an instant, and with a swift motion of his right index finger, unleashed a powerful thrust imbued with piercing energy. Duan Zhengshun had been careful not to target any vital areas. Ah, you are too courteous, Prince Duan. Sun Yi chuckled lightly, standing firm and extending his hand to receive the attack. The One-Yang Finger struck true, yet it elicited no reaction from Sun Yi's body, failing to penetrate his protective barrier and instead dissipated harmlessly upon contact. Impressive technique, Sun Gongzi. Be wary. Duan Zhengshun's expression shifted, astonished that Sun Yi had effortlessly neutralized his One-Yang Finger. Alarmed, he intensified his efforts, employing his lightness skill to circle around Sun Yi. His index fingers darting forth with relentless precision, each thrust imbued with fierce energy. Sun Yi remained composed, his movements languid as if strolling through a garden. His wrists deftly maneuvering, his palms gliding gracefully, devoid of any sense of urgency. However, the final outcome was that Duan Zhengquan's Yang finger was effortlessly intercepted. During this time, Sun Yi meticulously observed the acupoints utilized in the Yang finger technique. He endeavored to enhance his five senses through his own cultivated sensitivity to qi, closely analyzing the method of exerting force in the Yang finger, and indeed made a significant discovery. The acupoints employed by the Yang finger were naturally converging nodes. Although he was somewhat distracted, Sun Ye's foundational skills in the Turtle Immortal School were remarkably solid. His movements, devoid of any formal techniques, possessed absolute speed, power, and defense, leaving no openings during the combat. Is Master Sun not going to make a move? Duan Yu inquired with a hint of curiosity. As they exchanged 10 consecutive strikes utilizing the Yang finger, neither had even brushed against each other yet, but Duan Zhengquan was already sweating profusely, while Sun Yi appeared to stroll leisurely, defending rather than attacking. Noticing the absence of internal energy in Sun Ye's strikes, Duan Zhengquan assumed Sun Yi was merely an expert in external martial arts and gave it little thought. Moreover, Sun Yi's well-proportioned physique led Duan Zhengquan to believe he was practicing a superior external technique akin to the Golden Bell Shield. Thus he understood he was not his opponent. Then let me show my shortcomings. Sun Yi chuckled lightly. As soon as he spoke, he thrust a finger forward, executing the Yang finger's signature technique. A fierce stream of finger energy instantly traversed the brief distance between them. In Duan Zhengquan's astonished and incredulous gaze, it shattered the protective barrier of true qi surrounding his body and accurately struck his acupoint, rendering him frozen on the spot. Yang finger, Duan Yu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. No, but it was indeed inspired by it. Sun Yi replied with a calm smile, his expression serene as he explained. I have indeed gained insights from the earlier discussions on meridians, and after observing Prince Duan's explosive use of acupoints, I had an epiphany. I channeled my own energy into the acupoints utilized by Prince Duan in his execution of the Yang finger. Thus it outwardly resembles the Yang finger quite closely. I wonder if Prince Duan has any advice regarding this technique. Of course, Sun Yi referred to qi as internal energy, even if he did not. In the minds of others, this energy would still be perceived as a form of internal energy, as internal energy indeed manifests differently depending on the cultivation method. Duan Zhengquan's expression shifted, yet he recognized that Sun Ye's technique was not the Yang finger, for its offensive capabilities exceeded his own. Regrettably, Duan Zhengquan's body was paralyzed, unable to respond to Sun Ye's jest. After Sun Yi released his acupoint, Duan Zhengquan's complexion changed several times before he finally spoke. I cannot offer any guidance. I truly admire the martial prowess of Master Sun. Sun Yi chuckled softly, shaking his head. Your Excellency is too kind. I would like to further explore the foundational acupoint texts preserved at the Heavenly Dragon Temple. If Prince Duan could provide an introduction, I would be most grateful. Not at all, it is merely a small favor. Should Master Sun wish, I can escort you to the Heavenly Dragon Temple at any time. Duan Zhengquan replied with a smile, though internally he felt somewhat awkward, as the second-in-command of Dali, being defeated did not reflect well on him. Since today is as good a day as any, if it is convenient for your Excellency, Sun Yi hesitated, contemplating whether it would be inappropriate to make a request immediately after defeating him. The Duan residence had its share of beautiful sights, and besides, accepting favors could lead to complications, especially since the Duke of Jinan was always accommodating during this time. Not an issue. I shall prepare and take Master Sun to the Heavenly Dragon Temple right away. Duan Zhengquan immediately agreed, grasping Sun Yi's intention. Due to the Duchess's indisposition, she could not accompany them. So this visit to the Heavenly Dragon Temple was attended only by Duan Zhengquan and Duan Yu. Sun Yi recalled the events of the previous nights, particularly the intriguing figure who had approached under the cover of darkness, their suppressed voice still echoing in his mind. Though reluctant, he decided to handle the matter at the Heavenly Dragon Temple first before making further decisions. Chapter 18. The Heavenly Dragon Temple. Departure. The Heavenly Dragon Temple is situated to the north of Mount Song and Dali, just outside the city. Sun Yi followed Duan Zhengquan and his son to the temple entrance. This temple served as the royal family's ancestral shrine, frequented by royal offspring, particularly by someone like Duan Yu, who had a fondness for Buddhism. Upon seeing Duan Yu, several monks quickly went to inform the abbot, Master Benin. Ba, esteemed guest. I regret my inability to welcome you in person. Master Benin exclaimed. Master Sun, this is Master Benin, the abbot of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Master, This is Master Sun Yi of the Turtle Immortal School. Before long, a resonant, aged voice was heard, and Duan Jinchun proceeded with the introductions. Afterward, the two were welcomed inside. There was no need for sparring, as the other party was also a member of the Duan family, practicing the same Yang finger technique. In terms of familial hierarchy, Master Benin was still Duan Jinchun's elder. Approaching Sun Yi, Master Benin gazed deeply into the young man's eyes, then nodded slightly and invited. Master Sun, the purpose of your visit has already been conveyed by Prince Duan. Please accompany me to transcribe the scriptures. By all means, I follow your arrangements. Sun Yi replied with a gentle smile, his demeanor calm as he leisurely followed Master Benin and his companion, Master Benxin, toward the main hall of the Heavenly Dragon Temple. Being a royal temple, it was devoid of the usual throngs of worshippers, and the entire Heavenly Dragon Temple exuded a serene and tranquil atmosphere. This was indeed the ideal environment for spiritual cultivation. Following Master Benin and Master Benxin through the spacious temple, Sun Yi felt the peaceful ambience and quietly nodded in approval. Soon, they arrived at a row of guest rooms, likely previously occupied by Emperor Baoding. Although the furnishings were not opulent, they offered a high level of comfort. Master Sun, please. Master Benin gestured toward one of the guest rooms. Please wait a moment. I shall send someone to fetch the scriptures, he added, leading Sun Yi into the room, which was already equipped with paper and writing tools. It seemed someone had recently been transcribing Buddhist texts, perhaps Duan Yu or Duan Jingming, Sun Yi mused. Meanwhile, Master Benin instructed the monks to gather the texts, which were primarily foundational materials. While many of the contents remained the same, the annotations from previous scholars might differ. So Sun Yi only needed to transcribe the unique insights. Since everything was prepared, Sun Yi promptly began transcribing. As an unexpected overnight stay at the Heavenly Dragon Temple could raise suspicions of ulterior motives, it was certainly best to return to the Duan residence for the night, especially since there might be some entertainment awaiting him. In less than half an hour, after finishing his transcription, Sun Yi returned to the Duan residence with Duan Jinchun, still concerned about the situation there. Nighttime. After Duan Jinchun left, Sun Yi prepared himself and took advantage of the unsuspecting assassin who had come under the cover of darkness. Engaging in a thrilling battle that lasted throughout the night, the two sides exchanged blows, and after more than 1,000 exchanges, Sun Yi finally subdued his opponent. Pondering whether the two worlds were indeed isolated from one another, and whether any repercussions would arise. At breakfast, Duan Yu observed Duan Jinchun and Sun Yi yawning helplessly beside him, prompting him to urge the two to rest and avoid staying up late. They readily agreed, yet exchanged glances with a hint of guilt, both appearing relatively normal but feeling somewhat uneasy. Sun Yi even found himself reflecting on the combat style of the assassin from the previous night, though he felt a twinge of reluctance. He acknowledged the importance of his health, knowing that accepting favors from the Duan family could complicate matters should they require assistance in the future. Just as Sun Yi yearned for new adventures, he decided not to linger any longer and promptly bid farewell to Duan Jinchun. Duan, after attempting to persuade him to stay for a while, relented, as his thoughts had been preoccupied with the two enchanting beauties outside. After their meal, Sun Yi once again declined Duan's entreaties, preparing his gear for the journey ahead. Just before his departure, the princess approached him, feeling considerably better than before after a period of illness. Furthermore, as Sun Yi was an outsider, it was inappropriate for her to meet male guests during the day. Thus, she adorned herself in formal attire befitting the occasion, her beauty reminiscent of blooming peach blossoms, her palace attire accentuating her fair complexion and the ethereal grace of a goddess. Having exited the Duan residence, Sun Yi resumed his travels, first visiting the Longhuan Jade Cave in the back mountains of Wuliangshan, which lay within the realm of the primitive pathways. He then ventured to the Wuliang Sword Sect, where he was warmly received by Zuozimo. Under Sun Yi's inquiries, Zuo provided detailed accounts of the addresses of the larger sects in the southern martial arts world. Over the following months, Sun Yi visited numerous sects, each with their own distinct philosophies and combat styles, yet in every encounter, whether through hidden weapons or direct confrontations, he remained impervious as long as his energy was not depleted. Thus, the moniker of indestructible Vajra that Sun Yi had earned began to spread. And with each new sect he visited, his reputation grew, rivaling the likes of Bei Qiaofeng and Nan Muro. Through countless battles, his energy also matured. When he first arrived in the Tianlong world, his energy levels were slightly superior to Yi Ernyang's inner strength, translating to a combat power of around 30. However, he now estimated it to be around 35, possibly comparable to Qiaofeng. Due to the distinctions between energy and internal strength, the destructive power exhibited in the Dragon Ball world would be vastly different. Of course, in the Tianlong world, the constraints of heaven and earth were significant, leading to a somewhat diminished disparity in destructive capabilities. His next destination was Suzhou City. He pondered whether to visit the Murong family's villa, known for its martial arts collection, and perhaps catch a glimpse of Azu and Wang Yuyan to see if their renowned skills in disguise were indeed as extraordinary as rumored, and whether the celestial beauty held true. Lost in thought, Sun Yi emerged from his guest room and casually chose a table by the window, summoning a waiter to order his meal. He still possessed a fair amount of silver and ordered several signature dishes. Sun Yi also contemplated whether he should learn some culinary skills. After all, having such knowledge in the Dragon Ball world would undoubtedly enhance his safety, even if his combat prowess did not increase. With a clap of his hands on the table, the storyteller, a man with a folding fan, began to recite, saying, Speaking of Zhang Fei. As Sun Yi absorbed the lively atmosphere of the tavern, his gaze wandered aimlessly until it landed on two figures approaching in the distance. On the street, a pair of individuals strolled by, one clad in monk robes, appearing to be a dignified monk in his 40s or 50s, and the other a frail young man of about 20, dressed as a scholar, none other than Duan Yu. It appeared that the monk was indeed Jiangshi. Master, it is time for lunch. There is an inn ahead. If you wish me to recite the sword manual, I should at least be allowed to have a hearty meal first, right? Sun Yi mused, realizing that despite his delay, the storyline was inevitably returning to its original path. Having been warmly entertained at the Duan residence, he could not stand idly by in the face of potential danger. As the two descended to the first floor, Sun Yi remained discreet, carefully observing for the right moment to intervene. Chapter 19. Jiangshi. The monk's identity was none other than the Tibetan national master, Jiangshi. Although his objective was the Six Meridians divine sword, he could not use severe coercion on Duan Yu, leaving him with little choice but to proceed step by step. Nevertheless, he was usually quite amicable, especially as a national master who was not short on funds. Once inside the inn, Jiangshi frowned upon discovering a lack of seating. Meanwhile, Duan Yu surveyed the surroundings and, by chance, caught sight of Sun Yi by the window. His eyes lit up, and he exclaimed, Young Master Sun, you are here too? Sun Yi smiled in return. I happened to see young Master Duan from a distance. I did not expect to meet again at the same tavern. If you do not mind, we could share a table. Duan Yu's face brightened. He had witnessed Sun Ye's martial prowess and, while unsure of its full extent, was certain it surpassed that of his father, Duan Zhenshun, giving him hope of defeating the monk beside him. Jiangshi, noticing Sun Ye's youth, initially dismissed him but then followed Duan Yu over, chanting a Buddhist incantation. Although Jiangshi did not regard Sun Yi highly, he did not show disdain, treating him as just another passerby. May I inquire your esteemed surname? Your humble servant is Sun Yi. I am honored by your regard, calling me the indestructible Vajra. May I ask how to address you, master? So, you are the renowned indestructible Vajra in the martial world. I am the Tibetan national master, Jiangshi. Oh, the esteemed national master. I beg your pardon. While Jiangshi did not take Sun Yi seriously, he acknowledged his rising reputation as a junior in the martial world. Since he had never been to the Central Plains and finding Mr. Morong's residence was no easy task, having Sun Yi as a guide would be most beneficial. Once seated, Sun Yi ordered a bowl of vegetarian noodles for Jiangshi and then heard him inquire, I am headed to the residence of the Morong family. Might I trouble you, young Master Sun, for directions to the Songhai Villa? To be frank, Master, I have been visiting various sects from south to north, and my next stop is indeed the Morong family in Suzhou. If you do not mind, I would be honored to accompany you. Sun Yi was also keen on assisting Duan Yu at the right moment. Although he was not afraid of confronting Jiangshi, he was concerned about potentially harming Duan Yu in the process. As Jiangshi settled at the table, the attentive waiter promptly brought another set of utensils. Sun Yi then ordered a chicken, several pounds of lamb, and various side dishes, most of which contained meat. Brother Duan, it has been a few days since we last parted. Who would have thought you would find yourself a captive again today? Sun Yi jested, raising his cup in a toast to Duan Yu. Young Master Sun, please do not mock me. I lack your formidable martial skills, Duan Yu replied, his face flushing with embarrassment. Come now, I am unaware whether Master practices Zen or esoteric Buddhism. If it is permissible for you to drink, I toast to you. If not, I can substitute tea for wine, which is equally acceptable. After drinking, I have a matter to consult with you, Master. Sun Yi raised his cup, first toasting Jiangshi. Jiangshi, intrigued, replied, I practice within the esoteric Buddhist sect, which does not prohibit consuming meat. I wonder what insights young Master Sun might share? I greatly admire the deeds of the Master, not only for your profound understanding of Buddhist teachings, but also for your unparalleled martial ability, which ranks among the best in the world. I raise this glass in admiration of your character, particularly your perseverance. To learn throughout life and remain unyielding is truly a feat few can achieve. Yet, it is only those with such tenacity who are most likely to succeed. Sun Yi finished his drink and continued, Setting aside other matters, it would be far better to rescue Duan Yu through words rather than resorting to violence. Brother Sun, you are mistaken. This great monk kidnapped me in his pursuit of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, which can only be deemed as abduction, not a study. Duan Yu could not accept Sun Ye's remarks, fully aware of their truth, yet compelled to counter them. Young Master Duan, I have mentioned several times that my pursuit of the 6 Meridians Divine Sword is solely for my agreement with Mr. Morong. I assure you I would not dare to steal a glance. Jamozi clarified solemnly, his dignified demeanor intact. My earlier toast was to honor the Master as perseverance. Even if the Master truly desires the 6 Meridians Divine Sword, such ambition is still commendable, Sun Yi replied with a wry smile, shifting the conversation. However, the Master is indeed a deeply learned monk in Buddhist philosophy. Upon reflection, one might ponder whether the present madness has crossed into the realm of obsession. Brother Sun, do not be deceived by this monk's eloquent words. In truth, he merely uses Mr. Morong as a pretext to manipulate me into relinquishing the 6 Meridians Divine Sword of Dali. In Duan Yu's eyes, all of Jamozi's actions are solely motivated by his desire for the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. And he naturally does not believe that Jamozi harbors any genuine affection for Morongbo. This is a candid observation, Jamozi's insatiable yearning for the 6 Meridians Divine Sword. Or rather, his pursuit of being the world's greatest has driven his thoughts to extremes. This has led him to indiscriminately covet any formidable martial art he encounters, striving to acquire it without a coherent direction. Young Master Duan, I have treated you with great courtesy along our journey. And this remark is one that Jamozi does not appreciate, as evidenced by the darkening of his expression. Sun Yi, sensing the impending conflict, interjected before Jamozi could respond. For Duan Yu was about to face trouble. Your Highness, please do not be angered. Young Master Duan merely expresses a few grievances. Sun Yi paused, shifting the subject. Might I ask what goal you are currently pursuing, Master? Is it to achieve unparalleled martial prowess, or to master all martial arts in the world? If it is the latter, you must surely find it unrealistic, would you not? Moreover, regarding the small formless technique you practice, I have heard it spoken of. It is a Taoist practice that emphasizes tranquility and non-action, allowing the spirit to roam the void. Only through the application of Taoist martial arts can one embody the essence of formlessness, evading form and leaving no trace. In comparison to the formless teachings within Buddhist martial arts, while the names may be similar, the essence is fundamentally different, to my knowledge. None who have practiced the small formless technique have concurrently engaged in Buddhist martial arts. Do you understand the reason for this? I would like to hear your insights. Upon hearing the mention of the small formless technique, Jamozi's expression initially shifted dramatically, but he quickly regained his composure. However, the handprint on the table betrayed his inner turmoil. Your Highness seems quite affected, Sun Yi remarked with a smile, shaking his head. Oh, pray tell, what do you mean by that? Jamozi inquired, intrigued. I am not entirely certain myself, yet I wish to share my perspective, Sun Yi replied, setting down his chopsticks to elaborate. It would be most advantageous to persuade him through discourse. Please enlighten me, Jamozi urged, though his countenance remained grave. Martial arts fundamentally involve the cultivation of essence, energy, and spirit. Each technique inherently carries the creator's mental state, physical condition, and even habitual imprints. Naturally, the depth of these personal imprints varies with the creator's skill. In my experience, the impact of Taoist and Buddhist techniques on one's mental state is the most pronounced. When an individual begins to practice a martial art, they initially mimic the technique step by step, like a fledgling artist copying a master. Even if they achieve some improvement, their inability to fully harmonize with the technique prevents them from unleashing its true power. After extensive practice, an ordinary person may adapt their body to the technique, resulting in growth that remains obscured within the long-term cultivation of internal energy. Additionally, the practice of any martial art subtly influences the practitioner's mental state. A skilled practitioner will, over time, fine-tune the technique to better align with their physical constitution and mental state. An even more adept individual may adjust the technique or create their own. Do you concur, Master? Jamozi found himself momentarily speechless, yet upon reflecting on his past experiences, he deemed this assertion quite reasonable. After all, internal energy is cultivated through a synthesis of mental perception and external energy, nourishing both body and spirit. It is only natural that differing natures exert influence over one's mental state, and at advanced levels, a breakthrough indeed demands certain mental prerequisites, akin to the Buddhist concept of knowledge obstructions. Chapter 20. The melody of the Zither Pavilion. The master, devoted to the study of Buddhist scriptures, naturally gravitates toward Buddhist thought, yet cultivates internal energy through Taoist techniques. This duality in practice causes his mental state to be swayed by the Taoist methods, leading to potential conflicts. While the influence may not be overwhelming, striving for the highest realms becomes increasingly arduous. However, the master also employs the martial arts of the Shaolin Buddhist school, dedicating half of his time to mastering various martial techniques. This endeavor can alter the nature of his internal and mental energy, rendering it ethereal and elusive, thus complicating his path to advancement. Furthermore, it is my understanding that mastery of the 72 Shaolin techniques requires a profound study of corresponding Buddhist philosophy, aligning one's mental state closely with that of the authors to progress further. Even highly learned monks who delve into multiple disciplines find their efforts interwoven, making significant achievements challenging. Although your highness has not practiced these techniques, your focused study of the methods, combined with the influence of your own Buddhist learning and Taoist foundation, inevitably creates latent risks. I advise you to reflect on any unusual symptoms you may have experienced during your practice before making any judgments. Additionally, allow me to impart this wisdom. There are only invincible individuals, not invincible techniques. Consider the 18 dragon subduing palms. It was only when it fell into the hands of Qiao Feng that it became the pinnacle of martial arts in the world. Master, while the threat to you is not yet severe, relinquishing the pursuit of others' achievements in favor of refining your own martial arts may help you eliminate these risks. Having shared these thoughts, Sun Yi seized the opportunity while Jamozi contemplated, settling the bill and preparing to whisk Duan Yu away unnoticed. The insights he had articulated stemmed from years of cultivation within the Dragon Ball realm, mingled with conjectures from his previous life on the internet, and recent observations of internal energy, all aimed at refining his understanding of martial practice. After all, the worldviews forged in his past life are not easily altered, and Sun Yi remains unaccustomed to the idealistic practices of cultivation, favoring a more scientific approach centered on extensive experimentation, synthesis, and improvement. However, pursuing this path necessitates companions and a multitude of experiments, particularly with regards to the delicate nature of mental explorations. Fortunately, with the existence of the world-traversing device, he can focus his investigations on various realms, potentially unraveling the essence of energy more readily. Nevertheless, for the time being, securing Duan Yu's escape is paramount. Unlike Naruto, he lacks the gift of persuasion, and even if Jamozi's resolve wavers, his character suggests he will not relinquish his pursuit of the Six Meridians' divine sword without opposition. Only through intervention or hitting a wall might he reconsider his stance. It would be prudent for young Master Sun to withdraw, as his gestures indicate a lack of knowledge regarding acupoint release techniques. Improperly releasing acupoints could endanger Duan Yu. Yet, Sun Yi had recently delved into the essence of acupoints and was eager to experiment with energy-based release, but was interrupted by Jamozi. Thus, Sun Yi set aside his intentions to use Duan Yu as a test subject and chose to remain close until the acupoints were unblocked. Perhaps he might first study acupoint techniques, for the consequences of energy-based release were uncertain. Forgive my intrusion, Master. I have been graciously hosted by Lord and Lady Duan, and upon witnessing young Master Duan's predicament, I cannot remain idle. Sun Yi refrained from openly antagonizing Jamozi. In the current state of affairs, Sun Yi surmised that he might gain the upper hand against Jamozi in a confrontation, even potentially defeating him. However, without engaging, all remained speculative. It was equally likely that, after evading Sun Yi's initial assaults, Jamozi could turn the tide against him. Of course, without testing this hypothesis, it remained conjectural, and the potential risk of harm to Duan Yu in a desperate situation was significant. Jamozi, seeking a companion to guide him to Swallow's Nest, sensed that Sun Yi was not his adversary, and promptly joined his hands in prayer, stating, "I am grateful for your assistance, young Master Sun. I kindly request your guidance." Thus, during the meal, the three remained enveloped in silence. After finishing their meal, Jamozi noticed that Sun Yi remained silent, and he took the initiative to speak. "If the young master is unwilling to lead the way, please do enlighten me on the route to King Manor at Yanzhou, and I shall find my own path." He believed in mutual respect. Thus, as Jamozi maintained a serene disposition, Sun Yi too refrained from hostility and smiled as he guided the way. Only by taking action could they find an opportunity to rescue others. "Master, please," he said. Days later, they arrived at the shores of Taihu Lake. Perhaps due to the timing, a small boat drifted towards them, manned by a maiden clad in green, who rowed gently while singing a soft tune, her voice sweet and pure. It was likely that she was Abby. After all, beauty has always been a rare resource, not easily found everywhere. Duan Yu had already developed an interest in the poetry and articles of the past during his time in Dali, and he was now entranced by her melodious song. Only Jamozi appeared indifferent, a testament to his years of devoted study of Buddhist teachings. Though one might criticize his unscrupulousness in seizing martial prowess, his spiritual cultivation was undeniable. He addressed the maiden. Might I inquire, young lady, if you know the whereabouts of Kang Manor? I have come to pay respects at an old friend's grave, fulfilling a promise from the past. Yet I find myself at a loss for directions. At this moment, the maiden had drawn closer to the shore and interjected, Master, why are you seeking Kang Manor? Is there something you need? Her voice was remarkably gentle, offering an inexplicable comfort. Jamozi replied, I wish to visit Kang Manor. Could you kindly point me in the right direction? The maiden smiled and said, the name Kang Manor is not known to outsiders. Where did you hear it, Master? Jamozi recounted his intentions to honor Murongbo with a tribute from the 6 Meridian Sword Manual, and they exchanged pleasantries, leading to Abby inviting them to her residence. During this time, Sunny chose not to engage in conversation, while Duanyu was lost in the enchantment of Abby's voice. Before Duanyu could interject, their discussion concluded. And Jamozi gently placed his hand on Duanyu's shoulder as they boarded the small boat. Abby offered a slight smile to both Jamozi and Duanyu. However, Sun Yi unexpectedly leapt onto the boat, causing it to sway precariously, startling Abby, whose face paled momentarily. Jamozi, too, braced himself, ready to leap back to shore at any moment. Once the boat steadied, the group engaged in light conversation as Abby paddled them toward Yanzuo. Sun Yi and Jamozi remained silent, but Duanyu's nature, inherited from his father, activated, and he conversed cheerfully with Abby. Before long, the boat circled a few times on the lake, transitioning into the vast waters. Observing that the journey was still lengthy, Sun Yi took the oar from Abby, following her indicated path. Shortly after, Sun Yi guided the small boat into a small harbor where the surface was adorned with lotus leaves. Without guidance, one would not have discerned a passage. After navigating through winding waterways for over 2 hours, a glimpse of a corner of an eave appeared among the distant green willows. One by one, they disembarked and found themselves before a few scattered houses, with a plaque inscribed with the characters Qin Yun, elegantly penned. Jamozi inquired, Is this Kang Manor at Yanzuo? Abby naturally shook her head. After some discussion, Abby remained unwilling to directly lead them into the manor, compelling Jamozi to acquiesce and wait patiently as instructed. Chapter 21. Repelling Jamozi frustrated that his plans had been thwarted, Jamozi's expression darkened. As the national master of Tubo, his status was immensely prestigious. Not only in Tubo but also in regions like the Song and Dali, sovereigns would treat him with utmost respect. Yet, he found himself at a disadvantage with Abby. However, he quickly composed himself, calming his emotions as he awaited further developments. While they conversed, an elderly man with silver hair and beard emerged from the back hall, leaning on a cane. He addressed Abby, who was making such a commotion here. His speech was in standard Mandarin, articulate and refined, yet Sun Yi scrutinized him closely. Despite his suspicions, he found no overt flaws. Once the elder exited, a thin man in his 50s followed, engaging in jovial banter, which led Sun Yi to sense something amiss. It appeared that a Zhu had arrived. What followed was a series of comedic exchanges as a Zhu changed her appearance multiple times before entering. Eventually, even Jamozi began to suspect something was off. Assuming that the Murong family wished to prevent him from paying tribute to Murongbo, ended up being toyed with by the two maidens, rendering Jamozi powerless. He ultimately revealed his intention to burn offerings at Murongbo's grave, hoping to intimidate them. Upon hearing this, both maidens were taken aback. For Jamozi's demeanor was calm and earnest, showing no signs of jest. Sunny interjected with a laugh, Master, you jest with me here. You will not harm young Master Duan in any way. Even if I may not match your strength, I am confident in safeguarding our lives. Not to mention that until we engage, the victor remains uncertain. Abby and Zhu, not wishing to provoke a confrontation indoors, pressured Jamozi into releasing Duan Yu's acupoint. Jamozi, perhaps underestimating Sun Yi and Duan Yu, indeed proceeded to unseal Duan Yu's acupoint. Sun Yi did not intervene once Duan Yu was freed. He felt unperturbed by Jamozi's potential threats against him, allowing him to proceed with the rescue. However, despite unsealing the acupoint, Duan Yu remained reluctant to take action, ultimately forcing Jamozi to strike first. Fortunately, Sun Yi had anticipated this, and as Jamozi made his move, Sun Yi gathered his energy to counter, resulting in a clash of palms. Instantly, a wave of energy surged through the surroundings, causing Jamozi to stagger back 5 steps to dissipate the force. The shockwave startled Zhu, who let out a shriek and nimbly evaded, drawing Jamozi's attention. However, for the moment, Jamozi was solely focused on Sun Yi, his expression turning grave. He had previously dismissed Sun Yi, but was now surprised to find himself at a disadvantage. He was confident that even if the young Master Murong were present, he would not falter, yet this newcomer, recently renowned as the indomitable Vajra, had forced him to retreat several paces without so much as a tremor from Sun Yi. Observing Sun Yi's unwavering stance, Duan Yu felt a surge of joy and hesitated to leave, only to be urged away by Abby and Zhu. These two were astute, knowing that the absence of martial skills could lead to them being captured by Jamozi as leverage against Sun Yi. As soon as Duan Yu and the others stirred, Jamozi lunged toward Duan Yu. Sun Yi quickly positioned himself in front of Jamozi, declaring, "Master, your opponent is me. Defeat me first, and then you may pursue them." Jamozi's eyes gleamed with cold intensity. "Since you refuse to heed my warning, I shall test your abilities and see what you are truly capable of." Gathering his internal energy, Jamozi's right hand glowed crimson as he unleashed his signature technique, the Flame Blade, a fierce and scorching attack aimed directly at Sun Yi. Unfazed, Sun Yi released a wave of energy that shattered the Flame Blade into sparks, resembling a vibrant firework, before surging toward Jamozi. Despite its sharpness, the energy's insufficient intensity rendered it futile. "Ha!" Sun Yi bellowed, taking an agile step forward, launching a punch aimed squarely at Jamozi's face. Even before his fist reached its target, Jamozi felt the force of the wind, realizing that if Sun Yi's strength were to double, he could strike with the same force as the Turtle Sage. Jamozi's expression shifted slightly. He recognized that this was a power he could not withstand directly. The force exhibited was not akin to internal energy, but resembled the physical assault of external martial arts, undeniably formidable. The Great Compassionate Thousand-Leaf Palm. Jamozi unleashed the Shaolin's Great Compassionate Thousand-Leaf Palm, employing a gentle strength to erode the force behind Sun Yi's punch. He retreated 3 steps, effectively neutralizing Sun Yi's striking power. Sun Yi felt as though his fist had struck a soft, undulating force field, layers of energy rippling like water, absorbing his own strength. After breaking through 2 layers of palm force, he halted. For a time, Sun Yi and Jamozi engaged in a fierce exchange. Jamozi consistently relied on soft energy to dissipate Sun Yi's strength. However, he soon realized that Sun Yi's approach was straightforward, lacking the finesse to evade or maneuver at close range, prompting him to employ more agile close-quarters techniques. Yet, there remained a disparity between them. Sun Yi shrugged off a few blows as if they were inconsequential, merely brushing off his garments. In contrast, a single blow could leave Jamozi severely injured. After several more exchanges, Jamozi seized an opportunity to leap out of the combat zone, intending to pursue Duan Yu and the others. Coincidentally, Sun Yi, having witnessed Jamozi's martial prowess, gathered his mental energy, focusing it into his fists and feet, akin to the Kamehameha technique. With an almost imperceptible speed, he advanced, his form seemingly teleporting, and suddenly struck out at Jamozi like a falling star. Jamozi's eyes widened in horror as he could only cross his arms defensively across his chest. Despite their comparable energy levels, one was harnessing it explosively from their meridians while the other could actively concentrate their full power. The difference in combat capability was astronomical. The impact was thunderous. Jamozi felt an excruciating pain in his arms, accompanied by a sharp crack, either a fracture or a break. His body involuntarily flew backward, crashing through the wall of a house, propelled by the force, as he coughed up blood midair. "Young Master Sun, your skills are commendable. I have learned much. Until we meet again." Jamozi decisively acknowledged his predicament, knowing he could not emerge victorious. Enduring the searing pain, he vanished from sight after a few swift movements. "Anytime. I am at your service," Sun Yi replied with a calm smile, standing tall. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly in Jamozi's ears as he fled, and from a distance. It seemed Jamozi quickened his pace. Nevertheless, Sun Yi did not relent and pursued him, for escaping the island required finding a boat. And Duan Yu and the others had already boarded. Their encounter would be troublesome. "That monk is truly detestable. If only I could defeat him, I would make him pay," he thought with a huff. Meanwhile, Duan Yu, fleeing, felt a pang of irritation. Jamozi was like an unwelcome leech, clinging to them relentlessly. While he spoke, he occasionally glanced back, aware that Sun Yi was preoccupied with their adversary. Zhu and Abai responded vaguely but kept their eyes trained on the direction of the Qinyan Pavilion. Chapter 22. The Mandala Villa. Suddenly, their eyes brightened as they spotted someone hastily approaching. Upon closer inspection, it was Jamozi, clad in monk's robes. The moment they recognized him, alarm spread among them. And on the boat, they began rowing vigorously to distance themselves from the island. Just as they started, they saw Sun Yi emerge from the building, pursuing Jamozi. Disregarding Duan Yu and the others, Jamozi commandeered a small boat, taking a servant along to guide him, propelling away with internal energy. Zhu hurriedly beckoned Sun Yi to board, ready to set sail from the island. "Fear not, ladies. Jamozi has been driven away by my hand. I hesitated earlier only because I was concerned for young Master Duan's safety while his acupoints remained sealed. I awaited the right moment." Zhu and Abai, initially tense, relaxed upon hearing this. Sun Yi continued, "However, several structures have sustained varying degrees of damage due to the altercation, So we should vacate this area. We can return once repairs are completed. They nodded in agreement. For Duan Yu, the presence of beautiful women rendered the location inconsequential. Thus, Sun Yi boarded the vessel. And Zhu and Bai prepared to row, demonstrating their respect. As maids, their status at Yanzhou was not insignificant. The group reached a place called Tinjiuju, disembarking, where Zhu and Bai promptly arranged for lunch. Much appreciated, ladies, Sun Yi replied graciously, accepting the hospitality. Soon, male servants presented an array of fruits and snacks followed by exquisite hot dishes, a delightful mix of meat and vegetables, complemented by local seafood, each dish meticulously prepared. The fish and shrimp bore southern flavors, harmonizing with fruits to create a natural fragrance. After satisfying their appetites, as Sun Yi expressed his intention to depart, he inquired about the location of the mandala villa. After some persuasion, Zhu and Bai, seeing Sun Yi's determination, decided to prepare a boat to escort him. Given the current circumstances, Sun Yi's martial prowess ensured his safety. If he sought the villa, he would undoubtedly find it. It was preferable for them to guide him and ease the atmosphere, especially since Duan Yu would surely follow the ladies. In this harmonious setting, the small boat glided toward the mandala villa. The Wang family, proprietors of the villa, were notable figures in the Taihu region, possessing numerous businesses and servants. With Madame Wang frequently hunting down unfaithful men, any weaker factions had long been eradicated. Due to her relationship with Duan Zhenchun, Madame Wang, Li Qiluo, often coerced men with mistresses to slaughter their entire families, ultimately ending up with their mistresses. If they refused, they would be repurposed as fertilizer, rendering her utterly unreasonable. As the boat turned past a row of weeping willows, a cluster of camellia flowers reflected crimson against the water. Just as they were about to land, the sound of footsteps approached from the shore. Two familiar maids were passing by. One maid, clutching a bouquet, spotted Zhu and Bai as they disembarked and hurried over. Her face alight with joy. Zhu, Bai, how bold you are, sneaking a man here. Madam says that if two little maids bring a man, they should be marked with a cross on their faces, ruining their beauty. Before she could finish, she broke into a smile. Zhu spat, rolling her eyes at the maid. After a brief exchange of banter, they inquired about Madame Wang's whereabouts, although they knew she would not just have present. Confirming that she was absent allowed Zhu to breathe a sigh of relief. Madame Wang was known for her strong and eccentric demeanor, with young Master Murong away. It was likely she would show no leniency, especially towards mere maids like Zhu and Bai. Sun Yi, a martial arts master, could not guarantee who would suffer in a potential conflict. Despite her dislike for Madame Wang, Zhu's kindness prevented her from wishing any harm upon her. After their conversation, unable to act independently in search of the library, Sun Yi followed Zhu back to the Tingxiang Yuxia. When Sun Yi announced his departure, Zhu attempted to persuade him to stay, but upon seeing his resolve, she ceased her attempts. Meanwhile, Duan Yu remained as a guest during this time. Sun Yi revealed Duan Yu's identity, and Zhu and Bai recognized him as a key figure to cultivate ties with Murong Fu, and they bore no ill will. Especially since Duan Yu was adept at charming women. Zhu dispatched someone to row Sun Yi to the nearest shore, and after he departed, the servant returned. Later that night, around 10 o'clock, when it was likely everyone had retired for the evening, Sun Yi retrieved a capsule, releasing a small, quiet single-person flying device, heading toward the mandala villa. Fortunately, he had previously placed a locator. Otherwise, navigating in the dark would have been challenging. Finding a secluded area where no one was around, Sun Yi stored the flying device and took out a scanner, beginning his search through the surrounding rooms. After perusing several rooms, he quickly discovered a mechanism within one of them. After pondering for a moment, Sun Yi successfully activated the mechanism. Upon entering, Sun Yi surveyed his surroundings. Beside the door, he noted a mechanism switch. Quickly, he closed the door and proceeded further inside, descending for several meters until he reached a hidden chamber. He promptly began scanning and documenting the secret texts present in the room. During this process, he also took the opportunity to peruse the texts. Time passed until it seemed to be the following day. In between, he had consumed 2 meals, both consisting of convenient provisions he had brought from the capsule. Suddenly, he heard a faint commotion outside. The door to the chamber swung open, allowing a sliver of light to spill in from above. You all may descend. I shall meditate here for 10 days. Just remember to deliver meals on time. A commanding yet melodious voice resonated from outside, accompanied by the sound of footsteps. A woman entered. She wore a light-colored dress that flowed to the ground, with a slender waist that could be encompassed by a single hand. Her appearance bore a striking resemblance to the jade statue found in the secret cave of Mount Wuliang. Yet she also inherited features from Wuyazi that did not diminish her beauty, perhaps due to her practice of the minor formless art. She appeared to be merely in her 20s, albeit with a more voluptuous figure and an air of maturity. Her expression was serious, unlike the jade statue's enigmatic smile. She was indeed Lady Li Qingluo. As soon as the door closed behind her, Sun Yi seized the moment and struck her acupoint from a distance. "Is it you, Chungu?" Li Qingluo's voice quivered, turning unexpectedly sweet. However, before she could gather her thoughts, Sun Yi stepped forward. Upon realizing it was not Duan Zhongshan, her expression shifted, turning icy, and her tone reverted to its original sharpness as she demanded, "Who are you? Do you not know this is Mandala Villa?" It seemed her acupoint had been sealed, for although her tone was harsh, her body remained still. Chapter 23. Li Qingluo. As Sun Yi approached, without waiting for a response, Li Qingluo suddenly lunged forward, swiftly drawing a gleaming long sword from her waist and thrusting it towards him. Sun Yi immediately grasped the sword's edge, exerting pressure until the seemingly smooth and sharp blade shattered into several pieces, scattering about. He then forcefully pulled her into his embrace, restraining her hands. Producing steel handcuffs from his person, he secured her wrists behind her back, rendering her even more conspicuous, and after binding her feet, he affixed her to a pillar. Once she was subdued, Sun Yi examined her acupoints. It appeared that the energy and acupoint sealing were not entirely compatible, resulting in a rather loose seal that was easily broken by her internal force. "I naturally know this is Mandala Villa," he replied with a faint smile. "Knowing this, you still dare to come? Are you not aware of the villa's rules that any man who enters uninvited must lose his legs? Why do you not leave at once?" Li Qingluo's expression darkened. Sun Yi observed her closely, realizing that her bravado was not merely a facade. "Huh, you, the mistress of Mandala Villa, are now in my grasp. What can you do, even if I have intruded?" Sun Yi found her nabet both amusing and infuriating. Did she truly lack self-awareness? He had no intention of engaging further. Was she truly so foolish? Inheriting the looks of Li Qiushui and Wu Yazi, she seemed oblivious to her surroundings. Either neglected or accustomed to a life of luxury, her intellect appeared somewhat questionable. Sun Yi resumed his study of the martial arts manuals, but Li Qingluo's incessant chatter, akin to a madwoman, grew tiresome. Eventually, he silenced her by stuffing her mouth. After some time, as she continued to struggle, he decided to experiment with her acupoints, removing the obstruction from her mouth. He warned her, "For each acupoint I name, you must respond with its function. If your answers differ after 2 inquiries, I shall conduct an experiment on you." Rummaging through several diagrams of internal energy acupoints, which he had previously compiled, he began his rapid-fire questioning. After a while, he completed his inquiry on her acupoints and proceeded to repeat the questions at an increasingly faster pace, denying her time to contemplate. After 5 rounds, he noted that a third of the recorded data was inconsistent. Selecting some non-lethal acupoints, he experimented on them, eliciting sensations of itchiness and numbness, causing her to break into a sweat. Seizing the opportunity, he scrutinized her closely. No wonder Duan Zhongshan and her current partner could hardly distinguish between north and south. She possessed considerable allure. Without such allure, she would not willingly accept the burdens of another. Before long, amid her struggles, Li Qingluo managed to free her hands from the cuffs, remove the obstruction from her mouth, and began to shout angrily, attempting to channel her internal force to attack. Sun Yi, now irritated, found himself losing restraint, possibly due to his modern upbringing, which did not emphasize strict gender roles, and perhaps a bit of hubris from his own strength. He swiftly subdued Li Qingluo's hands, placing them upon his knee and striking her. In the ensuing struggle, he inadvertently ignited a spark of anger, and everything escalated naturally from there. Dressing himself, he casually draped the bedding he had just removed over her unconscious form. Sun Yi felt a sense of relief. After 2 consecutive hours, he had released the pent-up tension he had accumulated. Coupled with some internal energy techniques he had studied in the hidden chamber, he exerted all his force to enhance his movements. Though Sun Yi's overall strength in the Dragon Ball world was not particularly formidable, it surpassed the limits of ordinary humans, leading Li Qingluo to succumb to slumber after their encounter. Even if she had not intended to play with fire, once the flames of passion were ignited, Sun Yi, being adept in the knowledge of meridians and acupoints, ensured that she could not stop. He observed her kneeling on the bed, her figure curvaceous. For someone who could be of use to him, Sun Yi would not hold back, but he would need to consider how to reclaim her heart, as he needed to dissolve the imprint of Duan Zhongshan in her mind. Whether love or hate, it must be redirected towards himself. Her fixation was merely a lingering obsession, and once that was dispelled, her attachment to Duan Zhongshan would fade. Alongside this, he indulged in the extensive martial arts knowledge of the Longhuan Blessed Land. Much of the martial arts from the Tianlong world was encompassed within it, albeit lacking some of the most elite lineages. Sun Yi himself did not particularly value those so-called top-tier legacies, What he sought was a holistic understanding, synthesizing the essence of the internal energy system to comprehend its foundational principles, preparing himself to harmonize with this system. Although it belonged to a low martial world, Sun Yi indeed glimpsed a sliver of its profundity. The practice of cultivating energy is fundamentally about the interconnection of essence, energy, and spirit, collectively advancing the evolution of life, ultimately achieving transcendence. In the Dragon Ball universe, the energy lacks the pathways that intertwine these three elements. It merely enhances physical power. Only when Sun Wukong transforms into a Super Saiyan God does the ultimate enhancement of divine energy facilitate the evolution of his body, albeit at a very slow rate without active cultivation. In the Dragon Ball realm, there exists but one path to evolution, which is contingent upon attaining divine status. Only then does it connect the essence, energy, and spirit to propel overall evolution. However, basing evolution upon divine status implies that the limitations of the divine status also restrict the extent of evolution. Consequently, the methods of internal energy evolution hold great significance for Sun Yi, yet any singular cultivation method is not overly critical. What is paramount now is to extract internal energy to drive evolution, combining it with energy, which can be explored through foundational texts. The profound knowledge concerning human evolution is often concealed within the most esoteric of texts, potentially accessible only through the secret teachings of Taoism or Buddhism. The ordinary methods for cultivating internal energy are merely supplementary techniques. However, the aggregation of numerous manuals, such as those found in the Longhuan Jade Cave, plays a significant role, aiding Sun Yi in better understanding the essence of internal energy and its role in facilitating evolution, while supplementing knowledge in the Mandala Villa through gathering, analysis, and summarization. Li Qingluo, a ripe fruit of wisdom, daily sees the opportunity to delve into the essence of dual cultivation techniques, collectively transforming their physical constitutions through a process of cleansing and fortifying. Of course, the objective was solely to enhance their strength, without overthinking it. After Sun Yi exerted himself under a 30-kilogram load and explored various methods, he eventually began to plead for mercy and express submission, resulting in a natural progression of events. Regardless of the underlying truth, he appeared to be compliant on the surface. Especially after leaving the secret chamber, Sun Yi unleashed a Kamehameha wave in front of Li Qingluo, creating towering waves that soared several meters high in the distant waters, further harmonizing their relationship. Chapter 24. Xiao Feng. After spending several days in the secret chamber, Sun Yi found himself bored from merely reading manuals and sleeping. While toying with something in his hand, he deployed the purchased mechanical spy insects, activating his computer to display real-time footage. As dawn approached, with the sun just beginning to rise in the east, he first checked on the situation at Tingxiang Pavilion, eager to see if Duan Yu was still present. Upon arrival, he observed several servants tidying up, remnants of a struggle evident in the living room. It became clear to him that Duan Yu had already departed, leaving him uncertain if he would catch the incident at Xingzi Forest. Contemplating this, Sun Yi released a multitude of mechanical insects heading towards Wuxi. Previously, rumors had circulated in the martial world that the Beggars sect would convene in Wuxi to settle scores with the people of Western Xia. It seemed the incident at Xingzi Forest was imminent, and he needed to act swiftly, lest he miss out on the excitement. Suddenly, a figure flashed across the screen. It was Duan Yu. Sun Yi's heart leaped, and he promptly commanded two nearby mechanical insects to follow Duan Yu, resuming his reading and training. After reaching a suitable level of weight training, he rested briefly before commencing his unweighted practice. He first deployed a room and a capsule filled with training equipment before Li Qingluo. She was utterly astonished, prompting Sun Yi to elevate his actions further. Since words could not convey his intentions, he resolved to manifest them through deeds. With a breakthrough achieved, he intensified his efforts. Sun Yi would not blindly follow Duan Yu. Once in Wuxi, all mechanical insects dispersed quickly to locate the disciples of the Beggars sect. If they could find them, time was still on their side. If not, it would signify that the opportunity had passed. Thus, Sun Yi remained unperturbed. Although he had acquired the North Sea Divine Skill and the Lingbo Weibo, he had not yet dared to practice them due to the passage of time. He had already memorized the route for Lingbo Weibo, having practiced channeling qi through his meridians a few times in the past few days, which had altered its nature. He merely needed to practice Lingbo Weibo a few times to ensure he could make a graceful entrance. Soon, the mechanical insects, following Duan Yu, located Xiao Feng. Since Sun Yi did not know Xiao Feng, the other mechanical insects had to rely on the Beggars sect disciples, which would undoubtedly be a slower process. Upon witnessing their meeting, Sun Yi ensured Li Qingluo was settled before discreetly exiting through another emergency exit in the Longhuan Jade Cave, which led to a modestly appointed boudoir, devoid of occupants. leaving him uncertain whether it belonged to Li Qingluo or Wang Yuyan. Without further thought, he prepared his belongings and set off. In just half a day's time, he arrived within Wuxi's borders. Before he could even reach the city, he heard someone calling his name from afar. Upon closer inspection, it was Duan Yu, standing beside a robust man in his 30s, Xiao Feng, indeed. As he approached, he listened as Duan Yu introduced them. Brother, this is Sun Yi, who has saved me twice, known as the Unyielding Vidra. This is my sworn brother, the leader of the beggar sect, Xiao Feng, known as the Northern Xiao Feng. Honored to meet you, Xiao Gangzhu, Sun Yi greeted respectfully, acknowledging Xiao Feng's esteemed reputation. Modesty is unnecessary. The name of the Unyielding Vajra is indeed well known to me. Coincidentally, my brother and I were just about to return to the city for a celebratory drink. Sun Gongzi, you are welcome to join us, Xiao Feng exclaimed with warmth. Though I originally intended to challenge you to a duel, since you have extended an invitation, I shall prioritize our drinking session and defer our contest until afterward. Sun Yi replied, enthusiastic about the prospect. Ah, Sun Gongzi, your forthrightness is commendable. Once I conclude the gathering of my sect, we shall certainly engage in a spirited bout. Xiao Feng responded, equally forthright, recognizing that Sun Yi harbored no ill intentions, but rather a desire for friendly competition. Soon, the group returned to the city. With numerous disciples of the beggar's sect present, as soon as Xiao Feng and Sun Yi appeared in Wuxi, they were quickly noticed. Two ragged figures resembling beggars rushed towards them, prompting Xiao Feng to halt. After a brief exchange, it was revealed that someone had infiltrated the local branch. Xiao Feng turned to Duan Yu and asked, Brother, will you accompany me? Of course, Duan Yu replied. Sun Yi took his leave, understanding that their relationship was not yet solid enough to impose. While he lamented missing the commotion, he could always say he followed the Western Xia people later that evening. It was the perfect opportunity to grab a meal. Regardless of the outcome at Xingzi Forest, Xiao Feng's identity remained unchanged. Once at the scene, he could not let himself feel frustration without taking action at the critical moment to salvage some regrets. Sun Yi prepared a note and placed it inside a larger mechanical insect, aware that he would need to play the role of a fortune teller today. After the two departed, Sun Yi casually found a place to eat and followed the path left by the mechanical insects, seeking the direction of the Western Xia. Upon reaching Xingzi Forest, he coincidentally found Quan Qing arguing with Xiao Feng. Sun Yi observed closely for a moment, and as soon as the mechanical insects found traces of the Western Xia, he swiftly exited. Xiao Gangzhu, Sun Yi pays his respects, he announced, covering the distance of several dozen zhang in the blink of an eye, employing the Lingbo Weibu with remarkable precision. Upon spotting Sun Yi, Xiao Feng greeted him with a hearty laugh. Ah, it is brother Sun Yi. What brings you here? Sun Yi smiled and replied, I was resting in the wild and noticed some Western Xia individuals heading in this direction, so I came to investigate. However, it seems your esteemed sect has pressing matters to attend to. Given Sun Yi's good intentions, Xiao Feng felt it inappropriate to dismiss him. Just as he was about to instruct someone to handle the situation, the sound of galloping hooves interrupted their conversation as two riders approached the Xingzi Forest. With the beggar's sect convening, there were naturally guards patrolling nearby to alert against potential threats. Though these guards failed to notice Sun Yi, any average second-rate fighter would struggle to go undetected. The riders consisted of an elderly man and an elderly woman. The man was notably short, while the woman was remarkably tall. Xiao Feng stood to greet them, exclaiming, Tan Gong and Tan Pa from the Chongshao Cave of Taiying Mountain have arrived. I apologize for the lack of a proper welcome. Elder Su and 6 other elders from the beggar's sect approached to pay their respects. Observing the situation, Sun Yi realized it was time to unveil Xiao Feng's background. Soon, others began to arrive, including Zhao Qian's son and Dan Zhang. As Elder Su and Dan Zhang settled, Dan Zhang called out, Please invite Madame Ma to join us for a discussion. Chapter 25. A reminder. From behind the trees emerged a small sedan chair, and a young woman clad in white silk gracefully stepped out. Bowing her head, she greeted Xiao Feng, saying, The widow of Ma Minwen pays her respects to the leader. Xiao Feng returned the gesture, replying, Sister-in-law, you honor me. The others present urged Madame Ma to recount the events of the evening in detail, with corroboration from the elders of the beggar sect and Shanzhang. Though Xiao Feng sensed something amiss, he maintained a composed demeanor. Having never committed any wrongdoing in his life, he felt no fear of false accusations. However, as the narrative unfolded, his expression began to shift, culminating in the realization that the matter was a direct assault on him. Elder Su coughed a few times and remarked, This situation is fraught with entanglements. It truly puts an old man in a difficult position. At this moment, the assembly understood that Elder Su had invited the Tan couple and Shanzhang to the beggar's sect to lend weight to their claims, affirming their authenticity. The old monk could provide testimony. Suddenly, From deep within the apricot grove, a venerable voice rang out, resonating like thunder across the distance, indicating a mastery of internal strength. The crowd turned, and from behind an apricot tree emerged an elderly monk clad in a gray robe, his visage both dignified and imposing. Elder Su and the others hastily welcomed him, exclaiming, "Master Zhiguang of Tiantai Mountain has arrived. It has been over 30 years since we last met, and you still appear so vigorous. Today, the presence of the Buddha truly blesses our beggars sect." Zhao Qian's son interjected. Master Zhiguang was also involved in the great battle at the rocky valley outside Yamen Pass. Please share your account. Thus, a tale from 30 years prior began to unfold. Despite some alterations in the narrative, nothing surprised Sun Yi, who had already discerned the essence of the gathering. Once Master Zhiguang concluded his detailed exposition, he turned to face Qiao Feng and inquired, "Leader Qiao, what would you do if you learned of this information?" Before Qiao Feng could respond, Sun Yi laughed. Perceiving the collective confusion of the assembly, if Shaolin's martial arts were so easy to master, why did it only produce a handful of monks? If martial prowess had such significance, why did the Song dynasty fail to secure victories? It seemed that when personal interests were at stake, discerning truth from falsehood became an arduous task. The remaining attendees seethed with anger, ready to lash out, yet only Master Zhiguang sighed, "Ba, indeed, we have erred. And I feel deep remorse." The crowd was visibly moved. They recognized that those of great renown often struggled to admit their mistakes. Yet Master Zhiguang was bold enough to accept responsibility. Sun Yi had fully grasped the true nature of the beggar sect meeting. It was not merely an inquiry into Ma Daiyuan's demise, but a struggle for power. Master Zhiguang, lacking ambition, harbored profound distrust towards Qiao Feng's identity as a Khitan, rendering him susceptible to manipulation. Meanwhile, Qiao Feng's overwhelming prestige within the sect had incited the ire of several elders and many branch leaders, including Madame Ma and Su Chouxiao, all conspiring to oust him from his position. The room fell into stunned silence as the revelation that the esteemed leader of the beggars sect, known as the Northern Qiao Feng, was not Han but Khitan, was nearly unimaginable. In this tumultuous era, with the Song and Liao at odds, the enmity was convoluted and inextricable. Sun Yi, as a modern individual, struggled to comprehend the underlying motives, yet this very detachment allowed him clarity. National grievances and personal vendettas were innumerable, indeed. The battle at Yanmen Pass 30 years prior was but a microcosm of the deeper hatred that led martial artists to act without understanding. Most astonishing was Qiao Feng, who had identified as Han for 30 years and was now confronted with his Khitan heritage, stirring tumultuous emotions within him. He let out a bitter laugh, realizing the situation had escalated beyond his comprehension. Despite his tireless efforts in elevating the beggars sect to its current heights, he found himself unaccepted by those he once led. "Ba, Qiao Shizhu, a monk does not speak falsehoods. Your Khitan lineage is indisputable. If you seek vengeance, let it begin with me," Master Zhiguang lamented, presenting himself as a willing target. Yet, even as the monk made such a declaration, it was evident that Qiao Feng's character would not permit him to resort to violence, and Master Zhiguang remained unflinching in his expression. Whether Qiao Feng is Khitan or Han, the fact that he commands such respect within the beggars sect has led to betrayal. "It seems the sect is destined to decline amidst intrigue," Sun Yi remarked, smirking at the unfolding drama. "Impudence. This is not a matter for you to comment on." Elder Su could no longer restrain himself, his weathered face contorted with anger. To his further dismay, he noticed that aside from a few disciples, many present displayed expressions of agreement with Sun Yi's words. "Brother Sun, this is an internal matter of the beggars sect, and all shall await Qiao's resolution." Qiao Feng maintained his defense of the sect. In truth, the issue at hand could have been easily resolved had Qiao Feng simply reflected on his own feelings regarding his position. "Haha, very well, let it be so. I have delivered the message. I shall take my leave now," Sun Yi declared, leaping into the air and soaring away, determined to make a grand exit. Though he was met with indifference, as the others turned their attention back to Qiao Feng, the question lingered. "Do you have feelings for your position?" Sun Yi's casual inquiry reverberated like a bell, causing Qiao Feng's complexion to shift dramatically, leaving him momentarily speechless. This single query laid bare the internal strife within the beggars sect, and the higher-ups wore grim expressions, believing they acted in the sect's best interest, yet unable to refute Sun Yi's claim, as they had indeed hoped for Qiao Feng's resignation. With a deep breath to release his pent-up frustration, Qiao Feng called out, "This staff was entrusted to me by Wang Bangzhu. I have led the beggars sect, and while I have not achieved great feats, I have not committed any grave errors. Today, I relinquish my position. If any worthy individual wishes to assume this role, please step forward to accept this staff." Qiao Feng called 3 times, yet no one responded. He clasped his fists and bowed deeply to the assembly, stating, "The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow ever on. My brothers, we shall meet again. Whether I am Han or Chiton in my lifetime, I shall never harm a single Han life. Suddenly, a loud sound echoed as a bamboo staff was thrown down from the sky, precisely the staff that Xiao Feng had sent soaring through the air. As Xiao Feng emerged from the apricot grove, he soon spotted a peculiar insect soaring toward him. At first glance, it appeared unfamiliar, but as it approached, he realized it was a mechanical creature unlike anything he had ever seen. As the insect hovered closer, seemingly surveying him, it emitted a voice, none other than Sun Ye's. Leader Qiao, it is I, Sun Yi. Given the presence of skilled individuals earlier, I could not elaborate, but I have a few questions that I pinned down. I sent them to you via this little creature. Please ponder them carefully. Upon hearing this, Xiao Feng extended his hand, and the mechanical insect delivered a note into his palm before swiftly taking flight and disappearing. Examining the note, Xiao Feng was taken aback, and he quickly activated his lightness skill to dash in a certain direction, his demeanor reflecting a sense of urgency. Following closely behind him was Duan Yu, equally eager to pursue. Chapter 26. Su Xinghe. As for Sun Yi, he had a purpose for venturing out this time, to eliminate Jiangshi. Coincidentally, they were on their way, making it a perfect opportunity. Under the cover of moonlight, Sun Yi, equipped with night vision goggles, pinpointed Jiangxi's location. Seizing the moment, he fired several rounds from his silenced rifle, striking Jiangshi and inadvertently wounding a nearby Xixia man. A loud cry pierced the night, startling both parties. The members of the beggars' sect quickly realized they were ambushed by the Xixia, hastily gathering together. With his goal achieved, Sun Yi promptly stowed his weapon and departed. As for the beggars' sect, he had already disrupted their ambush, leaving them to be managed by Xiao Feng and the lurking Murong Fu, who likely would ensure their safety. With the task completed, Sun Yi made his way back to Manduo Villa, retracing his steps through the emergency exit of the secret chamber, entering the same young woman's chamber as before. However, this time, upon entering, he was taken aback to find someone inside. It was a young woman who, upon seeing Sun Yi, paled with shock. Just as she was about to scream, he swiftly subdued her by sealing her acupoints from a distance. He then swiftly moved into the secret chamber, where the girl was astonished to find Li Qi Luo bound and disheveled. She was momentarily at a loss for words, possibly unsure of what to say, or perhaps unable to articulate anything due to her acupoint being sealed. "Who are you?" she finally demanded, her tone laced with anger. Although her voice remained calm and ethereal, tinged with youthful innocence, reminiscent of a girl raised in seclusion. Upon closer inspection, her features bore a striking resemblance to Li Qi Luo. Yet she was almost identical to the jade statue in the Longhuan Jade Cave, revealing her identity as Wang Yiyuan. Thus, it followed logically that Sun Yi threatened Li Qi Luo, compelling Wang Yiyuan to leave a note in their quarters stating she had gone to find Murong Fu. Subsequently, the servants of Manduo Villa did indeed inquire, seemingly convinced, and were easily dismissed by Li Qi Luo's words. What followed was reminiscent of their earlier training routines, alternating between carrying burdens and training without. A day passed in the secret chamber, devoid of internal cultivation, resembling a day in a small dark room. Li Qi Luo's emotional state evidently shifted. The fiery passion transformed into pleas for mercy, leading to her eventual surrender, even dragging her daughter into the depths of despair. With the command of maternal authority, and after several weeks to a month of cohabitation in the secret chamber, Wang Yiyuan's mentality underwent a profound transformation, transitioning from initial resistance to eventual submission. In the original narrative, Wang Yiyuan's heart remained tethered to Murong Fu, as she had been conditioned by the Murong family's retainers to believe her destiny was to marry him. After marrying Duan Yu, the ease of his affection only intensified her longing for Murong Fu. Having invested so much, Sun Yi successfully won her over, at least on the surface. Li Qi Luo's initial intention to master martial arts and seek vengeance on Duan Zhengshan's other mistresses faded with each successive temptation. Even after the deadline for seclusion had passed, she declared to Wang Yiyuan that they would continue their retreat. The current experience had rendered her content, savoring the moment without concern for the past. Even Li Qi Luo's thoughts had shifted. As time progressed, Wang Yiyuan's martial prowess grew, initially succumbing to maternal pressure. She soon dismissed any other desires, even beginning to practice the Jiangshi skill, yet did not rebel despite acquiring martial strength. Could this be Stockholm Syndrome? Sun Yi, through their dual cultivation, gradually infused his energy into his meridians, slowly transforming it, adopting the characteristics of Jiangshi internal power. While his original energy was related to his physique, it lacked the capacity to facilitate its gradual evolution. Once infused with the essence of internal strength, his energy began nourishing his body through the meridians, intertwining with external energy to generate internal power, which in turn enhanced his physical potential. As his potential increased, the effects of his training intensified, and the rapid accumulation of energy became interlinked, fostering mutual growth. Once Wang Yiyuan began her martial training, her innate talents, inherited from Li Qiushui and Weyazi, surpassed those of her predecessors. Coupled with her solitary practice during the day and joint training at night, her progress accelerated significantly. At the current rate, combined with her understanding of martial arts, she would soon surpass the others on the island within a year. With the addition of Lingbo Weibu, she would possess ample ability for self-defense. The months spent at Manduo Villa were indeed fulfilling. After training for a while, she found herself dissatisfied with her current progress. After much contemplation, she recalled the most suitable mentor, Weyazi of Lega Mountain. Taking advantage of her connection with Li Qingluo and Wang Yiyuan, Sun Yi decided to pay a visit. This time, with both women accompanying him, he did not engage in constant training, but rather drove the car, appreciating the scenic route while inquiring about directions to Lega Mountain. Thus, 5 or 6 days passed, filled with tales of the distorted Huxian Palace and legends of celestial beings, which astonished Li Qingluo and Wang Yiyuan, reinforcing the mental effects of their dual cultivation. One day, Sun Yi arrived at the foot of a valley, where a stone tablet read Lega Mountain. Weyazi, who had set up the intricate chess game, sought to select a promising young talent for succession and eliminate the Xingqiu old monster, right? Presenting himself, Sun Yi believed there was an excellent chance of success, especially considering the familial ties as a grandson-in-law, making it well worth the attempt. As for the Xingqiu old monster, as long as he was cautious of his poison, engaging in ranged attacks would suffice. Accompanied by Wang Yiyuan and Li Qingluo, Sun Yi entered Lega Mountain, soaring through the air in search of a suitable location. But he saw no sign of anyone. Thus, he resorted to a more impolite approach. "Senior Weyazi, grant me an audience." Sun Yi's voice echoed for miles. After a few calls, a figure emerged. An elderly man, around 70 years of age, appeared before Sun Yi. "Who are you? And how do you know my master resides here?" The elder's gaze, though calm, revealed a hint of astonishment, struggling to comprehend the nature of the person before him, who remained airborne. Before Sun Yi could respond, Li Qingluo interjected from behind. "I have met Senior Su before. Please take me to see my father." As she spoke, she removed her veil, causing Su Xinghe to momentarily stagger in surprise. "Madam? No, you are Qingluo's junior sister?" Chapter 27. Reunion Senior. "You must be the esteemed Su Xinghe? I am Sun Yi, here to seek my family." Sun Yi bowed respectfully. "Seeking family?" Su Xinghe scrutinized Sun Yi, contemplating for a moment. Perhaps due to Li Qingluo's reputation, he said, "Then follow me." As he finished speaking, Su Xinghe turned to leave, prompting Sun Yi to hastily follow in his car. If he were to exit the vehicle, keeping pace with Li Qingluo and her daughter would be quite challenging. Noticing the car behind him, Su Xinghe's eyes narrowed slightly, and he unconsciously quickened his pace. However, even at speed, Sun Yi was merely a matter of pressing the accelerator. He was not running. Although Su Xinghe felt puzzled, he didn't dwell on it. While Li Qingluo's lack of attendance was somewhat strange, considering their mode of travel made it understandable. There were no signs of coercion, and a daughter surely harbored no ill will towards her father. After a few steps, they arrived at a secluded corner of the valley where a hidden door awaited. Several individuals disembarked and followed Su Xinghe inside, leading them into a stone chamber. The interior was dimly lit, revealing a figure suspended in midair. At first glance, he appeared to be in his 40s, exuding vitality and elegance. It was none other than Weyazi. Upon closer inspection, 2 ropes were seen hanging behind him. The younger generation, Sun Yi, acknowledged his senior, Weyazi, with the utmost respect, bowing deeply. Although he lacked the looks of a Panin, he was still reasonably acceptable. Weyazi's voice resonated, devoid of the frailty typical of an elderly man. Yet his words darkened Sun Yi's expression, causing him to inwardly grumble. He was aware that the Xiaoyao sect preferred attractive disciples, but this was rather excessive. Fortunately, he considered himself decent-looking, unlike Su Zhu, who had been outright called ugly. Weyazi's gaze shifted as he noticed the arrival of Li Qingluo and her daughter. "Is it truly you, Luo? Come here, let your father take a closer look." His voice trembled with excitement. After a moment, he turned his attention to Wang Yiyuan. "This must be your daughter. It's evident she resembles her grandmother in her youth." An awkward silence enveloped the room. Li Qingluo had not seen her father since she was very young, leaving Weyazi at a loss for words. After a brief moment of composure, he urged, "Yian, come. Pay your respects to your grandfather. Also, father, this is your granddaughter-in-law, Sun Yi." Li Qingluo finally realized her oversight. In her excitement, she had neglected to introduce him properly. "Wang Yuyuan pays her respects to her grandfather." she stated, bowing gracefully, her voice retaining its coolness while betraying a hint of excitement. Sun Yi pays his respects to grandfather. He echoed, bowing as well. This familial connection would surely facilitate guidance from Wuyazi. Good, good. Rise, rise. Let me take a closer look at you all. You've grown so much, becoming even more beautiful, surpassing your grandmother in her youth. Ah, you're already married. And your husband seems quite decent, he's somewhat handsome. Wuyazi chuckled after surveying them, then turned to Sun Yi. Young man, how did you learn of my presence here on Mount Legu? From whom did you hear my name? Wuyazi's excitement quickly gave way to realization. Li Qingluo had likely come here because of her son-in-law, unaware that her father was still alive. And how did you acquire the Beiming Divine Skill? The conversation was finally steering towards the main topic. During his entrance into the chamber, Sun Yi had been subtly channeling the half-mastered Beiming skill, hoping to capture Wuyazi's attention regarding his internal energy. Yet, Wuyazi's initial focus remained on Sun Yi's appearance. The Beiming Divine Skill and the Lingbo Weibu were obtained from the residence of a predecessor. I had the fortune to linger in the Dali Longhuan Jade Cave, and after extensive searching, I discovered that the predecessor might be here. Mount Wuliang? So it was that place. Wuyazi's expression shifted to one of nostalgia, clearly recalling his happy moments with Li Qiushui. The Longhuan Blessed Land is now deserted. When I visited, it had been abandoned for over a decade, with only a statue of Li Qiushui and an empty stone chamber remaining. Sun Yi clarified, mindful not to divulge the details of Li Qiushui's departure to the Western Xia as a princess, nor could he mention taking the statue with him. She has left too? That makes sense. Her character would not allow her to remain there alone. With a sigh, Wuyazi's interest peaked as he looked at Sun Yi. So what brings you here? Having gone through such trouble to find me? Grandfather, I have come to practice my internal energy and to allow my mother to meet you, Sun Yi replied, aware that his appearance was not striking enough to sway Wuyazi, hence relying on their familial ties. Moreover, he did not seek to demand Wuyazi's internal energy, but merely hoped for some guidance. Oh, how much do you know about our Xiaoyao sect? Share your knowledge with me. Wuyazi inquired curiously, garnering Su Xinghe's attention as well. From what I understand, grandfather, there are 3 siblings in your generation. The eldest sister resides on the Tianshan Piao Miao Peak, known as the Tianshan Child Bride, rumored to practice the 8 Desolations and 6 Harmonies Supreme Skill. Though I am not well acquainted with her name. The 3rd sister is my grandmother, who practices the Lesser No-Form Skill. You, grandfather, ranks 2nd and practice the Beiming Divine Skill. My grandmother's whereabouts are a mystery, yet she frequently appears to challenge the predecessors of Tianshan. Wuyazi was taken aback. In a martial world where the Xiaoyao sect was not well known, this young man had managed to acquire such extensive knowledge. However, since Sun Yi was related to Wang Yuyan, Wuyazi merely felt a sense of pride in him. You are indeed thoughtful. After a moment's reflection, Wuyazi continued, since you are well informed. You must also know that my nemesis is Ding Chuanqiu. I see that you have just begun to practice the Beiming Divine Skill. Even if you had previous internal energy, you would possess little now. If I were to transfer my internal energy to you, would you be able to confront this traitor? There is no need for you to exhaust your internal energy, for I am confident I can manage. In fact, your injuries can be healed completely in a few years. Sun Yi mused, contemplating the matter of the celestial beings, knowing that to ascend the Jialan Tower, his combat power needed to exceed 80. And he would also need to learn flight to reach the divine realm. Chapter 28. Pursuit of knowledge. Naturally, Wuyazi was skeptical, viewing it as mere youthful bravado. If you do not believe me, you may witness my skills outside. Sun Yi sensed Wuyazi's disbelief and was eager to demonstrate his abilities. Even if the elder had not explicitly stated his doubt, what followed was Sun Yi's showcase. First, he retrieved an electric wheelchair for Wuyazi to sit in and pushed him outside. There, Sun Yi exhibited a display of energy waves, the destructive power of which left Wuyazi in shock, causing him to doubt even the Beiming Divine Skill he had sensed earlier. He instinctively reached out to probe Sun Yi's internal energy, but no amount of scrutiny would alter the reality. Next came demonstrations of firearms and rockets, leaving both Wuyazi and Su Xinghe frozen in astonishment. After a long pause, Su Xinghe finally lifted his head, his face etched with regret. I am truly foolish. I never realized that gunpowder could create such powerful weapons. Had I begun researching these weapons decades ago, even if I couldn't produce something as exceptional, I could have at least created something of a lower tier. If their power were lesser, sheer numbers could have avenged my master long ago. Alas, I am so foolish. So foolish. Overcome with remorse, Su Xinghe began to weep uncontrollably. The operation of this weapon reminded him of similar gunpowder. But the existing gunpowder weapons and the modern ones in Sun Yi's hands were vastly different, though they shared some similarities. Su Xinghe understood little of the actual disparity between the two types of weapons, unaware of the generational gaps involved. Even the most rudimentary firearms and contemporary gunpowder weapons were not comparable in terms of design, purity of gunpowder, steel material, processing precision, and myriad other aspects. Even if the Xiaoyao sect possessed advanced technology, it would likely take decades to achieve, not to mention the question of desire. Wuyazi gestured for silence. Having recognized the challenges inherent, signaling to Su Xinghe not to be disheartened, before appraising Sun Yi once more. In his heart, this weapon, absent from the outside world, was undoubtedly a secret weapon of a formidable power. He would never have considered it to be from another realm. Nonetheless, regardless of the force behind you, you are ultimately my granddaughter's husband. Wu Yazi pondered for a while, during which Sun Yi did not interrupt. After a moment, Wu Yazi continued. That traitor Ding Chuanqiu is entrusted to you. Now, I can guide you in the practice of the North Ming Divine Skill. If you bring me Ding Chuanqiu's head, I can even impart the transmission of the Lesser Wuxiang skill and the Eternal Longevity skill to you. However, you must swear to remain steadfast to Yu Yin for a lifetime. If you break this oath, may heaven punish you. Not a problem. I, Sun Yi, solemnly swear that in this life, I shall never abandon Wang Yu Yin. If I betray this vow, may I be struck by divine retribution. Upon finishing, Sun Yi smiled. Not to mention he had never considered abandoning her. Even when she was still pining for Murongfu, he never thought of leaving her, ultimately managing to alter her sentiments. Now, with his heart solely focused on her, especially considering he had never had such a beautiful girlfriend in his past life, there was no question of abandonment. Wu Yazi laughed heartily. Haha, splendid. Since that is the case, you shall naturally be a successor of my Xiaoao sect. Stay here for the next few months, and I will instruct you in the North Ming Divine Skill. As for Xinghe, you may address him as Shibua. Yes, Sun Yi replied. Turning to Su Xinghe and bowing again, I have met Shibua. There is no need for such formality, nephew. Su Xinghe hurriedly stepped forward to assist Sun Yi. In the following months, Sun Yi diligently followed Wu Yazi to learn, experiencing significant improvements in his practice of the North Ming Divine Skill, confirming that his choice had indeed been correct. Practicing alone with the North Ming Divine Skill posed challenges, as many Taoist terminologies were difficult to grasp, and the nuances of the skill required meticulous experimentation. It was akin to a high school student attempting to comprehend a university-level mathematics textbook. While a genius might navigate it independently, Sun Yi was no such prodigy. Wu Yazi's decades of immersion in the North Ming Divine Skill served as a guiding light for Sun Yi, allowing him to build a solid foundation for deeper understanding. Moreover, Wu Yazi praised Sun Yi's imaginative approach of envisioning his body as the North Ming, with meridians transforming into Kunping. However, Wu Yazi emphasized the necessity of establishing a strong foundation before amalgamating the essence of various martial arts to develop the North Ming Divine Skill further. Despite Sun Yi's accelerated progress in recent days and his increasingly firm foundation, gaining a better understanding of the nature of inner strength, he still found himself leagues behind Wang Yuyan. According to Wu Yazi, among their trio, the eldest sister Wu Xingyan possessed the highest talent and ambition, yet she still fell short of their master, Zai Yaozi. However, Wang Yuyan's talent had already surpassed Wu Xingyun, racing towards the level of their master, Zai Yaozi. Had she not started her martial arts training late, she might have unified the three supreme skills of the Xiaoao sect, reaching Zai Yaozi's realm. Nevertheless, even so, Wang Yuyan's existing prowess surpassed that of Wu Yazi and his siblings only within a span of 40 years. Presently, if Wu Yazi and the others did not disperse their power, living another 40 years would pose no issue. However, their advancement had stagnated. Thus, it was clear that if Wang Yuyan continued her training, she would undoubtedly become the foremost martial artist in the world within 30 years. In the realm of Tianlong, Sun Yi had previously contemplated that the individuals most likely to assist him in the future, without causing backlash, were none other than Xiao Feng and Wang Yuyan. Initially, he had thought that Wang Yuyan could aid him in the early stages of learning martial arts, potentially transcending the limits of the Tianlong world. Yet, given her current display of talent, it was evident that she would provide immense assistance in the later stages as well. Thus, during this period, Sun Yi descended the mountain once more, accompanied by Li Qi Luo and Wang Yuyan, with the aim of visiting Shaojing Lake to prevent any lingering regrets for Xiao Feng. Sun Yi's earlier hints had not been glaringly unreasonable. He had merely posed 3 questions. The first was whether the Xixiao people would ambush the Beggars sect during their night journey. The second was whether, in an effort to thwart revenge, someone might resort to assassinating his adoptive parents to silence them. The third was to carefully consider the ages and statuses of well-known figures in the martial world, who, 30 years prior, had the qualifications to stage an ambush. Xiao Feng had undoubtedly evolved to his current standing through intelligence. As for the portrayal in the original narrative, it was clearly clouded by hatred. With Sun Yi's previous hints, Upon encountering Duan Zhenchun, Xiaofeng immediately sensed the discrepancies in age and identity. Upon arriving at the scene, Sun Yi witnessed Xiaofeng rescuing Duan Zhenchun from the clutches of the notorious adversaries Duan Yanqing and Yu Laosan. In Chapter 29, the Drum Mountain Conference, Xiaofeng clarified the situation before taking his leave, with a twist added to the story when a Z recognized her kin, followed by a Zhu's similar revelation, thus avoiding any regrets related to the promise of livestock. Of course, Duan Yanqing was not only accompanied by Yu Laosan, who was now Yu heir, but also by several newly recruited subordinates. Otherwise, they may not have been able to overpower Duan Zhenchun and the four great guards. Sun Yi chose to remain hidden, as it was still inappropriate for him to meet Duan Zhenchun. As for Li Qingluo, she seemed outwardly unaffected, only intensifying her efforts at night and even dragging Wang Yuyin into on-site instruction, nearly causing Sun Yi to falter. It was even more difficult for him to meet Xiaofeng, as it was clear he could not take him away at this moment. It was best to wait until Xiaofeng could put a halt to the conflict between Song and Liao, preventing any self-destructive tendencies, all while finding an opportunity to take Xiaofeng away. However, given that Zhu was still alive, it remained uncertain whether Xiaofeng would still consider self-harm. Nonetheless, stopping the Song-Liao conflict was certainly a priority. During Sun Ye's return journey, he was not particularly anxious, especially regarding Li Qingluo. Regardless of whether the approach was soft, hard, or a blend of both, it was essential to facilitate good communication, all while enjoying leisurely excursions over the past half-month. Until one afternoon in a tavern, he overheard discussions about the forthcoming Tianlong chess conference to be held at Drum Mountain in 2 months. Sun Yi was instantly alarmed, deciding it would be prudent to return quickly lest Wu Yazi's internal strength be leaked. After all, Wu Yazi was his esteemed father-in-law, and upon reaching the Dragon Ball world, he would be a tremendous asset. When problems arise, they must be resolved. Sun Yi hurriedly conferred with Li Qingluo and her daughter, determining that they must return to Drum Mountain promptly. Consequently, that evening, Sun Yi found himself quite exhausted, as upon returning, he could no longer indulge so freely. Regarding his own cultivation, Sun Yi had accumulated numerous questions. Thus, filled with urgency to return home, he rose the next day, and within 2 hours, he had already arrived at Drum Mountain. With sincerity, he presented his inquiries to Wu Yazi, having thought through most of them in detail, prompting Wu Yazi to deliberate carefully before providing answers. By the time they concluded, it was nearly 8 o'clock. Sun Yi recalled his earlier strategy and noted that Li Qingluo and her daughter had already completed the groundwork during the day. To subtly dissuade Wu Yazi from the notion of passing down his skills, Sun Yi unveiled a housing capsule, instantly revealing a modern 4-bedroom, 3-living-room home before the astonished eyes of Wu Yazi and Su Xinghe, regardless of the surprised expressions on the faces of the two behind him, which caused Li Qingluo and her daughter to stifle their laughter. Sun Yi opened the electronic door, inviting them inside to experience a few days of modern living conveniences. Wu Yazi, after just one night inside, began to concede that even though the Xiaoyao sect's mechanical arts could create wonders like the Longhuan Jade Cave, they could not provide such practical comforts. Consequently, he began to question the credibility of Sun Ye's claims regarding healing injuries. However, regarding Sun Ye's rapid progress during his month away, Wu Yazi remained somewhat dissatisfied, often making sarcastic remarks. "Did you truly just wander about, not practicing martial arts at all? It seems you had quite the enjoyable time," Wu Yazi chided, while Su Xinghe pushed his wheelchair from behind. "Not at all. We practiced diligently," Sun Yi replied, thinking to himself that indeed, they had enjoyed themselves thoroughly. Wang Yuyin nodded quietly, having transitioned from sorrow to a state of serene detachment during this period. Eventually, under the affectionate care of Wu Yazi and Sun Yi, she had regained a semblance of the vivaciousness typical of a girl of 16 or 17, a notable transformation, at least more spirited than before. Wu Yazi bore no ire. Instead, he observed the two with a sense of contentment. For Wang Yuyin's shift in mindset was the finest testament to her well-being. After all, with loving elders above, and, even though Sun Yi sometimes exhibited a touch of machismo, his modern values surpassed those of 99 of men in ancient times. During the preparations for the tournament, Su Xinghe had summoned his 8 disciples back to the Deaf-Mute Valley one by one. They were collectively known as the 8 Friends of Hangu, comprising the eldest, Qindian Kong Guangling, a master of the Guqin; the second, Qima Fan Bailing, skilled in Go; the third, Shudai Go Du, a theoretical genius; the fourth, Huakong Wu Lingjun, a virtuoso in painting; the fifth, Shini Xuan Muhua, a renowned physician, dubbed the enemy of Yama; the sixth, Xiaogong Feng Asen, an artisan whose ingenuity with gunpowder weapons was much regretted by Su Xinghe; the seventh, Huaqi Shiqinglu, a florist of unparalleled talent; and the 8th, Shimili Kue, a drama enthusiast. These individuals prioritized their secondary skills over martial prowess, rendering them incapable of avenging themselves against Ding Chuanqiu, akin to having a fully leveled secondary profession without a corresponding level in combat. Thus, they were collectively conscripted for the tournament preparations. Each morning, in the clearing before the Deaf-Mute Valley, a young maiden clad in white practiced the Tianshan Jime hand under Wuyazi's guidance. Her movements a graceful blend of flowing agility and concentrated strength. This technique, though consisting of only 6 forms, encapsulated the essence of the Xie Yao sect's martial arts. Integrating myriad weapon techniques such as swordplay, knife techniques, whip techniques, spear techniques, grappling, and axe techniques into its intricate variations. Only a prodigy like Wang Yuyan, with her profound understanding of martial arts, could assimilate such a wealth of techniques in a short time. Despite her diligent practice, Wuyazi would never burden her with menial tasks, merely encouraging her to hone her skills and strengthen her foundation. Wang Yuyan, displaying remarkable aptitude, did not disappoint Wuyazi in a brief span. She adeptly mastered the techniques imparted by him, and with Sun Ye's assistance, her internal cultivation progressed at an astonishing rate. Within mere months, her internal strength nearly rivaled that of Mu Wanqing, though their overall combat abilities remained worlds apart, under the strain of her extraordinary martial arts. Even when faced with someone like Duan Yanqing, the efficiency of her Lingbo Weibu, which consumed physical rather than internal energy, proved to be a form of dynamic training. As for the Xie sect's other formidable techniques, such as the Tianshan Luong Palm, Biong Palm, and Beiming Divine Skill, Wang Yuyan had already been entrusted with their knowledge, albeit she was barred from practicing them until her internal strength reached a certain threshold. Sun Yi, however, found himself in a predicament. While he could access these skills through his wife, obtaining them openly would require he first defeat Ding Chuanqiu or bring his dependency into the light. In due course, as Sun Yi and Wang Yuyan made rapid strides in their training, 2 months passed, leading them to the scene of the deaf-mute chess match. Chapter 30, Ding Chuanqiu. The venue had transformed from the 3 small wooden huts where Wuyazi and others resided to an expansive hall brought by Sun Yi, housing a chessboard identical to that of the Longhuan blessed land at its center. Pine trees adorned the valley, their whispers akin to waves, and the hall was situated at a bend in the valley path. Approaching, one would find the view unfolding magnificently. The assembly of young heroes from the martial world was modest in number, exceeding 10 but not by much, alongside some renowned figures and representatives from major sects. The total attendance swelled to around 40 or even 80, prompting Sun Yi to deliberate extensively before selecting this grand hall. The structure itself, reminiscent of a hemispherical design from the Dragon Ball universe, harmonized beautifully with the natural scenery of the valley. Seating arrangements were made within the hall, and several newly constructed wooden pavilions adorned the surroundings, complemented by well-tended lawns, creating an ambience rich in nature. From the break of dawn, martial artists began to arrive. Greeted at the valley entrance by the eldest of the 8 friends of Hanggu, Kong Guangling, and the 5th, Xuemuhua, who ushered guests toward the hall, where the remaining members awaited to welcome them. Finally, they were approaching the deaf-mute valley. From a distance, a booming voice resonated. It was Fan Bailing, who seemed to recognize the speaker. Naturally, Sun Yi was present as well, prepared to greet any acquaintances, though he had no intention of succeeding Wuyazi as the leader of the Xie Yao sect. Wuyazi earnestly wished for Sun Yi to take on the mantle. Yet Sun Yi was resolute. He merely sought to master the sect's divine skills, preferring the freedom of traversing realms alone. Soon, Fan Bailing led a guest to the hall for respite, introducing those unfamiliar with one another, while familiar faces settled down for casual conversation as they awaited further arrivals. Some newcomers, however, were impatient, immediately congregating around the chessboard to study the arrangement. Before long, one sought to engage Su Xinghe in a match, to which he readily acquiesced. With one game underway, others soon gathered to observe. At this juncture, Li Qinglu accompanied Yu Yin to the scene, yet most attention remained fixated on the chessboard. With only a few glances cast in their direction, fortunately, their veils rendered them inconspicuous, allowing Sun Yi alone to approach them. As more guests arrived, predominantly from martial families akin to Murong Fu's lineage, Wuyazi publicly expressed his willingness to heed Sun Ye's counsel, planning to seek treatment abroad in 3 to 4 years, leaving only Su Xinghe and others within the Song dynasty to preserve the martial legacy. Of course, it could only be referred to as abroad, as mentioning another world would be met with disbelief. This gathering also served as a means to select a legitimate heir for the Xie Yao sect's martial arts, especially after decades of dwindling prowess had led Wuyazi to expel even his disciples from his tutelage. Thus, the exquisite chess match merely served as an auxiliary assessment tool. Failing to meet its standards would not be disastrous. As the sun reached its zenith, the invited young martial talents had begun to arrive, notably excluding Murong Fu from consideration as a candidate for succession, given his singular ambition to restore his family's state, which was incompatible with the Xie Yao sect's heritage. However, the primary aim of this gathering was not limited to a mere dozen invitees. Several esteemed figures from the martial world, such as Duan Yanqing, Murong Fu, and Jamozi, were also included, categorizing them more as esteemed figures than youthful talents. Yet, when compared to Wiyazi, they undoubtedly fell into the junior ranks. While the chess match unfolded, a sudden commotion erupted at the valley entrance. Moments later, a servant rushed in to report that the notorious Ding Chuanxia was approaching, prompting Xue Muhua to call for reinforcements. Instantly, Fan Bailing and others wore grave expressions, preparing to exit the valley for support, but Sun Yi halted them with a smile. The hospitality of our esteemed guests is paramount. Only I and Brother Fan shall go. With that, he turned to retrieve a sniper rifle from within, handing it to Fan Bailing. During the 2 months of preparation for the tournament, the 8 friends of Hangu had practiced firearms under Sun Ye's guidance, with Fan Bailing proving the most steady and accurate due to his background in concealed weapons. Previously, my senior brother had also practiced with this firearm. Among the brothers, you are the fastest and most accurate in your marksmanship. Therefore, it would be best for you to accompany me to confront Ding Chuanxiu, bringing this matter to a conclusion. Fan Bailing and several others, upon seeing the gun that Sun Yi produced, collectively breathed a sigh of relief. They had all used it and witnessed the devastating power of its bullets. Even an ordinary person could pose a distant threat to someone like Ding Chuanxiu. Not to mention, in the hands of the nearly top-tier Fan Bailing, along with Sun Yu wielding a rifle, they could certainly eliminate the villain Ding Chuanxiu in one fell swoop. A few minutes later, Sun Yi and Fan Bailing arrived at the valley's mouth, where they observed a group of unconventional figures standing nearby, slowly advancing while playing music. As the melody drew nearer, they stopped a few yards away, forming a line. Some held gongs and drums, while others brandished colorful flags adorned with flattering inscriptions. A few individuals spoke in unison, announcing, "The old immortal of the Starry Dunes has descended upon the Central Plains, disciples of the Free and Easy sect. Hurry and kneel to greet." As their words ceased, the drums began to beat. With 3 resounding strikes, the gongs chimed, and the drumming ceased. Dozens of voices echoed. "We humbly invite the old immortal of the Starry Dunes." Accompanied by music reminiscent of a square dance, Ding Chuanxiu stepped forward, pausing a short distance from Kong Guangling and Xue Muhua, with the disciples of the Starry Dunes trailing 5 meters behind him. Ding Chuanxiu swayed an ostrich feather fan in his hand, his complexion rosy, his hair entirely white, yet youthful, the sunlight casting a favorable glow upon his visage. In a mere glance, Ding Chuanxiu recognized that among the figures at the valley's mouth, 3 were his own disciples, albeit of lesser skill than he. Another appeared to be a young man whose age suggested limited martial prowess. The rest, based on their attire, were evidently servants, hardly worth mentioning. The old fiend waved his feather fan and pointed at a Shaolin monk, stating, "Xue Muhua, if you can heal that plump Shaolin monk Hui Jing, I shall spare your life. But you must pledge allegiance to me and join the Starry Dunes sect." A Shaolin monk? It seemed he had captured the monk who possessed the ice silkworm. Otherwise, this old villain would not extend such a generous offer. Xue Muhua, sensing the condescension in Ding Chuanxiu's tone, felt a surge of fear. Just then, Sun Yi patted his back, jolting him into action. Sun Yi firmly restrained Xue Muhua, preventing him from losing his composure, and seized the opportunity to respond, "Old rogue, have you come seeking death today, bringing along a whole band for company? Truly, you are audacious." Sun Yi weighed the handgun in his hand and distributed a pistol to both Kong Guangling and Xue Muhua, meticulously observing Ding Chuanxiu and his disciples, wary of any potential poison attacks from the old villain. Ding Chuanxiu coldly replied, "Who dares to make such a ruckus before me? Are you perhaps a disciple of Su Xinghe?" Xue Muhua retorted, "Only a base scoundrel would harbor thoughts of betraying his master." At his words, Kong Guangling and Fan Bailing erupted in applause, and even a few disciples of the Starry Dunes echoed their approval from behind. "I may not be, but I will still call you Shibua," Sun Yi chimed in, while scrutinizing the disciples behind Ding Chuanxiu, noticing the bound Baobuyan, Feng Boi, and several unfamiliar monks. Ding Chuanxiu remarked, very well. You are all obedient disciples of Su Xinghe. However, he previously expelled you 8 from the sect out of fear of my interference. Does the surname Su's word hold no weight? Have you secretly retained this disciple-master relationship?" Fan Bailing interjected, "Once a disciple, forever a son. Our master indeed expelled us from the sect. Over the years, we have not set foot in his abode, nor has he received us. Yet our respect for him has not diminished in the slightest. It is you, Ding, who has turned us into lost souls without a sect to rely on. If we eliminate you today, we shall naturally return to our master's side." Kong Guangling and the others joined in, condemning Ding Chuanxia while preparing their weapons, ensuring that their guns were ready. After all, their opponent was the venomous old fiend, and caution was paramount. Ding Chuanxia laughed heartily, preparing himself as he spoke. It seems my esteemed disciples have made considerable progress in their martial arts. Do you have some form of support? Has your master acquired the true teachings of the sect? Haha, splendid, splendid. Speak up, do you still consider Xinghe your master? As he said this, Ding Chuanxia cast a glance at Sun Yi, contemplating potential alliances. Kong Guangling and the others understood that if they did not abandon their status as disciples of Su Xinghe, Ding Chuanxia would immediately resort to lethal measures. However, the bond of master and disciple was profound. They could not betray it out of fear for their lives, especially when the outcome of the day's confrontation remained uncertain. Suddenly, Kong Guangling shouted, "Brothers, let us join forces to eliminate the old fiend Ding and avenge our grievances of decades." Xuemuhua echoed. "Once we vanquish the old rogue Ding, I will certainly heal this esteemed monk." Behind them, Bao Buyun and the 7 monks from Shaolin, including Xin Nan, observed the situation with mixed feelings of concern and elation. They were aware of the formidable reputation of the 8 friends of Hangul. And though they had encountered some of them, their collective martial prowess might still falter against Ding Chuanxia, especially considering his poison tactics were indifferent to numbers. Yet they were pleased to know they were near their stronghold, where they might possess hidden advantages, and they could sense the confidence radiating from their adversaries. Kong Guangling, Fan Bailing, and the others erupted in wild laughter, shouting, "Prepare to die, old fiend Ding." Sun Yi added in a phrase none could comprehend, "My lord, it's a disaster." With that, they all pulled the triggers simultaneously, unleashing a barrage of bullets from 2 rifles and 2 handguns, bombarding the old fiend Ding Chuanxia with unrelenting fire. Upon hearing their battle cry, Ding Chuanxia was instantly consumed by fury. Before the echoes of their shouts faded, he had already struck back. His gaze intensified, and with a flick of his left sleeve, a bolt of green phosphorescence shot toward Kong Guangling and the others, splitting into 4 streams as it approached them. Before the phosphorescence could travel far, it was shattered by the bullets they fired. The initial shots were slightly deflected by the energy field surrounding the phosphorescence, narrowly missing Ding Chuanxia and striking down 2 of the Starry Dunes disciples instead. As the disciples continued their boastful chants, proclaiming the unmatched power of their master, Bao Buyun shouted, "Nonsense! Your arrogance is suffocating. Ding, your shamelessness knows no bounds." Before Bao Buyun could finish, 2 disciples of the Starry Dunes attempted to silence him. But as they turned to confront him, their companions scattered in fear, some even begging for mercy. Looking ahead, the free and easy sect practiced light and graceful martial arts. And though Ding Chuanxia appeared godlike with his youthful visage and white hair, his time of invincibility was short-lived. In a moment of miscalculation, he was struck by a bullet to the leg. Immediately after, as he raised his hand to shield his vital areas, another bullet struck him, blood seeping from his attire as he collapsed. Further shots rang out from a distance, severing his limbs. Although the 3 brothers had momentarily united, Ding Chuanxia fell with numerous bullet wounds in his hands and legs, marking his defeat. The brothers exchanged knowing glances, unanimously agreeing that it would be best to subdue Ding Chuanxia before dealing with their master's fate. Sun Yi watched as they dealt with Ding Chuanxia and rolled his eyes. If they were to act, they must do so decisively without leaving any loose ends. The leaders of the Xingqiu sect, without a doubt, could not be spared. They were the very ones who had followed Ding Chuanxia in his nefarious deeds. With a few precise shots, they eliminated those who fled at the front, subsequently searching for the remaining ones who had scattered. Kong Guangling and others quickly came to assist, and after handling the fleeing, they were left with those kneeling and begging for mercy. Sun Yi issued a stern warning before the captives were taken under guard to join Kong Guangling and Fan Bailing at the Tianlong chess match venue, where they would hand over Ding Chuanxia to Iyazi, fulfilling a wish of the adversary. Sun Yi also entrusted a rifle to Kong Guangling, just in case. Meanwhile, the 7 monks from Shaolin, including Xian Nan, and the 4 from the Murong Manor, including Deng Baichuan, were left in disbelief at the presence of such a terrifying weapon in the world. The 4 had merely pressed a few buttons to incapacitate Ding Chuanxia, a figure of considerable repute in the martial world. Was there still a need to practice martial arts? Would it even be of any use? Perhaps it was only beneficial for health maintenance now. With many questions lingering in their minds, the 11 individuals were gradually rescued, and Xuemuhua began to treat them, as their injuries varied and required individual attention. Chapter 32. Jinlong. Due to the incomplete medical supplies they carried, Xuemuhua invited them to enter the valley for further treatment. The group, intending to attend the chess tournament, followed Kong Guangling and the others slowly into the Silent Valley. As they spoke, they entered the gorge. Upon arrival, Sun Yi noticed that apart from Xuemuhua, The remaining 7 disciples of the Hangu 8 friends were kneeling before Su Xinghe. Noticing this, Shui Muhua hurriedly joined them in kneeling. Today, the traitor Ding Chuanqiu has been eliminated. We humbly request our master to allow us to return to the sect. The 8 men knelt on the ground, unable to rise. Sun Yi glanced around. Opposite Su Shibo in the Zhenlong chess game sat Duan Yu. Before Sun Yi could utter a word, he observed Duan Yu exhale deeply and shake his head, saying, "The Zhenlong arranged by the elder is indeed intricate. I, a mere junior, cannot unravel it." Although Su Xinghe had won, a look of regret marred his face as he remarked, "Your chess thinking is profound. This series of moves has reached an exceptionally high level, yet you failed to think one step deeper. What a pity, what a pity." Su Xinghe lamented 4 times. His sorrow evident. The two picked up their pieces, returning the board to its original formation. Duan Yu retreated thoughtfully to the side, gazing at the chessboard in a daze for a while. Casting his gaze around, his mood suddenly shifted. Just then, as Sun Yi exited, Yu Yan and Morong Fu met and removed their veils, exchanging pleasantries. Yu Yan displayed no particular emotion. After spending time with her mother, she had become more open-minded. After all, both she and her mother followed the same man, so what was there to be troubled about? Morong Fu, too, said nothing. Even upon seeing Wang Yu Yan with her hair styled like a married woman, he was merely surprised and embarrassed, feeling no sorrow whatsoever. After all, his previous interest in Wang Yu Yan was solely due to Li Qingluo's Elnge and Jade Cave. Now that he had read through its secrets, he was only concerned with whom Wang Yu Yan married and whether it would aid his ambitions for restoring his country. While Morong Fu was still probing for information, Duan Yu noticed him and was struck with astonishment. After finishing the game, he hurried off to find the fairy sister, scampering towards Wang Yu Yan. Naturally, he also spotted Li Qingluo nearby, but merely regarded her as the fairy sister's elder sister, not probing further. He was currently immersed in his shock. "Fairy sister, I miss you dearly." After a moment of excitement, Duan Yu suddenly bowed. Disciple Duan Yu pays respects to the master. Had it not been for the 4 great bodyguards blocking him, he would have almost knocked his head to the ground. Fortunately, after days of married life, Yu Yan had changed somewhat. At least her demeanor differed from Li Qiushui's, making her merely 9 points similar. "Who are you? Why do you act this way?" Yu Yan asked, her face filled with astonishment. She had never seen this person before. Why was he calling her master? Was he out of his mind? "I am Duan Yu," he began, but before he could fully recount the events surrounding the Elngu in Blessed Land, he was interrupted by Sun Yi. "Young Master Duan." No need for further explanation. Sun Yi stepped forward. "You are the eldest son of the Dali Wang family, and Yu Yan is the biological daughter of my esteemed mother-in-law and Wang Yi." The implication was clear. "This is your sister." Duan Yu stood there, utterly dumbfounded, scarcely believing his ears. Reflecting on previous jesting remarks made by Sun Yi regarding Mu Wanqing and the Wuliang Sect's valley, his mental state nearly crumbled. The 4 great bodyguards were also taken aback, but upon considering Duan Zhengchuan's character and glancing at Li Qingluo's beauty, they suddenly understood. Li Qingluo herself was unfazed by Sun Ye's revelation, merely rolling her eyes at him. After all, since meeting Duan Zhichun, she had grasped from Sun Ye's words that he was privy to her circumstances. Yu Yan, however, was profoundly shocked, turning to her mother for confirmation. Li Qingluo nodded in affirmation, validating Sun Ye's words. Morong Fu appeared unaffected on the surface, yet internally he was filled with regret. Realizing that had he known this matter earlier, he would have directly sought to marry Wang Yu Yan. This identity would greatly aid his aspirations for restoring his country. Observing the expressions of those present, Sun Yi found the situation amusing. A single statement had left several people speechless, highlighting the complexities of life. Sun Yi added, "As for the statue you saw in the cave, it is the work of Yu Yan's grandfather, Wu Yazi, who is now 93 years old. The model is Yu Yan's grandmother, Li Qiushui, who is currently 91. Duan Yu was further devastated. Good heavens, the model of the fairy sister statue he adored was now already 91 years old. Just imagining her current appearance sent his emotions into disarray, a complex mixture of feelings, for he was indeed a connoisseur of beauty. While Duan Yu continued to grapple with his overwhelming emotions, Sun Yi took Wang Yu Yan by the hand and approached Su Xinghe at the chessboard. "Master, Ding Chuanqiu has been brought over. Today we shall deal with him, and afterward, you shall formally reinstate the 8 disciples into the sect. The future inheritance of the Xiaoao sect should be passed on by you, as Wang Yu Yan and I will be returning to my homeland in due time and cannot continue the Xiaoyao legacy," Sun Yi urged. And the venerable Shaolin master Xian Nan, who had ties with Su Xinghe, also spoke in encouragement. "Very well, in that case, I shall wait until after the tournament to formally reinstate you 8 into the sect. Everything will be announced once the master returns." "Yes," the 8 disciples replied in unison, their faces alight with excitement as they awaited the final announcement. Fan Bailing, the second disciple among the Hanggu Eight Friends, was an avid chess enthusiast. Previously, he had focused solely on the matter of returning to the sect, but now he gazed intently at the chessboard. Having observed the game between Duan Yu and his master, he realized that Su Xinghe had set a Jinlong, and Duan Yu had attempted to break through it, but had failed. Su Xinghe said, "Everyone rise." Bailing. This Jinlong involves exceptionally significant matters. Come closer and observe carefully. If you can unravel it, it would be a remarkable achievement. Fan Bailing, elated, quickly stood up and approached the chessboard to closely observe. More young talents took to the stage thereafter, including Murong Fu, Jamozi, and Duan Yanqing, but none succeeded. As they became ensnared in the illusion of their own life paths through the chess moves, unable to extricate themselves, with only the assistance of others allowing them to break free. When Fan Bailing finally concluded his match, he too exited the game, swaying unsteadily and spitting out a mouthful of blood before leaving the illusion. Su Xinghe offered assistance, showing no mercy during the match. Ding Chuanqiu sneered. This old rogue has laid a trap designed to torment and kill. Fan Bailing, you have thrown yourself into the net. Knowing that he would undoubtedly meet his end today, he showed no signs of pleading for mercy. Su Xinghe cast a sidelong glance at him and asked, "What do you call your master?" "He is an old thief." "So I call him an old thief." Ding Chuanqiu showed no sign of softening his words, since death was inevitable today. He was being restrained by the disciples of the Xingqiu sect just a few paces away, having had all his poisons confiscated and his acupoints sealed. Although several had perished in the process, it did not alter the final outcome. Thus, he could only engage in verbal sparring. Su Xinghe's expression remained unchanged as he replied, "The deaf-mute elder is neither deaf nor mute today. You must surely understand the reason behind this." Ding Chuanqiu's eyes shifted as he retorted, "You rely on external forces to be so brazen. Have the courage to face me one-on-one once I am well." He sought to provoke Su Xinghe in hopes of gaining an ounce of opportunity. "You are a traitor to the sect, having once harmed your master. Your life and death must naturally be determined by him," Su Xinghe stated, before returning indoors and slowly pushing Wuyazi out. "What? That old thief is still alive?" Ding Chuanqiu exclaimed in astonishment. Previously, he had not paid attention to Su Xinghe's mention of his master, but now he grasped the implication. The surrounding crowd gasped in surprise as well. Su Xinghe was already in his 70s. Although there were a few venerable figures in the martial world who lived into their 80s, reaching beyond 90 was truly rare, especially given the implication that he had suffered injuries. After all, even if one's internal energy was nourishing, who in the martial world had not endured wounds? Thus, those who lived to an advanced age were predominantly from large sects, as they had protection in their youth and did not have to engage in perilous battles. Upon Wuyazi's emergence, the crowd was further astounded. Although he sat in an exquisite wheelchair, which raised eyebrows, it was not powered, thus not overly shocking. What truly astonished them was Wuyazi's appearance. His face resembled jade, devoid of any wrinkles, even though there was a streak of white in his hair. Most of it remained black, making him appear as a man in his 40s at first glance. Had they not heard from Sun Yi that Wuyazi was over 90 and witnessed Su Xinghe personally pushing him out, no one would have believed he was in his 90s. Most shocked was Ding Chuanqiu, who, in a furious struggle, shouted, "Old thief! I clearly sent you plummeting down the cliff. Why are you still alive?" "Why?" Su Xinghe ignored him and addressed the crowd. "This exquisite chessboard was crafted by my late master. It took him 3 years of dedication to set up, hoping that a kindred spirit in the realm of chess would decipher it. I have spent 30 years in earnest study and have yet to grasp its essence." At this juncture, he swept his gaze over Xian Nan, Duan Yu, Fan Bailing, and the others, stating, "You all surely understand that in the realm of chess, a prodigious child of 8 or 9 may often triumph over a first-rate master. Though I have not comprehended it fully, there are countless talented individuals in the world. Not all are incapable of unraveling it. Hence, we hold this celestial deaf-mute chess gathering, fulfilling my master's wish before his departure." Su Xinghe continued, "This disciple of mine once cast my master down a cliff. Fortunately, my master's profound internal strength preserved his life. Today, with the martial world gathered, we shall rid ourselves of this traitor, and I hope you all bear witness. Indeed, such villains should be eliminated for the greater good of the martial world." The crowd unanimously agreed, eager to avoid direct involvement. Xian Nan and others were rescued from Ding Chuanqiu's grasp by Kong Guangling and his companions, which further swayed their approval. Only Duan Yu remained silent, not out of compassion but rather because he was entranced by Wang Yuyin, aware that he could not have her, yet his infatuation deepened. Wuyazi also spoke, "Since Ding Chuanqiu has been captured, today is the day for retribution." He gestured towards Ding Chuanqiu and said, "You betrayed the sect to learn its profound martial arts. Today, I shall end you with the techniques of our school." As he raised his hand with great effort, Su Xinghe quickly stepped forward. Xinghe, bring me some wine. Yes, Su Xinghe replied promptly, fetching the drink and pouring it into Yazi's hand. Sun Yi clapped and exclaimed, excellent. Since the wine is here, it must be the life and death symbol. Instructing, Yin, pay close attention, for what follows is the Tianshan's 6-yang palm taught by your grandfather. Upon hearing this, Yazi nodded repeatedly. Indeed, it is the auxiliary application of the Tianshan's 6-yang palm, the life and death symbol. Yin, watch closely. Kong Guangling, Fan Balan, and others cheered. The ancestor showcases his supernatural abilities today, vanquishing Ding Chuanxiu. He shall not die a good death, thus relieving our resentments. At this moment, Yazi concentrated his internal energy within his right palm, reversing the Beiming technique. Soon, the wine transformed into several icy shards. With swift movements, he struck 3 times. Ding Chuanxiu sensed something was amiss upon seeing the wine. Though he did not know the intent, his instincts warned him of impending torment. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept over him, and he was taken aback as several acupoints on his body froze. His limbs, already broken, were further sealed by his own disciples, rendering any attempt to resist futile. Seeing Ding Chuanxiu remain motionless, Yazi commanded the nearby Xingqiu disciples, you all, unseal Ding Chuanxiu's acupoints, and then leave. Your presence is no longer required here. Yes, yes. The great sage's powers are boundless. Handling Ding Chuanxiu is but a trivial matter. The disciples, filled with malicious intent, rushed out, kneeling before Yazi, pleading for his acknowledgement, while musical instruments heralded their praise, filling the air with accolades. This was primarily because the majority of those who had fled last time were now dead, leaving only those who had not escaped and now had no intention of running. Once Ding Chuanxiu's acupoints were unsealed, he was suddenly overwhelmed by an unbearable itch, involuntarily exclaiming, ah, in an instant. Ding Chuanxiu felt a maddening itch in 7 acupoints. K-Pen, Tian Shu, Tian Tu, Tian Quan, Tian Zhu, Shun Dao, and Ji Shi, akin to thousands of ants gnawing at him simultaneously. The icy shards infused with Yazi's internal energy entered his body, melting away, yet leaving the energy swirling within his acupoints, stirring a tempest. Although he tried to endure, the itch only intensified. Yazi announced, once the life and death symbol activates, its effects escalate day by day, with an increasing intensity for 91 days, then gradually receding. After that, it will rise again, repeating this cycle without end. Ding Chuanxiu, with his limbs incapacitated, could not escape the relentless itching. Though his upper body remained connected, he could exert some force, yet the overwhelming itch eclipsed any pain. He turned over with difficulty, scattering numerous antidotes around him, attempting to lick them up, hastening digestion to no avail. The itch within his acupoints only grew worse. Before long, Ding Chuanxiu could no longer endure. His limbs hindered, he rolled on the ground, crying out, I'm dying of itchiness. I'm dying. The more I scream, the more wretched it becomes. Unable to bear it any longer, he hastily pleaded, Master, I was wrong. I was wrong. Spare me, please. The onlookers, witnessing this youthful visage of a celestial martial master, transformed into a ghoul-like figure, howling like a beast, could not help but turn pale in horror at the spectacle of such suffering. Even the 8 friends of Hangyu were taken aback, having only heard of the life and death symbol from their master, yet never witnessed such a scene. Only Li Qi Luo and Su Xinghe remained composed, while even Sun Yi furrowed his brow, having never seen anyone endure such torment in 2 lifetimes combined. Of course, the scene was too grotesque to oppose. It was merely a matter of decorum. Sun Yi addressed his senior brothers, Shui, since the matter is resolved, let us escort him away. There are still many martial allies present. The assembly is of utmost importance. Master Xian Nan remarked, well said, well said. This esteemed elder, if Ding Chuanxiu has offended you, why not grant him a swift end? Is it not somewhat excessive to subject him to such suffering? Sun Yi interjected, the master is indeed compassionate, having interceded on Ding Chuanxiu's behalf even after he had stripped him of his martial arts, displaying a heart akin to that of a bodhisattva. However, this man cast my grandfather off a cliff, leaving him paralyzed for over 30 years. Failing to impose strict punishment would be utterly unjustifiable. Moreover, I have heard a saying that resonates with the master. One who has not endured the suffering of others should not advise them on virtue. The master might ponder this deeply. We cannot impose the standards of sages upon everyone. After all, Confucius himself spoke of repaying kindness with kindness and questioned how to repay grievances. Bah. Master Xianin merely uttered a recitation, refraining from further speech. While most martial artists around nodded in agreement, traitors ought to be dealt with in such a manner. Today, I have summoned everyone for another matter. I shall pass on the leadership of the Xiaoyao sect to my disciple, Su Xinghe. I invite you all to witness this. Well said, well said. The martial colleagues echoed in unison. Without further ado, considering the esteemed physician Shue's medical prowess, it is difficult to argue otherwise, especially given Sun Ye's rising reputation in the martial world, particularly in the south. Before long, the chess tournament concluded, and the martial allies were graciously entertained before being sent on their way, leaving only the injured and those poisoned by Ding Chuanxiu from the Shaolin sect, along with Murongfu and his 4 chief ministers, to receive treatment from Shui Muhua. As night fell, Weyazi summoned Sun Yi, Li Qi Luo, and Wang Yuyan into his chamber, claiming he had matters to discuss. One by one, they entered, closing the door behind them. Weyazi quickly seized Li Qingluo's wrist as the other two gasped in surprise, but soon relaxed, realizing he was merely checking her pulse. Li Qi Luo felt a warmth at her pulse point, her entire body melting into a state of blissful comfort. Moments later, Weyazi released her wrist, smiling as he said, "I've utilized our sect's Beiming Divine Skill to convert your minor Wuxiang power into Beiming energy." Li Qingluo gasped in shock. What? Weyazi smiled. "Aren't you curious as to why?" Li Qingluo steadied her emotions and replied with a smile, "Since father has acted, there must surely be a reason." Before she could continue, Weyazi interrupted, "My time is drawing near. I may not live to see the healing sun he speaks of. Thus, I wish to pass on my internal energy to you before my demise, granting you the strength to protect yourself." With that, before Li Qingluo could react, he suddenly leaped into the air, performing a somersault, landing headfirst atop her head, their spiritual essences connecting. Li Qingluo's eyes reddened, shaking her head vigorously in an attempt to dislodge him, extending her hands to push him away, only to find herself powerless. A wave of heat surged from the top of her head, increasingly intense, until she soon lost consciousness. Meanwhile, Su Xinghe entered the room, watching through tears, yet remained motionless. Recently, Su Xinghe had been tending to Weyazi's health, and in their view, his condition was indeed dire. They feared he would not survive until Sun Ye's return. Moreover, given his frail state, he could not endure a long journey, even if Sun Yi were to return immediately. Thus, the decision to pass on his legacy was made. As the transfer of energy reached its midpoint, Sun Yi resolved to interrupt Weyazi's transmission of internal power, forcibly separating Li Qingluo and Weyazi. He then assisted Li Qingluo to a sitting position while supporting Weyazi. "Grandfather, do not be anxious. I possess something that can sustain your life and provide an opportunity for healing later. If you seek further cultivation, living anew is not out of reach." Sun Yi produced a capsule containing a life-sustaining device, opening the glass lid and gesturing for Weyazi to lie inside. This was merely the initial plan. Sun Yi harbored a backup scheme to actively end Weyazi's life before his passing and then use the Dragon Balls to resurrect him. Should the Dragon Balls fail to heal him, he would resort to using the magical beans for recovery. This alternative plan had been discussed with the traversing device, and based on the existing rules of the Dragon Ball universe, the success rate stood at approximately 90%, primarily due to the world's acceptance of outsiders. However, the second plan would be executed by the intelligent program, as the traversing device could encapsulate the soul within the body to prevent the Dragon Balls from failing in resurrection. Upon awakening, Li Qingluo felt as if her entire being was light as a feather, the surge of internal energy invigorating her, akin to soaring on clouds. Soon, her mind cleared, and upon opening her eyes, she saw Weyazi, now with most of his hair turned white, weakly seated in a wheelchair. Overcome with emotion, she collapsed before him, weeping uncontrollably. The transmission of internal energy had imbued her with a profound sense of paternal love, only to feel it slipping away so soon. Weyazi merely smiled gently, comforting Li Qingluo, then cast a deep gaze at Sun Yi. The nature of Li Qingluo's internal energy differed from that of the minor Wuxiang power, a distinction Weyazi had only noticed in Wang Yuyan. What he had long suspected now became clear, yet it was not the time to speak of it. Previously, Weyazi had felt a sense of obligation to aid Sun Yi, given their generational gap, which is why he had imparted the Beiming Divine Skill without reservation. Yet now, it seemed that whatever Sun Yi did, Weyazi accepted with ease, as their relationship had indeed evolved. A half-son's devotion was comforting, and thus, teaching martial arts would naturally require less reservation. "Sun Yi, I entrust her mother and daughter to your care. Should they face any discontent, I shall hold you accountable. Moreover, if you wish to pursue martial arts, you may seek out my senior apprentice, Wu Xingyan, in Tianshan. Disciple Xinghe, from now on, the Xiaoyao sect shall rest in your hands. Even as you study diverse knowledge, do not neglect your martial training." Su Xinghe, choked with emotion yet suppressing his tears, stepped outside to summon the 8 friends of Hangu for a final farewell to their master. Chapter 35, The Grand Assembly of All Immortals. Upon finishing his words, Weyazi was assisted into the life-sustaining device, employing a tortoise-breathing technique, and closed his eyes. Su Xinghe and the 8 friends of Hangu quietly exited, their hearts heavy with unspoken grief. Sun Yi, observing Li Qingluo still weeping, approached silently, half embracing her and gently patting her shoulder in silent comfort, while also drawing Wang Yuyan into his embrace. At that moment, Li Qingluo's sobs intensified, as if she sought to expel a lifetime of grievances. After a while, her cries subsided, and she shyly glanced around, relieved to find that Su Xinghe and the 8 friends of Hangu had already departed, sparing her from further embarrassment. With Sun Ye's encouragement, Li Qingluo slowly lifted her head. Wang Yiyan, too, felt awkward remaining nestled in Sun Ye's embrace, hastily rising. Sun Yi had no intention of leaving Wuyazi's life-sustaining device in the Deaf-Mute Valley, for there was no one here who understood its workings. Furthermore, should any unforeseen changes arise, keeping it near the traversing device would allow for timely soul collection. Su Xinghe understood this and did not intervene, merely urging the others to care for Wuyazi. After tidying up Wuyazi's belongings, they bid each other farewell. Descending from Lega Mountain, they meandered through the surrounding territory, gleaning snippets of martial gossip while inquiring about any news from Tianshan. Ultimately, they found little information, thus setting their course westward towards Tianshan. Sun Yi recalled Wuyazi's earlier words, realizing that this could also be a candidate to bring into the Dragon Ball world. As long as Wuyazi was present, this individual would be reliable. Not to mention, he was warm to his own. Despite appearing cold, Sun Yi believed it prudent to assess him further before making a decision, unlike Li Qiushui. Now, it was also the time for Wu Xingyun's 3rd rejuvenation. However, it was not yet the right moment to meet her, for the encounter might lead to conflict, especially upon seeing Qingluo and Yuyan. For the time being, one can only wait until the gathering of the 36 caves and 72 islands at Lingzhou Palace to rescue her. The so-called 36 caves and 72 islands belong to the realm of heretical and unorthodox sects in the martial world. Their leaders, the cave masters and island masters, are merely a group of individuals who neither belong to any formal sect nor are affiliated with any gang, existing as rogue practitioners. These individuals possess varying degrees of martial prowess and moral character, each acting independently and pursuing their own paths, never forming any significant alliance, which has led to their consistent disregard by the martial community. Some of them are scattered across the islands in the East China Sea and the Yellow Sea, while others dwell in the deep mountains of Kunlun and Chilian, having faded into obscurity in recent years with no notable achievements. Initially, there was no connection among them, but after being reclaimed by Lingzhou Palace, they gradually established a bond as subordinates of Wu Xingyun. To the west of Luoyang lies a small town near the Tianshan Mountains. A few individuals were dining when they spotted some strangely dressed people carrying weapons on the road. Without pausing after their meal, they wiped their mouths and proceeded westward. Sun Yi, with his mechanical insect monitoring ahead, followed them at a leisurely pace. Outside the town, in a secluded area dense with forests and scattered rocks, a group of equally peculiar martial artists gathered, all armed, seemingly having come together at a prearranged time. Sun Yi understood that these individuals did not dare to linger for long due to the risk of detection. Even their brief gatherings were mostly nocturnal and conducted in secrecy, fearful of being discovered by the people of Lingzhou Palace. It seemed that being early was less advantageous than being fortuitous. At that moment, Mu Rongfu and his group approached from a distance. Noticing the eerie atmosphere, they suspected that the previous encounter with Ding Chuanxiu had left Ba Butong feeling quite vexed, prompting this act of provocation. What kind of demons and monsters are gathering here? A loud shout echoed with a forceful internal energy, reverberating throughout the surroundings. Suddenly, a voice floated over. Having realized that heretical sects are convening here, why do you insignificant demons not join in the revelry? The voice fluctuated in tone, creating a disconcerting sensation, yet every word was distinctly audible. Mu Rongfu snorted, aware of the presence of a Bai beside him, and noting that there were multiple individuals around. Fearing harm to others, we have no time to be entangled with him. We must prioritize finding a Zhu, he declared, intending to retreat along the same path, moving with deliberate calmness. Then another voice called out, "You speak arrogantly and think you can just escape with your tails between your legs? If your Zhu were to come this way, she might already be in my grasp, haha." Feng Boyi, unable to contain his anger, despite knowing it was a ruse, insisted, "Master, allow me to teach this madman a lesson." Mu Rongfu shook his head. "They do not know who we are. Let them be." "Yes, my lord," responded Deng Baijuan, his voice resonating through the valley, causing echoes that left the last speaker injured. The 36 caves and 72 islands had few individuals on the periphery, hence they did not hinder further, merely watching as Mu Rongfu and his group withdrew. Sun Yi had initially hoped that this fortuitous timing would allow him to meet Wu Xingyun today, but as daybreak arrived without anyone appearing, he was left disappointed. The next day, Sun Yi left the mechanical insect to monitor the other party's movements. In this world, such entities had never been seen before. And with some dialects being unintelligible, he finally grasped a few scattered insights. Today marked the first day of their gathering, and not everyone had arrived. Moreover, the island masters had quarreled throughout the night over who would infiltrate Lingxiu Palace, with no one daring to take the risk. It appeared he would have to wait several more days to encounter the heroes from the original narrative. Later, on the monitoring screen, Sun Yi saw island masters and cave masters arriving in succession, such as the renowned Sang Tugu from the Beiming Cave in Sichuan, Xin Huangzi from the Qiulong Cave near Tibet, and Zhang Dafu, the master of Xinming Island from the North Sea, all arriving today. Sun Yi, along with 2 companions, wandered the town before heading into the forest to find a place to rest during the day. They listened to the conversations, learning that a figure known as Wu Laodao would infiltrate Lingxiu Palace that night to gather information, and Sun Yi was determined to be present to assist. After a comfortable slumber, close to midnight, the 3 of them tidied themselves and boarded a silent flying vehicle, hovering above the gathering at a height of 100 meters to observe. Any higher would require a change of aircraft. As the gathering commenced, they dared not light any fires, and the surroundings were eerily quiet, with faint green ghostly flames dotting the area, casting shadows that appeared ghost-like. However, as the night progressed, a sharp howl pierced the darkness, and suddenly, a yellow light rose in the southeast corner, followed by red lights appearing in the western and northwestern corners. In an instant, lights sprang up from all directions, some lanterns, some torches, some calming lanterns, and some bundles of firewood. Each island master and cave master brought different types of illumination. Some crude and simple, others exquisitely crafted, previously hidden from sight. The flickering lights cast an enchanting glow on the faces of the gathered individuals, creating an atmosphere of surreal mystique. There were men and women, some handsome, some unattractive, including monks and Taoists. Some wore flowing robes, while others donned short garments. Some were elderly with long beards, and others were women with towering hairdos. Their attire was largely eccentric, significantly differing from that of the Central Plains, with over half of the assembly wielding peculiar weapons of indeterminate origin. As Chapter 36 unfolds, the lights had just ignited when a sudden shout rang out in the night. Who goes there? Such audacity! The clash of weapons and fists erupted, as many hidden figures were struck, revealing that the intruders were not familiar faces. This commotion was considerable, drawing the attention of numerous island masters and cave masters gathered to await news. They turned to see the commotion, each employing their own abilities to discern the identities of the intruders. A figure clad in a blue Taoist robe descended from the sky, floating gracefully. With a gentle touch on a branch, he glided down, appearing to defy gravity, astonishing all. It was the Jiao Wang, the untroubled Taoist. Those familiar with him directly called out his name, for the attendees hailed from various regions across the land and had certainly encountered him before. Indeed, it is I. Since you all seek trouble with Lingxiu Palace, my involvement is inevitable. However, this place is quite hidden. I nearly missed it myself. He laughed heartily as he landed lightly from the treetop. Uncertain of the Jiao Wang's intentions, Wu Laodao and the others grew increasingly vigilant, not daring to relax their gaze, ready to unite and strike should the situation turn dire. Why must you feign ignorance, Master Wu? We have all gathered here for the matter concerning that individual from Tianshan, and I naturally wish to lend you my support, he continued. The crowd's expressions shifted to astonishment. The sound of weapons unsheathing filled the air as all eyes fixated on the untroubled Taoist. A palpable aura of menace enveloped the scene. Yet, his demeanor remained unchanged. The assembly's mood darkened as they realized that such a secret had indeed been leaked. Contemplating the dire consequences, fear gripped them, and they prepared to strike. However, a few individuals intervened to halt their companions. You jest, Jiao Wang. Wu Xingyun is of great concern to us. We are here to discuss gifts for his birthday as a token of our gratitude. Wu Laodao's expression shifted several times before he responded nonchalantly. Despite some attempts to restrain the tension, the underlying intent to engage in conflict could not be quelled. What? Do you intend to silence us to prevent any leaks? That may prove more challenging than you anticipate. The unyielding man maintained an impassive demeanor and, with a sharp whistle, drew forth a faint echo from the depths of the surrounding darkness. Soon, 2 formidable figures appeared. The sword god Zhuo Bufan and the celestial maiden Cui Luhua glided into view, both recognized by the onlookers. The 108 leaders had not anticipated such an assembly. Even if they managed to capture 1 or 2 today, they could not prevent the others from fleeing, especially considering the fate that awaited their own ranks. Observing the discord among these nefarious characters, Sun Yi and his companions watched with rapt attention. Akin to an immersive live-action martial arts drama, albeit at a rather slow pace without the luxury of fast-forwarding. At that moment, The unruly crowd ceased their bickering and ultimately forged an alliance, preparing to ascend the ethereal peak of Tianshan to confront Wu Xingyun in the Lingzhou Palace. With decisions made, they pledged their allegiance in blood. In a moment of pride, the gang leader began recounting his exploits within the Lingzhou Palace, embellishing his tales to bolster morale. Amidst the collective fear of Wu Xingyun, even the trembling of their legs became a point of pride. Finally, with a mere wave of his hand, the leader summoned a bag from the sidelines, which he placed before him. Upon untying the ropes, he revealed a delicate young girl, sculpted as if from jade. With a flourish of triumph, he proclaimed, "This girl was captured by me from the ethereal peak." A chorus of cheers erupted. The leader is remarkable. Truly a hero among men. Among the 36 caves and 72 islands, you stand at the pinnacle. Yet amidst the jubilant cries, the girl's soft whimpers emerged. Her hands pressed against her face as she wept softly. "Behold, this is the girl I brought from the Lingzhou Palace. I intended to extract secrets from her, but alas, she is mute by nature and has revealed nothing, which is indeed infuriating. However, worry not. With the addition of the Dragon King and Sword God, our strength has significantly increased. Though the Lingzhou Palace is formidable, they are not insurmountable. Now that we are gathered here, let us solidify our bond. Each of you shall strike this girl with a sword or a knife, a token of your commitment, to prevent any cowardice when the time comes." His words incited a wave of sinister laughter among the crowd. Many among them were of a ruthless disposition, and the leader's suggestion met with no dissent. They eagerly voiced their approval. A few, including the unyielding man in Trobufan, felt that such an act against a helpless child was a gross violation of the chivalric code, but for the sake of their greater objective, they chose to remain silent. Sun Yi, understanding the unfolding events, decided not to linger further. He retrieved a capsule and, with a loud pop, revealed an energy gun. He leaped from the vehicle, the rush of wind filling his ears as he gathered his focus for defense, employing his lightness skill. Descending from a height of over 100 meters was a challenge. And with a resounding thud, he landed on the ground, startling the assembled crowd. Extracting his legs from the shallow pit, he remained unfazed, regarding the throng with indifference. "I have come to retrieve someone. You may all step aside." With the energy gun in hand, he recognized that the sheer number of adversaries necessitated a weapon with greater firepower. Engaging in close combat was an option, but the risk of harming Wu Xingyun compelled him to await the arrival of his two wives to ensure her safety. The crowd gasped, astonished that he dared to descend from the sky. Although his martial prowess was apparent, the multitude present had often been unruly before Wu Xingyun's dominance, and they questioned his authority. "Who are you to disrupt our gathering?" they demanded, ready to strike him down. Just then, a shout rang out from the periphery of the crowd, and Sun Yi witnessed his two wives descending gracefully, positioning themselves protectively around Wu Xingyun. Whether due to their nature or an oversight of the surrounding peril, they approached with greetings. "Qing Luo, greetings to the Master Uncle." "Yu Yin, greetings to the Grandmaster Uncle." Fully armed, they were formidable foes, particularly Li Qi Luo, who possessed around 60 years of inner strength along with the Beiming Divine Skill, making her a top-tier figure in the martial world. Armed with rifles, they were indeed a force to be reckoned with. Chapter 37. Wu Xingyun recognizing the opportune moment. Sun Yi sheathed his weapon, poised to unleash his full power, but was interrupted by Wu Xingyun herself. "You insolent wretch, dare you approach me?" Wu Xingyun's gaze fixated on Yu Yin, her eyes unblinking as she mistook her for her grandmother. The mystique of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts was such that it granted its practitioners an agelessness, explaining Wu Xingyun's confusion. Yet, she quickly regained her awareness. "Wait. You are not that wretch. Who are you truly?" "Master Uncle, my father is Wu Yazi," Li Qi Luo responded on behalf of Yu Yin. "And who is your mother? Li Qiushui? Or Li Songhai?" Before any further words could be exchanged, Wu Xingyun's voice, aged yet familiar, startled the surrounding crowd. 2/3 of the onlookers fell to their knees. Not having seen Wu Xingyun's visage before, yet her voice was unforgettable. As she spoke, her identity became clear, and under the weight of her presence, some even fell backward, either fainting from fear or succumbing to shock. "Wu Xingyun, is it truly you? How can this be?" The gang leader was among the most agitated, kneeling yet unable to contain his excitement. He could hardly believe he had brought Wu Xingyun down from the mountain, enduring her interrogation. Stunned, he stood there muttering in disbelief, unable to process what had transpired. His heart raced in terror, yet as he reached his limit, clarity struck him. Why was she not resisting? "I still have a chance," he thought. Regret soon followed. Had he known the girl was Wu Xingyun, he would have sought revenge long ago, avoiding this predicament altogether. With an air of pride, Wu Xingyun declared, "Do you not recognize me? How could you mistake me for a mere child?" She turned to the gang leader and continued, "On that day, you spared my life. Now you regret it, do you not? The leader sat upright, acknowledging her words. Indeed. Before he could elaborate, others began to rally, exclaiming, Wu Xingyun is vulnerable. Let us unite against her. Wu Xingyun, you vile witch. You slaughtered 62 members of the Yihui sword sect. Today, I finally have the chance to exact my revenge. Zhuo Bufan and the unyielding man were the first to react, while the others remained paralyzed by fear. Ultimately, it was the youth, Sun Yi and his companions, whose influence lacked the necessary gravitas, coupled with the reverence shown to Wu Xingyun as Master Uncle and Grandmaster Uncle, that compelled the crowd to surge forward. Of course, even if others joined the fray, none could match Wu Xingyun's might. And they hesitated to act while she was in a weakened state. Waiting for her recovery would only diminish their courage. Zhuo's words ring true. She is within reach. If we do not strike while she is vulnerable, what are we waiting for? Attack! The Dragon King and the unyielding man, allies of Zhuo Bufan, stepped forward in support, their voices echoing as they rallied the 108 sect members, stirring them from their stupor. One must not only speak but also take the initiative to act. For only then can one inspire the surrounding crowd. Otherwise, those willing to take action remain few. With a sudden leap, akin to a soaring crane, a long sword shimmered with cold light as it sliced through the air towards Wu Xingyun. Zhuo Bufan followed closely, his sword radiating a brilliant azure light that illuminated the surroundings. Sun Yi, having prepared amidst the fear of his opponents, seized Zhuo Bufan's sword with his left hand and the sword of the unyielding Taoist with his right, applying force to shatter both blades into fragments that scattered widely. As the opponents dodged the shards, he advanced, channeling his energy into a punch that struck the adversary squarely in the chest. Both combatants felt the impact simultaneously. Their internal energies acted as shields, resulting in minor injuries as they staggered back 3 paces, blood staining the corners of their mouths. They exchanged astonished glances, taken aback by the fact that their swords, infused with their combined internal strength, left no mark on Sun Yi. Come, my venerable master is already 96 years old. What courage do you possess to bully an elder? I, Sun Yi, will confront you. You dare to call anyone old? Ignoring Wu Xingyun's exasperated expression, he addressed the 2 beautiful women. Ladies, leave Wu Xingyun to you. I shall drive these ruffians away first. Though the 2 adversaries had lost their swords, Zhuo Bufan continued to channel his internal energy into the hilt, condensing sword light, while the unyielding Taoist switched to a whisk. Others, including the immortal of Hibiscus, Lord Songtu, and Lady Li, rushed to join the fray, even the kneeling Wu Laoda brandishing a knife, ready to strike. Yet, the confined space allowed only a few to participate in the assault, necessitating some to assist Li Qingluo. Li Qingluo and Yu Yin gracefully enveloped Wu Xingyun, soaring above the chaos like a wisp of cloud, deftly evading numerous attacks. Li Qingluo boasted sufficient internal energy from 60 years of practice for self-defense and to eliminate foes. Not to mention 2 rifles at her disposal. The most skilled warriors, having witnessed the earlier skirmish, converged on Sun Ye's position. Although these attackers were renowned in the martial world, their internal energies were comparable to that of the unyielding Taoist and not far from Sun Ye's. However, their output was vastly inferior. Sun Yi unleashed his energy with each strike, his internal power enhancing both his agility and speed. In contrast, the elite martial artists could only muster about 1/3 of that energy, while their adversaries barely managed to accumulate 1/4, often unable to release it fully. Even with the aid of sharp weapons, their effectiveness paled in comparison to the disparity in strength. The clash resembled the chaotic toppling of a chimney in an online video, where one side produced a cacophony while the other caused a thunderous crash, a glaring contrast. Now, in combat, even if one possessed endurance, they could not withstand a few exchanges before sustaining severe injuries, especially in this crowded scenario where maneuvering was impossible, requiring direct confrontations. Sun Yi pressed on, reminiscent of the character Wu Lang from the classic martial arts, stirring up a whirlwind of dust and chaos. Moments later, the clamor of battle subsided. The members of the 36 caves and 72 islands could not keep pace with Sun Ye's velocity nor withstand his might, their attacks proving futile. As they returned to the valley, the path was strewn with groaning figures, some lying prostrate while others knelt, half-broken and grievously wounded. The kneeling ones were engulfed in dread and despair, their fates all too predictable. Many erupted in furious roars, mad laughter, or even tears, their minds unraveling under the immense pressure exerted by the Tianshan maiden. By the time all but the fallen knelt in supplication, Sun Yi gradually withdrew his energy. Though he had expended some, the toll was manageable. Even if no one surrendered or fled, dispatching 2/3 of them posed no challenge. He mused that to engage in a truly satisfying battle, one must either return to the world of Dragon Ball or seek a realm of higher caliber. for the world of Tianlong felt too limited. He strolled back to Li Qingluo's side and bowed respectfully to Wu Xingyun. I am Sun Yi, disciple of the unyielding Taoist. Who are you two? Speak. Wu Xingyun, consumed with fury, neglected Sun Ye's presence. During the ambush, Li Qingluo and her companions had evaded danger thanks to Wang Yuyan, who cradled Wu Xingyun in a protective manner. As those surrounding them knelt and begged for mercy, Wu Xingyun, still in his awkward situation, impatiently demanded answers. Sun Yi was nearly amused by this comical juxtaposition of his tone and posture. If my venerable master wishes to listen, I shall gladly provide an account. However, how to deal with these individuals is at your discretion. Young man, those are a bunch of treacherous scoundrels. I wouldn't mind if you simply killed them. I would prefer that you merely injure them for now. The time will come for their reckoning. Since it was the decision of his venerable master, Sun Yi complied. He turned to the gathered crowd, noting that most were hardly virtuous. Take the Lord of Duanmu from the Five-Finger Mountain on Hainan Island, who mastered the return to the source technique. Though it possessed a certain profundity, he had likely taken countless lives to achieve such prowess, a characteristic shared by many within the 36 caves and 72 islands. Sun Yi had no inclination to plead for their lives, even if killing were to ensue. It was not his place to execute the order. He glanced at Li Qingluo and said, Come, my dear, let us bind them all. Wu Xingyun smiled coldly, his voice hoarse and aged, instilling a chilling sensation while also conveying an awkward contrast. Now, can you speak? As a few individuals concluded their tasks, Sun Yi and his companions approached Wu Xingyun, eager to begin their inquiries, impatience evident in their tones. Very well, then I shall elucidate the circumstances. Sun Yi replied with a calm demeanor, awaiting Wu Xingyun's nod before continuing. We three have just arrived from the unyielding Taoist. Over 30 years ago, he was betrayed by a traitor named Ding Chuanqiu, leaving him paralyzed. He has since avoided the traitor, but recently, with the help of my brothers, he managed to eliminate Ding Chuanqiu. However, his time draws near, and we will also be departing overseas for treatment. Before that, I must enhance my strength to secure the necessary medicinal resources. Thus we have come to learn martial arts from you, having coincidentally arrived during your rejuvenation. Good. Then tell me the relationship of these two wretches to the unyielding Taoist, Wu Xingyun demanded, increasingly incensed. This is my wife, Wang Yuyan, and this is my mother-in-law, the daughter of the unyielding Taoist and Li Qiushui. Sun Yi explained, prompting a subtle glare from Li Qingluo. Wu Xingyun's fury intensified, causing him to struggle for breath. Before Wu Xingyun could respond, Sun Yi swiftly added, however, regarding our journey overseas for healing, my grandfather instructed that only you, venerable master, be informed. If you wish to accompany us, it shall be just you. Before Sun Yi could continue, he noticed Wu Xingyun's expression softened slightly, yet his breathing grew increasingly rapid. Only hearing Wu Xingyun speak urgently, he said, Son boy, I have regained my youth for several days, but due to being captured by old Wu, I have not practiced my skills on time. At this moment, the true energy within me is boiling. Quickly, catch a wolf deer or the like, so that I may absorb its blood to refine my skills. This time, his voice did not seem as frail, sounding more like that of an 8 or 9-year-old. Perhaps due to his demeanor, which exuded a certain dominance, though the original tone could still be discerned. Seeing this, Sun Yi hurriedly took out the night vision goggles. They were quicker this way. He switched to the tranquilizer gun, uncertain whether the target was to be alive or dead, stealthily employing lightness skills. He moved away and soon returned dragging a wild deer for Wu Xingyun to absorb its blood. After consuming the blood, Wu Xingyun sat cross-legged, with his right index finger pointing to the heavens and his left finger directed towards the earth. With a puff, he exhaled a faint white mist through his nostrils. Sun Yi, curious, observed from the side for a while, unable to discern anything remarkable. He donned the night vision goggles again but still found nothing substantial, only noticing a change in the red glow surrounding Wu Xingyun before and after his practice. Feeling a wave of boredom, he suddenly lifted his head. Without removing the goggles, he spotted some humanoid heat signatures in the distance, indicating that a group was approaching. While not fearful, he nonetheless informed Li Qingluo, someone is coming. Be alert. Li Qingluo and Wang Yuyan nodded in acknowledgement. Old Wu exclaimed, this is the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, the unparalleled skill. It seems to truly be the old hag. The white mist exhaled from Wu Xingyun curled around her head, thickening until it enveloped her entirely, obscuring her features. Then, a series of cracking sounds emanated from her body, akin to popping beans. Overall, she appeared to be nearing a state of transcendence. Sun Yi grew increasingly intrigued by the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies, and even more so by the further advanced technique, the eternal and ageless longevity skill. which combined 3 disciplines into one. After a considerable time, the popping sounds began to diminish, and the white mist gradually faded. The girl inhaled the remaining mist. And once it was fully absorbed, she opened her eyes and slowly stood up. By this time, the approaching group had drawn closer, revealing themselves to be a cadre of women, likely from Lingzhou Palace's 9 Heavens 9 departments. Regardless, Sun Yi was unperturbed, deciding to wait until they were near enough to discern friend from foe before taking action. Chapter 39. The Ethereal Peak in the Distance. The group quickened their pace, each individual adorned in light blue cloaks, resembling a flowing azure cloud. From afar, several female voices called out, "Your Excellency, our subordinates have arrived late, deserving of death." As they drew nearer, it became apparent that they were mounted on camels, their cloaks embroidered with a black vulture, their expressions fierce, suggesting they were not of benevolent disposition. The women from Lingzhou Palace appeared to regard Wu Xingyun with great reverence, prostrating themselves on the ground, afraid to look up. Likely due to Wu Xingyun's usual demeanor, even if she treated others kindly, her perpetual sternness would deter closeness. Wu Xingyun snorted, her voice laced with anger. "Did you all assume I was dead? Have none of you considered this old hag? You dare to bring only this handful of people?" An elderly woman replied, "We do not dare, Your Excellency. Since that night you departed from the palace." The 9 Heavens 9 departments immediately descended the mountain, taking different routes to serve you. The Haotian department awaited you in the east, the Yantian department in the southeast, the Chitian department in the south, the Zhutian department in the southwest, the Chigtian department in the west, the Yutian department in the northwest, the Xiantian department in the north, the Luantian department in the northeast, and the Juntian department guarding the palace. Our incompetence has caused us to arrive late, deserving of death. As she spoke, she repeatedly bowed her head. Enough, Master Ancestor, do not blame them. It seems they have not rested for days, as their faces show signs of exhaustion, taking advantage of the distance not being great. It would be prudent to have them quickly inform the other departments to either come closer or return to the ethereal peak to prevent being overtaken by the enemy. Wu Xingyun said, "Since Sun Boy has spoken thus, and seeing your weary faces, I know you have suffered some hardships on the way. Therefore, I shall not impose further punishment this time. You should thank me." The elderly woman's face lit up with joy. Realizing there would be no punishment, "It is my duty to serve you, Your Excellency. Now that Master Ancestor is unharmed, why not return to the mountain with me? With your guidance, we can reach our destination within the hour." Sun Yi interrupted their conversation, waving his hand as the intelligent aerial vehicle descended, landing before them shortly thereafter. Wu Xingyun, filled with curiosity, circled the vehicle multiple times, unable to discern its flight mechanism, yet showing no signs of fear. However, the vehicle was not jet-propelled. It was an open model with no visible exhaust. Its exterior was mostly a single molded form, making it difficult to identify its mechanics. The vehicle utilized changes in magnetic fields to achieve flight, having initially been unable to ascend upon arriving in the Tianlong world due to incorrect parameters. However, after Sun Yi adjusted it based on the calculations from the shuttle, it functioned flawlessly. This was primarily due to its silent operation, prompting Sun Yi to manually fine-tune it. "In that case, Yu Haoyan department shall remain to escort these traders while I return to Lingzhou Palace." Wu Xingyun waved her hand, her interest still piqued by the vehicle. The captured traders had been immobilized and bound, presenting no threat of rebellion. "Yes, we obey your command," the elderly woman replied, leading the Haoyan department to begin counting the bound individuals. Sun Yi opened the car door, allowing Wu Xingyun to take the front passenger seat, while Li Qingluo and her daughter settled into the back. One reason was due to Wu Xingyun being an elder, and another was the likelihood of conflict should she sit alongside either Li Qingluo or her daughter. Li Qingluo shared some temperament and demeanor with Li Qiushui. However, after being subdued by Sun Ye's force and experiencing a respect unknown in ancient times, she had fully submitted, tempering her demeanor. After all, for a woman to completely submit to a man, the man must possess strengths that surpass hers. If he were akin to Duan Zhengchun, even Li Qingluo might not be able to defeat him, which would lead to the prior situation where she would never accept the presence of other women. Wang Yuyin was easier to manage, as her appearance closely mirrored that of Li Qiushui, and sitting with Wu Xingyun would almost certainly lead to conflict. The vehicle ascended to several meters high, and at night, it would attract little attention. As Wu Xingyun's internal power had not yet replenished, Sun Yi raised the glass cover. Under Wu Xingyun's guidance, they sped along, reaching the foot of the ethereal peak before dawn. Wu Xingyun pointed towards a peak shrouded in mist at the northwest corner, saying, "That is the ethereal peak." The vehicle could not ascend the mountain, so they disembarked and switched to an aircraft. Wu Xingyun's curiosity resurfaced as she took the vehicle's capsule. fiddling with it and attempting to understand its workings. Although she still could not discern its secrets, her curiosity was somewhat satisfied. After several urgings from Sun Yi, she finally stored the vehicle and boarded the plane, fastening her seatbelt. Before long, the four of them had arrived at the entrance of the peak, coinciding perfectly with the sunrise. The snow, the grass, and the distant palace, all glimmering under the sunlight, created a strikingly beautiful scene. As the red sun gradually rose above the mountains, its rays painted the sky crimson, while mist began to rise from the mountains, rendering the surroundings ethereal. They traversed through Duanhuan Cliff, Misstep Rock, 100 Gorge, and the connecting sky bridge. Approaching the peak, they encountered two cliffs that were perilously close, making it clear that only a master could traverse the gap without assistance. Before long, the aircraft reached the summit of the ethereal peak, hovering above the stone fortress as the group began to descend. Below, the ground was paved with blue stone slabs, each approximately 8 feet long and 3 feet wide, laid out with precision, a feat that the current subordinates of Lingzhou Palace likely could not achieve, possibly a legacy from a previous era. The sound of the jet was quite loud, and by the time they descended to 8 or 9 meters, many people below had already begun to gather. As the aircraft descended a few more meters, a series of warning signals sounded, and soon, around 40 to 50 women clad in yellow garments surrounded the area. They were presumably the maidens of the Juntian sect, but they exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the situation, and could only wait below. When the aircraft reached a height of 5 to 6 meters, Sun Yi lowered the glass canopy. Wu Xingyun leaned out to observe below, where the personnel were focused on the vehicle. With keen eyes, one of them spotted her and immediately knelt, exclaiming, "Your subordinate pays respects to the esteemed master." Instantly, the rest followed suit, kneeling in unison. It appeared that all was well within the Lingzhou Palace, especially since the illegal assembly of the Wanshan Conference had been thoroughly dismantled by Sun Yi. There was no one left to mount an attack. Wu Xingyun took the initiative to speak. "Where are the four maidens? Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu?" The response came, "The maidens apologize for their tardiness in welcoming you." Esteemed master, four young women, strikingly similar in appearance, approached and bowed their heads in reverence. They were attired in hues of light red, moon white, pale green, and soft yellow, their heights and figures indistinguishable. Sun Yi couldn't help but gaze at them with curiosity. "Direct them to prepare hot water. I require a moment to freshen up. The rest of you may leave. There is nothing amiss here," Wu Xingyun commanded. Around 10 individuals remained, while the others discreetly exited, vanishing from sight. "Mei, take them to rest for now. Once I have attended to my needs, bring them to see me," Wu Xingyun instructed, retaining the young woman in light red. After Wu Xingyun departed, Mei Jian turned to Sun Yi and his companions, gesturing, "Esteemed guests, please follow me." They were led to a tastefully arranged courtyard, seemingly designed for receiving visitors, though it appeared to have been unused for decades, exuding an eerie stillness. Shortly thereafter, a veiled woman in yellow gracefully approached, bearing several cups of fragrant tea. Half an hour later, Wu Xingyun returned with the four maidens and addressed Sun Yi without delay. "Young man, were your previous words sincere? If so, what requests do you have?" "Rest assured, esteemed master, every word I spoke was true. Soon, you and my grandfather can freely enjoy your time together," Sun Yi replied, pausing to offer a teasing glance at Wu Xingyun, who showed no sign of embarrassment. "Did Wu Yizi tell you this? What are your demands?" "Speak plainly," Wu Xingyun inquired, her gaze sharp, for she was skeptical of such fortuitous claims. Sun Yi indeed had conditions to propose, but vague notions such as mutual advancement were impractical at this juncture. Thus, he articulated his specific requirements. "Since you have spoken, I shall be forthright." Sun Yi began to delineate his conditions. First, if Wu Xingyun wished to return, she must temper her temperament. Upon regaining her martial prowess, it was imperative that she refrain from the impulsive violence exhibited in the past. Sun Yi could not adopt an approach akin to that of the original character Su Zhu, who was unconditionally forgiving. Respect was due to elders, yet he could not emulate such an attitude. Ensuring safety in their initial interactions was paramount, even if Wu Xingyun might not be able to best Sun Yi. "Proceed," Wu Xingyun replied, her jaw clenched as she considered the implications of his words. Secondly, Sun Yi requested that all the martial arts of the Xiaoyao sect be imparted to him and Yu Yin. He gestured towards her before pausing to gauge Wu Xingyun's reaction. "Young man, since you saved my life, I shall teach you martial arts. However, do not expect me to teach her," Wu Xingyun replied, suppressing her irritation. Careful not to glance at Yu Yin, lest her anger surface. "That will suffice. Your instruction is ample," Sun Yi stated, leaving the implication unspoken. And the others understood well enough. "Any further requests?" Wu Xingyun asked, attempting to regain her composure. "None. Just those two conditions, Sun Yi waved dismissively, indicating there was little else he desired. Where's Wu Yizi now? I wish to see him, Wu Xingyun inquired. Very well, Sun Yi activated the portal device, allowing Tong Lao to glimpse Wu Yizi within the life-sustaining apparatus. Junior brother, Wu Xingyun exclaimed in shock upon witnessing the scene, her expression shifting dramatically as she saw Wu Yizi lying within a coffin-like contraption. She turned to Sun Yi, seeking an explanation. Grandfather is in a critical state, reliant on this device to sustain his life until we can procure the necessary medicine, Sun Yi explained. May he be saved, Wu Xingyun muttered repeatedly, her anxiety palpable. Then, let us commence your martial training, she declared, glancing back towards the door, turning on her heel to leave without a backward glance. Sun Yi embraced Qing Luo and Yu Yin, advising them to explore the scenic mountains if they grew bored, before following Wu Xingyun. In the rear hall of Lingjio Palace, adorned with ancient stone wall images, Sun Yi accompanied Wu Xingyun into a garden, where she moved aside a decorative rock formation, revealing an underground passage. The four maidens followed with torches raised, entering in single file. Along the way, Mei Jian discreetly activated mechanisms to prevent traps from triggering, guiding them downward until the path opened into a vast stone cavern. Young man, I see you possess considerable internal strength. You may study the inscriptions on the walls here. Should you have any questions, feel free to seek my guidance later, as I require time for my own training, Wu Xingyun instructed. May, remain here. When he wishes to see me, lead him back. With that, Wu Xingyun exited, not looking back. Under Mei Jian's curious gaze, Sun Yi stepped into the stone chamber. Noting the smooth walls adorned with countless circular engravings, each depicting various figures, humans, beasts, incomplete scripts, and mere symbols and lines, numbering at least 800 or 900. These inscriptions contain the secrets of martial arts, including the Tianshan Jime, Tianshan Luyang Palm, and the timeless Changchun Gong, even the Baihong Palm Power. Sun Yi first utilized a device to record all the contents of the chamber, then began his study with the Changchun Gong, memorizing the energy pathways and the various intricacies of its incantations. In this stone chamber, Sun Yi could only practice internal techniques. Other martial arts required more internal energy than he possessed, as attempting them could harm his meridians. Upon detailed examination, he realized that the Changchun Gong was essentially a fusion of the Beiming Divine Skill and the Wuxiang technique. The former was adapted to focus on refining energy, while the latter emphasized the transformation of energy properties, both of which, along with the Changchun Gong, exhibited certain limitations. As for the Baha Lioha Wiwdzn Gong, it was Wu Xingyun's modified practice of the Changchun Gong, assisted by her ancestor, the Zaiyozi. In the ensuing days, after thorough study, Sun Yi discovered that the Changchun Gong's overly domineering nature meant that if external energy was insufficient, it would excessively draw from the practitioner's own life force, ultimately damaging their foundational strength and hindering further cultivation. Afterward, Sun Yi began to experiment with the method of cultivating energy into internal strength through the technique of eternal spring. Initially, he guided a trickle of energy into his meridians, and upon discovering its feasibility, he gradually increased the energy used. Ultimately, after 3 days, the results confirmed its viability. In Chapter 41, Research. After more than a year of study in the Dragon World, Sun Yi discovered that the energy in the Dragon Ball realm was indistinguishable from that in the Dragon World. Both were primal energies devoid of any special attributes that could be sensed by the human spirit, lacking classifications such as the 5 elements or 4 symbols. This energy possessed both energetic and material characteristics, akin to light, and could be referred to as spiritual energy. To observe it, one would likely require the most advanced instruments, as the current devices at hand were incapable of detecting it. For spiritual energy to exhibit its destructive properties, it necessitates a unique substance, human mental strength. Only under the manipulation of this energy, which lies between the tangible and intangible, can spiritual energy reveal its capacity for destruction. Chi energy is a unique, controllable energy formed by the fusion of spiritual energy from the Dragon Ball world and cellular energy ignited through extreme physical training. Once this energy is formed, it passively enhances cellular strength, although it does not extend the lifespan or vitality of the cells. The internal strength in the Dragon world is derived from spiritual energy combined with bodily energy, what can be termed life energy, specifically the essence within the triad of spirit, energy, and essence. Life energy and cellular energy are distinct forms of bodily energy produced by different cultivation methods. Therefore, by guiding Qi through the meridians using the practice of eternal spring, one can extract life energy from the body, a process commonly known as refining essence into Qi. Throughout this process, Qi energy transforms into internal strength characterized by Qi properties. This internal strength can be stored in the dantian, circulated through the meridians, or overflow throughout the body. However, when released, chi energy separates from life energy, resulting in pure destructive chi energy. Consequently, Sun Yi found himself with an increased appetite. What once required 5 to 6 pounds of meat and rice for a meal now escalated tenfold, as the energy density of the world was insufficient, necessitating substantial consumption for rapid cultivation and recovery. A portion of the chi energy is stored in the dantian, akin to an external battery, meaning that under equal physical strength, the power exerted is the same, yet with greater endurance. After approximately 3 days of transformation, Sun Ye's internal strength became nearly equivalent to his chi, and the combined energy surpassed that of Wu Xingyun. During this period, the 9 heavens returned in succession, even managing to subdue the rebellious elements. But Sun Yi chose not to inquire further, focusing solely on martial training. Thus, Sun Yi commenced studying techniques such as the Tianshan 6-yang palm and Tianshan folding plum hand. Each day, as he practiced, he felt ethereal, as if he might float away, yet he could never truly take flight. When instructing Qi Luo and Yu Yin, they experienced a similar sensation. Upon further investigation, they realized it might be due to the surrounding environment's restrictions, yet the more they explored, the more Sun Yi anticipated the manifestation of these martial arts in the Dragon Ball world. During this time, Sun Yi also gathered the 3 of them to consult Wu Xingyun on their inquiries. She welcomed them without hesitation, diligently addressing questions even when she knew some were not typically encountered by male practitioners. In the following days, Sun Yi diligently learned at Lingzhou Palace under Wu Xingyan, establishing a connection between internal strength and chi energy. The enhancement of internal strength nourished the body, while the body's fortification further stimulated the growth of chi, which in turn promoted the increase of internal strength. However, the rapid growth of both chi and internal strength led to a proportional rise in resource consumption, such as the intake of precious medicinal herbs and increased daily food consumption, which complemented each other. The time spent learning at Tianshan was fulfilling and liberating, allowing him to delve into the essence of meridians and acupoints, striving for a thorough understanding and eventual holistic evolution. In summary, Sun Ye's cultivation and comprehension of martial arts could be described as exponential, further enriched by his extensive online knowledge from his previous life, enabling him to pinpoint critical issues and pose profound questions. Coupled with Wang Yuyin's innate talent and understanding of martial arts, her inquiries often left Wu Xingyun astounded, as she had never contemplated such perspectives. You are quite impressive. In just a few days, you have grasped the essence of the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies. After resolving Sun Ye's latest inquiry, Wu Xingyan took a deep breath, praising him. She always believed Sun Yi was practicing the 8 desolations and 6 harmonies since the eternal spring technique was not permitted in the current environment. If it weren't for my grandmother not accepting male disciples, I might very well have passed on the teachings to you. Well, that's that. We still have to venture overseas to treat my grandfather's injuries, so passing it to me would be of no use. Sun Yi chuckled and waved his hand, jesting. Moreover, whether or not you were my match at your peak is a matter of debate. Such arrogance, Wu Xingyun retorted. Yet upon reflecting on Sun Ye's earlier display of skill, she found herself uncertain. Although she had subdued opponents with single strikes, it was often through exploiting their weaknesses in conjunction with her internal strength. In terms of sheer power, it remained unclear who was superior. At that moment, a bamboo sword arrived with news. Your subordinate pays homage to the esteemed master. The words lingered on the tip of the tongue before retracting. What is it? Speak up. Wu Xingyan prompted directly. Yes. There are sisters guarding the sky bridge reporting that the formidable enemy you mentioned has been temporarily repelled by the sisters of the Juntian faction. They seek your guidance on whether to sever the iron chains to obstruct the enemy's advance. The bamboo sword's expression was grave. The esteemed master has not yet fully recovered her martial prowess. The enemy is formidable. Without the advantage of terrain, we may not withstand them. Do not worry. If she can enter, there will surely be someone to resist, Wu Xingyun replied, glancing at Sun Yi. Elder, please forgive us. After all, you both are our elders, and we cannot intervene. However, if it is not too much trouble, we would like to accompany you for a while to avoid any danger. As Sun Yi spoke, he noticed Wu Xingyun's expression darkening and quickly shifted his tone. Coincidentally, we were hoping to witness the martial arts of the various sections. Afterward, we will return overseas to search for medicine to treat my grandfather. Elder, would you care to join us? Very well. In that case, please wait a day while I arrange matters for Lingzhou Palace, Wu Xingyun replied, her countenance troubled. She had never felt so constrained in her life. The last time she sought rejuvenation, her subordinates had thwarted her, yet now she had no choice but to rely on them. Yes. We shall await your arrangements to set off tomorrow, Sun Yi said, preparing to leave when Wu Xingyun stopped him. Must you really wait? Are you not to return overseas to search for medicine? Wu Xingyun's expression remained unchanged, still grim. Sun Yi paused, delicately expressing. The materials needed to heal my grandfather are rare and only available at specific times. This matter cannot be rushed. His implication was clear. They needed to wait until Bulma emerged from the Dragon Ball world to acquire the Dragon Balls. As for the Senzu beans, they were merely a contingency plan. The bamboo sword, overhearing the conversation, grew anxious and prostrated before Wu Xingyun. Please, esteemed master, do not abandon us sisters. Wherever you go, we shall follow steadfastly. Sun Yi slowly exited, faintly hearing the four women, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, pleading behind him. Chapter 42. Li Qiushui the next day. After completing their morning practice, the group packed their belongings into capsules and arrived at the stone fortress gate. Just then, Wu Xingyun arrived with the disciples of Lingzhou Palace, who were waiting at the entrance, apparently giving instructions on some matters. From now on, Lingzhou Palace will be led by Minnie as the esteemed master. Xiaoyu must also provide ample support to ensure the longevity of Lingzhou Palace. The traders of the 36 caves and 72 islands have been completely dealt with, and there shall be no further recruitment. Furthermore, the leaders among you with sufficient inner strength may enter the legacy caves at any time to study the scriptures. Only with heightened martial prowess can one preserve the legacy under Li Qiushui's command. Tong Lao sighed, feeling a deep sense of reluctance in abandoning Lingzhou Palace, which was truly regrettable, yet for the sake of her junior brother, there was no other choice. Yes, we shall abide by the esteemed master's teachings. The 2 or 3 dozen individuals present shouted in unison, only to be overwhelmed by grief. Even the 4 maidens, Mei, Lan, Zhu, and Zhu, who seemed poised to follow Wu Xingyun, were unable to contain their tears, clearly reluctant to part with their current sisters. Oh. It seems my senior sister knew she could not deter me, which is why she bid farewell to her subordinates in advance. A woman wearing a veil, appearing to be in her 40s, spoke from a distance, her voice laced with barely concealed mockery. As she approached, it appeared to be Li Qiushui. Sun Yi squinted, genuinely not wishing to encounter this person, yet upon seeing her, he could not afford to be indifferent. After all, he had taken her daughter and granddaughter. Vile woman. How did you gain entry here? Wu Xingyun's face was filled with indignation, but as she contemplated the forthcoming events, she suddenly turned proud, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Hee, senior sister, what do you mean by that? Am I not welcome here? Li Qiushui giggled, her voice melodious and enchanting, reminiscent of a songbird's call, showing no signs of aging whatsoever. Should Li Qiushui choose to act, no one present could halt her, hence Sun Yi had to step forward, gradually making his way closer. As for Li Qingluo, after being abandoned by Li Qiushui to become someone else's child bride for so many years, she had long since lost any affection for her. Even her feelings for Wu Yazi had only deepened due to the inheritance of inner strength. Master Uncle, I kindly request your return. I have come at Master Ancestor's behest to mediate the conflict between you two. With my presence, you need not entertain thoughts of mutual harm. Sun Yi first performed a bow, interrupting Wu Xingyun before she could continue speaking. Allowing them to converse further would only lead to an immediate clash. He then fixed his gaze upon Li Qiushui. Are you a disciple of Su Xinghe? If you wish to stop me, you shall have to demonstrate your martial prowess. Li Qiushui continued to perform theatrics. Then I invite you, Master Uncle, to take action. Sun Yi assumed a stance, ready to strike at any moment. The disciples of Lingzhou Palace also prepared to intervene, but were halted by Wu Xingyun, as their skills were far inferior. Li Qiushui's gaze shifted from Wu Xingyun to Sun Yi, her eyes suddenly sharp as blades, coldly stating, Boy, do you wish for death? Then I shall grant it. The atmosphere instantly froze, plummeting below the freezing point, as Sun Yi focused his energy, bracing himself. Please, you seek death. Li Qiushui erupted in fury, her petite, delicate hands moving swiftly, embodying the capricious nature of her character, rendering her even more unpredictable than Wu Xingyun. Sun Yi clenched his fists, his arms raised defensively. Their clash emphasized his defensive posture. Yet, after 10 exchanges, he did not retreat an inch. The courtesy period had passed. It was time to strike. You are the elder. I allowed you 10 moves. Now that they are over, I shall commence my attack. Their fists met in silence, and beneath his feet, a slight fissure appeared, absorbing energy and refining it into inner strength. Currently, Sun Yi estimated his total energy to be around 80, of course, without expending external energy. The internal energy within his meridians would only function at half capacity during combat. His meridians could not withstand any greater strain. Moreover, his recent rapid progress had diminished his control. He was currently operating at about 70% efficiency, falling short of the perfect 75% control. Nevertheless, this was sufficient. And Sun Yi straightened his posture, looking down upon Li Qiushui. Li Qiushui suddenly retreated 7 or 8 steps, her veil blown away, revealing a cheek marred by a cut in the shape of a grid, a trace of blood at the corner of her mouth, and an expression of utter displeasure. Who exactly are you? Su Xinghe could never produce a disciple like you, Li Qiushui asserted, her alluring form rising as she distanced herself from Sun Yi. Her beautiful eyes filled with uncertainty, taking the time to reaffix her veil. I am a disciple of the Xiaoyao sect, known as the Unbreakable Vajra, Sun Yi. Sun Yi's lips curled into a faint smile, silently showcasing his prowess. What a remarkable Unbreakable Vajra! Li Qiushui exclaimed. Having already established herself as one of the pinnacle martial artists in the realm, after their brief exchange, she had exhausted all her strength. Yet still could not breach his defenses, proving that the title of Unbreakable Vajra was indeed well-deserved. Suddenly, Li Qiushui's figure flickered, moving closer before veering off to the side. Attempting to use her lightness skill to bypass Sun Yi and directly assault Wu Xingyan, Sun Yi swiftly intercepted her. The disparity in their strengths was vast. Her effort was only about 60% of his full capacity, and even with her enhanced speed, it was insufficient. The veiled woman, Li Qiushui, let out a cold snort, abruptly shifting to the left, launching a concentrated palm strike, a refined force of energy hurtling towards Sun Yi's side, changing direction mid-flight to catch him off guard and impede his advance. Thud! The force was dispelled by Sun Yi's counter, yet he maintained his pursuit, a subtle smile gracing his face. The gap in their raw strength was too significant for her to overcome. Is this the white rainbow palm technique? It seems superior to the Dan family's one-yang finger, Sun Yi mused, acknowledging the Xiaoyao sect's exceptional martial arts, each technique a testament to their prowess. The white rainbow palm was indeed considered a top-tier martial art of the Xiaoyao sect, characterized by its fluidity and adaptability. Seemingly straightforward, while its true power lay in its unpredictable nature, challenging opponents to discern its direction. Li Qiushui, taken aback, her eyes narrowed like lightning, coldly fixing her gaze upon Sun Yi as she declared, "Boy, can you still guard her without faltering?" Yet she refrained from issuing any threats, unable to overcome him. Words held no weight. As long as I am here, you two would do well to refrain from conflict. Let's take a moment to calm down, Sun Yi smiled, his stance unwavering, solely on the defensive, never initiating an attack. After a brief pause, Li Qiushui continued to drift erratically but remained close. Sun Yi devised a plan. He needed to enhance the defensive capabilities of the Lingxiu Palace disciples to thwart Li Qiushui's potential assaults and ensure their survival even after he departed. Chapter 43. Journeying through the world. Sun Yi flipped his palm and produced several energy guns, aiming them at Li Qiushui's feet and pulling the trigger. Puff, puff, puff. With a series of gunshots, a row of bullet holes appeared beneath Li Qiushui's feet, penetrating approximately 30 centimeters into the bluestone slab before dissipating. What is this? Li Qiushui gasped in astonishment. She had never encountered such a weapon, yet its lethality was astounding. Even if a single bullet could be blocked, a barrage of bullets would overwhelm even the highest martial arts master. I shall leave 5 of these firearms in Lingxiu Palace, in the future, unless absolutely necessary. Do not return to Lingxiu Palace, Sun Yi said sternly to Li Qiushui. As for Tong Lao, I shall take her away, and you shall never see her again in this lifetime. Li Qiushui, you have finally met your match. At that moment, the Tian Shan Tong Lao suddenly spoke up, emitting a sharp laugh, her voice hoarse and grating like a broken drum, yet filled with undeniable satisfaction. What are you so proud of? She is not even your disciple. Li Qiushui's disdain grew ever more evident. I am about to enter a world of 2 with my junior brother. He has no need for you. Wu Xingyan's triumph was palpable. My junior brother would never take a liking to a creature that is neither human nor ghost, a mere dwarf. Boy, where do you intend to take this dwarf? My master ancestor is heading overseas to heal wounds and requires a guardian. Choosing my master uncle does not represent my ancestor's opinion. It is merely due to my master uncle's character being unsuitable to visit my homeland. As for whether my ancestor returns after recovery, that is beyond my control. Sun Yi's choice is to mediate, after all. The original text indicates that Wu Yazi's affection lies with Li Songhai, rather than either of the 2 women. This beauty, Sun Yi would certainly not take her away. In her earlier years, Li Qiushui had engaged in relentless conflict with Tian Shan Tong Lao due to their simultaneous love for Wu Yazi. Li Qiushui struck first during Wu Xingyun's critical training at the age of 26, resulting in Wu Xingyun's physical disability and stunted growth. After Wu Yazi became enamored with the jade statue, she sought the company of handsome men. If this person were to be brought into the Dragon Ball world, it is uncertain what she might accomplish once her strength was enhanced. Thus, I shall grant you a favor, and we shall discuss it further once Wu Yazi has recovered. Having said this, he prepared to depart, but was pulled aside by Li Qingluo, where the two engaged in hushed conversation. Li Qingluo handed Li Qiushui a scroll. Upon seeing the scroll, Sun Yi sighed inwardly. It was not a favorable matter to give Li Qiushui the portrait of Li Songhai, which was why he had refrained from mentioning it. However, he remained silent, merely observing as Li Qiushui gradually receded from view. Sun Yi then slowly retrieved 5 energy guns and entrusted them to Fu Mini and the others for safekeeping, considering them as a trump card. Previously, when Tong Lao had decided to leave, I had already instructed you on their usage, and you had practiced with them. Now, I am giving you 5 guns and 100 magazines for your self-defense. Everyone looked toward Wu Xingyan, and upon her nod, they accepted them, with Fu Mini solemnly taking charge. This would undoubtedly leave a lingering mystery of extraterrestrial or prehistoric civilizations within this world, adding yet another question to the countless enigmas. Sun Yi then instructed Wu Xingyun and the 4 beauties of plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum to board the vehicle. Li Qingluo and her daughter entered one after another, fastening their seatbelts as they set off. Sun Yi was also beginning his training, for the time being. His understanding of Qi energy was that it was the cellular energy activated through physical exercise, combined with spiritual energy. Therefore, ceasing to train would halt his progress. Now equipped with a 60-pound load, he engaged in a balanced regimen of exercise, forming a staircase for his continued advancement. However, the two worlds bore some differences. In the Tianlong world, one must pay greater attention to balancing work and rest. The energy density in the Tianlong world is significantly lower than that of the Dragon Ball world. Thus, after intense training, the body cannot recover effectively. If pushed beyond a certain limit, irreversible damage may occur. The group descended from the Tian Shan Mountains, deciding to first visit Tibet to experience the esoteric martial arts. Passing through Tubo and Sichuan, eventually returning to Dali. They would then continue north along Sun Ye's route, challenging various sects and traversing the land with their swords. In the blink of an eye, months had passed. Having spent nearly 2 years in the Tianlong world, Sun Yi had either been cultivating or engaging in challenges during this time, and his reputation gradually spread beyond the southern regions. Through the publicity of major sects, he became almost as renowned as Murongfu. After all, for these sects, the greater the fame of the person who defeats them, the less significant their loss becomes. Elevating that individual to the pinnacle of fame could, in turn, enhance their own status. Throughout their journey, they did not neglect to admire the scenic vistas of various mountains and rivers, as many sects established themselves atop peaks. After each challenge, Yu Yin would meticulously analyze the martial arts of the sect, even detailing their techniques with precision, as if the entire journey of challenges was tailored specifically for her. Ultimately, Sun Yi exerted himself, but did not progress as much as Yu Yin did. Naturally, within the family, there was no need for formality, and Sun Yi felt joy at Yu Yan's improvements. As for Tong Lao, she had no need to observe. She even returned to Lingzhou Palace several times after learning to pilot an aircraft. Each return to Lingzhou Palace was a time of celebration for the trio. Although Sun Yi was indifferent to the presence of others, Qi Luo and Yu Yin always seemed to be at ease. Sun Yi occasionally pondered whether he had inadvertently caused any displeasure to Fu Mini and the others, but according to Mei Jian, they were quite happy and often insisted on his stay, perhaps indicating that Sun Yi had misjudged their sentiments. Over the course of their travels, they had already completed challenges against the larger sections. After all, Sun Yi did not merely walk. He would board planes to traverse distances swiftly after each training session, achieving remarkable speed. Finally, on the 3rd month of their journey, the time for Wu Xingyun's rejuvenation had elapsed, and her overall strength had advanced further. As soon as she completed her cultivation, Sun Yi was pulled outside by Wu Xingyun for sparring. It was late May, and the nearby trees were lush and green. Although the afternoon sky was dimming due to the weather, the 4 beauties and Li Qi Luo came over excitedly to watch. In the grass, Sun Yi took stock of Wu Xingyun. At 96 years of age, she appeared as a woman in her 20s, particularly with her youthful skin, which could easily deceive one into believing she was merely 20. The only discrepancy lay in her height, which resembled that of an 8 or 9-year-old, creating an odd mismatch. Regarding her voice, Sun Yi suspected it was intentionally affected. After all, if Li Qiushui could maintain her youthful tone, why could Wu Xingyan not? However, Sun Yi refrained from commenting, respecting everyone's freedom. Chapter 44. Sparring over these 2 years, Sun Yi had grown long hair and now donned a blue Taoist robe, blending in with local customs and exuding an ethereal aura. If only he held a whisk or a long sword, he would resemble a true practitioner. Of course, he carried nothing and wore no weapons, as he had yet to find a suitable armament. His growth and strength had been so rapid that, bolstered by qi, his body had become his finest weapon. Please, esteemed elder, Sun Yi gestured, prioritizing his elders, as this was not directed at outsiders. "You little rascal," Wu Xingyun retorted, displeased, feeling belittled by the younger generation. Nevertheless, she did not unleash her full power, using only about 60% of her strength. Sun Yi, too, did not employ his full might. He began with 50% against Tong Lao. The two exchanged blows in a back-and-forth manner, lacking finesse, simply testing their strength. After about 8 or 9 exchanges, Sun Yi suddenly noted that Wu Xingyun's strength remained unchanged from the previous strike, and he understood, matching her power. He began to practice his techniques. "Well done." Upon witnessing Sun Ye's initial change in technique, Wu Xingyun exclaimed and adapted her own style. Both avoiding a contest of internal energy, Sun Yi switched to palm techniques, primarily employing external martial arts from various sects, such as the Great Power Diamond Palm, Iron Leg techniques, Iron Head techniques, and Eagle Claw techniques, merging their essence into his own. After all, without matching strength, one could not inflict harm on the physical body. Currently, Sun Ye's chi could not yet enable him to move his entire body with a mere thought, so during intervals when they had not yet engaged, he would still circulate his chi to enhance his physique, which required continual expenditure, necessitating a swift resolution. However, this also meant that Sun Yi would not encounter the farcical scenarios akin to that of Sun Wukong in later stages, where he was ambushed and fell by laser guns. As the daylight gradually dimmed, Wu Xingyun began employing the Lingbo Weibu technique. Although it seemed infrequently used, given her martial prowess, she executed it far better than Duan Yu. Observing this, Sun Yi followed suit, but it was evident he was less adept in comparison. Soon, during their sparring, Sun Yi found himself on the defensive, as he faced a series of attacks. While he managed to block most of the strikes, a few still landed on his chest. The mismatch between Lingbo Weibu and Sun Ye's hard techniques was glaringly obvious to Wu Xingyun. Before long, they paused to rest. "You little rascal, not bad at all. It's been a long time since I've encountered an evenly matched opponent." Wu Xingyun's voice brimmed with excitement, revealing a youthful exuberance that belied her age. Her young visage illuminated by an unmistakable thrill. "Master, you flatter me. Your prowess is truly remarkable," Sun Yi replied, his face a canvas of humility. Yet unable to conceal his own exhilaration, he gestured invitingly, "Let us continue our duel. Apart from my master and junior brother, I have never fought with such vigor before." When he first arrived in the world of Tianlong, his strength had been insufficient, and he had not encountered any true masters. Duan Zhenchun was hardly a top contender amongst second-tier fighters, and although his battle with the princess had been exhilarating, it was of a different nature altogether. The elation akin to that experienced by Tong Lao upon finally meeting a worthy opponent was something Sun Yi had begun to understand during this period. Though he could not yet unleash his full power, he was nearing 80% of his capacity. If he wished to engage in a truly intense battle, he would need to wait for the sweeping monk. Thus, Sun Yi unabashedly expressed his desire to continue fighting until he felt satisfied. He recognized the need to adopt a different strategy, moving away from sheer brute force. He began to wield the Tianshan Luyang Palm, a technique that harmonizes yin and yang, allowing for both rigid and supple maneuvers. In Taoist philosophy, the number 6 signifies yin, making the Luyang Palm a manifestation of yin-yang principles, with its application contingent upon the practitioner's intent. While the energy was naturally inclined towards direct confrontation, the synergy of yin and yang played a lesser role, with inner strength taking precedence. Sun Ye's internal energy equated to approximately 60 years of an average person's vitality, comparable to the current state of Li Qi Luo. As Wu Xingyun fed Sun Yi techniques, she did not hold back, for his defenses remained robust enough to withstand her attacks. In their exchange, both consciously reduced their expenditure of internal energy, just as their power diminished to half of its original strength. A shimmering shard of ice suddenly shot towards Sun Ye's chest from the dimness. Cloaked by the night, the icy fragment made little sound as it approached. Realizing too late to evade, Sun Yi could only extend his hand to block, consciously amplifying the concentration of energy in his palm. Upon contact, the ice fragment melted instantly, leaving only a trickle of internal energy that attempted to penetrate his meridians but was dispersed by the energy he had gathered. "There's no need to exert yourself, master. Unless the energy surpasses my own, it cannot harm me. My energy flows throughout my body, unlike internal power, which is confined to the meridians and can only indirectly affect other areas," he declared. "Remarkable. You have nearly achieved a level akin to the Shaolin's secret techniques of the Golden Bell Shield and the Yi Jin Jing," Wu Xingyun praised. "Consider it a similar level of skill, but I must seek guidance from Shaolin to learn from their martial arts. I would be grateful for your assistance, master." Sun Yi responded, his eyes widening in astonishment at the mention of such techniques, followed by a rush of excitement. The 6 women observing the duel were captivated by the spectacle. Whenever the combatants increased their speed, Yu Yin would offer insights to the four sisters, while Mei Jian and the others listened intently, nodding in earnest as they absorbed the lessons. In the dimming surroundings, as twilight deepened and the wind and snow began to relent, the fighting spirit of both warriors surged. Throughout the encounter, Wuxinjian maintained the offensive while Sun Yi transitioned from a frantic defense to a more fluid and confident stance. Wuxinjian's movements were graceful and enchanting, while Sun Yi, initially appearing slightly flustered, could not suppress the elegance inherent in the carefree sect's martial arts. With the aid of his energy, he occasionally propelled himself off the ground, resembling a celestial being descending from the heavens. Mei Jian and the others intermittently cheered for the two fighters. "Watch this move," Wuxinjian exclaimed, continuously altering her techniques. Tong Lao's lethal strikes did not rely solely on internal power. The Tianshan palm transformed into myriad forms, each technique followed by a multitude of variations. After 3 successive changes in technique, Sun Yi still failed to evade a kick that landed squarely on his chest. Although he endured the blow without breaking his defenses, he found himself slightly unsteady under the equal exertion of both fighters, prompting him to retreat and dissipate the impact. Sun Yi placed his right hand on his chest, reassured by his defensive capabilities, and prepared to advance once more. "Let us conclude for today, young son," Wuxinjian said, her voice firm yet gentle. After her rejuvenation, she had experienced a notable enhancement in her abilities, a culmination of years of training. It was indeed a rare moment for her to engage with a junior to such an extent, and the realization that she had fought evenly with him, even finding herself at a slight disadvantage, was a poignant reminder of the passage of time. The fact that he had not breached her defenses signified that he had yet to unleash his full potential. Chapter 45. New Sun Yi reflected on the day's achievements. To the untrained eye, Wuxinjian might appear less formidable than himself, yet her reputation for lethal precision spoke volumes about her skills, which transcended mere internal power and encompassed the pinnacle of martial artistry. A loud grumbling sound interrupted his thoughts. His stomach betrayed him, a reminder that, unlike internal energy, Qi was heavily reliant on sustenance. After their prolonged duel, both were in need of nourishment, and as it was mealtime, they hastily consumed a light meal. In the days that followed, the group of 8 ventured into the nearby city to dine on local delicacies. Coincidentally, they were not far from Hunan Prefecture. Sun Yi opted to run the distance, fully equipped, rather than take any form of transportation. The women chatted amiably in the skies above and, upon nearing the city, descended a mile away from the entrance to wait for Sun Yi, joining him with lightness in their steps and playfully teasing him. With the onset of early summer, a gentle rain fell from the sky, barely perceptible. In the distance, green grasses were faintly visible, resembling a meadow, although closer inspection revealed the grass was sparse, typical of the vicinity near an official road. Upon reaching the outskirts, they encountered a line of farmers entering the city. The group, employing the techniques of the carefree sect, moved with an ethereal grace, prompting many at the city gate to part ways. Whispers could be heard regarding the 7 fairies descending to the mortal realm, but confusion arose as some remarked upon the petite stature of one of the women, leading to mild debate. Fortunately, their veils obscured their identities, preventing any disturbances. As they followed the main road into the city, they soon arrived at a tavern named Lake Inn, which appeared quite sizable and bustling with patrons. Once inside, they were promptly attended to by a cheerful server. The striking sight of 7 beautifully dressed women accompanying a single man garnered considerable attention, especially with the presence of a set of quadruplets, drawing astonished gazes from the customers below. "Esteemed guests, please proceed to the upper floor," called the eager attendant, his face beaming with a smile, recognizing the potential of these martial artists and wary of inciting their ire. Ascending to the 2nd floor, they settled in and beckoned the server to take their orders. "Start with some dried fruits and snacks, and then bring us your signature dishes, especially local specialties, around 15 or 16 dishes to begin with. Here is the payment," Sun Yi instructed, placing a hefty silver coin on the table. The group was not short on funds. Li Qingluo had her share of assets from the Mandala Mountain Manor, and Sun Yi had entrusted her with selling certain modern goods he had brought along. Wuxinjian, hailing from Lingjiu Palace, was no stranger to wealth, ensuring they were never short of silver. "Absolutely no problem," the server replied enthusiastically, pocketing the coin and hurrying to the kitchen, his excitement evident. Perhaps due to the weather, the tavern was not overly crowded, leaving the spacious area feeling somewhat sparse. Notably, around half of the patrons were dressed in martial attire, equipped with various weapons, signaling that something significant might be afoot. The tavern first served an assortment of dried fruits and snacks, urging the remaining dishes to be expedited. After dismissing the enthusiastic server, the group engaged in casual conversation, primarily led by the women, leaving Sun Yi to listen in. As the meal concluded, the group naturally removed their veils. And the 7 uniquely charming beauties instantly became the center of attention, drawing glances from everyone on the floor. Fortunately, due to the large number of attendees, no trouble arose. And the women, accustomed to being observed, made no comments. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was all ears, his interest piqued by the nearby conversations, where several tables were animatedly discussing topics to impress the beauties. Hey, Brother Wong, you're well informed. What's the latest buzz in the martial world? Naturally, there were whispers of the recent gathering called by the newly appointed leader of the Beggars sect, scheduled for June 15th at Shaolin Temple, with the aim of selecting a leader for the martial community. You've heard about it, right? They even sent us an invitation, the nameless individual boasted proudly, prompting envious nods from those nearby. Sun Yi was taken aback. Had the time truly arrived? It seemed he must partake in the festivities, at the very least, to document the Jing. He had indeed heard of it, but was surprised that Brother Wong had received an invitation as well. Brother Wong, you truly live up to your reputation as a martial arts master from Hunan. Not at all, not at all, Wong replied modestly. Could you take us along to witness such an occasion? Should anything arise in the future, just command us. Of course, Wong responded amiably. Do you have any more news to share with us? Someone at the table inquired, eager to learn more about the martial world. What lively happenings would the martial world ever lack? Wong replied with a drawn-out tone. Sun Yi glanced at him. He appeared to be in his 40s, sporting a respectable long beard. Waiter, bring me another pot of fine wine, exclaimed a perceptive companion, understanding the implication of Wong's tone. There has also been word that a single individual has challenged and defeated numerous sects in the north, gaining fame that rivals that of the legendary Bei Qiaofeng and Nan Murong. Have you heard of him? The mysterious Wong seemed to tease his audience. Of course. I've heard of him, though I've not seen him myself. They call him the Unbreakable Vajra, said to possess extraordinary external martial arts skills. But I have yet to encounter him. Do you happen to know him? The two companions were quite cooperative. Why, of course. I've shared drinks with him, Wong boasted loudly, clearly eager to gain favor in front of the beauties. Hearing this, Wu Xingyan and Li Qi Luo remained unfazed, while the others stifled their laughter, finding Wong's demeanor amusing. Then, Brother Wong, describe his appearance so we may avoid offending him when we meet. They urged. Very well. To speak of the Unbreakable Vajra, one could say that only his name is misgiven, for his nickname is perfectly fitting. He is broad-shouldered, with a deep voice like a bell. Towering at nearly 10 feet tall, his skin a light golden hue. When he clashes with opponents, the sound of their weapons ringing is akin to gold striking iron. His external martial arts are truly unmatched, and his features are strikingly distinct. One could easily recognize him. The table erupted in gasps of astonishment, marveling at such an extraordinary figure. Chapter 46. Arrival at Shaolin one day. I shall introduce you, Wong promised before the conversation veered to other topics, filled with laughter and banter, creating a lively atmosphere. At the side, Yu Yin and Mei Jian, along with their companions, were in fits of laughter, barely able to keep their food down, while Sun Yi, caught between embarrassment and amusement, took a moment to enjoy the beauty surrounding him. At that moment, the restaurant's dishes began to arrive, and Sun Yi urged everyone to sample the local delicacies, intent on finishing their meal before continuing their journey to Shaolin Temple to witness the excitement. The table had seen 2 rounds of dishes, with around 40 dishes served, half of which had been devoured by Sun Yi, while the others eagerly joined in, for their internal cultivation was not gained without effort. Sir, please look, the waiter hesitated, his face reflecting his concern. At the next table, the boastful Brother Wong seemed momentarily stunned. In this era, while not all experts consumed large quantities of food, those who did were often formidable, especially among martial artists, for one must sustain oneself. Could this truly be a gathering of masters? They hardly appeared so. Sun Yi understood the situation and boldly placed a silver coin on the table, signaling for more. Certainly, sir. I shall fetch it at once. The waiter beamed, pleased to receive the tip. At this table, Sun Yi hardly ate, as the 7 women consumed voraciously. Once they finished, they had little desire to linger, as the information discussed earlier on the second floor had only included the Shaolin gathering, lacking other topics of interest for Sun Yi. The group rose and departed the restaurant, confirming their route before heading directly toward the Shaoshi Mountain, where Shaolin Temple resided. Shaolin was the foremost sect in the martial world, and it was only after Qiaofeng became its leader that the Beggars sect gained similar renown. While the previous leader had merit, it was primarily Qiaofeng's prowess that elevated the sect, and since his resignation, the Beggars sect had notably declined, leading to the necessity of this martial assembly. In recent days, the area at the foot of Shaoshi Mountain had begun to bustle, with individuals from Yishuo, Jiangnan, Sichuan, Shandong, and beyond arriving in waves. as it was impossible for all to arrive in a single day. As the event approached, the early arrivals had already filled the inns, and those without a certain reputation or traveling with women found it impossible to lodge within the temple. Initially, the monks of Shaolin were bewildered by the sudden influx of visitors. However, once acquaintances familiar with Shaolin arrived, they shared the news, albeit vaguely. Moreover, those with closer ties to Shaolin had arrived earlier, while those from further away were still racing to reach the temple in time. It was not until 2 days before the event that some details emerged, and only 3 days prior did the beggars' sect send a letter of notice. Yet it failed to specify a precise time, merely indicating it would be soon, catching many off guard. Nevertheless, preparations were necessary. The beggars' sect's intentions were likely not benign, and all the monks were on high alert. On this day, June 15th, the assembled heroes at the foot of the mountain began to pay their respects, and Sun Yi, bearing the title of Unbreakable Vajra, presented his invitation to the welcoming monk at Shaolin, clearly stating his purpose, which granted him direct access up the mountain. However, the Shaolin monks hurried ahead to inform their superiors. Sun Yi followed the contingent of heroes from Hishua towards the Great Hall of Shaolin Temple, among whom nearly half he had previously encountered and challenged. One individual had once attempted to engage with Xingyun and her companions, only to be severely injured by Qing Luo in a single blow. Thus the atmosphere was now exceedingly cordial between them. As they approached the hall, they observed Jiao Mo Ji confronting several unfamiliar monks in a standoff with the likes of Xian Xi from Shaolin. It appeared that without Su Zhu to mediate, the tension remained palpable, with the Shaolin monks seemingly at a disadvantage, their spirits low. Upon entering the venue, greetings were exchanged among the crowd, and Master Xian Nan of Shaolin recognized Sun Yi, likely having discussed him previously with Xian Xi and others. As a result, Xian Xi regarded Sun Yi and his companions with significant respect, for prowess in martial arts was the most tangible asset in their world. Ah, the unbreakable Vajra. Young Master Sun Yi graces us with his presence. Forgive us for not welcoming you sooner, Master Xian Xi said politely. Master Xian Xi is too kind. I have come upon hearing that the beggars' sect is convening a martial assembly at Shaolin, and I apologize for my unannounced arrival. I hope for your understanding. Sun Yi replied, with mutual courtesies exchanged, though Xian Xi's expression remained neutral, merely offering a customary smile, for Sun Yi's previous visits had often been challenges, albeit implied. Losing was never a matter of pride. In due course, heroes from various regions such as Hubei, Jiangnan, and the two Guangxi arrived. Although the warriors were separated by 1,000 miles, they all converged upon Shaolin in a single day, evidently indicating that the beggars' sect had long been preparing, having dispatched invitations to heroes 1 or 2 months prior. The monks of Shaolin first dealt with the eminent monks such as Shinshan and Zhiluo Xing, followed by engaging in combat with Jiao Emoji, which drained considerable energy. Suddenly, heroes from all directions began to arrive in droves. Though the temple was filled with monks, the unexpected influx led to a flurry of activity. Soon, Duan Zhengchun of Dali arrived with his son, Duan Yu, and Xian Xi and others took some time to introduce the heroes, while Duan Yanqing and Murong Fu also made their entrance. Before formalities could be completed, news arrived from the mountain that the disciples of the beggars' sect were on their way. Before long, the sounds of a bustling crowd and galloping horses grew ever closer. Turning to look, it was indeed Murong Fu and his companions who had reached the edge of the square, exchanging only brief greetings. Following closely behind were the disciples of the beggars' sect. Amidst the sounds of drums and bamboo music, 4 horses charged up the mountain, each rider holding a large yellow flag emblazoned with the words Beggars Sect Leader Zhuan. As the yellow flags were raised, 100 or so horses galloped up the mountain, creating a grand spectacle. The leader, clad in a richly embroidered robe, wore a mask that concealed his true identity, flanked by several elders and stewards of the beggars' sect. Unmistakably the leader Zhuan Juxian. Upon arriving at the gathering, Zhuan Juxian's concealed identity sparked whispers among the crowd, speculating if he was the new leader of the beggars' sect or perhaps a renowned figure unwilling to reveal himself. If he were indeed a celebrated individual, he would surely be recognized in combat. It was more likely that he lacked confidence in this battle and sought to avoid embarrassment in case of defeat. The murmurs grew louder, yet none could fathom that Zhuan Juxian was actually the former young master of Juxian Manor, Yu Tenji. Meanwhile, Duan Zhenchun and others spotted Azi beside Yu Tenji but hesitated to acknowledge her, though Ruan Xingzhu called out her name. Azi feigned ignorance, relishing her time outside and wishing to avoid the incessant nagging. Yu Tenji, now fully obedient to her, remained blissfully unaware of the extent of her delight. Seeing that the members of the beggars' sect and the invited heroes had nearly gathered, Abbot Xianxi spoke first. Leader Zhuan of the beggars' sect has arrived. I beg your pardon for not welcoming you from afar. Yutanji stepped forward and proclaimed, Abbot Shinsei. The Shaolin sect is the foremost among all martial arts schools, and the Beggars sect is the largest in the rivers and lakes, traditionally standing apart in the Central Plains. However, recent conflicts within the martial world have led to many renowned figures falling to the famed techniques of various sections. Furthermore, the Khitan warrior Qiao Feng's reckless intrusion resulted in a defeat for the heroes of the Central Plains. Our Song dynasty faces peril. While our fellow practitioners in the rivers and lakes cannot unite, leading to oppression by foreign forces. Therefore, the Beggars sect proposes to establish a leader for the martial world. We gather here today to determine a winner, with the victor becoming the leader and the loser yielding to their command. I wonder if the abbot concurs? Chapter 47. The beginning. Yutanji continued to speak with increasing fluency, as if reciting from memory. Aziz, enjoying the spectacle, clapped her hands, which only fueled Yutanji's arrogance, causing his tone to become almost accusatory. Shinsei remained unperturbed, responding calmly, Leader Zhuan's words are indeed reasonable. However, there is something I do not understand and wish to inquire about. Please, do not hesitate, Abbot, Yutanji replied, brimming with confidence, dismissing all concerns. The practitioners of the Central Plains wish to elect a leader to coordinate our efforts. Yet, Leader Zhuan has not revealed his true identity. I wonder if he is indeed from the Central Plains. The crowd echoed in agreement, insisting that Yutanji must disclose his true self, as many were unconvinced by his concealed appearance. Yutanji struggled to respond, and at that moment, Quan Qing stepped forward, declaring, Our leader Zhuan is certainly a native of the Central Plains. The Beggars sect has always been a faction of the Central Plains, and he is undoubtedly a prominent figure among its martial artists. Abbot Shinsei, to determine which is the stronger, the Beggars sect or the Shaolin sect. We need only see the two leaders engage in combat. The victor will be evident. Otherwise, what benefit is there in endless discussions? The perceptive members of the assembly exchanged glances, realizing that the situation within the Beggars sect was quite precarious. The new leader might not hold the reins of power, especially considering even Qiao Feng had been ousted by his own. It was likely that the new leader was merely a puppet, albeit a formidable one. Shinsei observed this development, maintaining his calm demeanor, his face adorned with a serene smile, and stated, Leader Zhuan, if you insist on my participation, I would be remiss if I did not honor the long-standing friendship between our sections. Today, with the heroes as witnesses, I assure you that the Shaolin sect has no intention of competing for supremacy with the Beggars sect. However, the pressure from your leader leaves me with no recourse. The crowd murmured in agreement, affirming that the Shaolin sect had committed no wrongdoing. Shinsei continued, Very well. I shall take this opportunity to experience the legendary techniques of the Beggars sect, the 18 dragon subduing palms and the dog whipping staff, allowing the heroes to witness the centuries-old martial arts of the Beggars sect. Yutanji was momentarily taken aback, though he had assumed the role of leader. He had never mastered the 18 dragon subduing palms or the dog whipping staff, having only heard the elders mention them as the sect's sacred skills. He had not even seen them performed, so how could he engage in combat? Shinsei chanted a Buddhist incantation, Amitabha, and continued, I shall meet the leader's 18 dragon subduing palms with my sect's great diamond palm and counter the dog whipping staff with my demon subduing Zen staff. With that, he clasped his hands together, performing the initial gesture of the great diamond palm in reverence to the Buddha, his monk's robe flowing gracefully. Yutanji had no retort but knew he must engage in combat. He struck out with his left hand, swiftly followed by his right, unleashing a powerful force learned from Aziz, yet the crowd immediately cried out, This is the sinister technique of the Starry Sky sect. It is not the 18 dragon subduing palms. This is not the Beggars sect's martial arts. Even among the disciples of the Beggars sect, voices arose, urging, Leader, you should be using the 18 dragon subduing palms. Come on, Zhuan, defeat him with the Starry Sky sect's techniques. Aziz, witnessing the battle, eventually called out to Yutanji, who was now wholly reliant on her. Knowing she could not possibly defeat Quan Qing alone nor exert her influence within the Beggars sect, Aziz waved her hand, and two disciples of the Beggars sect produced 2 pieces of purple fabric, tied to wooden sticks, which they waved in the wind. It was revealed to be 2 large purple banners, unfurling in the air, each emblazoned with 6 blood-red characters, Starry Sky sect leader Duan. Hearing Aziz's words, Yutanji disregarded the commotion around him, focusing solely on the offensive, intent on defeating Shinsei to elevate Aziz's standing. Duan Zhengchun and Ruan Xingzhu exchanged alarmed glances, fully aware that Aziz, being a disciple of Ding Chuanxiu, was notoriously mischievous and unruly. They had not anticipated her audacity to flaunt the Starry Sky sect's emblem at the martial arts gathering. Knowing her martial skills were not yet refined enough to avoid immediate retribution, As Duan Jinshan and Wan Xingju pondered their next move, the crowd suddenly heard the distant sound of galloping hooves. Soon, a dozen horses raced up the mountain, interrupting the duel between Yu Tanji and Xianxi. Each rider donned dark cloaks and garments, their presence commanding respect, as they approached with the grace of tigers and the majesty of dragons. Each horse was tall and powerful, their sleek black coats shining in the light, and as they drew near, the crowd gasped in awe, realizing that the horses' hooves were shod in pure gold. A total of 20 riders approached, and although their numbers were not particularly large, their imposing presence resembled that of an army of thousands. 18 riders surged forward, parting their horses to the sides, and from their midst emerged two figures, a man and a woman, who were none other than Xiaofeng and Zhu. They had followed the trail of a Z to this location, having heard that she was with the Beggars sect, prompting them to rush here in a state of alarm. Upon arriving and finding a Z unharmed, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Once Xiaofeng relaxed, he engaged in nostalgic conversation with the members of the Beggars sect, who were equally exhilarated to see him. A chorus of voices erupted, calling, "Leader Qiao, Leader Qiao." Hundreds of followers rushed from the crowd to bow before him. Since his expulsion from the Beggars sect, Xiaofeng had never anticipated that so many old friends would greet him with such fervor. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears welled in his fierce eyes. He dismounted, clasped his hands in greeting, and said, "Xiaofeng of the Chitin has been cast out from the sect, and I have no further ties to the Beggars sect. Why do you still address me by my old title? Brothers, are you all well?" The depth of sentiment in his final words was palpable and hard to contain. After reminiscing, Sun Yi couldn't help but reflect on Xiaofeng's genuine character, which was precisely why Sun Yi decided to stand by him in times of adversity. Meanwhile, Aziz dashed forward, eager to leap into Xiaofeng's arms. But Zhu intercepted her, guiding her to greet Duan Zhengchun and his wife. "Father, mother, are you both well?" Zhu asked with a beaming smile, while Aziz reluctantly followed suit. The onlookers were astonished. The purple-clad girl of the Beggars sect and Xiaofeng's wife were actually princesses of Dali. This revelation had never been heard before. Murong Fu and the four esteemed ministers were equally surprised, realizing that Zhu was indeed a princess of Dali. Only Duan Yanqing snorted coldly, as he recalled how Xiaofeng had previously helped Duan Zhengchun drive him away, now discovering their familial ties. As the greetings continued, the crowd began to stir restlessly. Master Xin Sheng of the Shaolin sect discreetly relayed orders. The Arhut formation must guard all the mountain passes. This villain had caused the death of Brother Xian Ku, and he must not be allowed to descend from Mount Shusher again. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, "Qiao, you killed my brother. The blood feud remains unavenged. Today, I shall take my revenge." Xiaofeng, a Khitan barbarian, was a target for all. The uproar in the crowd became uncontrollable, with cries echoing as people vented their grievances against Xiaofeng, blaming him for the deaths of their kin. In that moment, even if Xiaofeng possessed extraordinary abilities, escaping the tide of fury would prove difficult. As the fervor escalated, the courage of the crowd surged. Yet no one dared to advance first, fearing the fate of those who might be struck down. They hoped that another would expend Xiaofeng's internal strength before they attacked en masse, but they were held back by Yu Tanji. "Xiao, the enmity of killing my father cannot go unpunished. Today, we shall settle this." The crowd, eager to see the new leader of the Beggars sect weaken the former one, was silent as Aziz grew anxious. "Yu Tanji, you cannot," she began, but Zhu stopped her. The crowd murmured, unsure of Yu Tanji's identity, yet recognizing the significance of the name. Some gasped, realizing it was indeed the former young master of the Gathering of Heroes. Could it be that he has improved his skills after a stroke of fortune? They speculated. Yu Tanji found himself in a quandary. He did not wish to oppose Aziz, yet he could not ignore the call for vengeance. At this moment, Sun Yi approached Duan Wanya, seeking to establish a connection in support of Xiaofeng, knowing that it would facilitate future rescue efforts. However, Duan Wanya paid him no mind. His attention solely fixed on Qing Luo. "Is it you, a Luo?" he called, his voice trembling with emotion, but Qing Luo remained focused on the unfolding situation, ignoring him. "Perhaps you should prioritize your son-in-law's safety," Duan Wanya, Sun Yi suggested, maintaining a calm facade. Yet, Qing Luo could easily discern Duan Jingchuan's weakened state after several intense battles, and she had grown disinterested in men who were inferior to her. Xiaofeng, initially intent on swiftly rescuing Aziz and returning to Nanjing, had not anticipated the martial arts assembly at Shaolin. The earlier conflict at the Gathering of Heroes was not his desire, and a new battle would only lead to further casualties, amplifying his guilt. He turned to Duan Yu and said, "Brother, the situation is dire. We cannot linger. You should withdraw for now. The mountains are high and the waters deep. We shall meet again." He urged Duan Yu to take shelter. knowing that his ties with the Shaolin and the Duan family would keep him safe while he charged down the mountain without concern for others. However, Duan Yu, stirred by a sense of chivalry and unaccustomed to such situations, remained stubbornly in place, oblivious to the danger. Meanwhile, Morong Fu suddenly called out, "Brother Shao, you are a Khitan hero, and you regard our Central Plains heroes as insignificant. Today, I, Morong Fu of Suzhou, wish to test your skills. If I perish at your hands, it shall be an honor for me, as I have contributed in some small measure to the glory of the Central Plains." His words, though grandiose, were merely a ploy to forge connections for future endeavors. Duan Zhenchun quietly instructed Fan Hua, Huahigan, and Ba Tianchi to spare no effort in aiding Xiao Feng. With a hearty laugh, Xiao Feng dismissed thoughts of life and death, declaring loudly, "Bring me some wine. Brothers, let us drink heartily together, whether in life or death, let us revel in this moment." After finishing his drink, he tossed the wine pouch to the ground and roared, "Who dares to step forward and meet their end today?" At his thunderous proclamation, the crowd felt a palpable shockwave, stunned into silence. Yutanji struck first, unleashing a palm strike fueled by the internal energy he had gained from his training, though his technique was merely a rudimentary form learned from a Z. Morong Fu followed closely, choosing to engage with his hands rather than draw his sword, believing that, given their reputations, they would fare similarly even if they did not prevail. Xiao Feng, however, did not dwell on such thoughts. He simply unleashed a powerful palm strike, the air swirling with energy. As he executed the Conlong Yui from the 18 dragon-subduing palms, reserving some strength in anticipation of Morong Fu's approach. When their palms met, a wave of energy radiated outward, sending ripples through the crowd, while Yutanji's icy internal force caused those nearby to shudder. Yet, Xiao Feng's companions remained unaffected, as his might far surpassed Yutanji's. As the clash intensified, Xiao Feng redirected the combined force towards Morong Fu, who, realizing the peril, attempted to use his skills to counter the incoming attack. However, the combined strength of their strikes proved too formidable to manipulate, and he could only retreat while delivering a powerful palm strike of his own. Xiao Feng, with his left hand, caught the strike of the void-splitting palm, while his right hand instinctively struck towards the bewildered Yutanji, whose old strength had dissipated and new strength had yet to arise. Yutanji hastily attempted to block with his right hand, but was forced to press his palm against his face by the sheer force of Xiao Feng's strike. In an instant, the human skin mask shattered. Causing an uproar in the crowd, they were astonished to see that the young master of the gathering of heroes had already been disfigured, which explained his need for a mask. Amidst the chaos, Yutanji, in a frenzy, continued to attack, but his moves became increasingly disorganized, allowing Xiao Feng to handle him with ease. Eventually, even Morong Fu found it unwise to intervene further and ceased his actions. The atmosphere among the onlookers grew tense as they sensed the tide turning. They shouted that Xiao Feng was a Khitan, and there was no need to adhere to the code of the martial world. Everyone should join forces. Indeed, the call for vengeance for his father rang true. They rallied together, declaring that they must eliminate this Khitan villain. Whoever kills Xiao Feng shall be hailed as the leader of the martial world. The clamor grew louder, and the allure of the title of martial leader stirred many into action. Before long, Yutanji was sent flying by Xiao Feng's palm, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed heavily to the ground, unable to rise for the time being. The members of the beggars' sect felt a tumult of emotions. Many still reminisced about Xiao Feng, yet he was now their adversary, having defeated the current leader who was nothing but a puppet of Qianqing, thus making him deeply unpopular. The internal conflict within the sect was palpable. Finally, some could no longer contain themselves and charged toward Xiao Feng with weapons drawn. A large group began to coalesce around Xiao Feng, and the atmosphere turned increasingly perilous, thick with the scent of impending violence. Morong Fu, perceiving the situation, decided to advance. Believing that Xiao Feng had exhausted much of his internal energy from dispatching Yutanji and must now be vulnerable, Xiao Feng, noticing the escalating threat, chose not to call for Zhu, recognizing that she would be safer among Duan Zhengchun and his companions. Any call might provoke an assault on her as well, rendering her position even more precarious. The Khitan warriors accompanying Xiao Feng drew their swords, forming a protective circle around him, their expressions grave as they prepared to face the oncoming tide. These soldiers were elite troops, and although they faced numerous attackers, they were undeterred, trained to withstand assaults in the heat of battle. "If you wish to kill me, Xiao Feng, a man of valor, then I shall not cower. Come forth with all your means. Today I stand ready. Since you say so, for the sake of righteousness in the Central Plains and the distinction between Hawaii, I must apologize," Morong Fu declared, seeking to rally the hearts of the people. Without waiting for Xiao Feng's response, he summoned his inner strength. Launching an aerial void-splitting palm, swiftly followed by his sword in hand. Previously, he had assumed that their earlier retreat was due to a combined effort, but now, as Xiaofeng fought with increasing fervor, he effortlessly dispersed the void-splitting palm's power, retaining half his strength for the subsequent strike. A powerful blow named Kong Long Yu Hui, which shattered Morong Fu's sword into fragments that scattered among the advancing crowd, sending many tumbling to the ground. After his sword was shattered, Morong Fu quickly adapted, employing the eagle claw technique, channeling his inner energy into his hands. The air around him crackled with the ferocity of his strikes, each move swift and formidable, enveloping Xiaofeng in a tempest of force. Xiaofeng, renowned for his vigorous 18 dragon-subduing palms, even as he tempered his ferocity with grace, found that his foundational strength only intensified under pressure. If Morong Fu could maneuver with agility, he might sustain his ground for several exchanges, but to challenge strength with strength was a grave error. Drawing a deep breath, Xiaofeng raised his elbows slightly, unleashing a strike, El Shuang Bingji, a move that exemplified both defense and counterattack. He deftly parried Morong Fu's eagle claw assault and, seizing the momentum, executed a powerful Zhenjing Bai Li, thrusting both palms forward in a formidable push, a signature move of the 18 dragon-subduing palms. With a resounding crash, upon their brief collision, Morong Fu was sent reeling backward as if struck by a freight truck, stumbling several paces before losing his footing, only to be caught by the quick-witted Deng Baichuan. "Young master, your sword." Deng Baichuan hastily offered his long sword. Morong Fu, invigorated by the weapon, surged forward to attack anew, employing his family's renowned sword technique, a style celebrated across the martial world for its fluidity, each move flowing like water, enveloping him in a radiant aura. Yet no matter how fierce Morong Fu's onslaught, Xiaofeng countered with his robust mastery of the dragon-subduing palms, engaging in a relentless exchange for over a dozen strikes. As the tide turned against Morong Fu, the crowd began to stir restlessly, with those in the front ranks stepping forward. In Sun Ye's heart, Xiaofeng remained a paragon of righteousness, having once halted a war, and he felt compelled to offer assistance. Seeing the tumultuous crowd grow increasingly restless, Morong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan prepared to take action. Sun Yi observed that with so many present, a full-blown fight would be difficult to control. Even Duan Zhengchun and Duan Yu had readied themselves to intervene. At the very least, this father-son duo still possessed a sense of honor. "Hero Xiao, allow me to lend you a hand," Sun Yi proclaimed, glancing at Wu Xingyun. "Shall we compete once more to see who can subdue more opponents, targeting acupoints without causing harm? What do you say?" The spectators, though somewhat confused, primarily consisted of righteous figures, at least in appearance, and Sun Yi did not wish for widespread bloodshed. "So be it. Let us compare our skills." Though Wu Xingyun had never held the upper hand in raw strength, he had gained a slight advantage through pure technique. Before Xiaofeng could respond, Sun Yi and a nearby young girl darted forward, moving with astounding speed, yet maintaining an elegant grace, leaving only fleeting afterimages in their wake. Duan Zhengchun, hearing their exchange, was about to join them when he noticed Wu Xingyun and paused, realizing it was too late to act. Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun plunged into the crowd like tigers among sheep, rendering all present immobile as they struck acupoints, leaving their adversaries frozen in place. As they navigated the throng, chaos ensued in their wake, bodies tumbling in disarray. "Go, my dear. You can do it," cheered Qing Luo from the sidelines, watching the fray unfold with a calm demeanor, showing no desire to intervene, while she and Yu Yan, along with Mei Jian, leisurely observed, unconcerned for Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun's safety. Indeed, the two playful girls even took it upon themselves to cheer for the competitors, playfully comparing the volume of their encouragement. Amidst the turmoil, Duan Yu caught sight of the commotion and turned to see the ethereal beauty of his sister, yet upon hearing her call for "my dear," he found himself spiraling into despair, realizing the depth of his feelings. While the battle raged on, Xiaofeng, after delivering another decisive blow to Morong Fu's sword, found himself momentarily pausing to survey the surroundings. Previously, he had only caught glimpses of the unfolding chaos, but now he noticed that the throng surrounding Sun Yi had become statuesque, all frozen in place, having been struck at their acupoints. The competition between Sun Yi and Wu Xingyun was drawing to a close. Drawing upon the techniques of the one-yang finger he had previously witnessed, Sun Yi executed a rapid succession of strikes, alternating his hands, predominantly employing long-range pressure points. Despite Wu Xingyun's extraordinary mastery of the Tianshan Jime hand, it paled in comparison to the force exerted by Sun Ye's hands. The martial prowess of the onlookers was relatively modest, had they all possessed skills akin to Morong Fu. Sun Ye's speed and striking pressure points would undoubtedly have faltered against Wu Xingyun. As the two engaged in their contest, Xiaofeng observed that a few individuals remained near them, He initially intended to assist Wu Xingyun, but she dismissed him, instructing him to aid Sun Yi instead, stating that she had no need for his help. Wu Xingyun's authoritative tone startled Xiao Feng, yet he complied, recognizing the situation's demands, and approached Sun Yi to lend support. Focusing primarily on striking pressure points, Sun Yi, unperturbed by the potential loss, accepted the assistance, resigned to the outcome. However, once the bout concluded, Wu Xingyun remained unsatisfied. If victory was imperative, she aimed to exploit any opportunity to incapacitate Murong Fu as well, just as she prepared to advance. A monk clad in gray interposed himself several meters away, revealing that Murong Bo had arrived at some point unnoticed. "Get away, you brat!" Wu Xingyun exclaimed, launching her attack. Murong Bo was forced to rely on his own signature technique, the Dozhuan Xingyi, to barely fend off her assault. However, a moment's lapse could have led to his defeat. Ultimately, he managed to create some distance, readying himself for a ranged counterattack. Meanwhile, Xuanzi observed the unfolding events with astonishment, only to quickly realize the implications. His expression shifting to one of intense ire, though he masked it well. "Who are you? Why assist this chitin man? I am the Tianshan Tong Lao of the Tianshan Lingjiu Palace." Wu Xingyun retorted disdainfully, "And as for helping him, I shall do as I please." Murong Bo, incredulous, struggled to reconcile her identity, stating, "The Tong Lao has been renowned for over 40 years, 97 this year, yet still in my prime. What, do you doubt it?" Wu Xingyun replied with a sneer, her voice laden with age. The surrounding audience gasped in astonishment, contemplating the remarkable prowess and vigor she displayed at such an advanced age. All eyes turned to Sun Yi, who rolled his eyes in exasperation. "What are you all staring at? I am merely 20, undeniably so." He gestured toward Xiao Feng and Murong Fu, but the crowd merely scoffed. "Your 20 years of martial skill is more astonishing than her age." Indeed, the two figures stood as anomalies, one nearly a century old yet bearing the appearance of someone in their 30s, while the other, at 20, exhibited abilities rivaling those of a centenarian. Seizing the moment while others were momentarily taken aback, Sun Yi called out toward the trees at the edge of the arena. "You may as well come out, sir." Instantly, another monk clad in black emerged, positioning himself near Xiao Feng. The latter exclaimed, "Benefactor." Before the conversation could continue, Sun Yi interrupted, declaring, "Today, we must resolve everything." He urged Murong Bo and Xiao Yuanshan to reveal their identities, his tone grave and serious, causing both to feel a sense of trepidation, aware that escape was no longer an option. Xiao Yuanshan, eager to speak, declared, "Let grievances be settled. The perpetrators of your mother's demise have mostly been eliminated, yet the chief villain remains alive. What shall we do about him? Who is this person?" Xiao Feng asked anxiously. Xiao Yuanshan then turned his gaze toward Duan Yanqing, stating, "This man is undoubtedly steeped in infamy. Where is Yi Ernyang?" Sun Yi interjected, "Uncle, no need to inquire further. I have already slain Yi Ernyang. Not only her, but also Yun Zhanghe has met the same fate." Duan Yanqing merely scoffed, remaining silent, while the infamous Yu Laosan refrained from speaking, seemingly aware of the gravity of the situation. "Then I shall speak plainly," Sun Yi continued. "Xuanzi, you once had a son, did you not? A child born to Yi Ernyang. You killed my beloved wife and took my only son. So I wish for you to experience the torment of having your child captured and lost, wondering daily about their fate. Would you like me to reveal who it is? You certainly know him. If you deny it, I can kill him now and bring you his head." "Amitabha." Xuanzi sighed heavily, choosing not to respond. The crowd, however, pondered his silence. Was it not an implicit admission? "I am aware that Yi Ernyang had a son, and it is obvious who he is. But today, there is no need to reveal his identity. Speaking of it would only endanger him," Sun Yi interjected, redirecting the conversation. "But does not the abbot owe an explanation? You have heedlessly followed misleading information and committed grave transgressions. Furthermore, the martial skills of Yi Ernyang were taught by you, and for her misdeeds over the years, you must bear at least half the responsibility, correct?" Chapter 51. The truth revealed. Amitabha, I acknowledge my boundless sins. This is an irrefutable fact. Today, I shall provide an account to you, Master Xiao. Xuanzi spoke with unwavering resolve, evidently prepared for the inevitable conclusion. The reputation of the Shaolin Temple and the life of his son were at stake. Thus, he would have to offer himself as a sacrifice. "Since Mr. Sun insists, I shall await your response," Xiao Yuanshan stated, choosing not to press further, but leaving room for future accountability should the explanation prove unsatisfactory. "Let this elderly gentleman remove his mask as well. Even if I harbor malicious intent, you cannot escape, especially with your son present," Sun Yi remarked playfully, interspersing his threats with levity. As for Xuanzi, the matter would be set aside for now. Vengeance would be sought, But it was best not to involve Suju, who was innocent in all of this. In this situation, if Xuanzi did not implicate Suju, he would certainly deny everything. Yet, Suju himself had not received the care of his parents and should not be dragged into this. Revealing him without a fortuitous opportunity would only endanger him. Once one possesses power, they cease to accommodate others, save for kin or those of equal strength. A consequence of the Dragon Ball world where cultivation neglects inner peace. Sun Yi reflected on this, realizing it contradicted his usual demeanor. He was typically quite humble, undoubtedly a result of the author's influence over him. Indeed, you speak the truth. Morong Bo lamented, feeling powerless against the circumstances. As the mask was removed, Morong Fu gasped in shock. Father, Amitba. Upon witnessing this scene, Shin Xiai let out a deep sigh. Master Morong, years ago you misrepresented the truth, leading to the demise of countless innocent souls outside Yemen past 30 years ago. Have you ever felt a shred of remorse? When I first heard of your death, I believed you to be merely gullible, yet it appears your actions were premeditated. There is no need to hope for repentance from the abbot, for he is a descendant of the great Yin, persistently plotting for the restoration of his nation. Sun Yi remarked with a hint of sarcasm. At least, in the perspective of future generations, the Khitan people, such as Xiaofeng, are also regarded as part of the Central Plains. Xian Xiai spoke slowly. I see now, Master Morong. Today I learned that your Suzhou Morong family descends from emperors with grand ambitions. Thus, your purpose in fabricating news becomes clear. Yet, your grand scheme is destined to fail. And does it not amount to the needless loss of so many innocent lives? Morong Bo replied, Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Enough of this. Since you both claim to be descendants of the Xianbei, I have nothing further to say. Xiaohiro, your father and son have grievances to settle, naturally. No one will impede you. As for Abbot Xianxiai, let Shaolin Temple handle it. Sun Yi interrupted their conversation. I have one more question. After I ask, I shall accept the punishment as per temple rules. It seems my junior brother Xianbei, who recently appeared in the Jianghu, must have discovered clues regarding your murders, and the esteemed Ku of the Funyo sect must have fallen victim to your schemes for wealth. But why were Vice Leader Ma Madama and Bai Shijing killed by either Master Morong or Master Xiao Yuanshan? Xian Xiai maintained a calm demeanor, yet an unspoken affirmation lingered in the air. Indeed, the abbot is remarkable. Unfortunately, I have been hiding with Brother Xiao in your esteemed temple for so many years, and you remain oblivious. Morong Bo chuckled softly, remaining silent but slightly shifting his body to throw a punch towards a nearby tree, which cracked under the impact. This act revealed the presence of Wei Tuo's staff and exposed Xiao Yuanshan's concealment within Shaolin Temple. It was a reckless maneuver that aimed to use Shaolin's strength to restrain this individual, a tactic that would lead to mutual destruction. The expressions of over a dozen elder monks in the temple shifted dramatically. Nearby, Jin Swan Pan Shui Bai Quan and his disciple Gua Yenji echoed their outrage. Yet they were unable to move. Xiao Yuanshan quickly added, Bai Shijing was slain by my hand. But Ma De Yuan was a victim of a conspiracy between his wife and Bai Shijing. Prince Duan witnessed it. A simple inquiry will reveal the truth. As he spoke, Xiao Yuanshan turned to Morong Bo. We have clashed several times without determining a victor, yet I now understand you to be the mastermind behind it all. Today, we must face off to the death. Quite so. Morong Bo did not flinch, for he had come to the martial arts gathering prepared for conflict. Even if his initial intention was to assist his son in claiming the title of leader, Morong Bo feigned a lunge forward, but abruptly veered to the left. Seizing Morong Fu in an attempt to retreat into the temple, intending to exploit its defenses for escape, realizing he and his son could not contend against Xiao Yuanshan. The four figures dashed towards the rear of the Mahavira Hall, swiftly climbing onto the rooftops, disappearing among the yellow walls and green tiles of Shaolin Temple. Meanwhile, Deng Baichuan and his companions, who had not participated in the assault on Xiaofeng, were not restrained. As they prepared to assist, they were intercepted by Shaolin monks. Observing the chaotic situation, they began to press forward. Indeed, Shaolin Temple is a bastion of virtue. The crowd was taken aback, yet he continued. It is a sanctuary for raising illegitimate offspring. Instantly, the monks turned their faces in anger, but Xian Xiai commanded, Brothers, lead the temple disciples to form the Arhut formation. We must not allow Shaolin's martial arts to leak out. The remaining disciples must return to the temple to intercept the masters. The monks responded, Yes. We shall obey the abbot's orders. Several elder monks hurried into the temple. Xian Xiai declared, Today, I acknowledge my grave sins, which have tarnished the reputation of our temple. Xianji, according to our temple's precepts, I shall accept 100 strokes of the staff. As the abbot, I shall endure double the punishment. Law enforcement monks, Execute the punishment immediately. As Xianji attempted to interject, Xianxi interrupted. The 1,000-year honor of Shaolin Temple cannot be besmirched by my hands. I must accept the punishment. With that, he knelt before the Buddha statue in the Mahavira Hall, lifted his robe, exposing his back, awaiting the execution without employing inner strength for protections. Resolved to atone with his life. The onlookers were stunned. They had thought that as long as one did not admit guilt, there would be no repercussions. And in a few years, this would all be forgotten. They had not anticipated such a dramatic scene. With tears in his eyes, Xianji affirmed, yes. Law enforcement monks. Carry out the punishment. The two law enforcement monks clasped their hands in respect. Abbot, we beg your forgiveness. The congregation of monks listened as the law enforcement monks recounted the number of strokes, heads bowed in silent prayer. There were some in the crowd who sought to plead for leniency, but before Xianji could respond, Xianxi firmly rejected, stating, I appreciate your goodwill. But the law is as unyielding as a mountain. There can be no leniency. Law enforcement monks, proceed with the punishment. The law enforcement monks, having paused, understood the abbot's resolute tone and resumed the count. After 200 strokes had been delivered, blood stained the ground. Yet Xianxi summoned his inner strength to protect his heart, fighting against the pain to remain conscious. The two law enforcement monks stood the staff upright and reported to Xianji, Abbot, Xianxi has completed his punishment. Xianji nodded, at a loss for words. Seeing this, Sun Yi nodded, a man of responsibility. Had it not been for Yi Ernyang's sins, he too would not have faced death. He leaned down to whisper in Xianxi's ear, your son is named Su Zhu, the one with the honest appearance. I feared that revealing this would endanger him. But I wanted to fulfill a wish before your demise. Chapter 52. The sweeping monk Xianxi turned his head towards the direction indicated, smiling and nodding. I understand. He is a good child. Who would have thought he is my son? Today, I thank young master's son, but as my time of liberation approaches, I am unable to express my gratitude. He then addressed the assembly of monks. For over 20 years, I have been aware of my grave transgressions yet lacked the courage to confess before you. Today, I can finally attain liberation, free from all fears and burdens, and find peace. He recited, in life, desires and loves abound, bringing forth much suffering. Liberation is true joy. Having spoken, he slowly closed his eyes, a serene smile gracing his face. The surrounding heroes wore solemn expressions filled with respect for Xianxi, though he had committed errors. His fortitude in the face of death was worthy of admiration. At that moment, a figure previously subdued by Sun Yi stirred. It was Master Daoqing of Pudu Temple. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Could it be that Master Daoqing possessed such formidable internal strength? Had he so swiftly dispelled the energy within his acupoints? All right, everyone else. Rise as well. When I restrained you, I left behind just a trace of internal energy. It should now be nearly released. Before Sun Yi's words had fully settled, several astute individuals, having seen Daoqing rise, began to test their own movements, with some, led by Daoqing, solemnly approaching Xianxi to pay their respects, creating an atmosphere of reverence. As half the assembly began to rise, Xianji's expression brightened. At least a portion of people could now be dispatched to assist within the temple, as those left behind would be unlikely to restrain Xiao Yuanshan and his companions. Xianji then addressed the members of the beggars' sect. 3 elders, shall we proceed to our temple to observe the situation? The 3 elders of the beggars' sect, Song, Chun, and Wu, responded in unison, excellent, excellent. Brothers of the beggars' sect, let us go to Shaolin Temple. They left a small contingent to guard those still immobilized, while the remaining individuals, led by the Shaolin monks, surged forth, joined by the beggars' sect and several heroes of the Central Plains, all calling out as they rushed towards the temple, with Wu Xingyun and the other women following the crowd to witness the unfolding events. Sun Yi, however, did not depart. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon Jamozi. After all, in the current situation, as long as Xiao Feng and his son were not besieged, they would not suffer any immediate loss. Moreover, Sun Yi was not a caretaker. He sought companions who could advance alongside him, not mere subordinates. Thus, he decided to attend to his own matters first. Furthermore, Sun Yi's intense stare rendered Jamozi hesitant to move, fearing that a moment's inattention could lead to his capture and demise. Great monk, it would be prudent to surrender the scripture you seized from Yutan. I find myself quite intrigued by that tome. Although Jamozi maintained a stoic expression, his heart sank as he pondered how Sun Yi knew about the scripture. Nevertheless, he merely chuckled, young master's son, you jest. I possess many scriptures for my daily study of Buddhism. I truly do not know which one you refer to. It is the I Ching Jing that I wish to borrow for 3 days. What say you? Though phrased as a question, Sun Yi's tone was calm and assured. leaving no doubt that Jamozi would comply. Recognizing Sun Yi as a man of discernment, Jamozi replied earnestly, "If the young master requires it, I shall gladly present it." He handed over the scripture with both hands, though the veins on his hands betrayed his unwillingness. Jamozi indeed did not wish to part with it. But he was aware that he could not hope to fight back and escape. Thus, he resolved to surrender, hoping Sun Yi would honor his word of lending and returning it. The Shaolin monks stationed nearby were taken aback by this turn of events. But as the situation was beyond their control, they dispatched one monk to swiftly report to the senior monks of the Xian character lineage. After accepting the scripture, Sun Yi followed suit into the Shaolin temple, making his way directly to the scripture pavilion. Before long, Sun Yi arrived at the pavilion, where he encountered Duan Yu, who had just arrived as well. Xuanji was inquiring of the pavilion's gatekeeper about the whereabouts of Xiao Yuanshan and his companions, indicating that the four of them had indeed fled from this location, having been well acquainted with it after decades of residence. Upon traversing a grove of bamboo, Sun Yi continued to follow Xiao Feng's trail until he reached the scene, where he observed Li Qingluo and several other women spectating the battle, accompanied by 7 or 8 Shaolin monks. Wu Xingyun, who had come with the crowd, was already engaged in combat with an elderly monk, and astonishingly, they appeared evenly matched. It seemed the opponent was none other than the sweeping monk. However, why was Tong Lao battling this monk instead of Xiao Feng and his companions? Ba Wu Shizhu, please refrain from entangling further. I have long since become a monk, and my Dharma name is Xianyi. The grievances of your have long since dissipated like dust in the wind. Very well, Xianyi it is. You have certainly evaded capture quite skillfully. Since that fateful moment on Tianshan 60 years ago with that wretched Qiu Shui, our grudge has yet to be resolved. Wu Xingyan spoke with clenched teeth, his face a mask of indignation. Back then, you two conspired together, forcing my grandmother to seek refuge on Tianshan. By the time she returned, only that wretched woman remained. You were nowhere to be found. It appears you were hiding in Shaolin Temple all along. Today, you have no allies. When my reinforcements arrive, we shall see how you fare. The two pairs of fathers and sons standing off were equally astonished. Xiao Yuanshan paused for a moment, a cold smile escaping his lips, yet he remained silent. Meanwhile, the Shaolin monks whispered among themselves, inquiring if anyone had heard of this Dharma name. Xiao Feng, too, remained silent, his nature ill-suited for mockery. Only a furrowed brow revealed his concern over the potential threat that Xianyi, the sweeping monk, had mentioned regarding their martial arts vulnerabilities. Shaolin's martial arts aim to strengthen the body and protect against malevolent forces. Practitioners of any martial art must harbor compassion and benevolence. Without a foundation in Buddhist philosophy, the practice would inevitably lead to self-harm. The deeper one delved into martial arts, the greater the injury sustained. Ba Wu Shizhu, I have long since severed all worldly attachments. All that is mundane has faded into oblivion. I have come today solely to save the lives of both you and Murong Shizhu. Should you harbor any lingering resentment, after I have rescued Xiao Shizhu and Murong Shizhu, I shall stand still and permit you to strike me thrice for your satisfaction. It was then that Sun Yi arrived at the scene. Tong Lao temporarily ceased her assault and moved to stand beside him, intending to observe. With Sun Yi present, the two of them, united, would surely triumph over their adversary. Besides, a monk could flee, but could a temple escape? The elderly monk Xianyi, with an impassive countenance, approached the seemingly indifferent Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo. Xiao Jusher, have you felt a dull pain in your lower abdomen, specifically at the Liangmen and Tai points? Has the numbness at the Guanyuan point intensified? Murong Shizhu, how does the torment of the Yangbai, Lianquan, and Fengfu points feel, 3 times daily? Akin to 1,000 needles piercing through? Xiao Yuanshan shuddered. The wise monk sees clearly. It is indeed so. Xiao Feng's apprehensions materialized into reality. Having noted his father's pallor, he had pondered deeply, and now his fears were confirmed. He knelt before the wise monk, praying for compassion in alleviating his father's ailment. Murong Bo's countenance paled, and he trembled slightly. His Yangbai, Lianquan, and Fengfu points inflicted torment akin to 1,000 needles piercing him thrice daily, rendering him helpless against any remedy. Though this was not the moment of suffering, the shock of hearing the truth triggered an overwhelming response, leaving him unable to speak as he knelt before his long-lost father, shaking uncontrollably. Chapter 53. The curtain falls after a brief exchange. Xianyi first dealt with Murong Bo, granting Xiao Yuanshan solace, and then seized the opportunity to address Xiao Yuanshan in the same manner, causing both Xiao Feng and Murong Fu to gasp in astonishment. Yet neither made a move. Murong Fu was unable to act, while Xiao Feng, wishing to intervene, was halted by Sun Yi. Old monk, since it is thus, commence your healing. I can faintly sense that both of them still possess a glimmer of life, Sun Yi remarked. After arriving at the scene, he had detected that the old monk was emanating a spiritual energy unique to the Buddhist realm. Although Sun Yi had yet to reach the level of Sun Wukong on that distant planet, capable of sensing others' thoughts, his dual cultivation of inner strength and chi had resulted in a notable enhancement of his spiritual energy, allowing him to faintly perceive external circumstances. Upon returning to the Dragon Ball world, Sun Yi contemplated seeking martial arts training in the divine realm, though he was uncertain if he could ascend. Instinct suggested that, at present, he likely could not. Sun Yi mused, having finally surpassed the current capabilities of Wukong. Xian Yi remained silent. But Xiao Feng and Murong Fu gazed at Sun Yi with expressions of surprise, seeking an explanation, when they suddenly heard a commotion. Seeing Xian Yi leading Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo away, the two hurried to follow. The rest rushed after them, while Sun Yi trailed leisurely behind, ensuring that Mei Jian and the others could keep pace with his lightness of foot, ultimately falling to the rear. Upon arriving, Sun Yi witnessed Xian Yi assisting the two in channeling their energy. Noticing fluctuations in spiritual energy, he too extended his own, simultaneously absorbing the monk's methods while creating an invisible protective barrier around Xiao Yuanshan. For though the means of the Buddhist sect were well known, their authenticity remained uncertain, and prudence was warranted. Suddenly, the old monk Xian Yi exclaimed, "Halt!" For hands intertwined, internal energies in harmony, utilizing yin to nurture yang, and yang to transform yin. The ambitions of kings and conquerors, the deep-seated enmities, returned to dust, dissipating into the void. As their internal energies intertwined, their faces gradually shifted from flushed to pale. After a while, both opened their eyes simultaneously, sharing a smile. Xiao Yuanshan and Murong Bo bowed to the ground, imploring the wise monk to accept them. Seeing their fathers kneel, Xiao Feng and Murong Fu followed suit. Throughout this, Sun Yi meticulously observed Xian Ye's method of healing. And the spiritual energy he had released faintly resonated with the fluctuations in spiritual energy, suggesting it might indeed be a form of the Buddhist purification technique. However, the inherent issue with Xiao Yuanshan lies in his prolonged exposure to the aura of Buddhism, which starkly contrasts with his spirit, rife with animosity. This dissonance manifests physically, creating latent dangers that can only be mitigated through a fundamental transformation of one aspect. Should the spirit remain unchanged, it would necessitate the abandonment of martial skills. Yet, decades of torment have already compromised his physical foundation. Without internal energy to sustain him, his body would inevitably collapse. Thus, the sole remedy at present involves a profound experience of life and death, leading to enlightenment, wherein his spirit can assimilate the fluctuations of Buddhist teachings, subsequently allowing him to study sacred texts, thereby gradually altering his spiritual resonance and alleviating the underlying threats. Of course, with Sun Ye's protective presence, Xiao Yuanshan is unlikely to be entirely influenced. Nevertheless, it is certain that he will first delve into the study of Buddhist scriptures at the Shaolin Temple. Subsequently, Xian Yi commenced his teachings, while Sun Yi attentively contemplated the content. During the High Monk's discourse, he seized the opportunity to inquire about the cultivation and application of spiritual energy, yet remained hindered by a pivotal obstacle, unable to clarify his thoughts into a cohesive understanding. Throughout this period, he managed to vaguely sense the external presence of his spiritual energy, but clarity eluded him. After the lecture concluded, Sun Yi earnestly invited the monk for mutual verification. Channeling his chi and internal energy, Sun Ye's body emanated a faint white light, its intensity negligible. Yet onlookers mistook it for mere sunlight. Only Xian Yi discerned the truth. Amitabha, the practitioner's skills have reached this level. It is indeed commendable. With palms joined in reverence, Xian Yi lowered his energy barrier, remaining stationary in full defensive posture. Sun Yi gathered his energy, refraining from striking out, and gently placed his hands upon the energy barrier, meticulously attuning to the fluctuations of his spiritual force, the circulation of energy, the interaction with the surrounding environment, and the interplay with his body. Xian Yi exhibited no irritation. Instead, he maximized his internal energy, enabling Sun Yi to perceive with greater clarity. Expressing gratitude for the master's teachings, Sun Yi inquired, "Master, which Shaolin technique is this?" After a moment of sensing with his spiritual energy, he lowered his arms and bowed respectfully to the monk. "You are too kind, benefactor. Since entering the monastery, I have only mastered the unparalleled skill of the indestructible Vajra body." The monk explained that the other party's spiritual energy had grown to a considerable extent after delving into Buddhist teachings, enabling him to control his internal energy through acupoints and gather it externally. This meant that, like Sun Yi, The other's internal energy could be fully unleashed under the manipulation of spiritual energy, whether for offense or defense. The prior encounter with Wu Xingyun had seen the other hold back. Achieving this level in the world of Tianlong is indeed challenging. One must discover the proactive cultivation methods for spiritual energy within Buddhist scriptures. This is akin to the external sensing of energy in the Dragon Ball universe, which requires a certain level of spiritual energy. Sun Yi sat in contemplation, disregarding Wu Xingyun's calls, focusing intently on his thoughts. Through meticulous reflection and comparison, as well as consultation with the monk, Sun Yi gleaned insights. The cultivation methods in the Dragon Ball world and the Tianlong world each possess their advantages and disadvantages. In the early stages of cultivation in the Tianlong world, the integration of energy entering the body's acupoints with the life force within the meridians requires relatively minimal effort and spiritual energy. Rather, it necessitates a harmonious affinity between body and energy. Once internal energy is cultivated, it instinctively circulates along the meridians, nourishing the body and enhancing its potential and strength. Internal energy is more easily controlled within the body, which may limit its efficacy in training spiritual energy. Upon reaching a certain level, one may encounter stagnation in internal energy growth due to insufficient external energy concentration, necessitating exploration of spiritual cultivation methods to enhance spiritual energy, thus facilitating the growth of internal energy. This process of spiritual cultivation and its overflow beyond the body constitutes a significant bottleneck. In contrast, the Dragon Ball world's cultivation heavily relies on innate talent. Ordinary individuals must exert effort to transcend physical limits and unlock cellular energy to produce qi. However, once qi is activated, it essentially opens the pathway for spiritual energy to overflow. As qi reaches a certain level, spiritual energy will naturally emanate externally, reaching the caliber of the sweeping monk. Yet, this phenomenon lacks the directness of internal energy. The timing of qi activation remains uncertain, with prior growth limited to mere strength enhancement. Individuals with exceptional talent, like Sun Wukong, require only standard training to generate qi, which subsequently nourishes their spiritual energy to a point where it can transcend the body. Naturally, once the physical body reaches its limit, qi growth ceases, and the passive growth of spiritual energy halts, necessitating exploration of methods for spiritual development to subsequently drive the growth of qi. Overall, the existence of meridians and acupoints significantly lowers the threshold for cultivation, as these are natural pathways for physical evolution. Qi flowing through the meridians can nourish cells, rendering them more resilient, slowing metabolism, and extending lifespan. Hence, the cultivation of meridians and internal energy cannot be forsaken. Of course, should there be opportunities for cultivation, adaptations can be made. Chapter 54. Learning. Having concluded his reflections, Sun Yi raised his head and observed Wu Xingyun still confronting Xian Yi, the old monk. Upon listening closely, he immediately felt at ease. Benefactor Wu, I have already allowed you to strike 3 palms. Do you feel any relief? Xian Yi stood firm, a smile gracing his face. Wu Xingyun felt an indescribable frustration. The monk's smile only intensified his sense of ridicule. Yet, having failed to unsettle his opponent with 3 strikes, he had no retort, and, with a cold snort, turned to leave. Sun Yi chuckled, bidding farewell to the assembled individuals before also departing. Intending to enjoy a drink with Xiao Feng at the foot of the mountain, marking the beginning of a friendship. Over the span of several days, Sun Yi meticulously documented the I Ching Jing, subsequently exchanging the original manuscript for a comprehensive analysis of foundational meridians and acupoints accumulated over centuries at the Shaolin Temple. The next step was to await Xiao Feng's pivotal moment, which might still take a year. Time must not be squandered. He set the aircraft to autopilot, automatically seeking renowned Taoist temples amidst the mountains in the mundane world. The Taoist visualization methods are still quite famous, even known to the old witch. In addition, he engaged in the scientific education provided by the learning system of the shuttle, with all 8 individuals unable to evade this. Even though Sun Yi possessed a stronger foundation, he had already returned the higher-level mathematics and science knowledge to the teachers and needed to relearn it. During the initial stages of learning, the others experienced significant upheaval in their worldviews. The systematic and scientific methodologies applied to centuries of fragmented experiences in the study of meridians and acupoints proved exceptionally practical. While Sun Yi had initially employed scientific methods in his research, his foundational understanding paled in comparison to that of the old witch and Yu Yan. Amidst their studies, the progress of the group was slightly faster for Yu Yan, who retained her photographic memory, and she could effortlessly apply her analytical skills to martial arts, mathematics, particularly in solid geometry, showcasing her remarkable spatial imagination. which would undoubtedly be advantageous in deeper research in the future. Each individual occupied a learning pod resembling a Dragon Ball-style flying vehicle, emerging only after completing a day's coursework. They were required to enter at least once daily, leading to a competitive atmosphere among the group. During their studies, they also participated in trials, an immersive learning space closely aligned with real-world rules, functioning as a game environment where each participant underwent the developmental trajectory of a world, facing attacks from civilizations of equivalent societal advancement. Individuals needed to learn anything pertinent to their personal growth. Countless opponents in various developmental histories awaited them. Only through collective learning and collaboration could they ascend and progress. For only moving forward would grant them eternity. In the span of 1 year, the least accomplished among the others had completed only the second-year curriculum, and their pace of acceptance had slowed to a near standstill. Sun Yi had already mastered the entirety of the third-year syllabus, now enduring the trials of modern civilization, quietly awaiting the emergence of his companions for a breath of fresh air. Within a few hours, the other 7 women emerged one after another. Noticing Sun Yi seated in the living room, and they too settled into a tranquil silence around him. "Is there something on your mind today, son?" someone inquired. "Not at all. 6 months ago, I had already elevated my energy and internal power to your level. The current concentration of energy in this world can no longer sustain further enhancement of my body. I shall have to wait until we return to address that. And now, the opportunity to return has arrived." Half a year ago, when Sun Yi found he could no longer progress, he had already stated that their destination was not overseas, but another world. Thus, everyone was mentally prepared. Even Qing Luo had sold her family estate, carrying all her secret texts with her, ready to depart at any moment. Has it arrived? What opportunity? Did you not mention needing to bring a few people along? Who specifically? Xiaofeng. Wu Xingyan speculated, yet it made sense. There were only a few renowned individuals in this world with upright characters and sufficient talent. One glance at Sun Yi's expression confirmed her suspicions. "Can he accompany you?" "I'm uncertain. I can only say there is a chance," Sun Yi replied, momentarily taken aback, but unable to guarantee anything. He could only posit that if Ah Zhu were indeed alive, and given his ability to manipulate circumstances, the chances would increase somewhat. Enough talk, let us board the plane. There is still time. By the time Sun Yi piloted the aircraft to Yanmen Pass, both sides had reached a standoff. Carefully observing the situation below, he deemed the timing just right, as there had yet to be any casualties. Below, the leader of the Liao army was laughing heartily, clad in extravagant attire. Presumably the Emperor of Liao. Turning to the Song army, Sun Yi was suddenly startled to see 2 figures darting out beside Xiaofeng, Duanyu, and Xiao Yuanshan. It appeared that Xiao Yuanshan, even after being enlightened, retained his original mindset, for after 30 years, his 2 obsessions were revenge and his son. It was evident that he could not rest easy after Xiaofeng's incident. Alternatively, it could be that Sun Yi's intervention had prevented complete enlightenment. The 2 realized that the only way to avert this crisis was to capture the Liao Emperor as leverage. However, it seemed their adversaries were already prepared. With a shout from Yi Luhongji, several hundred shield-bearers surged forward, forming a protective barrier around him. In terms of martial prowess, Duanyu surpassed Xiao Yuanshan. His internal energy was nearly on par with Tong Lao, having reached the limits of the world. Further advancement would require the cultivation of spiritual power, complemented by the invincible attack of the 6 Pulses Divine Sword, making it feasible to penetrate the shield formation without issue. Yet Xiao Yuanshan's skills lagged somewhat. Although he had made progress over the past year through diligent study of Buddhist teachings, his abilities were at best comparable to the current Xiaofeng, if not slightly inferior. Even if they charged in, given the current circumstances, it would be challenging to make an impact, serving primarily as a distraction. Nonetheless, being a military leader, Xiao Yuanshan was still more adept at charging into battle than Duanyu. Duanyu relied on the Lingbo Weibu technique, gracefully weaving through the gaps of spear and axe wielders, appearing as a fish navigating through water, while Xiao Yuanshan charged with his weapon, abandoning any subtle martial arts for a brute force approach, maximizing his internal energy and strength, thus drawing a significant portion of the enemy's attention. However, in the absence of sufficient internal energy, such explosive efforts could not be sustained for long. After breaching several lines of defense, Xiao Yuanshan's pace slowed, for time waits for no one, while his internal energy could still support him. The physical exertion had diminished his capabilities. Meanwhile, Xiaofeng found himself trapped between 2 ethnic groups, influenced by traditional Confucian education, now in a predicament. Yet recognizing that preventing this war was paramount. Thus, he watched as the 2 charged forward, even contemplating joining them as Xiao Yuanshan began to tire. Before Xiaofeng could act, Sun Yi intervened from above. The aircraft descended, hurtling towards Xiao Yuanshan's direction, leveling off at 100 meters above the ground. Circling around Yi Lu Hongji while activating the energy cannons aboard. Chapter 55. Rescue in an instant. 2 rows of energy projectiles erupted amidst the crowd, detonating in rapid succession, sending dust and chaos soaring into the air as Liao soldiers were thrown into disarray. Within a radius of several hundred meters around Yi Lu Hongji, all personnel were caught in the blast, fleeing or pleading for mercy, leaving only a handful who shielded him with their arms. The aircraft continued its aerial assault, with some of the women aboard wielding firearms while others used loudspeakers to call for surrender. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. The planes circled the battlefield, and upon witnessing its destructive power, most of the outer Liao army knelt in prayer to the heavens, while a few scattered in all directions. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Yuanshan and Duan Yu dashed forward, swiftly subduing the 2 generals and several soldiers surrounding Yi Lu Hongji. In such a dominant position, neither wished to inflict harm, for Duan Yu had been a Buddhist since childhood, and Xiao Yuanshan was deeply versed in Buddhist teachings, both being of the same kin. As they approached, Yi Lu Hongji did not yield. Brandishing his treasured blade, he swiftly attempted to strike Duan Yu, only to have his weapon shattered by the latter's sword energy, while Xiao Yuanshan swiftly stepped forward to seal his acupoint. Let us depart, they commanded in unison, lifting Yi Lu Hongji's imposing figure from his steed and hastily retreating. Having subdued Yi Lu Hongji and brought him before Xiao Feng, Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan felt a sense of relief. Xiao Feng merely sighed, saying, "Father, please set down the Emperor of Liao. I have matters to discuss with His Majesty." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuanshan released Yi Lu Hongji but remained tense, standing guard to prevent any escape. At that moment, a figure descended from the sky, none other than Sun Yi. From several dozen meters above, he gracefully descended, utilizing the Lingbo Weibu technique to float gently downwards. "Younger brother Sun has come to assist," he called out from midair. "How should we deal with these Liao soldiers? I leave it to your judgment, brother Xiao. In that case, I extend my gratitude to you, brother Sun." Considering the implications of today's events on the relations between Song and Liao, Xiao Feng did not refuse, resolving instead to repay the favor when the opportunity arose. Turning his gaze back to Yi Lu Hongji, Xiao Feng boldly stated, "I dare to speak, your majesty. Only if you grant me your word." Yi Lu Hongji laughed heartily, replying, "In this world, there are few things I cannot accomplish. Speak freely." Xiao Feng continued, "I request that your majesty agrees to withdraw immediately, ensuring that for the remainder of your life, not a single Liao soldier shall cross the borders of Song and Liao." Yi Lu Hongji's expression darkened, and he intoned, "Do you dare to threaten me? What if I refuse?" Sun Yi interjected, "If you do not agree, we might as well execute him today, and when Liao has a new emperor, we shall demand answers once more. Alternatively, we could annihilate your 100,000 troops right here. It is merely a matter of your word." Xiao Feng paid no heed to Sun Yi's words, but rather followed his own thoughts, declaring loudly, "Then I shall perish alongside your majesty, leaving nothing but ashes. In our youth, we swore to die on the same day, in the same month, and in the same year." Yel Hongji's heart quivered. While he could disregard Sun Yi's remarks, they were nonetheless friends. He pondered, "Xiao Feng is a man unafraid of heaven or earth, a desperate outlaw who speaks plainly and directly. If he does not acquiesce, he may indeed resort to violence against me. Moreover, considering the formidable adversary behind him, even if we are prepared, we might be overwhelmed on the battlefield. It would be wise to concede." Thus, he chuckled heartily and proclaimed, "With my life, Yel Hongji, I trade for several decades of peace between the Song and Liao." "Good brother, you do hold my life in high regard." Xiao Feng responded, "Your majesty is the sovereign of great Liao, in all the world. What could be more precious than your majesty?" Yel Hongji laughed heartily, saying nothing further. He turned back to see hundreds of soldiers halted several meters away, having been struck by missiles from the aircraft above. After suffering defeat, these loyal troops would be crucial in the future. Furthermore, under such divine weaponry from the heavens, they could not advance. He ordered them to stay put. "You need not approach. Remain here and wait. I wish to speak with my brother." With that, he drew an ornate wolf-tooth arrow from his quiver, bent it until it broke in two, and cast it to the ground, stating, "I have consented." Xiao Feng bowed deeply. "Thank you, your majesty." Yel Hongji turned to see Sun Yi and Duan Yu gazing at him in silence. He drew his treasured sword, raised it high above his head, and declared, "The 3 armies of Great Liao heed my command. The northern return and southern expedition are hereby rescinded. In my lifetime, let it be known that no soldier of Great Liao shall infringe upon the borders of Great Song." With those words, his sword fell, and drums sounded among the Liao troops. The Song forces at Yinmen Pass and the gathered heroes below erupted in joyous uproar upon hearing the Liao Emperor's order to retreat, along with his vow to never allow Liao soldiers to cross the border again. Xiaofeng bowed, saying, "I bid your majesty a safe return to the battlefield." Sun Yi nodded at the aircraft above, which then descended from the distance, hovering 3 meters above them, with no one disembarking. Yel Hongji, both astonished and delighted, sought to maintain his composure as he hastened forward, with hundreds of loyal followers galloping to protect him. As Yel Hongji returned to the safety of his retinue, he rode swiftly away, sending trusted aides to reorganize the troops. Despite the army's unease regarding the aircraft above, they were now visually distanced, leading to minor confusion. Yet it did not alter the larger situation, as hundreds of thousands retreated in an orderly fashion. Turning back, Yel Hongji saw Xiaofeng still standing motionless. With a cold chuckle, he proclaimed, "King Xiao, you have rendered such great service to Great Song. High rank and wealth are within your grasp." Xiaofeng replied loudly, "Your Majesty, I am a chitin man. Today, I have coerced your Majesty and become a great sinner of my people. How can I face the heavens and the earth after this?" He picked up the 2 broken arrows from the ground, channeling his inner strength, preparing to plunge them into his own heart. As he watched the Liao army depart, Sun Yi signaled for the aircraft to descend. During its descent, a sudden noise from behind caught his attention, and he witnessed an extraordinary scene. Only a few steps away from Xiaofeng, he immediately gathered his energy, unleashing a shockwave that knocked Xiaofeng's hands askew, causing the arrow shaft to fall to the ground. Seizing the moment while Xiaofeng was unprepared, Sun Yi stepped forward, immobilizing him and employing forceful persuasion. "You have halted the war, honoring the nurturing of the Song people and the heritage of the Liao. You owe no one any wrong. Moreover, you, Xiaofeng, are a great hero. Why not consider your loved ones? If you cannot belong to either Song or Liao, then take your family and follow me overseas, never to return. You ought to spend time with the Zhu." Chapter 56, Departure at the Scene. Duan Yu and Xiao Yuanshan were also taken aback, relieved that Sun Yi had interrupted Xiaofeng's actions. Just then, a Zhu pushed through the crowd, rushing to Xiaofeng, searching him for injuries. Upon confirming he was unharmed, she wept openly, unable to contain her emotions, crying tears of relief. A Z followed closely behind, but with her elder sister, a Zhu, present, she hesitated to rush forward. Given that Xiaofeng was safe, it was not in her character to cry out. After holding back for a while, a Z could no longer restrain herself and leaped forward, embracing Xiaofeng and calling out, "Brother-in-law." The members of the beggars' sect surged forward, with Wu Changfeng exclaiming, "Leader Qiao, though you are a chitin, you are a hero 1,000 times greater than us inept Han people. Leader Qiao embodies great righteousness. You are a paragon for us all." However, Xiaofeng stood with his back to the crowd, and they could not see the outcome. With the Zhu weeping, Xiaofeng remained motionless, leading everyone to believe he had indeed taken his own life, and they were engulfed in sorrow. "All right, Brother Xiao, I will now release your restraint. Since you feel you cannot remain in Song or Liao, take your family and follow me overseas," Sun Yi declared, releasing some of Xiaofeng's pressure points to restore his movement, keeping a watchful eye on Xiaofeng's actions. In the world of their origin, Xiaofeng believed he had no place to belong. His only beloved had perished, and thus he thought of ending his life. However, with his family still alive, even if Xiao Yuanshan had become a monk, the bond of kinship remained. This act of suicide likely stemmed from a moment of extreme emotional turmoil. Once Xiaofeng's pressure points were released, he did not act rashly. He merely patted his Zhu's back gently, offering silent comfort. The heroes of the Central Plains finally realized he had not succeeded in taking his own life, letting out a collective sigh of relief. The beggars' sect, led by Wu Changfeng, knelt before Xiaofeng, pleading, "Leader Qiao, we implore you to return to the beggars' sect and guide us." The disciples behind him were filled with hope that Xiaofeng would acquiesce, as those who came to rescue him were all eager for his return, while those who did not wish for his return, such as Quan Qing, had not even come. Brothers, Xiaofeng, born a Liao man yet raised by the Song. Now that this matter has transpired, he knows he can no longer remain in Liao nor return to the Central Plains. After a pause, he continued, "From this day forth, Xiaofeng shall lead his family far away, hiding his identity and dedicating his life to repaying my wife's unwavering loyalty during these tribulations. I bid farewell to all my brothers, uncertain if we shall meet again. Please take care." He expressed gratitude for Sun Ye's repeated acts of rescue, promising to do his utmost in future endeavors. Leader Qiao, the crowd, especially the members of the beggars' sect, were choked with emotion, overwhelmed with sorrow. Xiaofeng exchanged heartfelt farewells with everyone, both sides deeply affected. Sun Yi, having little personal connection with the others, merely waited for the Liao army to retreat before directing the aircraft to land, allowing Xiao Feng to bid farewell. After a while, Xiao Feng approached with Xiao Yuanshan, a Zhu, a Z, and Duan Yu, their faces marked with the sadness of impending departure. Young Master Son, may we return to Dali for a visit? I wish for a Zhu to reunite with her parents, and a Z to be returned to her family. Afterward, I shall accompany my brothers overseas. Xiao Feng contemplated for a moment before speaking. Brother, how about you stay in Dali? Duan Yu's eyes brightened as he found what he believed to be a fitting solution. Before Sun Yi could respond, Xiao Feng firmly rejected the idea. No need to persuade me further if my father and I go to Dali. We will surely evoke the wariness of Song, Liao, Tubo, and Shixia, which would be detrimental to Dali. Xiao Feng appreciated Duan Yu's suggestion, appearing relaxed, yet he outright declined. Indeed, given the current situation of your charge into battle, any emperor would be wary of your gathering. Sun Yi elucidated the reasons, and Duan Yu immediately understood, his expression shifting to one of discontent. You may board now. My aircraft is in flight and is expected to arrive in Dali by tonight. In the realm of Dragon Ball, most flying vehicles were compact, accommodating 7 or 8 individuals comfortably, but any more would necessitate a larger vessel. Fortunately, a sufficiently large one had been procured, so there were no issues. Sun Yi released the flying machine, opened the aircraft door, and invited several individuals aboard: Xiao Feng, a Zhu, a Z, Duan Yu, and 4 distinguished guards, totaling 8. Xiao Yuanshan had already set off for Shaolin Temple, and despite Xiao Feng's entreaties, he remained resolute, indicating that the previous enlightenment had yielded a significant effect. Sun Yi then called forth Qing Luo and her companions, who also boarded the larger aircraft. As Sun Yi assumed the role of pilot, the aircraft descended, and the heroes of the Central Plains waved farewell from below. Xiao Feng, too, bid adieu to the crowd beneath the window, as the aircraft gradually distanced itself, allowing Xiao Feng and the others to settle into their seats. Upon seeing Yu Yin, Duan Yu's spirits lifted, and he momentarily forgot the earlier farewell, engrossing himself in Yu Yan's presence, calling her fairy sister incessantly. All right, young Master Duan, remember? Yu Yin is your sister. There's no need for such thoughts, Sun Yi remarked lightly. However, Duan Yu found this statement disheartening, his expression falling. Even though he was aware of this fact, it was unnecessary for Sun Yi to reiterate it. A Zhu stifled a laugh, fully aware of her brother's folly, while a Z even dared to mock him openly. Yet, Sun Yi shifted the conversation, asking, would you like to know who the statue in the Longhuan Blessed Land represents? I also know of a woman who resembles Yu Yin closely and bears no blood relation to you. Would you like to know who she is? Really? Please tell me. Young Master Son, Duan Yu responded eagerly, his demeanor akin to that of an excited puppy. Are you truly curious? Sun Yi elongated his voice, and Duan Yu, being an earnest soul, nodded vigorously. Then I shall tell you. Sun Yi ceased his playful banter and turned to gauge the reactions of the others, before quickly shifting his attention back to the sky outside the aircraft. Luckily, they were flying at a low altitude and at a slow pace, with no other aircraft in sight, thus avoiding any potential airborne mishaps. The statue in the Longhuan Blessed Land was crafted by Yu Yan's grandfather, the esteemed Master Wu Ya, whom you encountered on the Drum Mountain. The model was Yu Yan's grandmother, the immortal sister you admire, who is now in her 90s. Humph. Wu Xingyan scoffed disdainfully, turning her attention to the 4 beauties engaging in playful antics behind her. Sun Yi suppressed a chuckle while continuing his narration, but a Z had already burst into laughter, which only exacerbated Duan Yu's embarrassment. However, your grandmother is currently a Grand Empress Dowager in the Western Xia, with a granddaughter, the Princess of Western Xia, who is said to bear a striking resemblance to her. If you are inclined, you may seek her hand. Is that true? That is wonderful. Duan Yu's embarrassment vanished, and he radiated with the warmth of spring. Chapter 57. Farewell. As the group engaged in conversation, the aircraft glided slowly through the skies, and by evening, they were set to reach Dali. Upon arrival at the capital, they disembarked a few miles outside the city, where the city gates were about to close. The 4 guards approached the gates, revealed their identities, and procured a few horses, leading the way towards the palace. During this journey, Duan Yu recounted his experiences over the past year. It turned out that after leaving Shaolin, he had been persistently pursued by Jiao Moji, who sought the 6 Meridian's divine sword. However, after a surprise attack, Duan Yu had drained Jiao Moji of his internal energy, causing him to seemingly attain enlightenment and return to Tubo. Subsequently, Duan Zhengshun was kidnapped by Duan Yanqing during a trip. This time, without the interference of the Western Xia's royal matchmaker or Lady Wang, and lacking the Lingzhou Palace's warning, the situation reverted to its original course. Duan Zhengshun and his numerous lovers were ultimately captured by Duan Yanqing, who who threatened him to relinquish the throne. With the only difference being that Duan Yu was not abducted this time. During this tumultuous period, Murong Fu intervened, but ultimately, Duan Yu received word from Abai regarding Duan Zhengshan being targeted by the new four great villains and rushed to the scene to rescue the gravely injured Duan Zhengshan and his companions. However, he was a moment too late, as Gan Baobao and Qin Hongyan were slain. Duan Yu refrained from taking lethal action against Murong Fu. As the information had come from Abai, although there were misunderstandings along the way, he spared Murong Fu's life. Unbeknownst to Duan Yu, before his arrival, the four generals had already turned against Murong Fu. After being defeated by Duan Yu several times, Murong Fu could not accept the humiliation. Suffering a psychological breakdown and disappearing without a trace, Duan Yu contemplated killing Duan Yanqing but was obstructed by Dao Baifeng. Dao Baifeng, unwilling to witness Duan Yu commit a grave mistake, refrained from revealing that Duan Yanqing was in fact Duan Yu's biological father, a revelation that would raise further suspicions. Initially, Duan Yanqing had not given it much thought, but after Dao Baifeng returned and entered the Yushu temple to become a monk, he felt an inner sense of guilt. Duan Zhengshan began to harbor suspicions, which deepened as he conducted further investigations. After a particular confrontation, Dao Baifeng ultimately confessed everything, revealing the truth. This revelation was shared privately among the three, but Duan Yu, being a skilled martial artist, inadvertently overheard their conversation. However, Duan Yu chose not to disclose this information, merely mentioning his victory over Duan Yanqing and the latter's subsequent decision to become a monk in Dali. As for the rest, Sun Yi inferred from Duan Yu's demeanor that Duan Zhengshan had not ascended to the throne and had instead devoted himself to Buddhist studies at home, adopting a monastic disposition. He even dismissed his lovers whenever they visited, likely due to the severe emotional blow he had suffered. Dao Baifeng had also been cultivating in the temple, having not seen Duan Zhengshan for over half a year, if not close to a year. All these collected details strongly suggested that Duan Zhengshan was likely aware of Duan Yu's true lineage. The group planned to stay in the palace for 3 days before departing. Duan Yu hastily notified Duan Zhengshan and his Zhu's mother, Ruan Xingzhu, to join them, as per Sun Ye's warning that returning from overseas would be challenging. A return every 3 years would be fortunate, and it was possible they might never return. Upon reuniting, the atmosphere was lively, and Sun Yi and his companions chose to withdraw, following Duan Yu's attendants to a side hall for rest. During the 3 days, they refrained from disturbing Xiao Feng and the others, instead exploring the city. During this time, they learned that Duan Zhengshan had formally become a monk at the Tianlong Temple. On the following day after Duan Yu's return, the father and daughter reunited before heading to Tianlong Temple to officially take vows. That evening, Sun Yi, unable to shake off concerns for those he had encountered, took a moment to venture outside the city to the Yushu Temple to check on Dao Baifeng. Upon arrival, he discovered that Dao Baifeng had succumbed to inebriation, evidently drowning her sorrows in drink. Noticing the absence of any attendants, Sun Yi descended to assist her. "Why are you here again?" Dao Baifeng mumbled through hazy eyes. "Were you not the one who initiated our previous encounters?" Sun Yi chuckled, teasing her lightly. "Leave me be," Dao Baifeng retorted angrily, though her body betrayed her, exuding a unique allure despite her fury. Sun Yi lifted her onto his back, employing his lightness skill to effortlessly carry her away from the Yushu Temple. They soared through the night sky until they reached a secluded area, where he set her down in a glass-roofed abode and laid her upon the bed. Before Sun Yi could utter a word, Dao Baifeng tugged at him, causing his clothing to tear without him even moving. As the moon ascended to its zenith, under the dim glow of the lanterns, after much hesitation, Sun Yi approached her once more. It was well into the night when he finally returned to the Dali Palace. The following evening, Sun Yi returned to that same room, seizing the opportunity to incapacitate Dao Baifeng and place her within a life support device, intending to take her along, even securing the house itself. Though Dao Baifeng remained somewhat reluctant at present, with the passage of time, her disposition would undoubtedly evolve. 3 days later, as the time for parting approached, Duan Yu hosted a farewell banquet in the royal palace at noon. During the gathering, Zhu inquired about the whereabouts of the princess, to which Duan Yu merely replied that Dao Baifeng was unwell. It was later revealed to Sun Yi that Dao Baifeng had previously left a note at Yushuguan, indicating her intention to seek solace and plan to wander the world after drowning her sorrows in drink. Over the past 2 days, Duan Yu's family deliberated on the matter, as Aziz resolutely refused to return to Dali, insisting on accompanying Xiao Feng. Duan Zhengshan had already renounced worldly ties, and even Ruan Xingzhu was nowhere to be found. Ultimately, Ruan Xingzhu decided to depart with Zhu for mutual support in the future. A group of individuals gathered in the main hall as the farewell banquet concluded, signaling it was time to leave. Under the afternoon sun, both Duan Yu and Xiao Feng wore solemn expressions, their shadows unmoving, casting a melancholic atmosphere that sent a chill through the air. Elder brother, take care. Duan Yu clasped his fists, repeating the sentiments of the past few days. Yet his expression was imbued with genuine emotion. You too, take care. Xiao Feng mirrored his gravity, for this parting may very well be their last encounter. Ruan Xingzhu had expressed her intent to leave, having previously informed Duan Zhengchun, yet he ultimately did not appear, seemingly having transcended worldly attachments. After their farewells, the group boarded an aircraft, directed by Sun Yi, as they soared toward the outskirts of the city. Approximately 10 minutes later, the aircraft descended into a valley. Sun Yi glanced down and recognized it as the location of the Longhuan Blessed Lands, commanding the aircraft to halt, allowing everyone to disembark. They were now within the confines of the spatial passage. Returning would require only a tenth of the energy expended upon arrival. Each individual brought along would necessitate an additional tenth of that energy for personal spiritual protection. Otherwise, even if their bodies were shielded by the passage, their minds would be vulnerable to the energies of the outside world. Chapter 58. Returning along the same path would save energy for 9 individuals. Now, including Xiao Feng, Ashu, Zi, Wan Xingzhu, Wu Xingyun, Mei Jian, Lan Jian, Zhu Jian, Zhu Jian, Qing Luo, Yu Yin, Bai Feng, Wu Yazi, and Sun Yi. There were 14 in total, projected to consume 21 units of energy, equivalent to what had been gathered over 2 months. Isn't this the Longhuan Blessed Lands? How do we end up here? Qing Luo exclaimed in surprise, soon filled with joy, for it was indeed the land of her childhood. This is where I began my journey, the best route for my return. With that, Sun Yi opened a 1-meter-wide portal of light and stepped through, followed by the others who hesitated momentarily before entering in succession. Inside, the silver-white walls remained unchanged, though 2 life support devices, absent their capsules, were now present in the corners. Once inside, Wu Xingyun eagerly approached Wu Yazi to continue his observations, detecting signs of life. The others, curious about the other device, found it opaque, revealing nothing within. They refrained from further inquiry, except for Qing Luo, who seemed to sense something and pinched Sun Ye's waist, catching him off guard and nearly causing him to cry out in surprise. Eager to escape the discomfort, Sun Yi hastily advanced, calling out for Xiao Ai. Xiao Ai. A white orb of light appeared, drawing the curious gazes of the others, who focused their attention on the glowing sphere. I am here, preparing for the return journey. Xiao Ai projected several modes of return, most of which were unavailable, leaving Sun Yi feeling disheartened. The first option was the most straightforward return method, utilizing the transponder to convert energy fluctuations from the human form into the time-space waves of the Dragon Ball world without attracting undue attention. However, the duration spent in the Dragon world would equate to the same in the Dragon Ball world. The second option involved a high-dimensional anchor at the moment of departure from the Dragon Ball world, but this would cause discrepancies in energy fluctuations, likely triggering a response from the world's ruler with a 99.9% probability of detection. Concealing this would require at least 100,000 units of energy, with no upper limit. The third option involved identifying the elongated time-space fluctuations within the Dragon Ball world, allowing for adjustments without provoking a response. Yet this option was unavailable due to missing records. The fourth option entailed spending energy to negotiate with the world's consciousness, but this would inevitably attract the attention of the world's ruler. After reviewing the options, Sun Yi felt a sense of despair. Was the first option the only viable choice? If he could access the hyperbolic time chamber upon returning, perhaps the third option would become available, but at present, he had no alternatives. I choose the first option. Also, please transmit the language of the Dragon Ball world to them. Understood. The challenger has chosen the first method, along with language transmission for 13 individuals. Projected to consume 363 units of energy. Do you confirm? Quickly initiate the process. No time to waste. The others, initially perplexed, suddenly found a new language flooding their minds. Astonished, but this feeling was quickly overshadowed by the subsequent actions. With little commotion, a 1-meter section of the wall where the light door had closed began to illuminate. Eventually, the portal opened, and Sun Yi stepped through first, followed by the others, who emerged into a vast, empty wilderness. They sequentially exited the portal and carried the 2 life support devices along, neglecting to release Dao Baifeng, who was still inside. As they boarded the aircraft en route to Baozi Mountain, as the long-awaited reunion with his master drew near after 5 years, Sun Yi felt a surge of excitement, his limbs trembling involuntarily, causing slight tremors in the aircraft, which did not go unnoticed by the attentive Xiao Feng and others, who exchanged knowing smiles. The aircraft reached its maximum speed, and after half an hour, it hovered over Baozi Mountain, descending gently. During this descent, Sun Wukong emerged, drawn by the sound. With silver-white hair and slight wrinkles on his face, he appeared vigorous and lively, showing no signs of age. As the aircraft touched down, before it had even fully halted, Sun Yi flung open the hatch and, in a flash, darted out, startling even Sun Wukong with his speed. At that moment, it became evident that Sun Yi was merely 21 or 22 years old. Aha! Xiaofeng laughed heartily from behind. Indeed, indeed. We can hardly tell he is just 2 years older than us. Zhu Jian chimed in playfully. All right, enough teasing. Let us all disembark together. Zhu interjected, and the group laughed as they made their way out of the aircraft. Sun Wukong surveyed the young man who had grown over the years. Now a youth, he felt an overwhelming sense of joy, grateful that he could see him again, safe and sound. Moreover, judging by Sun Yi's earlier speed, he had evidently matched Sun Wukong's own prowess. In an instant, Sun Yi reached Sun Wukong, kneeling before him. Memories of their past flooding his mind. The day he arrived as a boy seeking guidance, how Sun Wukong welcomed him without hesitation, teaching him the skills he possessed. The encouragement and care he received during their 5 years together, and the heartfelt farewell gifts Sun Wukong had prepared. Tears welled in Sun Yi's eyes as he gazed at the elder before him. Master, he called out, his voice filled with emotion. Come, my child, rise quickly. With tears of joy, Sun Gohan trembled with excitement as he helped Sun Yi to his feet, scrutinizing him with a voice choked with emotion and reddened eyes. Struggling to hold back his tears. Over the years of their companionship, Sun Gohan had come to regard both Sun Yi and Goku as his own children. In the nearly 4 years since they had last communicated, had it not been for his lingering faith in his disciple, Sun Gohan might have feared that Sun Yi had met with misfortune. Chapter 59. Reunion. Why haven't you sent word in these years? This child has nearly driven this old man to worry. Despite this sentiment, Sun Gohan's expression bore no trace of reproach. His overwhelming joy was evident. By the way, master, where's Goku? I haven't seen him, Sun Yi inquired, casting a glance around. Goku's strength has surpassed what it was when you left. Just a few days ago, a girl passed through here seeking Dragon Balls. I thought she seemed quite capable, so I sent Goku out to train with her. Sun Gohan's face lit up with pride. Both of his disciples were extraordinary talents, pure of heart, and worthy heirs to his legacy. Speaking of which, little Yi, have you made any friends during your time away? Why not introduce them to your master? Sun Gohan beamed, noticing that most of the newcomers were young women, leading him to suspect that Sun Yi might have a girlfriend among them. Yes, master. Everyone, this is my master, Sun Gohan. Master, look, this is my wife, Li Qiluo. And this is my wife, Wang Yuyan. This is my wife Li Qingluo's master, Wu Xingyun, and this is... Sun Yi cheerfully introduced everyone. After the introductions, Sun Gohan led the group inside to engage in casual conversation. Before long, afternoon had arrived, and Sun Yi suggested preparing a special dinner of barbecued dinosaur meat from the Dragon Ball world. It was also an opportunity to test the martial arts skills from the Tianlong world in the Dragon Ball universe, especially techniques like the 6 Meridian Sword that had been difficult to use previously. However, it seemed that Xiaofeng and Sun Gohan were somewhat restless and decided to join him, as there were too many women present. As the 3 men stepped outside, they heard a chorus of laughter from within the house, exchanging amused glances. Master, could you clear out a few 100 square meters for us here? We'll need places to stay tonight. I have several capsules, perfect for Xiaofeng and a Zhu, one for Master Wu and the 4 ladies, and one for a Z and Aunt Wan. My wife and I will need one too. We'll need quite a bit of space. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Gohan chuckled. That's easy. With a bit of energy manipulation, I can arrange that in just a few minutes. It's my forte. He readily agreed. All right. Off you go. Don't forget to bring back plenty. Hurry. Okay, Xiao brother. Please wait here for a moment. I'll be right back. Sun Yi said. Using his movement technique, he floated silently into the distance, supported by a power field increased manifold. After flying for a little over 10 minutes, having exited Sun Gohan's usual hunting ground, he spotted a herbivorous dinosaur leisurely grazing on the leaves of a tree, sizable yet not larger than an elephant. Unfortunate for you today, you shall be the feast for my friends, Sun Yi thought to himself, extending his hand and channeling his inner strength to execute the 6 Meridian Sword technique. In an instant, a stream of sword energy pierced through the dinosaur's neck from several meters away, despite its armored scales. Truly, the 6 Meridian Sword is formidable. I remain unsure of its principles, but I shall investigate further when time allows. For now, I must retrieve this dinosaur to prepare a feast. With a firm grip on the dinosaur's leg, Sun Yi soared towards the river, using the dinosaur's blood to lure numerous fish. capturing a large one in the same manner before flying back. Upon returning home, he found everyone gathered outside. The ground had been leveled, and some were setting up the barbecue grill. Fortunately, a small river nearby made cleaning quite convenient. As they saw Sun Yi approach, everyone was astonished. After he set down the dinosaur and the massive fish, a Z and the 4 ladies circled around him, their eyes filled with wonder. Unable to withstand their gazes any longer, Sun Yi confessed, "All right, ladies. Stop staring. You can fly here using the movement technique. I suspect other abilities have improved as well. You should try it out later. Now, we must prepare our meal. You should learn too, lest you find it difficult to find husbands in the future." "Okay, Z. No more mischief. Come help with the preparations," Aju called out, suppressing her laughter. As they marveled at the dinosaur, Son Gohan approached, effortlessly tossing the dinosaur to the riverbank, beginning to gut and prepare it. Sun Yi also began to clean the large fish. Minutes later, Xiao Feng returned with the barbecue equipment, and Sun Yi quickly completed the fish preparation, placing it on the table. He concentrated energy into his hand, slicing the fish into 1 centimeter thick pieces and laying them on the grill. With ladies present, it was best not to cook the entire thing. The dinosaur was also ready, cut into portions for each person, skewered, and everyone joined in to assist with the grilling and basting. Before long, the enticingly golden and aromatic grilled meat was served on the table. Xiao Feng and the others had never seen such large portions of grilled fish and meat, and they relished the unique flavors. After a hearty meal, the ladies were quite full, especially the lively Az, Yan, and Mei Jian, who found themselves seated slowly digesting. The gentlemen appeared unaffected. After their meal, Xiao Feng and Sun Yi practiced martial arts, while Son Gohan watched in amazement at their techniques, feeling compelled to join in. After an exhilarating battle among the three, Sun Yi decided to withdraw. As he turned, he noticed the sky darkening and suddenly remembered something important. He promptly retrieved the house capsules he had carefully selected, distributing them evenly. "Xiao brother, you and Aju will stay in this house." Sun Yi indicated one with 2 rooms and a living area. "Also, a Z and Aunt Ruan will occupy the one adjacent to yours. Master Wu and the 4 ladies will take the largest one, while the one farther away is for us, to prevent any sounds from carrying at night." Sun Yi had chosen a large, soundproof house, situated several meters away. He sensed that tonight would not be easy. Just then, he recalled Dao Baifeng was still in the sustenance device and released her, opening the lid and pulling her out. Chapter 60. Searching for Goku. Dao Baifeng emerged quietly, her demeanor subdued as she surveyed her surroundings, recognizing only Ruan Xingzhu. Sun Yi embraced her, and she offered a bittersweet smile. "Come, let us begin a new life together." Sun Yi encouraged, hoping to lift her spirits. Ruan Xingzhu seemed to recognize Dao Baifeng but remained silent, her thoughts unspoken as she gazed deeply at Sun Yi, as if truly seeing him for the first time, yet her expression remained calm, revealing no inner emotions. As Sun Yi heated the leftover food, the group gathered to discuss their next steps. "Since we are here, let us commence our next actions tomorrow," Sun Yi announced, and the others listened intently. "Brother Xiao, how about you take some time to get accustomed to life here with my master? You could also familiarize yourself with the cultivation methods practiced here. What do you think?" Xiao Feng nodded in agreement. "That sounds good. We are unfamiliar with this place, so I will follow your arrangements." "Great. It's settled then. Tomorrow, I will set off with the wizard to find something to heal Master Wu Yizi's grandfather." As he spoke, Sun Yi turned to his master. "Master, could you also take a moment to teach my brother Sha the Turtle School martial arts? His talent surely surpasses mine." Sun Wufan nodded, a smile gracing his face. It was evident after just a short time that this was a good child. "By the way, Master, do you know the direction to Galinta?" "Well, I might need to ask my master, the Turtle Hermit. He currently resides on a small island in the south, but I'm not quite sure of the exact location. I'll give you a call tomorrow to find out." Sun Wufan pondered for a moment. "All right, then I'll head to bed." Sun Yi shrugged, noticing Dao Baifeng lost in thought after just a couple of bites of her meal. He quickly led the 3 girls towards their room. From the outside, the house appeared modest, but inside it only had 1 room with a large bed. Another sleepless night awaited. Morning broke as the sunlight streamed in, awakening the inhabitants. They hastily finished breakfast with the leftover roasted meat from the previous night. Dao Baifeng had yet to join them for breakfast. With no other option, Sun Yi took the meal inside. Fortunately, her mood seemed improved compared to the previous day. Dressed in pajamas, she was laughing and chatting with Qing Luo. It appeared she was merely shy about facing Ruan Xingzhu. "Xiao Bai, Xiao Qing, come out for breakfast. Do you want your husband to feed you mouth to mouth?" Sun Yi teased with a mischievous grin, pulling both girls into an embrace, ready to playfully serve them. The lovely ladies blushed and playfully pushed him away. A short while later, they emerged, dressed and holding their breakfast, ready to eat. After the meal, armed with the address provided by Sun Wufan, and having confirmed the direction in which Sun Wukong departed, Sun Yi gathered everyone and set off to find Wukong. This time, with 10 people. They would be using the large aircraft again. However, this time everyone had tasks to accomplish. Due to Sun Ye's earlier suggestion about using the Lingbo Weibu technique to fly, Wu Xingyun began teaching the Mei Jian 4 maidens the skill aboard the plane. After several days of practice, they had to descend every hour to attempt flying, but ultimately, none could achieve flight. The reason was that the Mei Jian quartet lacked sufficient internal energy. Their energy pathways were insufficient to form a closed loop, making it impossible to lift their bodies into the air. 3 days later, as the Mei Jian girls, dejected, finally accepted their inability to fly, they found themselves in a desert. The blazing sun hung above, and the endless expanse of yellow sand stretched out below, despite their internal energy protecting them. The heat drained their spirits, and they longed to escape. Suddenly, Sun Yi spotted a dark figure on the ground and began to lower the aircraft for a closer look. Thinking that if it was a person in distress, he could offer assistance, or if it were a local, he could ask for directions. As he descended to 30 meters, he noticed a small flying creature beside the person. A realization struck him. It was Lu Ping. However, upon seeing him, Sun Yi felt a bit confused. Had Wukong not arrived here yet? Or had they simply not crossed paths? Not dwelling on it further, Sun Yi stopped the aircraft and stepped out to inquire. Just as he exited, he encountered a figure flying towards him. Instinctively, he unleashed a shockwave. Lu Ping, who was contemplating why the aircraft had halted, became alert upon seeing a man emerge from it. He was taken aback, having not opened his shop in months, and seeing that it was not a girl. He charged forward. However, before he could reach the aircraft, Sun Ye's shockwave sent him flying. Lu Ping, what happened to you? Lu Ping. Pulla rushed over, supporting Lu Ping with concern in her voice. After a few urgent calls from Pulla, Lu Ping finally regained his senses, dazed from the impact. Fortunately, Sun Yi had only acted on reflex, not using his full strength, and given that Lu Ping was a character in the narrative, he had actually held back a bit, leaving Lu Ping merely stunned with minor injuries. After landing in front of Lu Ping, he quickly got to his feet, eyeing Sun Yi warily. Who are you? What do you want? I should be asking you what you intend to do. I merely stopped to see if anyone needed assistance. If you're a local. I was hoping to ask for directions, Sun Yi replied, amused by the irony of the situation. Without further ado, he pulled out a photo of Sun Wukong and presented it to Lu Ping. Have you seen him? I have. A few days ago, he defeated me. Lu Ping answered with a hint of annoyance, revealing his prior encounter with Wukong. It seemed that Wukong's skills had surpassed those from the time Sun Yi left, placing him on a similar level. Thus, his master had allowed him to accompany Bulma on her journey. Given Lu Ping's recent breakthrough in martial arts, it was entirely plausible that Wukong could defeat him in a single move. Observing Lu Ping's bruised face and a missing tooth, it was clear he had suffered a significant blow. Which way did he go? Is it towards Frying Pan Mountain? How do you know? Lu Ping exclaimed in surprise. That's right. Now, young man, I have confirmed Wukong's whereabouts. Allow me to give you a piece of advice. If you wish to make a name for yourself in the future, abandon your life of thievery and either learn martial arts or find a respectable job. With your looks and skills, you won't fall short. With that, Sun Yi turned and walked away, leaving Lu Ping stunned, hardly believing he had escaped unscathed. Sun Yi boarded the aircraft again, scanning the map to confirm their direction before taking off. Hours later, he arrived at Frying Pan Mountain, only to find that the flames surrounding it had extinguished, suggesting they had been out for several days. He had no choice but to descend and inquire with his uncle, the Bull Demon King, for further information. After much inquiry, he finally confirmed the whereabouts of Sun Wukong and the others before accelerating in the direction indicated by his uncle. Given Wukong's current strength, it was imperative to reach them quickly to prevent Bulma from squandering this wish. Thankfully, there had been no reports of sudden darkness during the day, indicating they had not yet made their wish. Sun Yi increased the aircraft's speed to its maximum. As dusk approached, Sun Yi continued flying. Suddenly, something flashed in front of the aircraft, and it appeared a creature, possibly a dinosaur or bird, had zipped by unnoticed. Hey, it looked like a few people were flying on clouds just now. Wu Xingyun suddenly exclaimed, startling Sun Yi. Flying on clouds? Could it be? Sun Yi quickly adjusted the aircraft's direction, making a wide turn to observe from a distance. Indeed, it was Wukong, riding on the familiar yellow Nimbus cloud. He hadn't grown much taller, likely due to being a purebred scion still in his youth. Wukong cradled a lively teenage girl with blue hair in his arms, full of energy as she chattered incessantly, her body wriggling in excitement, perhaps from the thrill of heights or simply her exuberance. This must be Bulma. It seemed that even without a vehicle, they were not at a loss. After all, one cannot let a living being be stifled. A diminutive figure, bearing the visage of a pig yet possessing a human form, appeared behind. It was evident that this was Oolong, who was being carried on Goku's back. While Bulma was cradled from the waist up, her legs dangling through the nimbus cloud, suspended in midair. Sun Yi intended to maneuver the aircraft closer when he suddenly noticed the opposing party beginning their descent, with a castle visible in the distance below. Realizing this was their destination, Sun Yi halted to quietly assess Goku's capabilities. In the original narrative, Goku's comparable strength to Luping had not led to any peril. Thus it was unlikely that danger awaited them now. Nevertheless, for safety's sake, Sun Yi dispatched some mechanical insects to trail behind Goku, with one even attaching itself directly to Oolong, while he remained in place, wary of detection should he venture too close. Within the castle's monitoring room, a girl, a dog-headed man, and a diminutive individual were fixated on the screen before them, revealing the trio known as the Mixed Rice Group. "Your Majesty, we are merely one Dragon Ball short of completing our collection," exclaimed the long-haired girl Mai, her face alight with excitement. "Ha ha ha, I have awaited this moment for many years. We are finally on the brink of gathering all 7 Dragon Balls," roared the leader of the group, Mixed Rice, with fervor. "Mai, Xiao, activate all mechanisms immediately. We must capture that monstrous child," he commanded with maniacal laughter. "Yes, Your Majesty," they answered in unison, rushing to the computer to commence their tasks. Meanwhile, Goku and his companions descended, gazing at the imposing castle before them. "Goku, this is the place. Let us quickly enter and reclaim the Dragon Balls," Bulma exclaimed. Her face flushed with exhilaration. Having been ambushed and robbed of both the Dragon Balls and capsules on their previous journey, her frustrations had built up during the breezy trek, and now she was eager to unleash her pent-up emotions. Yet, she hesitated to take action herself and called upon Goku instead. Without hesitation, Goku agreed and pushed open the grand door. As the door swung wide, a dimly lit, narrow passageway lay beyond. Just as Bulma approached the entrance, a chilling gust swept through, illuminating 2 rows of wall lamps that cast eerie shadows within. Instinctively, Bulma and Oolong retreated behind Goku, peering cautiously into the foreboding corridor. "Let us proceed," Goku's clear voice rang out as he strode forward without a second thought, prompting Bulma and Oolong to follow stealthily, their eyes darting around, ever ready to retreat. Observing from a distance, Sun Yi could barely contain his laughter. In the shadowy corridor, Goku forged ahead as the vanguard, while Bulma mustered her courage to follow closely by his side, and Oolong remained steadfastly behind him, oblivious to the potential danger that lurked should Goku evade an attack. "Hey, Bulma, how far are we from the Dragon Balls?" Oolong suddenly queried, his voice echoing ominously in the stillness, startling Bulma. "You idiot, Oolong, don't scare me like that," she retorted, giving him a sharp rap on the head, her tone quite harsh. Retrieving the Dragon Ball radar, she magnified the display and pointed in a direction, indicating the castle's center where the Dragon Balls resided. In the monitoring room, Mixed Rice grew anxious. "My Shio, have the mechanisms been activated?" he inquired urgently. "Reporting, Your Majesty. The mechanisms are operational," they promptly replied. Goku sensed an unusual disturbance. Suddenly, his ears perked up. "Do you hear that? It seems something is approaching." "Is it?" Bulma and Oolong, puzzled, suddenly began to hear the sound growing louder. Before they could speculate on its source, a massive boulder came rolling towards them from afar. "Run!" Bulma and Oolong shouted, turning to flee. Goku, however, remained rooted in place, placing his hand on his waist to gather energy. "Kaioken." Bulma turned to see Goku's posture and instinctively recalled Master Roshi's stance, but quickly dismissed the thought. After all, Goku was still so young. "Run, Goku," Bulma urged anxiously. But just as she was about to turn and flee, she was struck dumb by the unfolding scene. With a powerful wave of energy, Goku unleashed a Kamehameha wave that collided with the boulder, resulting in a deafening explosion. Bulma and Oolong stood momentarily stunned, regaining their senses to see debris scattered about as the dust settled. In astonishment, Bulma exclaimed, "Wow, Goku, you're incredible! Let us break through the wall." She had not anticipated Goku's overwhelming strength. Mixed Rice, fixated on the surveillance footage, was equally astonished. "What kind of monster is this?" he exclaimed, while Mai and Shio gasped in disbelief. Mixed Rice, quickly deploy the other mechanisms, he commanded. Just then, a sharp whoosh pierced the air. Whoosh, whoosh. Several blades shot towards them. Bulma and Oolong instinctively ducked behind Goku, anxiously peering towards the direction of the sound. Goku swiftly drew his power pole, deflecting the incoming projectiles with a series of precise strikes. After a brief pause, Bulma, seeing no further traps, urged Goku to continue breaking through the walls, advancing directly towards the castle's center. After demolishing several walls, they encountered a few more traps, but Goku dismantled them with brute force. Akin to a tank carving a path through opposition, impervious to any formidable traps that lay in their way. Outside the castle, Sun Yi and his companions watched the unfolding events with awe, while Wu Xingyan and others expressed their amazement. Meanwhile, within the castle's heart, Mixed Rice was frantic, pacing restlessly as he devised a strategy. Suddenly, an idea sparked in Mai's mind. Your Majesty, we could use a hypnotic gas. We shall place the strongest tempered material in their path and release a significant quantity of the gas. Once they are incapacitated, we can seize the Dragon Balls and make our wishes. Excellent idea, Mai. Once my wish is fulfilled, I shall reward you handsomely. Mixed Rice exclaimed, leaping with excitement. Mai. Shio, activate the mechanism swiftly. After a flurry of activity, the trio successfully completed the setup of the hypnotic gas just as Goku and his companions continued their advance. Blissfully unaware, with a loud bang, Goku smashed through the final wall, stepping into the chamber, oblivious to the white gas that filled the air. As he struck the wall again with all his might, he felt a sudden wave of dizziness wash over him. What is this? I feel a bit sleepy, he murmured. Bulma and Oolong, too, began to feel lightheaded. Bulma, spotting the dispersing white gas, suddenly understood it was hypnotic gas. Moments later, they all succumbed to unconsciousness. In the monitoring room, Mixed Rice and his companions rejoiced at the sight. Yes, they cheered and immediately donned gas masks to rush to the scene. Upon arrival, Mixed Rice's frustration grew as he observed Goku. In a fit of anger, he kicked at Goku. Ouch! He quickly covered his foot, removed his gas mask, and blew on it vigorously, feeling as though he had kicked a rock. To his surprise, when he looked down, he discovered the Dragon Ball. Just as he was about to exclaim, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and he toppled to the side. Your Majesty, Mai and Shio cried out, hastily rushing to assist him, placing the gas mask back on him, and upon noticing the Dragon Ball at their feet, their excitement surged as they hurried back with the Dragon Ball and Mixed Rice. Outside, upon seeing Wukong collapse, Sun Yi immediately suppressed his smile. Master, please stay here for a moment. I shall return shortly. Before the last word left his lips, he propelled himself outwards, instinctively employing the accelerated flight technique he had been perfecting over the past few days, using his internal energy to levitate and release chi for acceleration. A resounding blast echoed as Sun Yi shot forward, racing directly toward the castle, without even pausing to locate an entrance, heading straight for the castle wall. In this precarious situation, he was uncertain whether Wukong would be harmed. Even if the original narrative had spared him injury, there was no assurance he would remain unscathed now. With reckless abandon, Sun Yi surged forward in a straight line, navigating countless traps and obstacles along the way without sustaining any harm. After traversing nearly half the distance, he spotted the wall that Wukong had damaged in the distance, immediately altering his course to follow the path of destruction. Upon arriving at the scene, he found Wukong and two others lying on the ground. Sun Yi approached and felt their pulses. Fortunately, they were merely unconscious, with no other issues. He then noticed that Wukong's pockets had been emptied, the Dragon Balls had been taken, and in the distance, he glimpsed the silhouettes of Zehufen and his companions retreating. As they turned a corner, their figures vanished completely. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed behind him, and upon turning, Sun Yi found that his master had followed him. Master, please watch over Wukong and the others. I must retrieve the Dragon Balls. With that, Sun Yi charged forward to the spot where Zehufen's group had disappeared, only to discover that it was not a corner, but a mechanism. With a surge of energy from his right hand, Sun Yi blasted the wall apart, revealing an upward-moving elevator inside. He glanced at the ascending passageway, crouched down, and with a powerful push, propelled himself upward like a cannonball. As he ascended, the energy he had gathered in his hands surged dramatically, culminating in a thunderous explosion as he broke through the castle's walls, hurtling rapidly into the sky. In the control room, Zehufen, having regained consciousness, began counting the Dragon Balls, growing increasingly elated. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. At last, I have gathered all the Dragon Balls. He repeated the count several times to confirm everything was intact. Beside him, Mai and Shio congratulated him, and Zehufen's pride swelled as he let out several triumphant laughs before instructing his subordinates, activate the mechanism and contain this monster with special alloy. Zehufen, we should make our wish first, otherwise, we might not be able to contain that monster once he awakens. Shio cautioned timidly. Mai approached the control screen, poised to activate the mechanism when suddenly, she exclaimed, Zehufen, come quickly. Another monster has intruded. Before Zehufen could reach the console, a tremendous noise erupted from within the walls. And through the circular skylight, a beam of light shot skyward from the castle. With a resounding crash, the elevator door from which the trio had exited was kicked open, and Sun Yi swiftly entered. Who dares intrude upon the domain of the great Zehufen? The trio of Zehufen demanded, but before they could finish their inquiry, they witnessed Sun Yi raise his hand toward them, a luminous energy gathering at his fingertips. Recalling Wukong's prowess in shattering boulders, they instinctively fled in panic. Chapter 63, Summoning the Dragon Boom. 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 The trio of Zehufen could not escape, as Sun Yi's energy wave sent them crashing against the wall with 3 resounding thuds, rendering them unconscious. Sun Yi then turned his gaze to the center of the room, where a glass-covered pedestal displayed the 7 Dragon Balls. Gathered together, they emitted a flickering orange glow that filled him with excitement. His wish was within reach. After confirming all 7 Dragon Balls were indeed present, he swiftly collected them, ignoring the trio, and retraced his steps through the passage he had created. Upon returning to Wukong's side, Sun Yi found him just regaining consciousness and surveying his surroundings. Even his master had yet to notice him, indicating he had only just awakened. Long time no see, Wukong. Sun Yi beamed from a short distance away. Upon hearing his voice, Wukong quickly turned. Wow, big brother Sun! Wukong exclaimed, his tone filled with excitement, disregarding the others as he lunged towards Sun Yi. Sun Yi chuckled, crouching down to embrace Wukong, who he had trained alongside for 5 years, practically growing up together. All right, Wukong, let's step outside for a moment. Big brother Sun. My Dragon Balls were stolen, and I still need. Before Wukong could finish, Sun Yi revealed the package in his hand. The Dragon Balls are right here. Let us head out first. Master, please join us. This is the key to rescuing our esteemed elder. All right. Wukong readily agreed, his nature being one of impulsivity. Thus, Wukong carried Bulma on his back, while Sun Yi held on to Oolong, with the silent Xiao closely following, intently observing the package containing the Dragon Balls, eager to discern its significance. Before long, the group made their way back along the path Sun Yi had forged, and then Sun Yi hurriedly approached to start the aircraft. Once everyone was aboard, he closed the hatch and gradually began to ascend. Upon reaching a sufficient altitude, he cranked the engines to maximum, causing the aircraft to tremble as it created a sonic boom and a light flash before soaring into the distance. Inside the aircraft, the group was filled with curiosity. Are you really Sun Wukong? You're so small. Yes, I heard you're already 12. You're really Sun Wukong? I can't believe it. Little brother, how can you be so powerful? The 4 of Zhu Jian surrounded Wukong, fascinated, with even Zhu Jian reaching out to touch Wukong's cheek. All right, Aju. Be a bit more ladylike. That's quite rude. And you 3, come sit down. Wukong, please place Bulma and the others in the back seats. Sun Yi interjected, breaking the awkwardness surrounding Wukong. Hey, big brother Sun, how did you know her name is Bulma? Do you know her? Wukong asked, astonished as he looked at Sun Yi. I don't know her. I just heard Master mention that you were with a girl named Bulma. Oh, Wukong nodded, understanding. How did it go for you after leaving the Frying Pan Mountain? Tell your elder brother all about it. Sure. Wukong agreed and began recounting his adventures. Through Wukong's narrative, Sun Yi came to understand that all these differences stemmed from the butterfly effect initiated by his own actions. First, Wukong's enhanced strength led to his initial skirmish with Lepin, where he incapacitated the opponent, after which he had not faced any further challenges. Then, he encountered the Bull Demon King at Frying Pan Mountain, who requested him to fetch Master Roshi, and after witnessing Master Roshi's abilities, Wukong resolved to train under him. As Wukong described Master Roshi's martial arts, Xiao and the others were expressions of disbelief, yet Wukong's innocent demeanor suggested he was not one to fabricate tales. Finally, after departing Frying Pan Mountain, Zehufen's group had damaged his vehicle, prompting him to follow the trail of the Dragon Balls to this location. Sun Yi was curious whether Wukong and Chi-Chi could still be together and thus posed the question. Wukong, did Chi-Chi say anything to you when you left Frying Pan Mountain? Not really. Why? Wukong replied, oblivious. Sun Yi chose not to press further, pondering instead. It seemed Chi-Chi would not be reuniting with Wukong. Later, Sun Yi learned that when Wukong had first ventured out with Bulma, despite his master's warnings about not behaving like him around girls, Wukong's height and age, being only 12, resulted in Bulma unintentionally being undressed during sleep, resting her head on his thigh for the entire night. It was only the next morning when Bulma awoke in a rage that Wukong realized that such intimate contact was inappropriate, leading him to avoid pursuing Chi-Chi thereafter. After a brief flight, Sun Yi and a few companions found an open area and set down a house. They placed Bulma on the bed inside, and Oolong on the sofa before stepping outside. Son, what is this thing? Can it heal Weyazi? Wu Xingyun crouched on the ground, curiously poking the package containing the Dragon Balls. No doubt about it. It's quite likely that both of you can be healed. Sun Yi waved his hand, opening a spatial portal to retrieve Weyazi from the shuttle. The 7 Dragon Balls were placed on the ground, glowing with an orderly orange light since they had come into contact with one another. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wu Xingyun, filled with anticipation upon hearing the possibility of healing two individuals, followed closely behind Sun Yi. Next, we will summon Shenlong. Sun Yi inhaled deeply, suppressing his excitement, then shouted towards the Dragon Balls on the ground. Come forth, Shenlong, and grant my wish. After calling out, he stood still, experiencing the scene for the first time despite having heard of the Dragon Balls and watched the animation. The Dragon Balls began to flicker more rapidly, the buzzing sound intensifying. In the original story, Shenlong's emergence would plunge the world into temporary darkness, but the night was already dark, and the moon was soon obscured by clouds. The group stood silently in front of the house, the orange glow of the Dragon Balls illuminating them. Suddenly, a rumbling thunder echoed through the night, and the radiant orange light of the Dragon Balls intensified, creating a magnificent spectacle in the sky. Soon, a majestic, long-bodied green dragon coiled amidst the dark clouds, its red glowing eyes surveying the ground below. Chapter 64. The Wish. Unbeknownst to Sun Yi, the deity in the temple was closely observing his actions, fully aware of every move he made. The emergence of Shenlong was significant, and if it fell into the hands of an ambitious individual, it could lead to chaos. Upon discovering that the summoner was Sun Yi, the deity breathed a sigh of relief. Recognizing that the Turtle School was among the top martial artists on Earth and had been under his watchful eye. Although Sun Yi was not entirely free of ulterior motives, he was fundamentally pure-hearted, albeit with a hint of lechery in his character. Human who has gathered the Dragon Balls, state your wish. I can grant it, but only one. Gazing up at the imposing figure of Shenlong, Sun Yi could not conceal his joy, mirrored by Wu Xingyun's exhilaration. Hurry, son, make your wish. Shenlong, I wish for you to heal both of them. I'm sorry, that's 2 wishes. I can only grant one. Upon hearing Luo Lan's wish, Shenlong fell silent for a moment, before his voice reverberated through the surroundings, dampening Wu Xingyun's excitement. Despite feeling somewhat disheartened, she quickly turned to Sun Yi. Son, just heal Wuyazi. I can find another way to heal myself. Before she could finish, Sun Yi spoke up. Then restore everyone present to an unharmed state. Immediately, Shenlong's eyes glowed red, and his elevated voice echoed around them. Wu Xingyun felt a shift in her body, as if everything in her line of sight was shrinking, until she reached a height similar to Sun Ye's, around 1.8 meters. The onlookers also felt a relaxation in their bodies, yet simultaneously experienced a sense of absurdity. Even the deity in the heavens found it laughable that a single wish had been rephrased and still granted. Your wish has been fulfilled. Farewell. As the device before Sun Yi activated, Wuyazi suddenly opened his eyes, disbelief evident on his face. He soon spotted the dragon in the sky, momentarily stunned. After Shenlong fulfilled the wish, the Dragon Balls began to ascend, and the dragon gradually vanished. The Dragon Balls transformed into 7 glowing orbs, scattering across the world, and the dark sky returned to a moonlit state. Sun Yi stepped forward, supporting Wuyazi, while Wu Xingyun hurried to assist him. Junior brother, you finally woke up. In her excitement, her voice became clear and strong, but the familiar sound did not resonate with Wuyazi. Who are you? Junior brother, it's me, Wu Xingyun. Her voice trembled with emotion. Just then, a noise emerged from within the house, prompting Sun Yi to create a private space for the two and urge everyone else to return indoors. Inside, Goku had already arrived, and Bulma was inquiring about what had transpired, wondering why she found herself lying in a bed upon waking. It was Brother Sun who came to rescue us. Brother Sun? Is he the other disciple of your master that you often mention? Yes. So, did we manage to retrieve the Dragon Balls? Bulma's excitement was palpable, with assistance. Surely they would reclaim them. We got them back. But Brother Sun has already made his wish. Goku remained as straightforward as ever. That's fine. We did retrieve them. But I was in a rush to save people, so I made my wish first. If you still wish to gather the Dragon Balls next year, I'll help you find them then. As Sun Yi entered the room, he interjected before Bulma could finish her thought, eager to involve her in the research on evolution due to her remarkable analytical skills. Save people? Bulma questioned, puzzled. Yes. Did you not see that man and woman outside? They are the ones. Bulma looked out the window to see Wuyazi and Wu Xingyun standing at the door. Before she could respond further, Sun Yi continued. Don't be fooled by their youthful appearance. They are actually nearly 100 years old. Wouldn't you want to learn their secrets to maintaining youth? Having taken their wish, it was only fair to offer some compensation, especially since spreading knowledge of such practices, even on a small scale, could attract like-minded individuals pursuing evolution. The quest for immortality was a lofty and elusive goal. Tangible incentives were necessary to rally support. Really? I don't believe it. If you don't believe me, I can let you verify it. With your scientific prowess, determining a person's age should be simple. That's true. Bulma nodded, but then added, if this is real, Then you must teach me those techniques, and I won't pursue the matter of your unauthorized wish. Worst case, I'll search for the Dragon Balls again next year and make my wish then. What wish do you seek with the Dragon Balls? Sun Yi inquired, even though he had an inkling of the answer. Of course, I want to find a handsome guy. Bulma replied without hesitation, taking the matter quite seriously. You won't need to make that wish. In 4 or 5 years, I'll find you a handsome man you'll surely be satisfied with. How does that sound? Really? Absolutely. It couldn't be more genuine. I guarantee you will be pleased. Sun Yi glanced back at Goku, realizing he would need to take him to the time chamber in the temple, while Goku remained blissfully unaware, still grinning. And his character will be exceedingly reliable. What do you say? All right, since you say so, it's a deal. Bulma's face radiated excitement, even though the Dragon Balls were gone. Having these 2 wishes felt like a significant gain. At that moment, the 2 individuals outside, having had their fill of indecision, walked in together. While Wu Xingyun wore a cheerful expression, Wu Yazi appeared somewhat awkward, clearly unable to adapt to the current situation. Father-in-law, master uncle, what are your plans? I am about to seek another location for cultivation. Shall I first take you to my master to help you acclimate to life here? Father-in-law? Despite having mentally prepared for this, Wu Yazi was taken aback by Sun Ye's straightforwardness, still puzzled. Very well, then let us return to that mountain we were at before. Wu Xingyan interjected directly. All right, I shall take you there first thing tomorrow morning. For now, let us rest here. Sun Yi handed Wu Xingyan another housing capsule. Chapter 65. Karen Tower. The next day, Sun Yi first escorted Wu Xingyun and the others back to Baozi Mountain, ensuring that Qing Luo, by phone, and Yu Yan remained there. Afterward, he set off with Wukong towards the island where Master Roshi resided. He intended for them to learn the fundamentals of the Turtle School under Gohan's guidance, allowing their energy and internal power to mutually enhance one another, ensuring they would not lag behind in their future progress. Given that he would be training at Karen Tower for some time, it was indeed inconvenient to bring his wife along. After much persuasion, it seemed they had reached an understanding. Sun Ye's journey to the sacred land of Karen was not solely to learn the methods of energy manipulation from the cat sage, but also to acquire the healing sacred herb, the Senzu Bean. Initially, the Senzu Bean appeared to hold little value in the early arcs of Dragon Ball, merely preventing hunger. However, in later arcs, it became a miraculous treasure, capable of rapidly restoring stamina and instantly healing any injuries. Regarding Bulma's desire to learn the techniques of the small Wuxiang or the eternal youth and longevity, Sun Yi discussed this with Wu Yazi, who had no objections. For Bulma's beauty and intelligence indeed aligned with the requirements for disciples of the Xiaoyao sect. Moreover, it remained uncertain whether Bulma could even learn internal martial arts, as lacking meridians and acupoints made it exceedingly difficult. Thus, before departing, Sun Yi assured Bulma that upon his return, he would guide her in cultivating her meridians, and he would also bring Wukong along at that time. Sun Yi piloted a magnetic levitation aircraft, accompanied by Wukong on his flying Nimbus, as they made their way to Master Roshi's abode. Upon arrival, Sun Yi found Master Roshi lounging leisurely in a rocking chair, basking in the warm sunlight, engrossed in an indecipherable magazine, seemingly oblivious to their presence, or perhaps intentionally ignoring it. Wukong approached Master Roshi and, noticing his lack of awareness, called out loudly, "Master Roshi." "Who?" Master Roshi appeared startled, unsure of the authenticity of the voice, then turned to Wukong. "Oh, it's you again. What brings you here?" "I've come to train with you." "Master Roshi." Wukong responded with his characteristic candor. Having encountered Wukong's straightforwardness before, Master Roshi merely shifted his gaze to Sun Yi. "Greetings, Master Ancestor. I am Sun Yi, a disciple of Master Gohan. I have come to inquire about the location of Karen Tower." "Gohan's disciple?" Master Roshi surveyed Sun Yi closely, noting that he indeed possessed the foundational skills of the Turtle School, and with Wukong at his side, he could not be lying. After a moment of contemplation, Master Roshi raised his staff and pointed in a specific direction, indicating the way to Karen Tower. "If you ascend the tower, do remember to send my regards to the sages residing there." "Yes, Master Ancestor." Sun Yi bowed respectfully and then produced a map from a capsule. "Might I trouble you to mark the area on this map?" Master Roshi took the map and marked the location with a flourish. Sun Yi carefully accepted the map. "I shall take my leave now. This is for Wukong's training expenses while he is with you, as well as a token of my respect on behalf of my master." Given Wukong's appetite, which could rival that of 30 to 50 individuals, it was indeed a gesture of goodwill, not to be declined. Initially hesitant, Master Roshi quickly accepted the capsule upon hearing Sun Yi's words. As Sun Yi prepared to depart, Master Roshi called out, "If you wish to continue your training, it would be best to abandon any means of transportation and make the journey to Karen Tower on foot." Sun Yi pondered this for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Very well, I shall proceed as you suggest. Though I may encounter various situations along the way, with my current strength, I shall not face danger. To be cautious, I shall also retrieve my Rui Bang. The sky was a brilliant blue, with wispy clouds drifting lazily, while a gentle breeze caressed the air. The azure sky met the deep blue sea, and the extent of potential dangers was uncertain. Sunny donned his gear, including the compass and other equipment, bid farewell to Master Rashi and Wukong, and stepped into the sea, swimming determinedly in a chosen direction. In the time that followed, Sun Yi traversed the ocean, crossed rivers, and ran across land, climbing mountains and never deviating from his path. He witnessed the bustling activities of the fields, the minutiae of daily life, the charm of small towns, yet also the struggles of existence, the hustle and bustle of large cities, all in pursuit of livelihood, and ultimately, the pristine beauty of the primordial forest and the life of hunting and gathering. At last, Sun Yi arrived at his destination. Over the course of a month and a half, he had experienced much, fortifying his desire for strength, clarifying his beliefs, and dispelling the chaotic thoughts that had recently plagued his mind. Only by becoming stronger could he seize his own destiny, freeing himself from the relentless grind of survival. Sun Yi consulted the map, calculating his next steps, and gazed into the distance. Based on the map's details, he realized that crossing the nearby hill would bring him close to his goal. As the saying goes, a horse dies from running too far. Though it was merely a small hill, the distance from site to summit was still considerable. It took nearly 2 hours of determined effort for Sun Yi to finally reach the top. Standing atop the hill, the wind was gentle and refreshing. And from this elevated vantage point, he beheld Karen Tower, which had previously been obscured from view. It appeared to be a mere 10-minute journey at full speed. Sun Yi steadied his emotions, took a brief moment for a midday meal, and adjusted his attire. Karen Tower, here I come, he shouted, feeling invigorated, and set off at full speed towards the tower. At the base of Karen Tower, the Guardians, the father-son duo of Bora and UPA, were enjoying their lunch when they heard the commotion and looked around, spotting a formidable figure approaching swiftly. Bora stood up, eyeing Sun Yi with caution. Before long, Sun Yi had closed the distance, recognizing the attire of the two as characters from the original storyline. Greetings. You must be the Guardians of Karen Tower. I am a martial artist from the East, here to undertake the trials of the tower and learn martial arts from the sages. Sun Yi paused and bowed respectfully. Ah, a martial artist drawn here by reputation. Are you really so young and yet seeking to challenge Karen Tower? Bora lowered his weapon and approached. Indeed, my master. The great Master Mateto once ascended Karen Tower, and it is his guidance that has brought me here. Bora pondered for a moment. Master Mateto? I believe I have heard tales of such a figure. Since you are familiar with the dangers of the ascent, you understand the risks involved? Yes. I am aware of the perils of climbing, but I have come well prepared, Sun Yi stated with unwavering determination. Bora, recognizing his resolve, stepped aside, revealing the path to Karen Tower. Chapter 66. Training with the cat sage. Sun Yi adjusted his mindset and began his ascent of Karen Tower, climbing steadily under Bora's watchful gaze, using both hands and feet to navigate the intricately carved patterns along the tower's stone surface, step by step, upward. In terms of combat prowess, Sun Yi's current abilities are comparable to Goku's during his initial arrival in this location within the original narrative. Although there may be some physical disparities due to their respective ancestries, the difference in quality is not significant. Rather, it is a disparity in potential that stands out. Sun Yi has been steadily progressing upward, and after half a day and night, he still has not glimpsed the pinnacle of the tower. Undeterred, he pauses only upon feeling hunger, securing himself with a rope to partake in a meal. During this time, while channeling his internal energy, he senses a passive acceleration as if his inner strength is growing imperceptibly. Is it merely an illusion? Regardless, he knows he must continue his ascent. As evening approached, just as Sun Yi was about to lower his head to retrieve his food, he inadvertently looked up and suddenly realized that the summit seemed to be near. At last, he beheld the apex of the Karen Tower, a spherical structure measuring several dozen to over 100 meters in diameter. Sun Yi had finally arrived at the top. Calming his excited heart, he utilized both hands and feet to quicken his ascent. He swiftly entered the building through a circular opening in the spherical structure, which appeared to be magically concealed from afar, much like the tower itself, becoming visible only when he drew near. Upon entering the tower's summit, he found the interior to be an empty expanse, save for 3 jars positioned along the walls and a staircase leading upward. Sun Yi dashed up the staircase without pausing on the next level. The upper area of the structure was similarly vacant, but there, not far from the staircase, stood a white cat, approximately Goku's height, holding a cane. Greetings, esteemed Master Karen. I am Sun Yi, a disciple of the Turtle School. Sun Yi respectfully greeted. Master Karen. Having observed Sun Ye's demeanor and energy attributes from his vantage point atop the Karen Tower, noted that while Sun Ye was not an epitome of righteousness, he did not exhibit uncontrollable desires upon gaining power. After Sun Ye's greeting, the cat sage nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, I am Master Karen. However, Sun Ye, you may refer to me simply as the cat sage. What brings you here? Very well, cat sage. I have heard that the Karen Holy Land is the birthplace of martial arts on Earth, and I wish to seek your guidance on the path of cultivation. Sun Ye naturally adhered to the customs of politeness. The cat sage, shaking the wooden cane in his hand, squinted and replied, as for cultivation, I possess a miraculous holy water that, once consumed, can enhance your strength. With that, he lifted a uniquely shaped water bottle dangling from his cane. If you can obtain it, not only will I give it to you, but I will also teach you how to control and amplify your power. Sun Ye was well aware that the bottle contained nothing more than ordinary water. But he understood that the essence of training under the cat sage revolved around seizing the bottle. Thus, he readily accepted the cat sage's challenge. The true journey of cultivation at Karen Tower was about to commence. Disregarding the energy he had expended climbing the tower, Sun Ye swiftly prepared himself for action. The cat sage, perceiving Sun Ye's readiness, bellowed, "Come, Sun Ye, let the training commence." This voice seemed to carry an element of psychic force, causing Sun Ye to instinctively charge forward. Seizing the momentum, he launched his attack. "Here I come," Sun Ye shouted, his voice resonating with determination as he initiated his attempt to seize the water bottle. Although the cat sage's training appeared simple, the actual execution proved to be quite challenging. Sun Ye had to keenly observe and anticipate the cat sage's movements. Meeting this prerequisite required him to possess fundamental physical capabilities, which ultimately enabled him to grasp the bottle. However, Sun Ye was unable to meet even the most basic energy requirements. Initially, the cat sage had believed that Sun Ye's speed in ascending the tower indicated he would meet the necessary standards. However, a portion of Sun Ye's energy was circulating within his meridians, limiting his physical strength and preventing him from exerting his full potential. Thus, he found himself destined to continue his arduous climbs. In the ensuing days, Sun Ye ascended and descended the tower 3 times, and after each ascent, he sought further training with the cat sage, even becoming acquainted with the likes of the Bulma family. After these 3 rounds, Sun Ye's fundamental energy levels finally aligned with the requirements needed to seize the bottle, marking the formal commencement of his training. Throughout their interactions, Sun Ye needed to conceal his actions while simultaneously predicting those of his opponent. He had to meticulously control his physical movements. And with the thin air at the tower's summit, exhaustion quickly set in after minimal exertion. This necessitated periodic rests to allow his body to adapt. During these intervals, he would consume senza beans when hungry and rest when fatigued. Time passed, and after a fortnight of practicing predictive movements, Sun Ye began to see progress, fully adapting to the high-altitude environment. Yet, he soon realized that not only did he need to predict physical movements, but he also had to attune himself to fluctuations in energy. Consequently, he resorted to rudimentary methods, mimicking the cat sage's breathing patterns, the flow of energy, and even attempting to simulate the sage's mental energy fluctuations through rudimentary psychic exercises. During this period, the cat sage occasionally instilled in Sun Ye a false sense of hope, suggesting that with just a bit more effort, he could seize the bottle, only for Sun Ye to ultimately fall short. This pattern repeated itself, underscoring the significant gap in their abilities. 3 months elapsed, and Sun Ye's martial prowess advanced rapidly, akin to a sponge absorbing water, continuously soaking in the wisdom imparted by the cat sage. The cat sage, observing this remarkable growth, was taken aback, as Sun Ye's rate of progress had now surpassed that of Wu Tian, likely attributable to Sun Ye's superior initial capabilities compared to those of the turtle sage. This will not suffice. You must learn to regulate your breathing. A disruption in your rhythm will expose weaknesses in your movements, the cat sage remarked. Shaking the water bottle in his hand, his feline eyes narrowing into slits. Observe closely, the cat sage suddenly launched an attack at Sun Ye, his soft paw striking him, sending him flying several meters before skidding along the ground. Over the days, the cat sage had noted that during moments of heightened energy, Sun Ye instinctively employed maximum defensive measures, only accelerating and attacking when in a defensive posture. The cat sage, waddling over with his cane, exhibited a remarkable steadiness in the water bottle, not a single drop spilled. Chapter 67. The Divine Temple. Departure. Suddenly, Sun Ye sprang into action, compressing his energy into his feet and hands, swiftly propelling himself forward. The energy coursing through his meridians surged to reinforce his defenses. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the cat sage, shifting position to target the water bottle on the cane. The cat sage's expression shifted as he narrowed his eyes, preparing to evade. A sudden change washed over the cat sage, His white fur bristled slightly. Sun Yi had transformed into a mere afterimage, his true self already behind the cat sage. In a critical moment, the cat sage quickly lowered his cane, causing Sun De's hand to grasp at nothing but air. A thunderous sound echoed as the cat sage's rotund form rebounded slightly, one foot aimed towards Sun Yi in a kick. Sun Yi swiftly blocked the kick with his right hand, pivoting on his left foot to lunge toward the bottle. In an instant, his hand clasped the bottle, lifting it upward, liberating it from the cat sage's grasp and retreating with the momentum of the attack. After a few steps, Sun Yi halted, exclaiming, "Cat sage, I have secured it." His tone conveyed a suppressed excitement. With that, the training under the cat sage reached its conclusion. Once the training concluded, the cat sage, disinterested in further martial pursuits, waddled over with its plump form. "Well, there is nothing more for you to learn from me here. This bottle contains nothing but ordinary water. Feel free to drink if you wish, or return it to its place if you do not," the cat sage remarked, gesturing towards the elevated stone platform in the center. "Absolutely no problem," Sun Yi replied without hesitation, readily tossing the bottle towards the platform, where it landed firmly at its center. Closing his eyes to attune to the energy within him, he sensed a power surge nearly doubling his strength. Now approximating around 120, a level comparable to that of the turtle sage, though still inferior to the latter's muscular form. A smile involuntarily crept upon Sun Ye's face, blossoming in an instant. Soon, however, the smile receded, returning to a mere grin as he looked at the cat sage. "Greetings, esteemed sage. I wish to ascend further." "May I? Ascend further? What do you intend to do?" The cat sage's expression shifted, hesitating before finally voicing its inquiry. "I have heard tales of the temple above, and I wish to seek further enlightenment in my cultivation," Sun Yi expressed without a hint of doubt, affirming that his primary focus was indeed cultivation, with the recording of temporal fluctuations in the spirit time room being merely a secondary concern. "Let him ascend," an ancient voice echoed in the cat sage's ear. Though it seemed Sun Yi remained entirely oblivious, fixated on the figure of the cat sage before him, perhaps influenced by divine presence or psychic energy. The celestial beings in the temple above furrowed their brows, as they had sensed impending crises awaiting Earth, with the child below potentially being one of its saviors. Upon hearing the voice, the cat sage exhaled in relief, realizing it need not worry further. "Retrieve the Rui Bang," it instructed. "You must possess the Rui Bang to ascend." As soon as the cat sage finished speaking, Sun Yi chuckled, revealing a capsule in his hand and tossing it to the ground. With a soft thud, a red staff appeared at his feet, the Rui Bang he had received from Wukong before his departure. "Then you may ascend first," the cat sage conceded, acknowledging Sun Yi's preparedness, and led him to the pinnacle of the Gallon Tower. At the summit lay a stone platform with a depression in its center, into which Sun Yi inserted the Rui Bang, fitting perfectly. "Rui Jingu Bang, rise." Sun Yi grasped the top of the staff and commanded in a manner that left the cat sage perplexed as he was propelled skyward. 2 months later, Sun Yi descended from the heavenly temple, and upon hearing a loud shout from above, the cat sage hurriedly peeked out. "Cat sage, I have returned." It was indeed Sun Yi's voice echoing from the heavens. Reflecting on the experiences of the past 2 months, and feeling the surging energy coursing through his every cell, Sun Yi was overwhelmed with emotion. The spirit time room had granted him entry under the guise of his true desire to return swiftly to his wife, allowing him to remain for nearly 2 years, divided into 2 visits. Now, the sole new skill he had acquired during this time was the ability to fly. This flight was akin to the speed of the Lingbo Weibo, though fundamentally different in principle, one resembling magnetic levitation, while the other employed jet propulsion. Lingbo Weibo utilized the energy circulating within the body to create a force field, allowing for levitation akin to magnetic suspension, followed by acceleration through the act of stepping on air, or qi, essentially a lightness skill enabling one to tread upon the air. Conversely, flight through qi involved forming an energy membrane around the body that repelled external spiritual energy to counteract gravity, resulting in jet-like flight. Although more straightforward, it consumed greater energy, thus making it challenging to learn prior to sensing qi, but easily grasped once one did. Naturally, it remained a truth that the faster one flew, the greater the energy expenditure. Other studies were conducted through active cultivation rather than skill acquisition. Initially, there was the trial of meditation, which proved challenging for someone as mentally restless as Sun Yi to quiet his mind. Next, he donned bells while withstanding attacks from Bobo, ensuring the bells remained silent during evasive maneuvers. These 2 endeavors consumed a month and a half of his time, even with prior experience in Taoist meditation techniques from the dragon taming world. Ultimately, the goal was to cultivate a state of emptiness, as tranquil as the sky and as swift as lightning, harmonizing all senses into a singular unity, spirit, energy, and mind. This meant establishing a pathway for the triad of essence, energy, and spirit, interlinking them through internal force, allowing not only sensory perception but also strength to unify when necessary. However, the essence of internal force remained rooted in the chi of the triad, leading to each unification being temporary, yet providing a solid foundation for Sun Ye's evolution. He merely needed to discover a method to integrate essence, energy, and spirit into a singular force, thereby unlocking the path to evolution. There was also a somewhat nebulous understanding of the state of mind, yet Sun Yi pondered it, drawing inspiration from the four great celestial gates of heart, body, spirit. And she referenced to novels from his past life. The power of the heart could be likened to willpower, albeit not entirely so. The heart's strength was an essential component on the journey forward, akin to tales from his former life where cultivation required perseverance, gene locks necessitated courage. And the state of mind was only differentiated by one's path of progress. As the Buddhist verse by Shinshio states, the body is the Bodhi tree. The heart is like a bright mirror. Constantly polish it, lest dust settle upon it. As for the sixth patriarch's words, Sun Yi found them elusive and incomprehensible, setting them aside for future contemplation. As depicted in Swallowing the Starry Sky, the state of mind knows no bounds. As long as one continues to progress without pause, one shall not waste their life. Chapter 68. Return to Baozi Mountain. Great Cat Sage, I have come seeking some celestial beans for my future cultivation and healing needs. Sun Yi bowed and opened a capsule, tossing it to the ground. This gift, regardless of whether you grant me the celestial beans, is my way of showing gratitude for your martial teachings. You rascal. The cat sage chuckled, generously gesturing toward the jar of celestial beans. You wish for celestial beans? These are meant for warriors who ascend the tower. Since no one else is here, take as many as you desire. Sun Yi retrieved the jar, which weighed approximately 10 pounds, containing around 6,000 to 7,000 celestial beans. After filling it with about 400 to 500 beans, he took his leave. Eager to return home, Sun Yi completed his collection of celestial beans and requested a nimbus cloud from the cat sage, before mounting it and heading towards Baozi Mountain. As Sun Yi settled onto the nimbus, the cat sage mused, observing that Sun Yi did not appear to be someone capable of riding the cloud. Unbeknownst to the cat sage, Sun Yi had studied the nimbus during his training and had consulted the heavenly deities regarding his thoughts before confirming certain information. The nimbus was, in fact, a vehicle recognized by mental fluctuations, as long as a person's overall mental state was positive and their psychic energy remained calm during the ride. They could ride the nimbus without issue. This was also why many had heard of ancient individuals capable of riding the nimbus during Yukon's quest for the Dragon Balls. Of course, while Sun Yi was honing his skills, others were not idle either. The characters from the original storyline were also intensifying their training. Wukong and Krillin continued their rigorous exercises under the Turtle Sage's tutelage, while Launch remained within the plot, routinely preparing meals at the Turtle House for the others. Even Lepin was training his Wolf Fang fist in the mountains, and both Xiao Feng and Yu Yan, who had accompanied Sun Yi, had already cultivated their qi, solidifying their foundations. On this day at Baozi Mountain, Yu Yan, Qing Luo, and Bai Feng concluded their daily training and were engaged in light-hearted conversation with Mei Jian and others. As for Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi, they had naturally retreated into their own world. It had been 6 months since Sun Ye's departure, and it was high time for his return. Yu Yan voiced her complaints, expressing a genuine longing after such an extended absence. It seems you miss your husband, Mei Jian and the others chimed in, stifling their laughter. Recently, Yu Yan had been vocal about her feelings, and while they teased her, she would playfully feign annoyance. Just as they were reveling in laughter at Yu Yan's expense, a sudden sound interrupted them from outside. Meanwhile, Sun Yi was making his way to Baozi Mountain, enveloped in energy as he urged the nimbus cloud to accelerate. The noise heard by Yu Yan and the others was indeed the sound of Sun Yi breaking through the wind as he approached. Upon their exit, they found Sun Yi hovering directly above Baozi Mountain, overwhelmed with excitement as he leapt from the nimbus cloud, plummeting straight down. It had been precisely 180 days since Sun Yi had departed. Humph, you unfaithful man. How are you any different from someone named Duan? 6 months means 6 months, does it not? Could you not have returned sooner? Qing Luo was the first to speak, though her expression betrayed her true feelings, revealing more concern than reproach. Sun Yi remained silent, simply embracing the three of them warmly. Mei Jian and the others had already distanced themselves, though it appeared they were not avoiding the scene, watching from afar. My fault. I was away for 2.5 years. I missed you all dearly. After a heartfelt embrace, they entered the house to converse. Half a year apart meant there was much to discuss. As evening approached, the four finally stepped outside. Sun Yi noticed that Wu Xingyan and Wu Yazi had already left Baozi Mountain with a small house of their own. Xiao Feng had just returned from training with Master Wu Fan, engaged in some activity inside. while Zhu and Wan Xingzhu were busy preparing dinner. During these past 6 months, the flowers and plants tended to by Qing Luo and the others had thrived, with vines entwining and trees swaying gently. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and aside from the distant howls of wolves and roars of tigers, everything felt so harmonious. Knock, knock, knock. A few knocks echoed on the door. Click. The door opened to reveal Master Wu Fan, freshly bathed. "Master, I'm back," Sun Yi exclaimed, his eyes filled with excitement. Though he seemed at a loss for words, Master Wu Fan, too, shared a similar sentiment, simply responding, "Ah, it's good to have you back. Come on, everyone. Dinner is ready." From afar, Qing Luo and the others assisted Xiao Feng's family in setting the table and preparing the meal. At the dining table, the men engaged in their own conversations while the women chatted joyfully. Sun Yi recounted experiences from his training, with Master Wu Fan and Xiao Feng listening intently and occasionally asking questions. Naturally, Sun Yi omitted the more arduous details to spare his family from worry. Though Master Wu Fan and Yu Yin had their own suspicions, being well aware of the challenges inherent to energy cultivation. "By the way, Master, where have my father-in-law and uncle gone?" Yu Yin and Qing Luo listened quietly, showing no discontent with Sun Yi's choice of address. Their expressions calm and adorned with gentle smiles. Others had also learned a few things during this time, but they had already distanced themselves from their former world. Moreover, since the others had chosen this path willingly, they felt no need to interfere. Master Wu Fan believed that having more talented individuals among his disciples was always a boon. Much like contemporary parents who never perceived faults in their children, they have gone to live in the West City with that girl named Bulma. "I believe she is conducting some research," Master Wu Fan explained, all the while continuing to compete for food with Xiao Feng and Sun Yi. "Oh, then tomorrow, Qing Luo, Yu Yin, Bai Feng, and I shall go find them. It would be a perfect opportunity for me to seek Bulma's insights on scientific knowledge. If you wish to go, then by all means, it would be beneficial to learn more," Master Wu Fan replied. Before he could finish, Mei Jian and the others sprang up in unison, exclaiming, "We want to go too." "Very well, then let's set off together. Xiao brother, if you wish to join, you are welcome." Sun Yi responded with a smile. "No need. I shall continue my training here," Xiao Feng replied, exchanging a knowing glance with Zhu, both sharing a smile. Shortly thereafter, as Yu Yin joined the others in the spirited competition for food, the scene shifted to the following day. Early in the morning, Sun Yi and his companions bid farewell to Sun Wu Fan and commenced their journey to the West City. They soon arrived by plane, transitioning to 2 cars as they entered the city, following Bulma's address to seek her out. Navigating through the verdant pathways of the residential area, they quickly arrived at a grand villa, a towering structure reaching several dozen meters high, indeed, Bulma's home. After all, in the original story, Bulma's father had kept dinosaurs within the house, and it seemed improbable for the place to be modest. With a sudden impulse, Sun Yi decided to employ the Stenyo sect soul communication technique. "Father-in-law, uncle, I have arrived." Simultaneously, within the villa, Bulma was engrossed in researching the critical nodes of internal energy. Utilizing various scientific instruments, she had detected the presence of spiritual energy and was investigating its properties independently. However, regardless of the materials Bulma used to interfere with the spiritual energy, all attempts ended in failure. Only by employing light, fire, electricity, or shock waves, energies manipulable by humans, could she indirectly exert influence on the spiritual energy, yet the precise mechanisms remained elusive. As Sun Yi's soul communication technique took effect, Bulma faintly perceived a voice, momentarily startled before refocusing on the data regarding the fluctuations of spiritual energy before her. Meanwhile, Wu Yazi and Wu Xingyun were equally taken aback, only to quickly feel a surge of joy. "Mrs. Briefs, my disciple has arrived. He's at the door. Please have the robot open it." Just as Mrs. Briefs was about to respond, the robot beside her chimed in, relaying the message from the doorbell. "Hello, I am Sun Yi, a friend of Bulma. Is she home?" Mrs. Briefs hurriedly instructed the robot to open the door while calling for Bulma, informing her of Sun Yi's arrival. Upon their meeting, Sun Yi inquired about Bulma's research progress, and she eagerly explained. It turned out that Bulma had successfully collected and observed spiritual energy particles. The essence of spiritual energy resembled light, possessing dual characteristics of matter and energy. Just as light can be concentrated to produce a laser, spiritual energy can transform into light, electricity, heat, and kinetic energy when multiple particles coalesce. Under certain conditions, spiritual energy could also combine with matter to generate substances with extraordinary properties. However, the methods of transformation and combination would require gradual exploration. Bulma had gained some understanding of the direction and mechanisms of internal energy, and with Sun Ye's relevant research experience. They engaged in a collaborative discussion, arriving at intriguing hypotheses. The energy Sun Ye was currently cultivating was pure essence, a blend of energy untainted by divine factors, merely controlled through his consciousness. As the energy lacked divine involvement, it could not solely drive the evolution of life. Instead, an immensely potent and evolved mental force was required to actively promote human evolution. During the cultivation of internal energy, the body's life magnetic field would fluctuate, with this life energy inherently carrying information about the life magnetic field. Thus, only when internal energy was cultivated to an advanced level could it guide energy and spirit deep into the body's foundations, facilitating evolution. The essence of life extracted from the body is considered the refined essence in the process of alchemical transformation of essence into energy. Subsequently, one must cultivate energy into spirit, refine spirit into emptiness, and ultimately merge emptiness with the Tao to complete the inherent program of human evolution. The meridians within the body serve as the shortcuts bestowed by the world. However, Bulma's research remains confined to the properties of these meridians. She has also conducted some foundational studies on the meridians of Wu Xingyun and others, comparing them to her own physical condition, realizing there are aspects yet to be understood. Sun Ye had no choice but to elucidate to Bulma the content provided by the system, explaining that meridians and acupoints function as miniature energy conduits and self-circulating systems, as well as natural sensory enhancement devices. At this revelation, Bulma was struck with clarity. Although meridians are indeed a product of the world, they can certainly be artificially created, requiring profound scientific knowledge and skills. She was eager to return to her research when Sun Ye called out to her. Bulma, could you assist in creating a gravity device? Gravity represents a manifestation of the energy properties of matter and should have some effect on spiritual energy. Without looking back, Bulma headed straight back to the laboratory, conversing with Dr. Briefs along the way, seemingly assigning the task of constructing the gravity chamber to her father. Dr. Briefs approached Sun Ye for specific conditions, which confirmed Sun Ye's suspicions. After inquiring about the requirements, Dr. Briefs turned and entered the laboratory. Sun Ye chuckled to himself. It seemed both father and daughter shared similar traits. He then bid farewell to Mrs. Briefs, leaving Mei Jian and the other three behind as he set out to explore the city. Remarkably, within just a week, the gravity chamber Sun Ye requested was completed, capable of supporting a temporary gravity of 10 times Earth's. With the World Martial Arts Tournament just 4 months away, Sun Ye's martial prowess had surpassed that of Goku and Master Roshi by a slight margin, presenting a prime opportunity to seize the championship, an opportunity that may not arise again in the future. After all, Goku had a tendency to surpass anyone stronger than him upon their next encounter, unless the rival also possessed extraordinary capabilities. Following the tournament, Sun Ye planned to traverse to other realms, ensuring that Qing Luo and Bai Feng could cultivate their spiritual energy before then, thus enhancing their self-preservation abilities. With the gravity chamber at hand, it became a sanctuary for the family to revel in. They gradually increased the gravity settings, starting from the baseline. Sun Ye, having acclimatized to the tenfold gravity of the hyperbolic time chamber, faced no issues, while the three women needed time to adjust. They began with an 11-fold increase, allowing them to adapt to the slightest of changes. Even if their muscles were unaffected, their internal organs required acclimatization. The three women concentrated on feeling the minutest shifts in their bodies, noticing the spontaneous adjustments under the weight of gravity. Even their breaths seemed heavier. They engaged in running, jumping, boxing, and sword practice, reminiscent of their final training sessions. While they practiced, Sun Ye would occasionally exchange tender glances and demonstrate a few moves, deepening their connection during the day and reinforcing it at night. Throughout this period, the emotional states of the three women evolved as shadows within them gradually dissipated, leaving only an unbreakable bond among the four. Thus, within 2 months, Qing Luo and Bai Feng successfully cultivated their spiritual energy, awaiting the arrival of the martial arts tournament. Ultimately, the gravity level remained at 5 times Earth's, and Sun Ye's combat prowess saw only minor improvements. It seemed that for significant growth, he would need to gain knowledge from other worlds to propel overall life evolution. Chapter 70. The World Martial Arts Tournament. During this time, Sun Ye made a significant decision. His future cultivation direction would focus on enhancing scientific research into strength, ultimately propelling evolution. Thus, during these 4 months, he diligently pursued his studies within the realm of warfare. Having reached the nuclear era, through a point exchange, he acquired the largest available cognitive modular system from the shuttle, capable of sealing his laziness and negative emotions, allowing him to retain the memories that inspire his forward momentum, preventing him from becoming lost in indulgence. Finally, after 4 months, the time had come. Sun Yi had previously informed Bulma of his intention to participate in the World Martial Arts Tournament, prompting her and Oolong, who was staying at Bulma's, to accompany him, primarily to meet Goku. Papaya Island, the venue for the tournament, is also a picturesque tourist destination. Although the tournament bore a grandiose name, it may have once been a prestigious event, its current impact is rather minimal, amounting to little more than a regional competition. After all, the prize money totaled a mere 500,000, just enough for Goku's meal, considering it could be divided among 100 participants. The total expenses would only reach around 10 to 20,000. Upon disembarking from the plane, Bulma was scanning the crowd, seemingly searching for something. But the throng around her obscured her view. Sun Yi led the three women toward a particular direction, following the energy signature of Goku. Behind them, Wu Xingyun and Bulma, along with the others, trailed closely, with Oolong transforming into a flying creature to keep pace above. Bulma felt puzzled until they squeezed through the crowd and heard a woman's distant scream. Pervert. A lecherous old man bore a bright red handprint on his face. None other than Master Roshi, while Goku and others surveyed the situation. Ahem. Sun Yi approached, clearing his throat. Goku and Master Roshi, greetings. Master Roshi straightened himself, casting a profound gaze at Sun Yi, embodying an air of nonchalance, a return to simplicity that perhaps epitomizes the advanced state of martial arts. His keen insight, honed through centuries of experience, rendered his understanding deep and inscrutable, leaving others uncertain of his true level. Upon seeing Bulma, he greeted her warmly. It's been a while. You're that little girl named Bulma, right? In just over a year, you've become even more beautiful. His tone had taken on a less serious note. Ah, it's brother-son. Along with Bulma and Oolong, Goku exclaimed joyfully as smiles spread across the faces of Sun Yi and Bulma, a testament to Goku's innocent nature. Let us go register together, Sun Yi suggested, introducing the group to one another to foster familiarity. Master Roshi, this is my father-in-law, Wu Yazi, and his senior sister, Wu Xingyun, along with Mei Jian, Lan Jian, Zhu Jian, and Zhu Jian. This is the Goku I often spoke of, and my master, Master Roshi. Master, who are these individuals beside you? Ah, this is my disciple Krillin, and this is Launch. You all may converse as equals. Hello everyone. The introduced individuals exchanged greetings before turning towards the registration area for the martial arts tournament. In the days leading up to this event, Sun Yi and Wu Yazi had deliberated, recognizing that advancing life evolution could not rely solely on individuals but required the collective effort of many disciples. Thus, the objective was to establish a reputation and subsequently research techniques applicable within the Dragon Ball universe to attract more disciples. The registration area was located within a large temple on Papaya Island. As they registered, the group collectively signed up: Sun Yi, Goku, Krillin, Wu Yazi, Wu Xingyun, and Yu Yin, while Qing Luo and Bai Feng chose to register as well, not wanting to be left out. However, it appeared that Master Roshi did not register, pausing for a moment as he regarded Sun Yi. After completing the registration, the group gradually entered the preliminary competition venue. The preliminaries commenced with participants drawing lots to prepare for the matches, totaling over 140 competitors, yet only 8 would advance to the finals, competing across 8 separate venues simultaneously. After the draw, everyone gathered to verify their matches. It appeared that Wu Xingyun and Wu Yazi faced off against each other, while Bai Feng encountered Sun Yi. However, unless one possessed an extraordinary ability akin to that of dumplings, it was improbable that everyone's wishes would be entirely fulfilled. The preliminary rounds for all participants were held this morning, with the official tournament set to commence in the afternoon. The first phase of the Grand Martial Arts Tournament required an internal selection process, where all competitors would first engage in elimination matches within the competition hall, determining the top 8 who would then compete on the outdoor arena. This time, there were only a little over 100 competitors, making the event somewhat less grand than its title suggested. As the preliminary matches progressed, each defeat meant a merciless elimination. Sun Wukong and his companions successively defeated their opponents, notably finishing them off with a single move. The internal elimination rounds concluded swiftly, and by noon, the 8 finalists had emerged: Sun Wukong, Lan Feng, Klin, Sun Yi, Wu Yazi, Yu Yin, Lu Ping, and Qing Luo. Unfortunately, characters such as the Barbarian, Namu, and Jilong were eliminated during the preliminary rounds. Among them, Namu faced Sun Yi and was defeated in just a few exchanges, but Master Roshi, seeming to perceive the underlying situation, took the initiative to assist Namu in resolving the troubles of his hometown, prompting Namu to return home with gratitude. Wu Xingyun, upon encountering Wu Yazi, chose to concede without a fight, as did several others when faced with their own companions. Ultimately, the wizard uncle led everyone to the audience seats, using his internal energy to clear a path through the crowd and secure the best positions at the front of the martial arts arena. Selecting a spot closest to the competitors. All right, esteemed competitors. The top 8 have been determined. Please come forward to draw lots to decide your opponents and the order of matches. A man in a suit, wearing sunglasses and holding a microphone, proclaimed loudly. With the host's eloquent opening remarks, the Grand Martial Arts Tournament officially commenced. The first match was Sun Wukong against Lan Fang. Wukong gracefully leaped onto the half-meter-high arena. Wukong, you must win. Bulma and Oolong cheered him on from the sidelines. His opponent, a beautiful girl with purple curls, stood on the platform. Wukong felt no apprehension and simply clasped his hands together in greeting. Hello. Lan Fang did not respond, merely casting a nonchalant glance at Wukong, who seemed easily persuaded. Chapter 71. The official matches. This girl had a sweet appearance, with fair skin, luscious lips, and a curvaceous figure, embodying a blend of sensuality and cuteness that generally dissuaded anyone from striking her. However, Wukong was an exception. Hello. Lan Fang flashed a playful smile at Wukong. While he pondered her intentions, the girl suddenly dashed towards him, executing a high kick aimed at his head. Wukong, unfazed by her approach, calmly extended his hand to intercept her strike. Fortunately, Lan Fang was clad in trousers. Had she worn a skirt, it would have been a different story. Subsequently, Lan Fang launched a series of fierce attacks, all of which Wukong effortlessly parried with one hand, remaining immobile. In this unfavorable situation, Lan Fang teasingly remarked, "Little brother, if you concede, I will take you on a date after the match." What is a date? Why should I concede? Wukong replied, curious, prompting laughter from the surrounding audience, as he was still blissfully unaware of such matters. Wukong, knock this woman down. Bulma shouted from the audience, her tone sharp. Okay. Wukong responded. Lan Fang glanced at Wukong, confirming he was not feigning. Then I shall unleash my final move. Turning, she began to shed her outer clothing, teasingly saying, What do you think, innocent little boy? Are you too shy to look at me? Clin and Master Roshi were visibly excited, and the audience's cheers grew louder, envious of Wukong. Each harboring the thought of how splendid it would be to be in his position, this boy was oblivious to the situation. Only Bulma scoffed disdainfully. Wukong had initially been thrilled, expecting to witness more advanced martial arts and secret techniques. Bring it on, he thought. However, seeing Lan Fang sauntering towards him, striking poses, he exclaimed, If you don't make your move, I will start attacking. Oh, what a fabulous figure! Master Roshi exclaimed, his eyes wide, gazing at Lan Fang's exposed form, offering unsolicited commentary. Observing the commotion and hearing peculiar remarks, Wukong innocently asked, What is so appealing about being bare? I've seen Bulma without clothes and even slept beside her. It didn't feel like much. The crowd erupted in laughter, mistakenly believing Bulma was merely a girl. Only a few who were in the know offered teasing glances at Bulma, who blushed and shouted, Wukong. Wukong turned to her. What is it, Bulma? Seeing her chance as Wukong turned his head, Lan Fang rushed towards him, launching another attack, her palm glowing red as she aimed a powerful punch at his head. Wukong hardly reacted to the blow and merely turned to look at her. Realizing the situation was deteriorating, Lan Fang forced a strained smile and called out, Host, I concede. All right, in the first match, contestant Wukong is victorious. Now, we will proceed to the second match. Wukong stepped down from the arena and stood beside Bulma and Master Roshi. Both Master Roshi and Clin regarded him with curious expressions, quietly inquiring, Wukong, did you see Bulma naked? Clin glanced at Bulma, excitement and envy filling his eyes as he anticipated the gossip. Yes, I was curious about how girls looked, so I took a peek while Bulma was asleep. And I think I ended up resting my head on her lap. Right, Bulma? Wukong's innocent gaze made Sun Yi chuckle, his words loud enough for Bulma to hear. Wukong. Bulma shouted, her voice steady, before turning and tossing Oolong away in frustration, which Wukong caught effortlessly. I won't talk to you anymore, Bulma huffed. Her face flushed as she turned away in a sulk. Oh, right. Bulma doesn't want me to mention it, Wukong said, scratching his head, his face a picture of confusion. Meanwhile, the second match commenced, pitting Clin against Wyazi. Clin, give it your all. Wukong cheered, turning to support Clin. After a moment, Bulma also turned her attention back to the match. The battle was overall quite thrilling. Clin had trained in Chi and excelled in explosive attacks. His combat power estimated at around 75 to 80. In contrast, Wyazi specialized in internal energy. Although his abilities had improved due to the dense spiritual energy in the Dragon Ball world, his fundamental training methods remained unchanged, resulting in a lack of aggression. He could only rely on agility to evade and entangle. Boom, boom, boom. Clin and Wyazi exchanged blows, both unleashing their full power in combat. Yet Wuyazi found himself at a disadvantage. Consequently, he began to adopt a strategy of long-distance entanglement. Clin, go for it. Clin seized the opportunity to launch a fierce barrage of attacks. As he pressed forward, Wuyazi evaded with all his might, managing to maintain a semblance of control over the situation. The carefree style of the celestial sect, even while attacking, drew cheers from the audience. Clin's confidence waned with each passing moment, as he believed that Wuyazi had yet to unleash his full potential. Ultimately, Wuyazi's energy surpassed Clin's, with a total energy level around 120, and his superior endurance secured him the victory. As the results were announced, the audience erupted into a fervent cheer. Though they couldn't grasp the complexities of the match, the spectacle before them was undeniably captivating, and the atmosphere swept them into a collective euphoria. Do not be disheartened, Clin. You are already quite formidable. Your opponent is decades your senior. Master Rashi first consoled Clin, then began to ponder Wuyazi's martial arts style, which seemed unfamiliar. Clin nodded at the side, and as he reflected further, his confidence was swiftly restored. He then declared, next time, I shall surely defeat him. Nevertheless, reaching the top 8 in his first tournament left Clin feeling quite satisfied, especially considering that many of his senior brothers at Dueling Temple had not even made it to the top 8. We extend our gratitude to both competitors for their thrilling match. Wuyazi emerges victorious, and next up is the match between Wang Yuyan and Li Qi Luo. The third match featured a duel between Yuyan and Xing Luo. Before it commenced, Sun Yi discreetly pulled the host aside for a brief discussion, sharing several points of interest that would serve as promotional highlights for the event. Chapter 72. The carefree sect. The host, brimming with excitement, stepped forward. Greetings, everyone. I have just learned that the two contestants about to take the stage are a mother and daughter duo. Can you guess who is the mother and who is the daughter? The host's enthusiasm grew palpable. When Qi Luo and Yuyan appeared, the crowd gasped in astonishment. Yuyan was undoubtedly a stunning young woman, under 20 years old, and thanks to her mastery of the minor no-form technique, she appeared ageless, radiating the essence of an 18-year-old beauty. Qi Luo also possessed remarkable features, having inherited her looks from both Wuyazi and Li Qiushui. The North Sea Divine Skill endowed her with youthful vitality, and even with her mature aura, she appeared to be only in her 20s, hardly resembling a mother to someone of Yuyan's age. However, the discerning could easily deduce that if these two were indeed mother and daughter, then Li Qing Luo must be the mother. Another contender making it to the top 8 was their elder, the father of Li Qing Luo. The crowd buzzed with speculation as the two began their duel. Like their daily practice sessions, they danced gracefully, their movements resembling a delightful performance filled with the beauty of Eastern dance. Both were extraordinary beauties, and the techniques of the carefree sect emphasized agility and elegance. Their clash resembled a celestial ballet, fully embodying the essence of carefree. The audience had never witnessed such effortless and graceful martial arts, and they were entranced. The mother-daughter pair's sparring was merely for show, executed with finesse but lacking in genuine force. Only seasoned observers like Master Rashi could detect the underlying danger, while others merely noted the forceful energy striking the walls. After half an hour, the duel concluded with Qi Luo conceding, as Yuyan wished to spar directly with Sun Yi. Some spectators were eager for more, but the blonde host, noticing their enthusiasm, promptly announced the commencement of the next match. The fourth bout of the top 8 featured Sun Yi against Lu Ping. Sun Yi smiled as he took the stage, recognizing his opponent. This confrontation held no suspense. You're Lu Ping, right? I didn't expect to see you here at the martial arts tournament. Sun Yi exclaimed. Indeed. It was your advice that led me out of the desert. Over the years, I have traveled far and wide to hone my skills, all to defeat you, and that boy named Sun Yukong. Now is my moment of vengeance. Lu Ping replied, determination etched on his face. Though he appeared serious, he seemed brimming with confidence, bolstered by the cheers of Pleru and several lovely girls behind him. Encouraged by their support, Lu Ping charged at Sun Yi, launching an attack. For a moment, it seemed that Sun Yi was on the defensive, employing techniques similar to those of Wuyazi. The fighters who made it to the top 8 were no slouches. Characters like Lan Fong and Ji Lang, as well as Lu Ping, were formidable in their own right. While Namu's strength might not compare to Sun Yi and his peers, he was still among the best of Earthlings. As Lu Ping advanced with relentless speed, seizing the opportunity to launch a fierce assault, Sun Yi simply executed a phantom punch, appearing ghost-like behind him. A casual palm strike sent Lu Ping tumbling off the stage, forgoing the dramatic gust of wind that would have been more disheartening. The entire maneuver flowed seamlessly, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. Observing the situation, the monks rushed to check on Lu Ping, only to find him already on his feet. Lu Ping has fallen out of the ring. Sun Yi is the victor, the host announced. Next, we invite Yukong and Wuyazi to the stage. With the host's declaration, Wuyazi and Sun Wukong ascended the platform. In this match, One contestant was the oldest participant at 99 years, while the other was the youngest at 12. Wu Yazi, the father of Li Qi Luo, was the head of the Carefree sect. Notably, 3 of the top 8 participants hailed from this sect. Wukong and Klin were both disciples of the martial arts deity Wu Tiangong. Let us anticipate a captivating duel from these two fighters. While Wukong's 12 years might seem inconsequential given his stature, Wu Yazi's 99 years was an astonishing revelation. In the Dragon Ball universe, even martial artists do not typically exceed the lifespan of ordinary humans, and by their 60s, they would appear frail. Yet, Wu Yazi looked no older than someone in their 30s. Compared to the previous matches, the encounter between Wu Yazi and Wukong promised to be of a higher caliber. One wielded chaotic energy, while the other embodied unyielding physical strength. After entering the Dragon Ball world, Wu Yazi experienced a rapid increase in internal energy, with no upper limit. Reaching approximately 120, he was even exploring ways to unleash his full potential without being hindered by his meridians. Ultimately concluding that only elevated mental strength could achieve such a goal, Wukong, with his innate racial advantages and superior energy manipulation, held a slight edge in the match. Boasting an energy level of around 110. Having trained early under his master, Wu Fan, his foundational skills surpassed Klin's, making the current disparity quite normal, if not permanent. Armed with the experience from his previous match, Wu Yazi was cautious and refrained from closing in on Wukong, opting instead to engage from a distance with sword energy and techniques like the empty strike palm. The audience was intrigued by the energy emanating from Wu Yazi's techniques, curious about their potential power. However, Wukong casually dispersed them with ease. It was only after several exchanges that Wu Yazi's palm energy struck the ground, leaving behind a series of handprints and sword marks. 2 of those handprints even impacted the wall, causing part of it to crumble. The onlookers finally realized the gravity of the situation and began to retreat. Suddenly, those who had effortlessly dismissed 2 blasts of energy, including Wu Xingyan, became visible in the crowd. Lu Ping seemed to have noticed the group of people, his expression suggesting a desire to approach them. Yet he hesitated before retreating along with the crowd. The others, with the exception of Sun Yi, paid little attention to Lu Ping, who was akin to the other participants. Their focus firmly fixed on the arena. Chapter 73. The finals. The battle on the stage raged fiercely. The energy levels of the 2 combatants were relatively similar. Yet in terms of overall strength, Goku held the upper hand. However, Goku had a peculiar habit of engaging in prolonged exchanges before contemplating a conclusion to the fight. Sun Yi initially believed that the clash between Wu Yazi and Goku would endure for quite some time, only to be startled by a sudden voice. Kamehameha. Sun Yi turned to the arena, where Goku had assumed a stance he was quite familiar with, hands resting on his hips. A blue energy sphere beginning to coalesce in his palms. Goku charged towards Wu Yazi, who stood on the opposite side of the arena, approximately 10 meters apart. Behind Wu Yazi lay the spectator area, not far from Sun Yi. If Wu Yazi were to evade, the audience would lack the awareness or ability to escape in time. Wu Yazi remained stationary, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed Goku with keen interest. In the next moment, before anyone could react, Goku unleashed the Kamehameha wave. Sun Yi recalled that Wu Yazi had likely never witnessed the formidable power of the Kamehameha in the Dragon Ball world. Before Sun Yi could offer a warning, the energy wave had already been released. Wu Yazi initially believed he could withstand this wave of energy akin to a palm strike. However, upon witnessing the Kamehameha's force, he realized that taking it head-on would surely result in severe injury. Consequently, Wu Yazi swiftly dodged, executing the ripple step to change direction rapidly, scattering in 4 different ways. Goku, relying on his keen eyesight and instinct, chose one of the trajectories, adjusting the direction of his Kamehameha with a flick of his wrist, continuing its pursuit of Wu Yazi. Unperturbed, Wu Yazi propelled himself upward, avoiding the energy wave that soared beneath him, crashing into the audience area. Coincidentally, this energy wave was heading straight for Sun Yi and his companions. Under the circumstances, aside from Sun Yi and Master Roshi, anyone else caught in its path would undoubtedly suffer grievous injuries. Sun Yi instinctively raised his hand, moving it upward with a swift motion. With a sharp clap, he deflected the Kamehameha into the sky, causing it to vanish within moments. Had it struck anyone else, it would have surely resulted in fatalities. Seizing the opportunity while Sun Yi dealt with the energy wave, Goku launched a fierce assault on Wu Yazi. Ultimately, with another Kamehameha, Wu Yazi was overwhelmed and sent crashing into the outer wall of the arena, losing this round. The spectators erupted into enthusiastic applause, appreciating the thrilling match between the 2 fighters. Subsequently, with another announcement from the host, the next bout commenced, featuring Sun Yi against Wang Yuyan. Following Wang Yuyan's impressive performance against Li Qi Luo, the audience eagerly anticipated this match. However, Sun Yi disappointed them. After exchanging a glance with Wang Yuyan, they began a display of affection. From the onset of their duel to the eventual concession, the two moved as if enveloped in honey. Their every action and shared glance imbued with sweetness and joy, creating an atmosphere thick with unspoken affection, coupled with the graceful allure of the Xiaoyao sect's martial arts. The pair appeared to be a perfect match, resembling celestial beings who had descended to the earthly realm. The surrounding crowd felt a wave of awkwardness, as if they were intruding upon a private moment. I should have taken the stage instead of this insufferable girl, Li Qingluo muttered under her breath, though she soon chuckled. Only Goku remained oblivious, curiously observing the crowd with a puzzled expression, wondering why no one was cheering. Come on, brother son, Goku called out, his enthusiasm causing several nearby to stifle laughter, prompting Bulma to gently pull him aside for a quiet explanation. After several minutes of this affectionate display, Wang Yuyin quietly conceded. The host and the audience found themselves at a loss for words, the atmosphere thick with awkwardness, but the host eventually stepped forward, unable to remain idle. Well, let us take a brief half-hour break before commencing the finals. The crowd erupted with chatter, as if this announcement could alleviate the earlier discomfort. Half an hour later, as the competition drew near, Krillin inquired, Goku, aren't you nervous about facing Sun Yi? Goku, brimming with excitement, replied, I am thrilled to battle brother Sun Yi. The host, having overheard Goku's exuberance, addressed the audience with enthusiasm. All right, the break has concluded. Now, let us welcome our two contestants to the stage. I declare the finals open. The sound of a resounding gong reverberated through the venue, invigorating the audience, who understood that the intense finals were about to commence. The arena fell silent. As the host's voice resonated, Goku and Sun Yi ascended the stage, met with a deafening roar from the crowd. Go, Goku. Go, Sun Yi. Goku bent low, adopting the signature stance of the turtle school. Sun Yi mirrored this posture, albeit with slight variations, recognizing that relying solely on internal energy against Goku would likely prove futile. This match was the highlight of the entire tournament. With a sudden burst of speed, Goku dashed forward, vanishing from the sight of ordinary spectators as he closed in on Sun Yi. At that moment, Bulma recalled the high-speed camera and projector Sun Yi had asked her to bring. Swiftly, she retrieved the equipment and handed it to the host. The host, elated, quickly organized a team to set up the devices. Before long, the camera and projector were operational, displaying a slow-motion projection of Goku and Sun Yi, their speeds escalating to the point of leaving afterimages in their wake. Although their movements lacked flamboyance, they showcased a breathtaking balance of offense and defense. Both speed and technique mesmerizingly exquisite. The audience was left in awe, erupting into a chorus of cheers. Goku, Sun Yi. A side punch from Goku collided with a leg strike from Sun Yi, both fighters being knocked back several meters before regaining their footing. In an instant, they vanished from sight again, their pace accelerating further. Hey, brother son, here I come, Goku exclaimed, pushing himself to his limits, creating an array of afterimages in his wake. Sun Yi, instead of relying on sight, focused on the surrounding energy, keenly sensing Goku's presence. Chapter 74. Achieving Victory. Oh my. The audience gasped in disbelief, their jaws agape at the astonishing spectacle before them. In the spectator area, Master Roshi observed with a satisfied smile, remarking, I wonder when Goku mastered the afterimage technique. Sun Yi, acting on instinct, executed a swift kick that sent Goku tumbling backward. Goku sprang back to his feet immediately after hitting the ground, rubbing his chest with an expression of curiosity. Wow, brother son, how did you detect me? By sensing the energy, a technique I learned from the temple. Sun Yi replied with a smile. Sensing energy? Goku tilted his head in confusion. The turtle sage pondered quietly, contemplating whether this was the next level of martial arts. Heh. You might grasp it after just one match, Sun Yi chuckled lightly. Then I shall take my turn, Wukong exclaimed, his face brimming with excitement as he rushed forward. Bulma, observing the silhouettes of the two on the screen, turned to the turtle sage and inquired, Master Roshi, which of them do you think will prevail? The turtle sage remained silent, his gaze fixed on Sun Yi. The martial arts displayed by Sun Yi often eluded his comprehension, but he could discern that it surpassed even the turtle school's techniques. A gentle breeze swept through, and in the blink of an eye, Sun Yi and Sun Wukong vanished from sight. The wind howled as two indistinct figures collided in the center of the arena. In an instant, Sun Yi and Sun Wukong unleashed a tempestuous onslaught. They exchanged blows with such rapidity that the audience and the host could only follow their movements on a slow-motion projection. Only Sun Yi's companions could clearly perceive their fierce engagement. In Wu Xingyun's view, as Wukong struck, the air crackled with a resounding clap, and his legs danced through the air, accompanied by a continuous roar. The fissures in the ground revealed that Wukong was exerting every ounce of his strength. The fierce winds stirred up dust, and the shadows of their legs leaped and twirled as fists and palms clashed in a cacophony of sound. Yet, Sun Ye's movements were eerily silent, devoid of any wind disturbance. This alone indicated that he had conserved at least 30% of his energy before Sun Ye's transformation. He had not possessed such martial prowess, yet his strength was already on par with the current Wukong. This suggested that should Sun Ye exert his full power, he could enhance it by at least another 30%. Moreover, the absence of any traces left behind signified that he had not fought with all his might. With a resounding crash, a large stone slab beneath them shattered completely, and the two figures, unwilling to disengage, separated temporarily. The audience erupted in thunderous applause as they watched the ongoing battle on the screen. Wukong appeared on one side of the arena, panting heavily to recover from the exertion of their earlier bout. The fighters, Sun Wukong and Sun Ye, are truly formidable. Just now, my eyes could barely keep up with their speed. Even the camera, slowed down twice, still captured only remnants of their movements. The host exclaimed excitedly into the microphone. The atmosphere in the venue surged with energy as the crowd cheered, all eyes glued to the images of the ongoing conflict on the screen. Wukong, you've grown stronger, Sun Ye remarked with a smile, though his expression remained unchanged. Big brother Sun Ye, you're even more powerful, Wukong replied innocently with a grin. Then prepare yourself. I am about to amplify my strength. With that, Sun Ye slowly crouched down, gathering his energy. Wukong did not let his guard down, maintaining his stance as he cheerfully responded, bring it on. In a flash, Sun Ye surged forward like lightning, leaving no trace of wind in his wake. Swiftly closing the distance to Wukong, Wukong barely managed to shield his vital chest with both hands. When Sun Ye's punch connected with Wukong's guarded chest, Wukong was sent stumbling backward. However, he quickly regained his footing, leaped to the side, and executed his afterimage punch. 1, 2, 3 afterimages appeared. Upon witnessing this, Sun Ye understood the principle behind the technique. It involved leaving a layer of energy behind while moving at high speed, creating a fleeting illusion that lingered for a moment. If the residual energy was sufficient, it could potentially allow for multiple afterimages, contingent upon one's raw power. As Sun Ye contemplated this, he left behind a perfect illusion in his place. Wukong struck at the illusion, realizing too late that it was a ruse. Not good, he exclaimed. Just then, Sun Ye appeared behind Wukong, delivering a swift kick. The kick met empty air as Sun Ye maintained his illusion. He reappeared behind Wukong once more, this time with real intent, landing a kick that sent Wukong crashing into the wall of the arena, collapsing it and leaving him sprawled on the ground. You rascal Sun Ye, why did you hit so hard? Bulma cried out nervously, glancing anxiously at Wukong, sensing the intensity of the moment. Krillin also appeared tense, while the others remained unperturbed, confident that their friends could control their strength in a fight without real danger. Haha, looks like Bulma is worried about her little husband. Sun Ye laughed heartily, prompting laughter from the others, though Krillin and Oolong watched Bulma with envy. Wukong, slightly dazed, stood up with a radiant smile. Big brother Sun Ye is amazing. I won't go down so easily. His martial attire was torn in two places from the impact against the wall. As he spoke, he tore away the fabric obscuring his upper body, readying himself once more in the turtle school stance. What a sight to behold. Sun Wukong has risen again. This promises to be an exhilarating match. Let's all stay tuned. The host exclaimed passionately, once more elevating the atmosphere to a fever pitch with cheers and applause. I'm coming. Wukong. Sun Ye chuckled lightly, stepping forward silently to close the gap. Wukong, quick to respond, crossed his arms defensively. Yet, even under half of Sun Ye's power, he was sent hurtling backward, tumbling off the arena and crashing into a low wall. To the audience, the two indistinct figures clashed for but a fleeting moment, resulting in Wukong being launched away. Stunned, the crowd could hardly believe that the previously evenly matched contestants had been so decisively separated in a single blow. Out of the ring, Sun Ye wins. In the wake of this unexpected turn, a brief silence fell over the venue, only to be shattered by an eruption of cheers and applause from the audience. The host, recovering from his astonishment, spoke fervently into the microphone, "Ladies and gentlemen, the champion of the World Martial Arts Tournament is Sun Ye. Sun Ye, Sun Ye, Sun Ye." The entire venue was enveloped in a jubilant atmosphere, with thunderous applause and shouts resonating throughout. On the arena, Sun Ye savored this singular honor of having triumphed over Wukong. Amidst the jubilance, the triennial World Martial Arts Tournament concluded, leaving behind the names of Sun Ye and the Turtle School, as well as the Xiaoyao School, etched in memory. In the restaurant, the rhythmic clattering of dishes filled the air, as the prize money was promptly spent on a celebratory meal for Wukong. Another bowl. I want more. The sounds of eager voices echoed as the group, hungry from their earlier exertions, clamored for food. They fought over the dishes like children, but none could match Wukong's appetite. Once the others had their fill, Wukong continued to devour everything on the table. Bulma glanced at the empty plates left by Wukong and the others and chuckled wryly. Sun Yi, at this rate, your prize money will vanish in no time. With Wukong's voracious appetite alone, the winnings would barely suffice. And with the addition of Sun Yi and the others, they would need to add tens of thousands more to cover the costs. No worries. It seems you'll be the one supporting this big eater in the future, Sun Yi laughed. How annoying. Before Bulma could retort, the restaurant owner approached, looking distressed. Sun Yi waved him over. All right, let's settle the bill. Wukong looked up, puzzled. I'm still not full. I sincerely apologize. The ingredients we prepared have all been exhausted. The shopkeeper wore a troubled expression, feeling the anguish of lost opportunities. Well, I suppose I can manage with just a moderate appetite, Goku said with an innocent smile. Upon reaching the checkout, they spent a total of 650,000 yuan, and Sun Yi, accompanied by a few others, gradually made their way out. At that moment, Bulma smiled and asked Goku, now that the martial arts tournament has concluded, do you still intend to train at the Kame House? No. I wish to venture into the outside world and continuously hone my skills to become stronger, Goku replied decisively, raising his head to glance at Bulma. Then let us return to my home first, and I will guide you in refining your meridians before we embark on our travels, Bulma suggested. Great. What about Krillin? If he joins us in refining his meridians, he might also catch up to your level. Sun Yi continued, enticing Krillin with the prospect of strength. He then recalled something and added, moreover, adjusting your meridians may help you grow taller. Initially hesitant, Krillin was immediately eager upon hearing the possibility of height enhancement. Finally, noticing that only Master Roshi and Lan Chi would be left alone returning to the Kame House, Sun Yi invited them to join him in West City. The group promptly agreed, and soon they boarded a plane, heading towards West City, quickly disappearing from sight. Master Roshi, however, had declined Sun Yi's invitation, as he preferred to return with Lan Chi. Once on the plane, Sun Yi and his companions spent a day at Bulma's house. Bulma conducted comprehensive health checks on Goku and the others, meticulously recording all the data. Sun Yi also invited Goku to experience the gravity chamber. Goku immediately recognized its significance and hurriedly requested Bulma to create another one, to which she agreed without turning back. The next morning, while having breakfast, Sun Yi observed the travel capsules Bulma had prepared. Bulma, are you planning to travel again? Shouldn't we refine our meridians and return? Sun Yi said, bemused. He had intended to send Goku back before exploring other worlds. Since we are in another world, we should certainly take the time to appreciate it before returning. Don't you agree, Goku? Huh? What? Goku replied, puzzled, with grains of rice and vegetables smeared on his face, looking particularly innocent. Never mind, Goku, just finish your meal. Sun Yi reassured him, then set down his chopsticks, having eaten sufficiently, and chose not to compete with Goku for food. You may wish to travel, but the highest powers in that world could be compared to Krillin's level, with many surpassing human limits. Moreover, there are no beings like Oolong there. And your hair color is uncommon, so be prepared for potential attacks. Do you still wish to go? Sun Yi exaggerated for convenience. I have Goku with me. Bulma confidently pointed at Goku. That one tea suffice. The energy waves will be weakened there, and flying is not possible. What will you do if you are besieged? What? Then I want tea go. Bulma rolled her eyes, dejectedly tossing the capsule away. Being an intelligent person, she understood that Sun Yi might be exaggerating. However, the fundamental risks of being attacked were real, as she had heard about such dangers from Xiao Feng, so she decided against going. Sun Yi picked up the capsule Bulma had discarded, assessing the supplies he would need for an extended journey. Once everything was prepared, he led the group into the shuttle, opening the portal to the Dragon World. In the realm of Longhuan, they returned to the previous location, this time with only 7 individuals, Sun Yi, Bulma, Goku, and Krillin. Having streamlined the group to save energy, it cost 4 degrees of energy to refine the meridians for Bulma and the others. Goku required 18 degrees for his refinement, while Krillin needed 12, indicating that there were indeed unique aspects to Krillin's bloodline. Curious about the changes within themselves, Goku and Krillin sensed the alterations but could neither see nor touch them. They could already feel the presence of energy, making it relatively simple to practice internal force thereafter. Alright, Goku, you and Krillin should return with Bulma. Once back, wait at her house and start learning the techniques of the Xiao school. Okay, they replied in unison, excited at the prospect of learning new martial arts. Chapter 76, A New World. Quick, take me back. I want to study the changes in my body before and after refining my meridians. Bulma seemed equally eager for this research, her eyes fixed on Sun Yi with a strong desire to return. You could always dye your hair before traveling with Goku, Sun Yi suggested, pulling out a bottle of hair dye and chuckling. Stop wasting time. Open the portal. With Bulma growing impatient, Sun Yi ceased his banter and opened the door, sending Goku and the others back. Very well, I shall explore other realms. Sun Yi turned to Qing Luo and the others, offering a few instructions. I will investigate the new world. Do you prefer to stay here or in the shuttle? The exploration may take at least half a day, possibly extending to 3 or 5 days, or even half a month to fully understand it. We'll wait for you here. After some deliberation, it was Qing Luo who responded to Sun Yi. All right, don't wander off. I will return shortly. Once more, Sun Yi opened a spatial portal, cautiously employing a camera to probe for any dangers in the new world. Seeing no immediate threats, only rain falling from the dark clouds, Sun Yi raised an umbrella and stepped forward. A new world. Here I come. Having had previous experiences, Sun Yi felt a mix of excitement and trepidation about the world he was about to enter. Nonetheless, given the low energy concentration, personal strength had its limits, and he was unlikely to face significant danger. However, entering a technological world could present unpredictable risks. Yet, most technological realms should have peaceful regions. Sun Yi sensed a shift as he arrived in an unfamiliar place. It was a small forest, well-maintained underfoot, with sparse trees. The dark clouds, perhaps due to the opening of the portal, began to unleash heavy rain. After walking a few meters, he spotted a narrow plastic road. The surrounding crowd scattered, likely due to the ominous clouds creating a dim atmosphere, causing them to overlook Sun Yi standing beneath the trees, observing the people around him. All with black hair and yellow skin, Sun Yi recognized the East Asian features etched in his memory. The environment resembled a park, prompting Sun Yi to blend into the crowd and move forward. Since this was within the same world cluster, traversing did not require additional efforts to connect with the celestial path. Sun Yi received a notification regarding the energy properties of this world. As he walked through the familiar yet foreign street, he felt an inexplicable warmth from the familiar sights, although the dialect spoken by the people was entirely foreign to him. In the rain, Sun Yi surveyed the bustling crowd and the street decorations, accompanied by a melody he found comforting. The entrance of my home often stands wide open, embracing the vastness of the world. Time blossoms with the youthful smiles that greet the state. The universe is large, filled with friends, so please, do not stand on ceremony. Sun Yi quietly listened, raising an eyebrow. This song was quite familiar. However, its popularity on the streets contrasted with Sun Yi's journey through time, implying that this place was merely a parallel world. Yet, it presented an opportunity to explore, as it resembled half of his hometown. Sun Yi mused, smiling silently. Casually, he entered a mobile phone shop along the street, feeling the need to inquire about a few matters before taking action. Upon entering, he spotted a man in his 30s engrossed in a drama on his computer. Hello, sir. Sun Yi greeted. Hello. What can I do for you? The shopkeeper responded in a heavily accented Mandarin, acknowledging Sun Yi's fluent speech. I'm here to ask for directions. I'm visiting and would like to know if there are any antique shops nearby. Oh, indeed. You just need to turn. The shopkeeper, with a warm demeanor, provided directions without a hint of impatience towards a non-purchasing customer. After a roundabout conversation, Sun Yi finally gleaned the time and location. Exiting the shop and navigating a few corners, Sun Yi stepped out of the crowd's sight. He retrieved a backpack, placing a few antique Han Dynasty jade pendants he had obtained in the Northern Song period inside. After walking several streets and making another turn, he finally reached his destination. The street appeared neither overly broad nor narrow, yet shops lined both sides, exuding a sense of prosperity. He casually chose a corner shop and was immediately drawn to the golden sign outside, by Huiju. The calligraphy danced upon the sign, suggesting it was crafted by a skilled calligrapher. Stepping inside, an invisible energy seemed to envelop the space, though despite extending his mental perception, Sun Yi could not identify its nature. This energy appeared to circulate solely within the shop, resembling both mental energy and spiritual essence. Yet it yielded no change upon his mental sweep. Observing the shop's arrangement and the flow of energy, Sun Yi pondered their interconnectedness as he ventured further inside. The antique shop spanned 2 levels. The ground floor boasted a grand hall composed of 3 interconnected storefronts, adorned with luxurious, vintage decor. Even in broad daylight, vibrant lights illuminated the space, revealing its antique charm. The shop featured intricate carvings and paintings, with an array of red, yellow, and white lanterns suspended above, their brilliance flickering dreamily. This was undoubtedly a prosperous establishment, Sun Yi concluded, smiling as he stepped further in. At the entrance, he paused, unable to resist examining the floor. It was impeccably clean, made of high-quality English stone, but that was not the reason for his scrutiny. Instead, he sensed an energetic flow emanating from the stone beneath him. At that moment, a striking young woman approached, clad in a simple white chi pao, her graceful figure swaying. With a radiant smile, she warmly greeted, "Good day, sir. Welcome." Sunny nodded slightly, immediately stating his purpose. "I have some Han Dynasty jade pendants. Do you purchase them here?" Upon hearing this, the young woman's excitement grew. Realizing it was a business opportunity, she promptly gestured, "Please, this way, sir. Let us sit down and discuss." Under her guidance, he entered the reception area. Elegantly furnished akin to a study, complete with hot water and fragrant tea, as well as an assortment of candies and pastries, all designed to create a welcoming atmosphere. Once the door was closed, any transaction details would remain confidential, ensuring a high level of privacy. As Sunny settled into his seat, the young woman brought over a cup of tea. Seizing the moment, he retrieved the 5 jade pendants from his backpack. Shortly thereafter, a bespectacled middle-aged man entered, accompanied by a younger individual wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a crisp white shirt. "Greetings. May I ask your surname?" "No need for formality. My surname is Sunday. Very well, Mr. Sunday. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Wang Chong, but you may call me Xiao Wang or Qiangzi. Let us have our appraiser begin the evaluation, and then we can discuss the price." The two men approached with smiles, extending their hands for a handshake. The younger man engaged in light conversation with Sun Yi, while the middle-aged man commenced inspecting the jade pendants, producing a small magnifying glass to scrutinize every detail. After a thorough examination lasting several minutes, he finally laid the pendants down and began assessing the others. "All right, these pendants are all authentic Han Dynasty pieces. Remarkable treasures, indeed." After more than half an hour, the appraiser set down the last pendant, sealing each in separate boxes and exhaling a sigh of relief. Sunny noticed the appraiser discreetly signal to the younger man before exiting. Though subtle, Sun Yi's heightened perception allowed him to sense the strong intentions radiating from them. Wang Chong deliberated, considering craftsmanship, history, and appearance. These pendants are rare gems. If you are willing to part with them, I estimate their value at 500,000. 1,000,000. No negotiation. I have had them appraised elsewhere before coming here, Sun Yi replied, startling Wang Chong. After a moment of contemplation, the shop owner's tone shifted, imbued with a sense of determination. 800,000 is the highest I can offer. Fine, I prefer to avoid complications, so let us settle on this price. However, I require cash. My phone and bank card were lost, and I cannot accept a transfer. Sunny acquiesced, feeling satisfied with the price, as it was fairly typical for the items acquired in the Tianlong world. The normal valuation ranged between 1,000,000 and 1,200,000, so settling for 800,000 was reasonable. At least it was not a loss. Increasing the value further would take time. With the deal concluded, Wang Chong turned to make a phone call, arranging for the cash, as completing the transaction today was preferable. Delays could complicate matters. Before long, Wang Chang returned with a tea set, with hot water at hand. He swiftly prepared the tea, taking 2 to 3 minutes to brew an aromatic pot. "Mr. Sun, please enjoy this freshly acquired by Luo Chun." As Wang Chong chatted during his phone call, Sun Yi seized the opportunity to voice his curiosity. "Wang Chong, I noticed the layout of your shop is quite intriguing. Is there a particular significance to it?" "Indeed, Mr. Sun, it seems you have an eye for such matters. This layout was meticulously arranged by the most renowned feng shui master in Yingzhou, Master Jiang," Wang Chang replied, beaming with pride. "Would it be possible for you to introduce me to this Master Jiang? I happen to have some inquiries regarding feng shui." Wang Chong pondered for a moment. "Master Jiang is currently busy with the renovation of the old city in Yingzhou, so it may not be appropriate to disturb him. I will certainly introduce you once he is available." "Renovation of the old city?" Sun Yi mused thoughtfully. If this individual was involved, it suggested the presence of feng shui energy in that area. A visit would reveal whether the energy he previously sensed was related to feng shui. The specific location did not require inquiry. He could easily gather information after leaving. Feeling reassured, Sun Yi lifted his cup and savored a generous sip of tea, concluding, "Delightfully fragrant and perfectly warm, it quenches thirst splendidly." Wang Chong gave a thumbs up, a succinct and astute observation. At that moment, the young woman who had previously been received outside stepped through the door, clutching a modest backpack in her hands, while a man lingered at the entrance, refraining from entering. She whispered to Wang Chong, who turned to her with a smile, saying, "All right, Mr. Sun, the cash you requested has arrived. Please count it." After verifying the money, Sunny promptly stowed the bills into his backpack and bid farewell to the proprietor. That evening, he casually chose a hotel to rest for the night. The following morning, Sun Yi rose early and inquired about the location of the old city of Yingzhou, setting forth directly towards the construction site. Finding a secluded spot, he bypassed the obstacles and ventured inside. The interior of the construction site revealed a vast square, stark and solemn in its emptiness. The square was expansive, with 3 small hills piled on one side, and below them lay a lake that had been excavated but not yet filled with water. Encircling the square and connecting with the 3 hills, the lake had an elongated form, linking one end to the head of the Xiang River and the other to the tail of the Bei River, creating a harmonious cycle. The square was not circular but rather square-shaped, albeit with a circular area within, rendering it aesthetically pleasing. The ground was devoid of gaudy colors, merely simple granite, exuding a sense of unpretentiousness. The stones were laid out plainly, while the square's railing was more lavishly constructed of precious white marble. Only a few individuals were present to guard the site, allowing Sun Yi to remain concealed behind an artificial rock formation without being noticed. Upon closer inspection, Sun Yi observed several individuals clad in ceremonial robes standing in the center. Apart from the young man at the forefront, the others appeared quite animated and excited. The young man, adorned in the most splendid robe and wearing a Taoist crown, exuded an air of ethereal grace as he stood with his eyes closed in deep concentration. It seemed he sensed something as he turned his gaze momentarily in Sun Yi's direction. Although Sun Yi had hidden away, it appeared the young man had acknowledged the presence of someone nearby, yet deemed it inconsequential. Thus he resumed his focus. The others exchanged hushed conversations, seemingly awaiting something. The young man approached a finely carved platform in one corner of the square, preparing something. Suddenly, he produced an object resembling a cicada and attached it to his side, prompting Sun Yi to feel an overwhelming force emanating from the crystal-like artifact. This power was formidable, rivaling even Sun Yi's own, yet it remained restrained, unable to disperse freely. From the discussions among the few present, it seemed this was referred to as the Earth Treasure. Chapter 78. Discovery. Just as the Earth Treasure began to shimmer, a middle-aged man carrying stones rushed through the entrance of the square. "He is here. So soon?" The individuals in the square gasped, but their voices quickly hushed, as if fearing to disrupt the young man's work. Sun Yi observed the middle-aged man's weary face, slick with sweat, as he pushed himself to the limit. Sprinting towards the platform where the young man stood, taking heavy steps until he reached the side of the platform. He immediately handed over a stone to the young man before being assisted to sit down. The young man began to utilize several energy-infused tools he had on hand, causing the surrounding individuals to fall silent. Sun Yi quietly scrutinized the scene, particularly the young man, whom he deduced was named Feng Yuan. It appeared that Feng Yuan's method of channeling spiritual energy was rather unique. Before the middle-aged man's arrival, Feng Yuan's energy was predominantly concentrated in his head, more specifically his eyes, which seemed to integrate in a distinctive manner with his vision. After the middle-aged man arrived, Feng Yuan's spiritual energy began to emanate throughout his body, radiating a unique vibration, primarily focused on the whip in his hands. Sun Yi found this method of energy circulation quite intricate, likely a technique passed down through generations. However, having already externalized his own spiritual energy and grasped its application, he realized that the enlightenment he obtained from the celestial beings would serve him well, making it relatively easy to learn once he understood the mechanics. As Sun Yi was engrossed in observation, attempting to replicate this method of energy circulation, Feng Yuan suddenly struck the stone with his whip, shattering it and releasing a pale yellow mist. In Sun Yi's perception, this mist contained a distinct energy. Immediately, Feng Yuan pointed toward the crystal cicada on the platform, and from within, an energy materialized, forming the shape of an illusory giant dragon before them. What remarkable spirituality! Sun Yi mused, recognizing that this was far more than mere energy. In fact, it suggested that the energies within this world possessed a sentient quality. Suddenly, Sun Yi turned his gaze skyward. The square, indeed the entirety of Yingzhou, seemed to transform dramatically. Sun Yi expanded his spiritual awareness, sensing that the shift in the atmosphere emanated from the very earth itself, as if it had no singular source. Perhaps the source was simply the land beneath him. Indeed, the world was vast, and each realm surely held its own essence, which could aid Sun Yi in his evolutionary journey. Shortly thereafter, the sky darkened with thick clouds, rolling in from the outskirts, whipped into a frenzy by the wind. In an instant, the expansive lake and mountain square became tumultuous, with dust swirling about. Yet, this chaos did not persist for long. After a few minutes, order was restored, and normalcy returned. A smile appeared on Feng Yuan's face as he scooped up some glutinous rice and scattered it around. Before long, Sun Yi noticed a mist enveloping Feng Yuan, perceptible only through his spiritual awareness. Elevated by a surge of spiritual energy, Feng Yuan ascended into the air, gliding gracefully toward the nearby artificial rock formation. The onlookers stared in astonishment, hastening to follow the mist that lifted Feng Yuan. Sun Yi, witnessing the ascent, felt a surge of excitement. He had finally discovered the most authentic extraordinary inheritance in this world. To soar with such energy was akin to the legendary monk from the Tianlong world. Moreover, in this realm, the energy was intensely repulsive to the human body, and observing the absence of energy fluctuations within Feng Yuan, Sun Yi realized he could potentially surpass him. Of course, even if this world bore similarities to Tianlong, those of Feng Yuan's caliber were not a match for Sun Yi. However, their first encounter would surely leave a lasting impression. As the mist began to dissipate, Sun Yi employed his lightness skill. Enveloping himself in the unique vibrations he had recently learned, leveraging the existing energy field to trail behind Feng Yuan. Although he could not achieve the same energy concentration, he was still capable of keeping pace with Feng Yuan's speed. Feng Yuan, soaring above, seemed to have noticed Sun Yi following below, yet mistook him for a feng shui master who had arrived unnoticed. Prioritizing his current task, he focused intently on harnessing his power, ignoring the commotion beneath him. After a while, Feng Yuan completed his tasks in the sky and descended. As he touched down, he could not help but exclaim, "Don't just stand there. Hurry and turn on the lights." At his command, the personnel below rushed to illuminate the square. Instantly, the 28 towering lamp posts within the square radiated brilliance. To Sun Yi's astonishment, a white mist began to surge upward, attempting to escape, yet was intercepted by the surrounding lights. Suddenly, one of the streetlights exploded for an unknown reason, shattering glass across the ground, and the bright illumination faded. The grayish-white mist surged forth, dashing through the breach with astonishing speed. In that fleeting moment, a fierce gale swept through, howling with fury as it tore through the sky. After a while, it finally subsided, leaving behind a clear sky post ring. Observing a group of people across the way engaging in pleasantries, Sun Yi gradually made his way over. "Greetings, Master Feng. I am Sun Yi," he introduced himself, mimicking the salutations exchanged among the group. "Who are you, young man? What brings you to this square?" A slightly plump man spoke up in response to Feng Yuan's silence. "I am merely a visitor from afar. A curious traveler who recently witnessed Master Feng's remarkable feng shui techniques nearby. I was truly enlightened and thought it impolite not to introduce myself." Sun Yi replied with a smile, brushing off the inquiry. "Mind your manners, young man. This master's skills are nothing short of exceptional. He is undoubtedly a top-tier feng shui master." Feng Yuan interjected, interrupting the man with a smile. "Hello, Master Sun. I was preoccupied arranging the feng shui earlier and did not have the chance to greet you properly. I hope you can excuse my oversight," Master Feng said graciously. Suddenly, Sun Yi's expression shifted dramatically as he gazed towards the northeast. He instinctively extended his mental energy and sensed a surge of energy fluctuations emanating from that direction, akin to the sensation of someone prying open space. Feng Yuan seemed to sense it too, turning to look in that direction, though he did not regard it with much importance. At that moment, they heard a commotion and turned to see a middle-aged man, flanked by a throng of people, striding towards them with great fanfare. Chapter 79. Another world. Feng Yuan and the others naturally welcomed him, but Sun Yi chose not to follow. He had no time for idle chit-chat and felt compelled to investigate the situation immediately. He bid farewell to Feng Yuan and departed without further disturbance. In a moment of urgency, he slipped behind a rockery, seeking a secluded spot to activate the spatial gateway and enter the shuttle. As he stepped inside, the shuttle's interior projected a message: spatial fluctuations detected in this world. Based on the intensity of the energy waves, the likelihood of interdimensional travel within the world group is estimated at 90. Xiao AI, can you monitor the changes in the energy fluctuations at the site? Xiao AI is currently tracing the spatial waves to assess the situation while monitoring the scene. The projection soon displayed a message, followed by two separate screens, one showing the retrospective analysis and the other depicting the current situation. The retrospective screen quickly revealed a scene of a young man lying lifeless, as a spectral essence was absorbed by an ornament on his person, rupturing space to escape this world. The video concluded thereafter. The screen displaying the current situation also materialized promptly, showcasing armed personnel in uniforms tidying the area, with 7 male corpses sprawled on the ground. A woman in a vibrant dress was kneeling over one of the bodies, crying out in desperation. Tung Qingshan, how could this happen to you?" she sobbed, tears streaming down her face. Tung Qingshan. It was him. Sun Yi's heart was flooded with profound shock, recalling the item that had disrupted the space. It indeed resembled a cauldron. If this individual traversing dimensions was truly Tung Qingshan, he needed to examine the traces of the spatial disturbance to ascertain the destination. Xiao AI, spare no energy in tracking the traces of the spatial passage and calculate the destination of the object that disrupted the space. Also, enlarge the scene and scrutinize the corpses. Understood, please hold on. The screen displaying the energy trace soon revealed an unclear image, while the current scene expanded, providing close-up views of the corpses. Sun Yi studied it closely. Two of the bodies were evidently of South Asian descent, unmistakably not Chinese. Anxiously, Sun Yi awaited the final results within the shuttle. Attention. Trial participant. The subject has reached their destination. The system has pinpointed their location. Would you like to proceed with the traversal? Adjust the positioning 35 kilometers off the terrain of the opposing world and commence the traversal. Received. Positioning adjustment complete. The spatial gateway is now open. As the screen displayed the information, another spatial gateway opened beside the one in the modern world. Following protocol, a camera was dispatched to the other side for exploration. The camera captured the surroundings clearly, confirming safety. Upon arrival, Sun Yi found himself in a village enclosed by tall wooden fences, with a range of mountains visible in the distance. The scene of his traversal took place within a forest, not far from a main road, devoid of human presence. Attention trial participant. This world suppresses all human powers and lifespans during its evolutionary process to prevent failure. Your energy will likewise be constrained to break this suppression. Energy must be expended to shield against the world's consciousness. Sun Yi glanced at his attire, having changed into the heroic garments he donned in the dragon world, which were still acceptable. He proceeded along the main road towards the village gate. At the entrance, a few individuals noticed Sun Yi approaching, yet with only one person present. They did not pay much attention. Sun Yi had no intention of entering. Instead, he projected his mental energy outward. Sensing a gathering of several individuals in one of the courtyards, where a woman was in labor, Sun Yi gracefully approached the village gate and inquired of a burly man standing there, "Brother, may I ask where I am? I have just emerged from the mountains and seek directions back to the city. I would be most grateful." "Haha, no need for gratitude, young brother. You are at Ting family village of Dian Mountain. If you wish to go to Yicheng, you should head in that direction," the man replied with a hearty laugh, pointing him the way. "Yicheng? Is this the territory of the Guiyuan sect?" Sun Yi probed cautiously, though he was already 90% certain. He needed to confirm fully. "Indeed." "Thank you, brother," Sun Yi said, tossing a silver ingot weighing about a pound to the man before swiftly heading towards Yicheng, disappearing around the corner in a few agile leaps. Given the dangers within this world, Sun Yi refrained from utilizing technological products until he thoroughly understood the circumstances. Flying was also out of the question. The burly man stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned, holding the silver ingot until someone inside called his name thrice, snapping him back to reality. Minutes later, Sun Yi caught sight of a city in the distance, taking a few more minutes to approach it. At the city gate, the throngs parted to allow him passage, and the guards merely observed him nervously, wary of inciting his wrath. Stepping quietly into the city, he passed by a seemingly endless row of small vendors. The lively sounds of bargaining and the calls of inns and taverns filled the air as he reveled in the bustling atmosphere. Making his way along the main thoroughfare of Yicheng, the small city was not vast. Soon enough, he arrived at the center, where an expansive 3-story building stood, its entrance adorned with a grand sign inscribed with the gilded characters, Wanxiang Building. Without hesitation, Sun Yi strode into the building, where two poised women, each brandishing a sword at their waist, greeted every guest with smiles, reminding them to refrain from bringing weapons inside Wanxiang Building. The vast interior of the Wanxiang Building is filled with numerous counters, with over 100 attendants stationed within. This place bears a striking resemblance to modern shopping malls, albeit frequented solely by martial artists. Sun Yi strolled around the first floor, where various goods were displayed. However, upon observing the surroundings, he noted that most items were of low quality, with only a handful of the highest grade suitable for first-class martial artists and above. In the book counter, Sun Yi discovered several items he deemed worthy of purchase: the Qianlong list, Shifeng list, Dibong, and Tiabang. While there were other books available, none seemed applicable to him aside from these lists, which piqued his interest. The 4 books varied in thickness. The Qianlong list and Shufeng list were substantial, while the Dibong and Tianbang were slender due to the limited number of individuals recorded in them. "Attendant, please bring me 1 copy each of the Qianlong list, Shifeng list, Dibong, and Tianbang," he requested. "Certainly, esteemed guest. That will amount to 220 taels," replied the attendant, receiving several hefty silver ingots from Sun Yi and handing him the 4 books. After completing the transaction, Sun Yi stood still, engrossed in his reading. He first perused the Tianbang, which opened with an introduction to the Wanxiang Building and its 4 lists, interspersed with information about the Jiuzhou realm, providing Sun Yi with a deeper understanding of this world. The land of Jiuzhou is home to countless heroes and champions. The 4 lists are compiled anew every 6 months, chronicling the valiant figures across Jiuzhou. Continuing through the pages, he recognized the name Wu Ho, known as the Beast King, who consistently occupied the top position on the Tianbang. However, he could not find the name Zhuge Yuan Hong, perhaps indicating that the time had not yet come for him to be acknowledged. Next, The Debong recorded 72 of the most formidable postnatal peak warriors. The Qianlong list and Chufeng list chronicled the 108 most distinguished young heroes and heroines under the age of 30 within Jiuzhou. A cursory glance revealed that the 8 major sects of Jiuzhou were consistent, and he recognized many names across the 4 lists, affirming the authenticity of this world. Turning to leave, Sun Yi realized that acquiring martial arts manuals in this realm was no simple task, especially given his obscure origins. Directly joining a sect could take years without yielding results, thus he resolved to seek out a smaller sect for information. After exiting, he casually found a place to eat and inquired with the waiter for directions, subsequently setting off towards a specific destination, soon vanishing from sight. 3 days later, in the city of Chujun, at the Iron Armor Sect's headquarters, it was around 8 o'clock at night. Sun Yi stood outside the mountain gate, extending his spiritual energy outward. During his journey, he had passed through the Guiyuan sect in Jiangning County, but while probing with his spiritual energy, an elder from Guiyuan had detected him, prompting Sun Yi to withdraw immediately. He had no intention of testing his current strength against a virtual realm. Fortunately, he did not sense any virtual realm presence at the Iron Armor sect, making matters considerably easier. Within the sect, one individual emanated a formidable aura, suggesting a combat power of around 180, and his realm appeared eerily tranquil, akin to the sky. Sun Yi began transmitting a message to what he estimated to be the sect leader, Nie Rong. Sect leader Nie, I apologize for my abrupt visit. I hope for your understanding. Inside, Nie Rong was taken aback, his eyes darting around, questioning whether someone had intruded. Nay, there's no one around. Is that a virtual realm presence? Who are you, senior? Please, command me with your request. Calming himself, Nie Rong responded slowly, bowing respectfully while preparing for any eventuality. Should the intruder reveal themselves, it would suggest the use of an unknown means to conceal their presence, necessitating immediate warnings to the elders for a collective defense. Conversely, if the individual were not nearby, they must be a formidable entity from the virtual realm, and whatever they requested must be adhered to. I require the most profound sword techniques from your sect, as well as some foundational manuals for meridian and internal energy cultivation. I will come to retrieve them shortly. Yes, esteemed senior. I shall prepare them at once, replied Nie Rong, his voice steady despite the uncertainty of Sun Yi's intentions. Exiting his chamber, Nie Rong proceeded to a stone room. Within, towering bookshelves nearly obscured the walls, filled with manuals, stone tablets, iron pieces, and bamboo slips. Upon lighting 2 candles, he surveyed a substantial stack of parchment on the table, separating it into 2 piles. He selected the topmost stack along with several foundational manuals, quietly exiting the stone room and returning to his chamber, where he began to ponder the manuals. Seeing Nie Rong return to his room, Sun Yi seized the opportunity and ascended into the night sky. Utilizing his energy to obscure his presence, he silently landed at the door, quietly pushing it open and stepping inside. Greetings, senior. This is our sect's Iron Armor Divine Skill manual. Nie Rong was initially startled, looking up at the door before his expression turned serious, bowing deeply. Very well, please hand over the manual. Sun Yi smiled as he accepted the manual, realizing that this would enable him to cultivate internal energy, potentially extending his lifespan by a century or more after reaching the innate stage. After all, the Jiuding realm inherently restricts human longevity to prevent too many individuals from transcending to become supreme beings, thus draining the world's energy. As he stood there, he flipped through the manual. Unlike the various texts he had seized from bandit dens in recent days, this one indeed contained methods for cultivating the realms of innate virtual elixirs, solid elixirs, and golden elixirs, along with descriptions of the virtual realm, albeit lacking a systematic approach. Such a manual was undeniably precious. Rest assured, I shall not take your manual in vain. Should your sect encounter any troubles in the future, those who cultivate this manual may seek me out, and I will assist you with the task, Sun Yi declared, fully aware that the challenges the sect might face would likely involve existential threats. Regardless of whether they could find him, he was confident in his ability to protect a few individuals. Nie Rong watched as Sun Yi soared into the sky, overwhelmed with excitement. Ordinary entities from the virtual realm could not fly. This was the greatest assurance for the sect's future. In the midst of Nie Rong's reverence, Sun Yi vanished into the distance, disappearing from sight. As dawn broke, sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the 3 beautiful women resting within, yet Sun Yi was absent. Turning through a door, one could find him lounging on a chaise by the window, lazily adjusting to a comfortable position. The Iron Armor Divine Skill resting quietly upon his lap. The page he had opened detailed the initial cultivation methods of internal energy, including various intricacies of the process, such as the expansion of meridians and dantian. Sun Yi read through the manual several times, commencing his practice of internal energy cultivation that very morning. He was determined to swiftly attain the innate stage, or even ascend further into the virtual realm. Chapter 81. Cultivation. Internal energy and inner strength are fundamentally the same concept. They merely bear different names across two worlds. However, the cultivation methods diverge significantly. In the Tianlong realm, cultivation primarily focuses on accumulating inner strength to nourish the body, with meridian expansion occurring passively after reaching a certain level of cultivation when internal energy flows through. In contrast, the Jioding realm actively transforms this process into a proactive endeavor, integrating meridian expansion into the cultivation of internal energy. Once one breaks through to the innate stage, the distinctions between the two worlds become starkly apparent. The Tianlong realm suffers from insufficient spiritual energy, rendering breakthroughs impossible. Practitioners can only rely on cultivating mental strength to stimulate the growth of inner strength. In the realm of the nine-tripod world, one can transcend the innate limitations, merging inner strength with spiritual energy to form true essence. Whether one continues to cultivate inner strength to enhance spiritual energy or vice versa poses no issue. However, there are three prerequisites for transcending the innate level. Firstly, one must reach the limits of the dantian. In the nine-tripod world, individuals capable of exerting 10,000 pounds of strength have typically mastered the dantian's limits. Top-tier practitioners may have the potential to break through to the innate level. In the Tianlong world, this might equate to achieving a century's worth of energy to fully expand the dantian, given the differing energy densities across worlds. Sun Yi has certainly accomplished this. Secondly, a martial artist's essence, energy, and spirit must be abundant, particularly the spirit, which must break through the confines of the Niwen Palace, enabling the influence of external inner strength. For ordinary individuals, this represents the greatest bottleneck. In other words, the energy within can be projected outward and still manipulated, a task that poses no challenge for Sun Yi. Thirdly, one must discover the method to harmonize spirit and energy, a knowledge that Sun Yi can derive from the secrets inscribed in the scroll at his feet. Presently, Sun Yi's paramount task is to push his dantian to its utmost limits, forming an energy vortex, which will subsequently allow for the release of spiritual energy and its integration, thus stepping into the innate realm and extending his lifespan by a century. Reclining in his chair, Sun Yi closed his eyes and turned inward, guiding his inner strength to circulate within the dantian, actively expanding its capacity. Before long, subtle movements began to stir within the dantian space, leading to gradual changes. Fortunately, Sun Yi possessed an inner strength equivalent to that of a common person for about 150 years, and through consistent passive cultivation, he had nearly maximized the dantian's expansion. Only minor internal adjustments remained to complete the formation of the vortex. After approximately half an hour, the dantian ceased its alterations, transforming from a perfect circle into an elongated shape. The emergence of this form spontaneously set the inner energy into rotation, creating a vortex at the center of the dantian that drew the inner strength inward. The vortex's rotation varied in speed, influenced by unknown factors. It seems that the meridians still hold many secrets. The central point of the dantian, the vortex's core, began to take on a nearly liquid state after a brief period of rotation. Yet, it consistently failed to cross the final threshold of liquefaction. Each time it coalesced into a droplet, it would slow, losing rotational momentum due to insufficient pressure, scattering once more before reattempting the process. Next, if the spiritual energy could seize the opportunity to enter the forming droplet, it would stabilize its state, and once the energy throughout his body fully liquefied, he would enter the innate realm. The essence resides in the dantian, harmonizing spirit and energy. This is the most crucial knowledge Sun Yi could glean from the scroll. As for the intricacies of the iron garment sex techniques and meridian operations, Sun Yi had no intention of learning them. Other concepts such as the transformation processes of the virtual Dan, real Dan, and golden Dan, alongside the experiences of the sect's predecessors, held little significance. Sun Yi had already reached his level. With gradual energy accumulation, he could break through without obstacles. Thus, Sun Yi lay peacefully under the sun for the entire morning, his mind fully concentrated on the dantian, rotating in sync with the inner energy vortex. Gradually, his spiritual consciousness began to merge with the energy whirlpool, concentrating all inner strength within the dantian, which began to accelerate. At a certain moment, the speed surpassed a critical threshold, and a droplet of milky white liquid finally emerged at the vortex's center. Sun Yi immediately channeled his spiritual energy inward. This droplet stabilized from its initial trembling state, which seemed on the verge of dispersal. With Sun Yi's continued spiritual energy infusion, the droplet began to absorb inner strength, gradually increasing in size. The newly formed true essence began to circulate automatically through the meridians, nourishing his body. Outside, tranquility reigned. Upon awakening, Qing Luo and the others observed Sun Yi in meditation, leaving Yu Yin to guard him while they ventured out for shopping. It seemed that after several encounters in their new home, Qing Luo and Bai Feng had grown increasingly closer. Sun Yi opened his eyes, seeing Yu Yin quietly reading beside him. He smiled and embraced her, gently patting her. Now that I've cultivated this technique to the innate level, my lifespan will extend to at least 200 years. You should take a look as well. You can directly cultivate this method or draw inspiration from the ways of merging the dantian, inner strength, and spiritual consciousness. Yu Yin smiled as she accepted the scroll, engrossed in its contents. This interest had become a fixture for her, perhaps now heightened by Sun Ye's influence. Glancing at the sky, it was nearly noon, time for a meal. At that moment, the sound of a door opening echoed. I'm back. The two women entered, laughing and carrying numerous spoils from their shopping, followed by two servants bearing a table laden with food. Come on, Yu Yin, let us eat. Sun Yi and Qing Luo called out, prompting Yu Yin to put down her book and join them. The servants set the food down and exited, promising to return later to clear the dishes. Come, my three esteemed wives, let us dine together, Sun Yi exclaimed as he unveiled the packaged meals. Ah, these are all my favorites. How thoughtful of you too, he teased. Is there anything you don't like? I've never seen you turn down food. Qing Luo rolled her eyes, exasperated. All right, my dear, for the next few days, familiarize yourselves with that scroll. It would be best if you all could break through to the innate level, ensuring we all share a lifespan of 200 years, with potential further advancements to 500. Sun Yi spoke, his mouth full of food, rendering his words somewhat indistinct. Come on, let us eat quickly. Yu Yin joined in, and the two playfully finished their meal. Chapter 82. Wilderness. After a bout of playful eating, the two finally caught their breath. Qing Luo and Bai Feng watched the scene with smiles, remaining silent. Sun Yi leaned back, comfortably exclaiming, what a relief. Yu Yin, having eaten to about 80 or 90% fullness, paused, casting a sly glance at Sun Yi, who was indulging unabashedly. Now, let's begin studying the scroll. The path to the innate level is not easily traversed. Qing Luo may need another 3 to 5 years to meet the inner strength requirements. Yu Yin, with her rapid progress, might take 2 to 3 years, while Bai Feng will likely require even more time. Thus, we must first seek out some resources to elevate you all to the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Sun Yi took a breath and began to speak, drawing the attention of the others as they gathered around to examine the peculiar scroll. These are the segments you most urgently need to incorporate into your training. Sun Yi pointed out the sections on expanding the dantian, nurturing spiritual energy, and the methods of merging spiritual energy with inner strength. As they listened, Sun Yi suddenly unleashed a surge of power, pulling all three into a reclined position, transforming the chairs into one large lounging seat. The three fell silent, with Qing Luo and Bai Feng on either side, and Yu Yin lying atop Sun Yi, quietly savoring the atmosphere while listening to him speak. I gathered intelligence in the Wuxiang Tower earlier. In this world, there are 6 types of spiritual fruits that can directly elevate one to the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation. Each type will transform one's inner strength while imparting its unique properties. The various spirit fruits embodying the 5 elemental attributes and the ice attribute are available for selection. Sun Yi opened the chronicle books he had purchased, revealing descriptions of 6 such items. How astonishing it is that this Jiuzhou continent is far more wondrous than the Tianlong world. However, it still pales in comparison to the miraculous Dragon Ball world. The items include the Zhu fruit, purple ice heart, bamboo spirit fruit, ocean spirit fruit, golden apple, and earth spirit ginseng, each possessing distinct attributes. Upon careful examination, it was noted that Qing Luo currently practiced the Beiming Divine Skill, while Yu Yin utilized the minor formless skill, and Dao Bai Feng had adapted her internal cultivation method to a variant of the minor formless skill. In terms of foundational internal energy, the Beiming Divine Skill leans towards the water element, while the minor formless skill is attribute-less. Yet, both Qing Luo and Bai Feng unanimously opted for the purple ice heart due to its unique effects on preserving beauty, leaving only Yu Yin to select the wood attribute bamboo spirit fruit. Furthermore, Sun Yi expressed a desire to procure some Zhu fruit wine, necessitating visits to 3 different locations. Fortunately, both the bamboo spirit fruit and Zhu fruit are sourced from the wilderness, making the journey manageable. Albeit a trek to the Duanmu continent in the north is still required. Having made their choices, the group prepared to embark on their quest, heading south for the bamboo spirit fruit, then north to the northern sea in search of the purple ice heart. However, it is crucial to consider that the bamboo spirit fruit possesses greater value in its accompanying attributes, with the wood element also offering notable benefits. and it inherently bears traces of life, thus increasing the likelihood of achieving higher cultivation levels compared to the other options. The two ladies exchanged knowing glances. For women, beauty reigns supreme, and naturally, the best choice must be made. The same goes for men, as most are swayed by appearances, with their perspectives often dictated by facial features, a common trait among men. With their decisions made, they set off, opting to forego flying in favor of leisurely purchasing several horses to fully appreciate the scenery along the way, while also allowing time for everyone to familiarize themselves with the manuals. After all, to comprehend the laws of this world and reach the virtual realm, one must learn from nature rather than relying solely on vehicles for travel. Additionally, Sun Yi was unaware of the exact locations and thus needed to search thoroughly. Nevertheless, Sun Yi was a man of action, unencumbered by hesitation. Even as the rain began to fall and the city was enveloped in the coolness of early summer, he arrived at the Wanxiang building in Chujun. This establishment was far more magnificent than the 3-story building in Yicheng, boasting 5 stories adorned in resplendent gold. The saying, starting from 1, established at 3, completed at 5, flourishing at 7, and situated at 9, seemed fitting in this context. The first 3 floors were mostly stocked with mundane items, while the upper levels housed reception rooms for esteemed guests and increasingly rare treasures. Sun Yi purchased a detailed map of the wilderness, marking the sources of Zhu fruit and bamboo spirit fruit. When fully unfolded, the map measured nearly 1 meter in length and half a meter in width, meticulously detailing numerous locations. However, this map merely introduced the regions within the wilderness that yielded Zhu fruit and bamboo spirit fruit, along with some common precautions. Any additional information would require further payment. The Zhu fruit site appeared to correspond with the original text, named Iron Arm Monkey Mountain, indicating that monkeys in the area possess innate capabilities. Though specific details were lacking, evidence of its widespread reputation. Approximately 1,000 miles from Monkey Mountain lies a source of bamboo spirit fruit, where a type of bamboo-eating, social bear-like demon beast resides, suggesting that the bamboo spirit fruit may indeed be derived from bamboo. This was located roughly 1,800 miles from the wilderness's outskirts. Regardless, the distance was inconsequential, especially since Yu Yin and Sun Yi could fly. In an emergency, they could transport Qing Luo and the others into the shuttle, while Sun Yi soared away. With the map prepared, Sun Yi also procured books detailing demon beasts and purchased 4 of the finest Qi Shui horses from a vendor, capable of covering 2,000 miles a day. Thus, they were well prepared. After a day spent in the room discussing their itinerary and the characteristics of the demon beasts, the group occasionally marveled at the appearances and abilities of the creatures, while also debating their culinary potential. Although Sun Yi had just reached the innate level, after a private comparison with Nierong, he found that his Qi-infused true essence displayed enhanced destructive capabilities compared to ordinary true essence, now almost rivaling the destructive force of innate solid Dan. Moreover, although the Qi energy was somewhat restricted, it remained above the innate golden core level, placing him at the pinnacle just below the virtual realm, akin to the state of Ting Qinshan before his breakthrough. 3 days later, on the outskirts of the wilderness, amidst the resounding whinnies of war horses, the 4 halted simultaneously, dismounted, and entered the city, opting to rest for the night before continuing their journey. They had finally reached Nanman City, the closest small town to the wilderness in Yangzhou. Along the way, there were constant attempts to tease the beautiful women, which invariably required Sun Ye's intervention. Thankfully, most individuals possessed discernment. Anyone capable of purchasing Qi Shui horses was undoubtedly a top-tier expert or hailing from a prominent family or sect, making them not worth the trouble for ordinary folk. Chapter 83. Entering the wilderness in the early morning, just as the sun began to rise, Sun Yi and his companions headed towards the wilderness. The wilderness, also known as the Southern Wilderness, is regarded as a forbidden zone for humanity, acknowledged as a perilous territory throughout Jiuzhou. Even the major factions have their internal maps marking the specialties of each area, had it not been for Sun Ye's display of innate strength. Acquiring such a map at Wanxiang building would have been nearly impossible. The wilderness resembles the primordial forests of the Dragon Ball world, where towering trees abound. Human presence is scarce, venomous snakes and insects are prevalent, and wild beasts roam freely. However, it is also home to many rare spiritual herbs and treasures long lost to Jiuzhou, attracting numerous martial artists seeking adventure. The ground was littered with decayed leaves, creating a stifling atmosphere as they piled up and rotted. Sun Yi and his companions donned the jungle gear from the Dragon Ball world, fully equipped to embrace the thrill of jungle exploration, while their horses had been stored in the shuttle. Armed with a compass, they proceeded straight towards Lingzhu Mountain to search for the bamboo spirit fruit. Ancient trees, whose ages were unfathomable, towered above, casting shadows that obscured the sky. with only faint rays of light filtering through the gaps in the foliage. As they traversed the dense jungle, snakes and insects occasionally emerged, causing Yu Yan, a girl from a prestigious background, to clutch Sun Ye's arm tightly, as she had never encountered such scenes before. Observing the increasingly dense forest, with weeds nearly reaching waist height, it was evident that large predators could be lurking within such thick undergrowth. Taking a deep breath, Sun Yi halted, extending his spiritual energy through the properties of qi. While using solely spiritual energy was feasible, it would deplete rapidly. An invisible wave emanated from Sun Ye's body, initially causing Yu Yan and Qing Luo to frown, but gradually the sensation faded until it was imperceptible. Within a radius of 300 meters, all manner of creatures were reflected in Sun Ye's mind, and by linking this to the system's computational abilities, he could foresee developments within a certain range, a skill he had developed during his time in the heavenly realm. Within this 300-meter radius, the larger animals included a few rabbits and squirrels, while insects were abundant, but there were no large beasts. You all, especially Beifong, be mindful of your jungle camouflage outfits and ensure your internal energy is constantly activated for protection, Sun Yi advised with concern. The most feared were those camouflaged creatures. Caution was paramount. Indeed, the more powerful demon beasts possess greater intelligence and are less likely to disguise themselves or go into hiding against us. Generally, we need not worry about those below the innate level, Sun Yi added. Several individuals moved with increasing lightness beneath their feet, adeptly employing their lightness skills. They stealthily navigated through the wilderness, engaging in this activity for the first time, with a heightened sense of caution as they remained vigilant of their surroundings. Gradually, they ventured deeper into the monster beast mountain range. The outskirts of the mountains were devoid of formidable beasts, with only the more powerful creatures appearing several hundred miles inward. However, most beasts had fixed territories. Some might occupy a single hill, while others roamed a few miles or a dozen miles. For the past few days, Qing Luo and her companions had been studying manuals, while Sun Yi focused on gathering information about the wilderness to enlighten them. Nonetheless, this knowledge was not exhaustive. Moreover, their maps only depicted common scenarios, leaving many unique regional specialties and dangerous beasts undocumented. In this remote forest, the dense foliage of ancient trees shielded nearly all raindrops, rendering the outer areas of the wilderness relatively safe. Only occasional droplets of rain fell, occasionally accompanied by small insects that might crawl onto them. But any such contact was swiftly dealt with by their internal energy. Walking on the ground posed some challenges. Thus they maintained their position on tree branches approximately 7 to 8 meters high, cautiously leaping forward. Ahead lay a herd of wild boars, which could serve as their lunch. Wild boar meat was quite delectable. Yu Yan exclaimed joyfully as she spotted the small herd by the creek. Upon hearing her, Sun Yi turned to look. About 100 meters away was a stream where various animals gathered to drink, including wild boars, squirrels, rabbits, and wild chickens, creatures easily manageable by ordinary second-tier martial artists. Contemplating the feeble souls of these common animals, Sun Yi unleashed his mental energy, fragmenting their spirits with precision. Instantly, several wild boars collapsed, causing the nearby smaller creatures to scatter in fright. Seizing the opportunity, Sun Yi similarly shattered the spirits of a few wild chickens and 2 rabbits, which promptly fell from the air. The group approached with laughter, gathering their catch, as the open space by the creek was perfect for their preparations. Sun Yi retrieved cooking utensils from his capsule, which proved exceptionally convenient, eliminating concerns about space, a technological marvel of spatial equipment. He skillfully sliced through the boar's hide, separating flesh from bone. After casually collecting some branches for firewood, Qing Luo and her companions readied their grilling tools. With a flick of her wrist, Yu Yan ignited the branches, and they began roasting the boar meat. They also gathered wild vegetables and chicken to prepare a soup, ensuring nothing went to waste. As Sun Yi handled the rabbits alone, Yu Yan looked at him and questioned, "Why must we eat such adorable creatures?" Sun Yi chuckled in response, teasing her not to eat any. After a half-hour of bustling activity, their meal was finally ready. They started with the chicken and rabbit, while the remaining boar meat continued to roast. "Delicious," Yu Yan exclaimed excitedly, though it seemed she had claimed more rabbit meat than the rest. Sun Yi joined in the playful competition for food, relishing the moment, while Qing Luo and Beifong observed. Knowing their appetites were not significantly larger than those of ordinary people, especially without the influence of internal energy. "The culinary skills of my wives are truly remarkable," Sun Yi complimented them, a touch of flattery in his voice. After finishing several chickens and rabbits, the boar was nearly ready as well. Sun Yi deftly cut the boar meat into sizable chunks, and once again, playful competition ensued. After their meal, they tidied up their utensils and resumed their journey. Their silhouettes darted swiftly through the treetops, and as Sun Yi released a fraction of his aura, most large creatures sensed a lethal threat and concealed themselves. Smaller creatures like snakes, insects, and rodents found it nearly impossible to breach their protective internal energy. Chapter 84. Lingzhou Mountain along the way. Remnants of beasts and humans could be glimpsed across several mountain ridges, along with numerous rusted weapons. As they ventured deeper, the sight of human corpses diminished somewhat. As night fell, they feasted on the innate beasts of the mountain, subsequently clearing a space to establish a simple shelter, providing a modicum of protection that allowed for a reaction time. In the dead of night, darkness enveloped the surroundings. A faint rustling of limbs against the grass echoed. Two robust wolves, their coats shimmering in shades of blue, stealthily traversed the forest, their keen green eyes scanning the vicinity, moving silently on powerful limbs. Their pale fangs glinted ominously in the night. Sun Yi, who had been asleep, abruptly opened his eyes, surveying the area with his mental energy. He noticed several pairs of glowing green eyes, around 100 meters away, fixated on their shelter. Observing the two wolves approach silently, Sun Yi smiled slightly. These two could remain. With a mere thought, he dispatched the wolves without warning, causing them to collapse. He then fortified the perimeter of their shelter with mental energy, projecting his aura outward. Immediately, the surrounding wolf pack reacted as if their tails were stepped on, letting out soft whimpers before hastily retreating into the distance. Not wishing to disturb the slumbering companions, he refrained from making any further commotion. After executing these actions without moving a muscle, he simply closed his eyes once more and drifted back to sleep. Lingzhou Mountain lay over 1,800 miles deep within the wilderness, marking the heart of this untamed land. Only elite first-tier experts or innate masters could cautiously venture into such treacherous territory, where even the most careful would face a high mortality rate, as every mountain peak hosted innate beasts, and only top-tier experts could survive here. The wilderness was riddled with continuous mountain ranges, and the myriad of plants that had thrived for countless years made traversing this terrain quite troublesome, often necessitating arduous climbs or convoluted detours. If it were not for the mountains, the plains would have long been developed. However, Sun Yi and his companions, navigating through the treetops, were less hindered by underbrush. They were particularly grateful for the existence of the Lingbo Weibo, which allowed them to move almost in a half-flying state without consuming internal energy. This unique martial art, capable of creating a special force field, could be considered a distinct advancement, akin to a form of martial arts progression beyond innate abilities. The dense canopy of ancient trees obscured much of the sky. Yet they were fortunate to possess a compass for navigation. As Sun Yi and his companions advanced swiftly, they encountered a few humans moving slowly along the ground. In the wilderness, the dangers posed by snakes and insects were not to be underestimated, particularly for postnatal experts. A single bite could lead to severe injury or death. Each time Sun Yi and his companions passed by, the onlookers would be startled into hiding, only to marvel at the four once they were out of sight. Given their prowess, it was evident that the four were innate experts, a rarity particularly with three of them being women. Days passed, and a mountain peak loomed ahead. Rising higher than its surroundings, its slopes adorned with bamboo groves. The uppermost part glistened with a hint of white, signaling their arrival. The atmosphere was thick with moisture, and the midday sun struggled to penetrate the dense canopy, casting scattered patches of light upon the thorns and weeds below. However, upon entering the bamboo grove, the air became more pleasant, infused with the unique fragrance of bamboo. The group descended from the treetops, walking lightly on the ground, feeling at home in this ancient wilderness. Gazing up at the towering peaks nearby, shrouded in swirling mists, they appeared impressively lofty, at least 5,000 meters high. Sun Yi chuckled, turning to his companions, whose spirits remained high despite 3 days of relentless travel. They hardly felt fatigued, and thanks to the influence of the Lingbo microstep, their inner strength had even increased. At last, they had reached their destination. However, the map merely indicated the presence of bamboo segment spirit fruits on the mountain, accompanied by a sketch, leaving the precise location of the fruits still to be discovered. Should we search separately? Yu Yin inquired with a smile. It would be wiser not to, Sun Yi replied, as there must be innate beasts on the mountain, perhaps more than one. He spotted a distant black and white bear-like creature on the mountain. Could it be one of those? The text indicated that the bamboo segment spirit fruits required searching throughout the bamboo groves, without a guarantee of where they might be found. So it was crucial for everyone to remain vigilant. However, it was very likely that a bamboo bear would be guarding the spirit fruits, serving as a potential clue. It seemed they would be competing with pandas for food. Sun Yi chuckled again, then led the three women swiftly up the mountain, his mental energy spreading outward. No longer providing minute feedback, but instead focusing on detecting energy intensity within a radius of about a kilometer. The Lingzhou Mountain was a mix of perilous and gentle terrain. Yet overall, it was relatively mild, which implied a vast area to cover, suggesting that the time required would be considerable. The mountain winds howled, causing the bamboo groves to rustle. Sun Yi's mental energy stirred as he glanced about several dozen meters ahead. He observed a small green snake gliding slowly, its faint movements accompanied by a subtle sound, its cold golden eyes scanning the surroundings. The snake was approximately 1 meter long, and given its triangular head, it was likely venomous. Since it had entered Sun Ye's mental scanning range, it was now approaching them, whether by coincidence or due to having noticed their presence. Is this the bamboo leaf green? This creature is highly poisonous and possesses innate strength. What a remarkable find. Sun Yi noted. The energy intensity was considerable, nearly on par with that of innate real elixirs, just a leap away from the final breakthrough. Moreover, the bamboo leaf green's body was as hard as jade, capable of serving as a lethal weapon. Once a beast reaches innate status, its intelligence significantly increases, rendering it beyond the reach of Sun Yi's mental prowess. Action was necessary. Troublesome, Sun Yi muttered to himself, yet he dared not let the others handle it. Even if Yu Yan might overpower it, there was a substantial risk of injury. With a sudden leap, he sprang several dozen meters forward, where the bamboo leaf green had coiled up, poised to strike. Sun Yi reached out casually, foregoing any martial techniques. With sheer speed, he grasped the snake's head, tossing its body aside. He then leaped back to his original position. Chapter 85, Panda Ladies. Who among you desires the gallbladder of this bamboo leaf green? It is an innate gallbladder that enhances spiritual strength. Among them, Yu Yan, due to her cultivation of qi, had already projected her spirit outward, so Sun Yi primarily addressed Qing Luo and Bai Feng. After all, in the realm of Dragon Balls, if one lacks physical talent, they must first hone their body to perfection before sensing their mental energy to cultivate qi. The remaining tools. Qing Luo's cultivation of the minor Wuxian Gong and Beiming Divine Skill inherently nourished the spirit, and she was nearing the point of projecting her spirit outward. Thus she shook her head. That left Bai Feng. Her upbringing did not reject the gallbladder, and she promptly swallowed the one Sun Yi had selected. Commencing to refine it with closed eyes, Sun Yi began to skin and prepare the remaining snake meat, intending to create a delectable meal by noon to enhance their inner strength. Just then, he noticed a fluffy black and white panda peeking cautiously down the slope from the top of a hill, tentatively testing its descent. Suddenly, it slipped and tumbled down the slope, rolling to within a few meters of Sun Yi and the others. The little panda struggled to right itself, sporting an innocent expression, its small eyes blinking repeatedly as it glanced at Sun Yi's group. Yu Yan was about to approach and cuddle the adorable panda, but Sun Yi extended a hand to stop her. Be cautious. This is an innate bamboo bear, and you may not be able to defeat it. This panda, measuring about 20 centimeters in height, appeared to be an ordinary panda, yet Sun Yi sensed its energy intensity was akin to that of innate real elixirs. This was indeed an innate panda. Typically, pandas, as recorded in the records of the Myriad Manifestations Tower, evolve to innate status by slightly increasing in size, from around 1.5 meters to 2.5 meters, indicating this small one might be of variant evolution. What might its aggression and combat ability be like? However, since it primarily feeds on vegetation, it likely wouldn't be too aggressive. The little panda regarded Sun Yi and his companions for a moment before turning away to grasp a bamboo stalk, its claws deftly bringing it down. With squinted eyes, the panda held the bamboo in its paws, munching away contentedly. Sun Yi, amused by the panda's innocent demeanor, smiled, while Yu Yan was utterly enchanted, oblivious to any danger. As she grabbed a piece of snake meat from Sun Yi's hand and offered it to the panda. Before Yu Yan could fully approach, the little panda suddenly sprang up, its eyes wide and alert, filled with wariness, having shed its previous adorable demeanor. Here, have a treat. Yu Yan spoke gently, tossing the snake meat a short distance in front of the panda. The panda might not comprehend human speech, but its innate intelligence after reaching the innate state was sufficient to recognize goodwill. After all, demon beasts are not mere wild animals. Their intellect is only slightly inferior to that of humans, and some powerful ethereal demon beasts can rival humans. Don't rush, Sun Yi advised Yu Yan, then led her away, suppressing her reluctance. Once Sun Yi and the others had distanced themselves, the panda squinted its eyes again, resumed munching on the bamboo, then cautiously approached the snake meat, sniffing it carefully before rapidly beginning to tear into it. After all, this was innate snake meat. Even if it usually preferred vegetation, this was an opportunity to indulge. Soon, the snake meat was devoured entirely, leaving only the toxic gallbladder's head, which the panda buried in a small pit. After finishing its meal, the panda patted its belly in a remarkably human-like manner, clearly excited, as though it had gained strength. It then called out a few times in the direction Sun Yi and his companions had departed, seemingly expressing gratitude. continuing their search for the bamboo segment spirit fruits. Sun Yi and his companions felt that seeing the panda indicated that a larger group of pandas could not be far off, suggesting that this mountain would not be lacking in them. They set off cheerfully, probing for energy fluctuations along the way, leaving no stone unturned. Although they did not find the spirit fruits, they did manage to unearth a few bamboo shoots. After traveling several miles, Sun Yi sensed an unfamiliar energy wave, entirely concealed ahead to the left. Shortly thereafter, he detected multiple energy fluctuations ahead, about 100 meters from the initial disturbance. There were 3 energy signatures, 1 innate and around 8 or 9 postnatal beings. The group stealthily approached the original direction. The soft sound of flowing water, though faint, was clear to Sun Yi. They pressed on through the tangled underbrush, observing a short distance ahead, several pandas eating and drinking, entirely oblivious to Sun Yi and his companions' approach. Other creatures near the stream also paid them no mind. Perhaps they had never encountered humans before, given the poor quality of local produce. Sun Yi's eyes lit up as he focused on a bamboo stalk by the stream, its size considerable, with the central segment appearing smooth and lustrous, suggesting it was quite special. Although no energy fluctuations leaked, a subtle tremor occurred when the mental energy made contact, followed by a smooth glide away. Sun Yi quietly ascended, observing the bamboo spirit fruit before him. Suddenly, he reached out and, with a swift motion, detached the entire bamboo segment, causing the bamboo above the spirit fruit to fall away. It appeared to be fully ripe. Sun Yi chuckled softly and floated down. This bamboo spirit fruit had been documented in the texts of the variegated pavilion. Only mature specimens could be harvested, as attempting to forcefully take an unripe one would spread its energy throughout the bamboo, rendering it virtually useless, save for feeding the bamboo bears, or pandas, as they were commonly known. After hastily consuming lunch, he embarked on another search. These bamboo spirit fruits were relatively abundant. One could be found every few kilometers. However, the risk of missing them was considerable, making it quite challenging for an ordinary person. Over the next 5 days, Sun Yi expanded his mental reach, specifically searching for distinct energy signatures, and managed to locate over 20 bamboo spirit fruits, of which only 8 were mature. They came in various forms, resembling bamboo segments, bamboo shoots, and even bamboo leaves and flowers. Among the unripe ones, there was a bamboo leaf specimen, though its maturation was uncertain. Fortunately, the bamboo segment shape was the easiest to preserve. The bamboo shoot had a shell but a shorter shelf life, while the bamboo rice shape was nearly impossible to store for extended periods. Calculating the personnel involved: Xiaofeng, a Zhu, a Zi, Wanqingzhu, Master Wu Fan, Wu Kong, Krillin, Bulma, Wu Yazi, and Wu Xingyun, they were nearly ready. Once they arrived, Bulma could craft a detector to facilitate their search. For the time being, the bamboo shoots might need to be sold, whereas the bamboo segments would be reserved for his companions. Chapter 86. Entering the innate realm, clearing a patch of ground and preparing defenses, Sun Yi peeled the shell off the bamboo shoots, revealing the creamy, jade-like flesh within, releasing a rich fragrance that wafted for miles. Was that a disturbance? Sun Yi immediately scanned the distance with his mental energy. Not far away, a shadow emerged from a thicket, its gray eyes glinting mysteriously in the dark. It was a pangolin. Scanning with his mental energy revealed no secrets. This pangolin's energy signature was comparable to that of a second-rate warrior, having just emerged from the ground, which explained why it had previously gone unnoticed. Whoosh! Another shadow approached from a kilometer away, concealed in nearby grass, its green eyes fixated on Sun Yi and his companions, entirely unaware of their detection. Sun Yi fed the flesh to Yu Yin, who emanated a formidable aura that startled the surrounding beasts, causing the nearby foliage to bow in submission. Fortunately, without having undergone the transformation into the innate realm, their souls remained undeveloped, allowing Sun Yi to shatter them instantly. In short, there were many beasts. Before long, 4 or 5 ferocious creatures appeared. These beasts typically coexisted peacefully with the panda species. As the predators hesitated, Yu Yan's aura gradually intensified. Noticing the fragrance diminishing and no other beasts approaching, Sun Yi took action, launching a soul attack that felled a leopard, a wolf, and a large antelope, sending the remaining beasts scattering in terror. Qing Luo and Bai Feng, seeing the situation was under control, began to gather the fallen beasts while Sun Yi maintained his protective watch. Just as the meal was nearing completion, Yu Yan's aura surged dramatically after a brief period of steady increase, manifesting as a radiant innate energy. The harmony of spirit and energy signified her entry into the innate realm. Sun Yi's eyes sparkled. This was a direct breakthrough. Truly, a remarkable culmination of various cultivation advantages from multiple worlds. Would you two care to give it a try? He asked. The white innate energy exuded a vibrant life force, likely the result of combining the spirit fruit and the lesser wuxiang technique. No, we prefer the purple ice heart for beauty and rejuvenation. The two women replied with laughter. Very well, I shall eagerly await the sensation of experiencing both ice and fire. Sun Yi grinned mischievously, provoking playful jabs from the two women. This will grant us 200 years of life. Let us strive for further progress together and achieve immortality. Sun Yi turned to Yu Yan, lifting her with encouragement. You must also strive for excellence. Do not become mere bones 200 years hence. He gazed towards the direction of Monkey Mountain, determined to investigate the situation regarding the monkey wine. Soon after, the group joyfully began their meal. After entering the innate realm, Yu Yan dedicated nearly every moment to refining innate true essence while en route to Iron Arm Monkey Mountain. Thus, they did not hesitate to switch to a hovering vehicle, reaching their destination in just 2 days, even as Yu Yan was still in the process of refining her internal energy into true essence. The journey was free from disturbances from snakes or insects. Aside from a few avian beast encounters, it was remarkably serene. This time, it was convenient. They merely needed to locate the monkey troop. Iron Arm Monkey Mountain soared into the clouds, its peak enshrouded in mist, slightly shorter than Ling Zhu Mountain. Standing atop the vehicle and gazing up at the towering peak, it appeared to be at least 3,000 to 4,000 meters high. You need not disembark. I shall return shortly. The vehicle halted at the treetops to prevent any eagle attacks. The others agreed, and Yu Yan refrained from further refining her true essence. Standing alert to protect the women, Sun Yi flashed away, soaring towards the mountain, swiftly detecting the energy fluctuations of innate beasts. In mere moments, a smile graced his face. He had made a discovery. Iron Arm Monkey Mountain was a steep and expansive highland, but flying rendered it inconsequential. He zipped past battling green serpents and several Iron Arm monkeys at subsonic speeds, continuing his ascent. Aya! 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 5 Iron Arm monkeys encircled the green serpent, emitting strange calls. However, startled by Sun Ye's passage, the monkeys halted, gazing skyward, allowing the green serpent to escape. Instantly, 2 of the Iron Arm monkeys leaped after the escaping serpent, while the remaining 3 followed Sun Ye's trajectory back to their nest. In just a few minutes, Sun Yi discovered a large gathering of Iron Arm monkeys. And within his mental reach, several innate level energy signatures emerged. He paused above the monkey troop, observing their movements. Below lay a hot spring spanning several dozen meters, with a lower section flowing towards him, where many Iron Arm monkeys frolicked in the water, while a few remained on the shore. The steam suggested temperatures around 80 to 90 degrees. At the center of this small pool, slender roots broke through the surface, adorned with clusters of green leaves. Among these leaves, one bore a bright red fruit, the zhu fruit, alongside several unripe green ones. It was uncertain whether this was the same species as that encountered by Tung Qingshan in the future, though the directions differed, making it unlikely. Sun Yi was not here for the zhu fruit itself, but rather for the zhu fruit wine, as the fruit was difficult to preserve. It was best to collect it as needed. Upon noticing Sun Ye's approach, the nearby Iron Arm monkeys erupted into a cacophony of chattering, and soon, a larger Iron Arm monkey emerged from a nearby cave. Typical Iron Arm monkeys were slightly shorter than humans, but this one stood nearly 9 feet tall. Its body covered in red fur with a small patch of silver fur on its chest. The towering iron-armed monkey cast a glance over its fellow companions before leaping with great force into the midst of the troop, directing a fierce roar towards Sun Yi. In response, Sun Yi swiftly conjured a sphere of energy and hurled it at the colossal iron-armed monkey, sending it sprawling several dozen feet away, momentarily incapacitated. The troop erupted in collective howls, calling for their leader, while a few iron-armed monkeys hastily retreated, seemingly to summon reinforcements. With a chuckle, Sun Yi followed closely behind, casually plucking a ripe red fruit along the way, as the grand iron-armed monkey began to recover and approached. After traversing several miles, the remaining iron-armed monkeys halted before a larger gathering of their kind, chattering animatedly, perhaps recounting the recent events. Chapter 87. Fruit Wine. Sun Yi floated silently in the sky, observing the scene below. The most prominent feature in this area was a cave entrance. Not far from it, a chorus of exuberant calls echoed. As within the stronghold of the iron-armed monkeys, several of them, covered in vibrant red fur and possessing arms longer than their legs, frolicked about. Their blue eyes scanned the surroundings while some indulged in wild fruits. Amid the lively chatter, a few monkeys with silver fur on their chest were startled out of the cave, followed by a striking iron-armed monkey, its entire body cloaked in silver fur, its golden eyes gleaming. It appeared to possess the innate essence of a golden core. Upon emerging, the silver iron-armed monkey immediately locked its gaze upon Sun Yi, its low growl resembling a threat. As it roared, Sun Yi suddenly accelerated, plunging directly towards it. Among the gathering of monkeys, only the silver iron-armed monkey reacted, swinging its arm in an attempt to strike the descending Sun Yi. The others, lacking the courage to act without their king's command, could only watch in awe. In an instant, Sun Yi had darted several dozen meters, reaching the iron-armed monkey. Their palms collided, unleashing a shockwave that sent the silver monkey reeling back several steps, nearly toppling over. Without a moment's hesitation, Sun Yi surged forward again, this time with greater speed and force, employing an unpredictable array of strikes. Sun Yi's assault lacked any discernible pattern, purely relying on brute strength and velocity. Throughout the rapid exchange, he did not deliberate, but instead overwhelmed the opponent with increasing speed and power. The Monkey King, likely more experienced in combat than Sun Yi, relied on instinct honed through countless battles, swiftly adapting to each attack. The sounds of their physical clash echoed through the air. Occasionally, the Monkey King managed to deflect blows, but under the relentless onslaught of Sun Yi's might, its arms began to falter, becoming swollen and bruised. Finally, Sun Yi amplified his strength by 30%, sending the Monkey King hurtling through the air, its golden eyes wide with confusion, unable to comprehend the sudden disparity in their abilities. "I've grown weary of this. I shall take but a portion of your treasures, leaving some behind for you. You can see for yourselves that you cannot stop me," Sun Yi proclaimed, condensing his energy into a powerful blast directed at a nearby hillside. With a thunderous roar, the hillside was obliterated, causing the previously downed Monkey King to approach Sun Yi, head bowed in submission, issuing a series of calls. Sun Yi strode towards the cave, and upon witnessing his ease, the Monkey King was taken aback, realizing the cave was the heart of their clan. In haste, it darted inside, leading Sun Yi into the depths of the cave. As they ventured deeper, they arrived at a spacious cavern adorned with a large square pit filled with a shallow, rosy liquid that exuded a rich aroma of wine. Nearby lay a stone basin containing water and various wild fruits in shades of green and white. The Monkey King eagerly retrieved a stone jar, scooping a generous amount of the liquid and offering it to Sun Yi, signaling him to drink. Seeing that Sun Yi had no container, the Monkey King was visibly relieved. Sun Yi produced a capsule, which, with a pop, transformed into several barrels of wine, ensuring to leave enough for the monkeys. Observing the barrels, the Monkey King became anxious, but, noticing their size, relaxed slightly. "Ah, how amusing you are. No worries. I shall only fill a few," Sun Yi chuckled, amused by the Monkey King's pitiful demeanor. As the barrels filled, the surface of the wine diminished gradually, and though Sun Yi claimed not much, he filled approximately 1.5 barrels, causing the Monkey King to frantically scurry about as Sun Yi filled the last barrel. Finally, as Sun Yi stored the barrels, the Monkey King watched with a pleading expression, fearful that Sun Yi might produce more barrels. Once the barrels were filled, Sun Yi pulled out a water jug and filled it as well, bringing it to his lips for a sip. Upon consuming the ruby fruit wine, a fiery surge of energy coursed through him, melding with his very being, nourishing and enhancing his physique. Remarkably, his inner power remained untouched by the fiery essence. This was indeed fortuitous, as some attributes could be beneficial while others might not, and it was essential to make such decisions consciously, rather than being subjected to them passively. The sip he took augmented his strength by several thousand pounds, and it felt as though additional power coalesced within him. If he were to cultivate his energy now, he might achieve greater progress than usual. Moreover, the energy he had previously cultivated, in comparison to the fundamental strength of his muscles, was still less intrinsic. In essence, Sun Yi's curiosity regarding the internal martial arts that could cultivate physical strength had deepened. He recognized that internal martial arts possessed its own drawbacks, lacking methods for evolving the essence of the body and only enhancing intensity. Thus, the techniques developed by Ting Qingshan appeared all the more invaluable. In the grand scheme, the cultivation methods of this world held greater significance, especially regarding longevity and evolution, forming the main quest, while internal martial arts could merely be deemed a side quest. After storing the capsule, Sun Yi ambled towards the exit. The Monkey King gazed longingly at the diminishing ruby fruit wine, feeling a mix of despair and relief. Fortunate to have retained a substantial portion. Under the watchful eyes of thousands of iron-armed monkeys, Sun Yi soared into the sky, sensing the direction he needed to take, and dashed towards a specific location, causing the Monkey King to breathe a sigh of relief. The mountain echoed with the cries of the iron-armed monkeys, perhaps signaling a relocation. Chapter 88. Interlude. By the time Sun Yi returned to his companions and journeyed from the skies back to the wilderness, they had exited the wilds at dusk, perfectly timing their stop for the night to rest and sample the ruby fruit wine. Upon awakening the next morning, amidst the remnants of the previous night and the vibrant spring scenery, Sun Yi smiled and decided to set forth again the following day. In the city of Chujun, within the courtyard, Sun Yi and his companions returned home 3 days later at noon. They placed their horse back in the courtyard, while several women rested at home. Planning to stay a few more days in Chujun City, they intended to sell a spiritual fruit that could not be preserved to the Wanxiang building, thus exchanging it for some wealth. Sun Yi strolled alone along the main thoroughfare, Qingyan Street, and soon caught sight of the Wanxiang building. At the top of the building, a rotund bald man was absorbed in examining something when a servant approached and gently knocked beside the door as a reminder. The man looked up. "What is it, little one?" "The manager instructed us to be on the lookout for a distinguished guest, and he is nearly here," the servant replied cautiously. Instantly, the manager rose, towering at 2 meters with a formidable girth, likely weighing 300 to 400 pounds. However, his inner strength suggested that size did not solely dictate prowess, as his energy fluctuations were at a peak level. As Sun Yi neared the entrance of Wanxiang building, he spotted Manager Su there, beaming at him with a warm smile. "Oh, I must trouble you, Manager Su. You are truly too kind. An esteemed guest arrives. It is only fitting," Manager Su responded with a broad smile. Noticing the object in Sun Ye's hand, he ushered Sun Yi into the reception room, followed by 2 men, one a middle-aged man with cold, hawk-like eyes, and the other a youthful apprentice. Sun Yi placed the item on the table and gestured for Su to take a look. "Come, Manager Su, examine this. It is the bamboo segment spiritual fruit I brought, along with a crimson fruit. Please appraise them." "Of course. Hold you, have a look," Manager Su replied cheerfully, exaggerating his enthusiasm as he bowed, though bending down was quite a laborious task for someone of his stature. The middle-aged man with the piercing gaze responded and began to inspect the fruits, releasing a faint energy, seemingly indicative of a unique martial art, which intrigued Sun Yi. "By the way, Manager Su, since I just arrived, are there any interesting places in our county? If you're seeking entertainment, you must visit Clearwater Lake. It is a splendid destination." Manager Su's chubby face lit up with a knowing expression. "Haha, I must experience that." Sun Yi chuckled, sharing in the understanding. Their conversation flowed freely, culminating in a trade where Sun Yi exchanged the 2 spiritual fruits for 3 pieces of women's inner armor. As Sun Yi walked along the bustling Clearwater Street, he observed grand mansions lining the sides, owned by affluent merchants and influential figures. While Clearwater Street remained tranquil during the day, it vibrated with life in the evening. Beautiful boats adorned the lake, their lights beginning to twinkle, signaling the arrival of festive vessels. Many passengers were boarding, creating a lively atmosphere. Most spectators were wealthy merchants and warriors, but for some unknown reason, the largest festive boat appeared to be waiting for someone, with no one boarding it. A few attempted to approach but were halted by guards, suggesting the boat had been reserved. Before Sun Yi could get closer, a loud voice rang out. "Meng Yuhang, I challenge you today." "Meng Yuhang? Is he the mad staff of the Earth ranking, ranked 50? Murmured the crowd, curiosity piqued. As Sun Yi approached, he realized that the spectators were not merely blocking the way, but had formed a circle around a burly middle-aged man and a refined young man of about 25. Who were the challengers? The contrast between their appearances and names was striking. The young man, brimming with excitement, brandished a long sword, eager to engage. A thick throng of spectators gathered on the grass, easily numbering over 100, drawn to the spectacle. Some merchants peered in from the outskirts, for in this world, strength often outweighed wealth. The crowd buzzed with chatter, relishing the unfolding drama. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping over the young challenger. "Before we commence, reveal your true name." "I am called Ironstone," the dark-skinned giant declared in a deep voice. "Ha, old Ming, this young one is challenging you. Do not falter." A companion of Meng Yuhang jested, eliciting a nonchalant grin from Meng Yuhang, who remained silent. With a swift motion, Meng Yuhang drew a pair of stout iron rods. "Ironstone, please." As Meng Yuhang grasped his weapons, his demeanor shifted to one of seriousness, the atmosphere around him growing taut. The middle-aged man leapt forward like a tiger descending a mountain, lunging at Ironstone with his staff raised like a towering pillar, creating a gust of wind that sent spectators scurrying for safety. The young man's sword met the staff in a clash, the force sending him tumbling toward the lake. Realizing he had suffered a setback, he shifted tactics from a direct confrontation to a grappling style. They exchanged blows near the docked festive boat, and the crowd instinctively retreated. The owner of the festive boat, sensing danger, prepared to depart, but suddenly, a figure leaped from below, effortlessly sending both combatants sprawling to the ground, gasping for breath. As the dust settled, the figure revealed himself to be a robust, dark-skinned man, accompanied by a lavishly dressed middle-aged man who approached slowly. The dark-skinned man boomed. "If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. Do not obstruct my master's path, nor damage the festive boat." The crowd erupted in murmurs. Yet the presence of the imposing figure behind the middle-aged man silenced their protests. Whether spectators or challengers, everyone retreated quietly, casting glances over their shoulders, feeling somewhat sheepish. Chapter 89. Pei-san Sunyi, intrigued by the newcomers, speculated that one of them might be an innate powerhouse. He extended his spiritual energy outward, scanning the individuals. Suddenly, the middle-aged man turned sharply, locking eyes with Sunyi, his gaze piercing, and his spiritual energy surged towards Sunyi. Sunyi, sensing the challenge, met the man's probing energy with his own. An intense clash ensued, neither party exhibiting outward signs. But Sunyi's spiritual force was ultimately overpowered and forced back into his body, leaving the man surprised by Sunyi's capabilities. Ah, your power does not align with your spiritual energy. Sunyi, having encountered a senior figure, regarded him with respect. Is this the realm of the virtual? It appears that specialized cultivation methods yield distinct results. For now, I cannot match him. Your name is Sunyi? How old are you? The man's disbelief was evident as he scrutinized Sun Ye's youthful visage. I am 25 this year. 25? Did you recently attain innate status? The middle-aged man pressed on. Indeed. Senior, you are a loose cultivator then? The man's skepticism was palpable, though his earlier examination had yielded similar conclusions. I am a disciple of the Turtle Immortal School. However, it is just me and a few wives here. That makes you a loose cultivator, indeed. The middle-aged man chuckled, bemused. Would you be interested in joining a faction? Not at this time. Given my current strength, joining a major faction may not yield much benefit. I would prefer to break through to the realm of the virtual first. If one could guide you to transcend the illusory realm? The middle-aged man's face was adorned with an enticing expression. May I inquire your esteemed name and the forces you represent? Sunyi scrutinized the individual before him, his heart filled with speculation. Could it be that person? I am Pei-san. The middle-aged man began to speak further. However, Sunyi was struck by a sudden realization. It was indeed him. It was only natural that he could not prevail. A flicker of astonishment shone in Sunyi's eyes, which Pei-san perceptively caught, igniting a flicker of doubt within him. Has this person heard of him? Yet, Sunyi remained silent, and Pei-san did not press. Since the elder has extended an invitation, Sunyi felt compelled to comply. Might I inquire if you possess a position akin to a guest elder? I prefer a degree of freedom, indulging in leisurely excursions with my wives. For that is the true joy of life. Sunyi performed a respectful bow, signifying his acceptance of the offer. Huh. In that case, let me test your prowess. Pei-san declared, abruptly launching into action. Without a sound, he appeared before Sunyi, who could only passively gather his energy to respond. Pei-san's form flickered. One indistinct shadow remained in place, while another manifested beside Sunyi, effortlessly grasping his arm and hurling him away. Sunyi soared through the air, landing several yards away, executing a somersault before finally stabilizing himself. He was hardly surprised. Defeat was to be expected. Upon landing, Sunyi propelled himself forward, kicking up a cloud of dust as he transformed into a streak of light, racing toward Pei-san. This time, Pei-san simply extended his hand to catch Sunyi's fist, chuckling, "Well done, young man, you possess skill." To Pei-san's astonishment, Sunyi did not fly away this time. Pei-san's laughter erupted. It seems the energy within you indeed stems from a unique cultivation method. Now, let me apply more force and see just how strong you truly are. Standing firm, Pei-san unleashed a swift and fierce claw strike. Sunyi found himself unable to withstand the pressure. The previous exchange had merely been a stalemate, and with the added force, he was sent crashing into a nearby flower boat, creating a human-sized hole, startling all aboard into appearing on deck. Enough. You win. However, may I obtain a guest elder token? Sunyi emerged from the hole, waving his hand dismissively. This was simply a case of being bullied. The gap in strength was far too vast. Yet, Sunyi was unperturbed. Despite the considerable difference in power, he believed his speed, especially when propelled by his energy, would suffice. After all, the two forms of energy operated differently. Internal energy relied solely on physical force, while the explosive potential of his energy could convert into a chemical reaction, allowing for extreme acceleration even at the risk of injury, ensuring his escape. Moreover, given the current circumstances, having joined Pei-san's faction, he would unlikely face aggression. At that moment, Pei-san approached with his guards and entered the flower boat, where the hostess warmly welcomed them, not daring to be negligent. Come, Sunyi, accept this guest elder token. In the future, should you require assistance, you may seek me out, but you must also contribute to the sect's affairs. Pei-san handed over the token. Certainly, but I plan to travel extensively in the coming years. As long as you can find me, I shall gladly assist, Sunyi replied, and the group entered the room, where a plush carpet lay beneath and a table was laden with exquisite delicacies, though some were already damaged, prompting others to clear the remnants for a fresh start. Open the curtains in the boat. The master wishes to enjoy the moonlight. After relocating to a different chamber, the group settled once more. The lake breeze wafted gently as they savored the delightful dishes, watching enchanting women perform on the deck, while Pei San's gaze shimmered with admiration. Although Sun Yi found the entertainment pleasant, none could compare to Qing Luo and her companions, so he merely regarded it as background music, engaging in aimless conversation with the others at the table. Suddenly, silence enveloped the surroundings, all eyes drawn to a seemingly fragile maiden in white upon the deck. She cradled an ancient zither, gracefully seated. She placed it before her and, after a moment of meditation, began to pluck the strings. The crisp sound resonated within the hearts of all present, and the atmosphere fell into complete stillness. What exquisite artistry, Sun Yi thought, turning to observe. Such skill that could touch the soul and influence one's spirit was indeed rare. Time seemed to slip away until, with a reverberation echoing across the lake's surface, the piece finally concluded. Bravo! Pei San rose to applaud, then whispered something to a burly guard before turning to leave. Just as the day waned, Sun Yi too rose to bid farewell, and Pei San did not attempt to detain him. However, he faintly heard the dark-skinned guard discussing the matter of redemption, while the hostess was negotiating prices, uncertain if they would reach an agreement. Judging by Pei San's affluence, it seemed likely. Chapter 90. The journey begins in Suyang County. As the sun began to rise, the call rang out. Everyone is gathered. Let us depart. A vast merchant convoy of thousands set forth. The guards echoed the call. And now Sun Yi and Yu Yin rode atop their snow-stepping steeds. Sun Yi bore a seemingly packed satchel and a long-handled double-edged sword, dressed like a wandering warrior. Yu Yin, having donned a more understated appearance, accompanied him, and together they reveled in their journey. As for Qing Luo and the others, they opted to return to the Dragon Pearl world, desiring to continue their cultivation of energy. It would be advantageous for Sun Yi to attain the Purple Ice Heart before entering a state of innate mastery, allowing them to catch up with him afterward. They agreed to train for another 6 months before reassessing. Sun Yi distributed 8 portions of the Zhuguo wine to the two, for it indeed aided in energy cultivation. After Sun Yi and Yu Yin revealed their prowess as first-rate warriors, they seamlessly integrated into the merchant convoy, trailing behind with a dozen guards. Having journeyed from Chu County to this point, since arriving in this world, Sun Yi had often felt a sense of alienation. Or perhaps the tendencies of his past life had hindered his integration. He believed that to progress from this world to the illusory realm, he must fully immerse himself, at least within his thoughts, to better grasp the principles. The unwarranted pride stemming from his foreknowledge of the plot had dissipated following his defeat by Pei San. Within the bustling merchant convoy, the multitude of interactions fostered an environment conducive to alleviating his sense of strangeness toward this world. The destination of this caravan was Yangzhou City, where Sun Yi could switch to another convoy and savor the overall atmosphere, laying a solid foundation for his future comprehension of the principles. Should he find himself unable to begin understanding the principles within a few years, he would exit this world and return when the plot commenced. Brother Sun, judging by your appearance, have you reached 30 this year? Began a square-faced man riding a chestnut stallion. 26, Sun Yi chuckled. And you, old Zhang? I am 10 years your senior, now 41. The man replied with a smile. No wonder you look so youthful, being in your 20s. Unlike me. After years of weathering the elements, I have aged considerably. Nearby, a robust middle-aged man on horseback leaned in and said, Old Zhang. This brother Sun is young yet a master of internal energy, and even his wife is a top-tier expert. Brother Chenwu, are you not also a second-rate master? Another young man approached, having observed in recent days that Sun Yi possesses an amiable demeanor, prompting these second-rate martial artists to cultivate a favorable rapport with him. However, he cannot be compared to you, young Master Tang, let alone Brother Sunday. The burly man laughed heartily, his boisterous laughter suggesting he is a man of considerable strength and a straightforward temperament. I have heard that a new band of marauders has recently emerged in Suyang County. I wonder if we might encounter them. Young Tang Xing mused. Having gathered news from a previous city, which others had also heard of, it was said that regardless of what they do, should we encounter them, we would likely only need to pay a toll to pass, for our merchant caravan boasts 4 first-rate martial artists. The burly man Shinwu seemed unperturbed, gesturing towards Sun Yi and his companions. Indeed, with us around, there is no need for concern. Sun Yi smiled and assured them, while Yu Yin remained silent, merely smiling in agreement. Subsequently, the group began to engage in aimless chatter. The gazes of the surrounding martial artists towards Sun Yi and his companions were tinged with a hint of reverence. Those around Sun Yi were all second-rate martial artists, while the ones further away were third-rate, thus they did not approach closely. The caravan indeed had first-rate martial artists, but they were merely clearing the path ahead, while Sun Yi served as the first-rate protector at the rear. At any moment, they could encounter bandits along the way, and when that time comes, Sun Yi and Yu Yan would serve as their stronghold, naturally prompting the second-rate martial artists to wish to stay close to Sun Yi. After all, life is of utmost importance. One must not underestimate first-rate masters, even if they seem trivial and expendable in narratives. In the grand scheme of the 9 provinces, first-rate masters are a rarity. Even the black armored army of Guiyuan's sect comprises second-rate members at best. It is akin to modern society, where many claim to be business owners, yet ordinary individuals account for over 80%. The overall pace of the caravan was unhurried. Given they were all laden with carts and goods, Sun Yi himself was not anxious. This journey was a gradual integration into the world, a process of adjusting one's mindset. If the two were to act independently, they could move swiftly, but it would be challenging to truly immerse themselves in this world, let alone comprehend its laws. As soon as Sun Yi's caravan entered Suyang County, their information had already reached the newly formed band of marauders they had mentioned. Boss. A stout yet remarkably fit middle-aged man hurried towards a nearby stone house. What is it, Heisey? A lean man emerged from the stone house, greeting the rushing man with a smile. Following him was a bare-chested bald man with a grotesque scar across his chest. Speak up, Heisey, urged the bald leader. Boss. Second boss. We found a plump target, a big fat sheep, Heisey exclaimed with excitement. The bald man immediately turned his attention to Heisey, recognizing the opportune moment to establish their authority, as they had just begun their operations. Heisey, are there many of them? Have you gathered any intel on their martial prowess? Boss. This time, it's a caravan of several hundred to 1,000 people, consisting of small merchants gathered outside Suyang County, with around 100 guards. My brothers have inquired, and it seems they have 4 first-rate martial artists, albeit unknown to fame. This is undoubtedly a lucrative venture. Heisey's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, his face brimming with anticipation, as the lean man beside him gazed expectantly at the bald leader. Oh, the bald man's eyes brightened. Have you verified this information? I have confirmed it personally. Heisey nodded vigorously, akin to a chick pecking at grain. The bald leader stroked his bald head, a smile gradually forming on his face. It seems what one wishes for indeed comes to fruition. This caravan is the perfect target to establish our reputation. Initially, we shall not demand a toll. Rather, we will take half and leave the other half, ensuring that in the future, tolls can be collected more readily. Heisey and the lean man chuckled mischievously. Boss, you are indeed wise. This caravan, though it consists of small merchants, surely carries a substantial amount of goods. And there are numerous women among them. I've heard there's even a first-rate female martial artist, perfect to serve as the boss's consort. Haha. Chapter 91. The bandits. The bald leader fell silent for a moment before promptly issuing orders for the brothers to assemble, emphasizing a concentrated assault on one front while allowing any fleeing individuals to escape in order to minimize casualties among their ranks. At present, their numbers were few, and it was vital to cherish their brothers. Furthermore, instruct the brothers to carry more bows and arrows. The enemy cannot be allowed to flee easily. I could dispatch an ordinary first-rate martial artist with just a few strikes. Understood. Heisey and the lean man responded swiftly, promptly departing to gather their men. Everyone disperse now. Prepare your meals. We depart collectively in half an hour. If you are late, we shall not wait. The rallying call resonated. By noon, the caravan began to halt intermittently, each preparing their lunch. After the morning's journey, both men and beast were weary, necessitating a break to rest and feed the livestock. My back aches from all this jostling, Old Zhang remarked. Finally, we have arrived. We must rest well. A simple meal will suffice. The remaining wine is limited. If we wish to indulge, we will have to wait until we reach the city, he added, his capacity for liquor being modest. Last time, who was it that I outrank? Rendering them unable to mount their horse, left to lie on the cart, raving? Chen Wu teased from behind. Old Zhang chuckled in reproach, while Tang Xing laughed heartily. Chen Wu took it lightly, deflecting the topic and turning to prepare the meal. Sun Yi and Yu Yan had caught a few wild animals along the way and were now tending to their provisions, opting for a lighter lunch to compensate more generously at dinner. The caravan took a brief respite, enjoying their midday meal before continuing their journey. At that moment, a commotion erupted ahead of the caravan, signaling an unknown development. A middle-aged man, clad as a guard, approached Sun Yi with a serious expression. Sun Yi recognized him as a personal guard of the temporary leader appointed by the caravan. He wondered what was amiss. Lord Sun, according to the map, there lies a grove ahead, a frequent ambush site for bandits. Our leader has sent me to remind everyone to remain vigilant. Upon hearing the guard's words, the group immediately shed their languid demeanor. Everyone knows that even if bandits target us, they would hardly choose that place, right? Shenwu chuckled. Sun Yi replied, "It's better to be safe than sorry. Since everyone is aware, I will ensure our rear remains alert." The guard, his demeanor still grave, acknowledged and returned to report back to their employer. Amidst the grove Sun Yi mentioned, over 150 bandits lay in wait, fully prepared. When they arrive, "Proceed according to my instructions. Do you understand?" The bald leader addressed his companions with solemnity. "Rest assured, as long as we follow your orders, success is guaranteed." The lean second-in-command responded promptly, with several others nodding in agreement. "Very well, let all brothers remain silent. No sound should escape," commanded the leader. At that moment, Sun Yi rode at the rear of the caravan. Should he deploy his mental prowess to scan, he could have easily detected the bandits. However, as he was traversing, he could not be utilizing his mental abilities constantly, and being situated at the back, he remained unaware. As such, the guard leading the front encountered trouble. When half of the caravan had entered the grove, the guard suddenly sensed something amiss and came to an abrupt halt. The bandit group had already stationed watchers to keep an eye on Sun Yi and his companions. Upon realizing they had been discovered, a signal arrow soared into the sky, and a flurry of arrows rained down upon them. A dozen archers from both sides unleashed a barrage of arrows, striking several third-rate martial artists and a few caravan members. Laughter echoed through the air, a booming voice ringing out, "Stay, everyone. Charge at them. Leave none alive." This raucous call, undoubtedly from a formidable master of internal strength, resonated even to Sun Yi's vicinity. A cacophony of shouts from a band of henchmen followed suit. "Run, everyone, do not flee. They are few in number. Quickly, shake them off." Chaos ensued among the merchants as they scattered in a frantic bid for survival. Shuyang County, one of the most tumultuous regions among the 13 counties of Yangzhou, was rife with banditry. The robbers in sight were clearly not mere highwaymen. Their intent was lethal. Some among the crowd contemplated turning back, while others engaged in close combat with the assailants. In this dire moment, hesitation was absent. Most fled, though a few, realizing their escape was impossible, chose to fight. The drivers lashed their steeds, urging them to hasten as the carts jolted violently. Some had lost their cargo, blocking the path behind them, resulting in a myriad of chaotic scenes. Sun Yi galloped ahead, with Yu Yin closely following. Ahead, some of the bandits were surrounding the resisting merchants, while others loosed arrows from the rear. At the forefront stood the bandit leader, a bald giant, engaged in fierce combat with two elite warriors from the merchant caravan, Yanxing and Yinyu. The brothers were at a disadvantage, with Yinyu on the brink of defeat. Yanxing fared better, maintaining a stalemate with his slender adversary. But Yinyu could no longer withstand the onslaught of the bald leader. This bandit is no ordinary elite. Chun Wu and Lao Zhang, who accompanied Sun Yi, furrowed their brows with concern. Yet, with the arrival of these two warriors, they hoped for a shift in the tide. They were uncertain, for the nuances between elite fighters were often imperceptible to them. "Kill them. Then we can pursue the merchant caravan and enjoy the spoils." The bald leader, atop his warhorse, sneered at the faltering Yinyu, intending to deliver the final blow. "We're here," Tang Xing shouted from behind Sun Yi, his demeanor betraying no hint of worry. The caravan members were in a frenzy, having already fled, leaving behind those who valued their cargo over their lives, hesitating to abandon their goods. Sun Yi felt a sense of camaraderie with the merchants and guards, who, despite facing the constant threat of bandits, persevered in their quest for a better life. He saw reflections of his own aspirations and their determination and felt compelled to assist. After exchanging a few words with Yu Yin, Sun Yi surged forward. Chun Wu and Lao Zhang hesitated, seeing Yu Yin unmoved, while Tang Xing promptly followed Sun Yi. Chapter 92. The Rescue. The bandit leader dismissed Sun Yi, confident in his ability to escape from the 36th ranked fighter on the Earth rankings. Few ordinary elite warriors could pose a threat to him. As long as he triumphed in the contest of elite fighters, the rest were insignificant unless they vastly outnumbered him or were exceptionally equipped and coordinated. "Brothers, muster your strength. Slay them all. We shall feast together soon." The bald leader roared, preparing to deliver a final strike to the already gravely injured Yinyu. Meanwhile, Yanxing, consumed by desperation, launched a fierce assault against his slender opponent, striving to break free and rescue his brother. However, the slender second-in-command was no easy foe. He expertly countered Yanxing's fervent attacks, ensuring that his opponent could not escape to aid the leader. The bald leader's blade cut through the air, poised to strike the immobilized Yinyu. With a light chuckle, Sun Yi charged forward, his long knife slicing through the air toward the bald leader's gleaming head. He aimed to disrupt the fatal blow aimed at Yinyu, knowing that if the leader intended to slay him, he would at least need to be gravely wounded. The bald leader, sensing the impending danger, hastily raised his long knife to parry Sun Yi's strike. Yet, their blades collided without resistance. the bald leader's weapon cleaving as easily as tofu beneath Sun Ye's might. In an instant, the leader was caught off guard, his expression shifting from arrogance to horror as he met his demise with a terrified scream, cleaved in two along with his mount. Sun Yi remained unscathed, his essence cloaked in an ethereal veil, the blood of his foes staining the ground around him. A stunned silence enveloped the scene. "Avenge the leader!" shouted several well-equipped bandits, their excitement surging as they advanced. Sun Yi, mounted and wielding his long knife, swept it across the oncoming henchmen, a gust of wind sending them sprawling. Promptly dispatched by the approaching Tang Xing, the preceding display of power had instilled fear in the hearts of many bandits, prompting their retreat. The archers, who had been raining arrows upon the merchants, scattered into the woods, vanishing without a trace. The second-in-command, still preoccupied with fending off Yan Xing's relentless assault, was momentarily distracted by the chaos. Upon witnessing Sun Ye's prowess, his spirit faltered. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, he seized the opportunity presented by Yan Xing's fervor and retreated hastily into the woods. Seeing this, Chun Wu and the others felt a surge of exhilaration, joining Tang Xing as they rode through the central path, assisting the guards and clearing away the remaining bandits. Over 100 bandits dared to rob us. Little did they know they were up against iron. Chun Wu laughed heartily. It's all thanks to Brother Sun's prowess. Otherwise, our caravan would have been doomed. Old Zhang, beaming with gratitude at Sun Yi, remarked, "With such a master by our side, our journey feels considerably safer. It is a collective effort. Were it not for all of you, I alone would not have fared well," Sun Yi replied with a gentle smile, observing as everyone worked together to clear the road. Paying little mind to the remnants of the bandits hidden in the forest, aware of the dangers of potential retaliation, teams formed to tidy up the road and restore the scattered goods. "Brother Sun, the other bandits have fled. What should we do with the remaining cargo?" "Manage it as you see fit," Sun Yi replied nonchalantly, allowing them to take charge. At this moment, some merchants who had initially hesitated returned to assist, helping to organize the abandoned goods left by those who had perished. After deliberation and confirming Sun Ye's disinterest in the cargo, they collectively decided to convert it into currency, allocating a portion to Yan Xing and Yan Yu, as well as the wounded guards, while the remainder was entrusted to Sun Yi as a form of gratitude. No one dared voice dissent, aware that future encounters with bandits would necessitate reliance on Sun Ye's prowess. "Let us spend half an hour sorting our belongings and burying the fallen. Then we shall set off promptly." The temporary leader of the caravan approached Sun Yi for a brief discussion before issuing orders to begin the burial of the deceased and clean the area of bloodshed. The guards who had pursued the bandits gathered to wash their garments and armor. "Those bandits dared to provoke us, and now they've been utterly vanquished. I personally took down 4. Chun Wu boasted from the sidelines. "What are you so proud of?" "I have taken down 6, yet none can compare to your arrogance," Tang Xing remarked, dampening Chun Wu's enthusiasm. The surrounding crowd buzzed with excitement, a mixture of pride and relief, grateful for the presence of a formidable expert. Otherwise, the guards ahead would not have survived. Everyone was secretly awestruck by Sun De's martial prowess, speculating whether he might rank on the Earth leaderboard. And none dared to interrupt the interaction between Sun Yi and Yu Yan, having spent a long time in the harsh realities of life. These individuals were accustomed to the specter of death, and their conversation grew more confident and relaxed. After all, as long as Sun Yi remained, safety was virtually assured. There had been no reports of Earth leaderboard experts resorting to banditry. Even during dinner, the caravan took the initiative to offer some wild game, a gesture of goodwill towards their protector. The convoy gradually advanced along the official road, with 70 to 80 cavalrymen escorting the goods. Along the way, encounters with bandits became increasingly rare, as if no brigand dared to attack. Indeed, good news seldom travels far, while bad news spreads like wildfire. This newly emerged horse thief had also risen through conflict, their notoriety preceded by tales of narrowly escaping the hands of Earth leaderboard experts. Local factions had witnessed the true strength of the bald-headed warrior and realized that none could defeat him within 100 moves. After Sun Yi effortlessly dispatched him, they naturally retreated. Moreover, the entire caravan comprised only small merchants, lacking any treasures worth stealing, so the bandits chose to part ways, allowing the convoy to pass unimpeded. "Brothers, night is falling. We should hasten our journey. Ahead lies Fanwu City in Shuyang County, and tonight, we can rest in a fine inn within the city," old Zhang announced, igniting excitement among all. After days of living in the wild, it's rare to even bathe. In this sweltering summer, I'm drenched in sweat. Tonight, I shall indulge in a thorough wash, Tang Xing laughed. A few days later, as dusk fell, Sun Yi followed the caravan to the southernmost city of Qizhou. "Tomorrow morning, we gather at the West City Gate at the usual time. We won't wait for anyone. Do not arrive late." With the familiar call of the organizer, merchants and guards dispersed, Some began selling goods on the spot, while others sought entertainment within the city. Brother Sun, we shall spend the night here. Let us eat and drink to our heart's content tonight. Tang Xing exclaimed with great mirth. You may have no plans for the evening, but I do, old Zhang replied, grinning. Indeed, old Zhang, let us go together, chimed in a fellow guard, sporting an expression of intrigue. Brother Sun, will you join us? Old Zhang teased, eyeing Sun Yi. I shall abstain. There is no better company than my wife, Sun Yi responded with a smile, proceeding towards a nearby tavern, with Tang Xing trailing behind. Others either joined old Zhang or ventured towards a gambling house, though the latter group was small, as most understood that entering a casino meant parting with their money. Regardless of their destination, most were intent on resupplying. Even Sun Yi was no exception, as one cannot live off past gains. A few stayed behind to guard the goods, while the rest dispersed. Sun Yi and Yu Yin found a seat in the tavern, with Tang Xing quickly following suit. The trio ordered a selection of dishes. Listening to the tavern's chatter filled with news from across the land, though much of it was inconsequential, merely a curiosity. Your braised beef, large ribs, and a whole roasted lamb have arrived. A young waiter approached, carrying a platter, followed by two others bearing a roasted lamb and a jug of wine. Please enjoy. And we're preparing the remaining dishes as quickly as possible, the waiter said, cautiously observing their expressions, fearful of provoking any ire. All right, you may leave. Just ensure the others are ready soon, Sun Yi instructed with a smile, inviting Tang Xing to join him. Come, let us eat together. There are plenty more dishes to sample. With that, Sun Yi unabashedly began to feast, drinking heartily. Yesterday afternoon, the Xiaoyao Palace dispatched an elite team of over 100 skilled fighters to the northern region of Yuzhou, led by the 10th-ranked Cold Light Blade, Shui Yong, and the 60th-ranked Tia Yuan Sword, Guo Bing. They were said to be on the hunt for the legendary Tianshan Snow Lotus. Nearby, a group of martial artists began discussing the palace's motives for sending experts to Yuzhou, questioning if it was indeed within the territory of Hongtian City. Is there any news? One inquired. It seems a message from Yuzhou arrived yesterday, stating that a 1,000-year-old snow lotus has emerged from Tianshan and will ripen in just over 10 days. Several individuals who encountered it couldn't contain themselves, leading to rumors. The Tianshan snow lotus? That's extraordinary. It's said that the seeds can aid martial artists in nurturing their spirits and transcending to the innate level. Another exclaimed. Indeed. It's rumored that if a peak postnatal expert consumes it, they can become an innate powerhouse. How I wish to obtain it. Voices chimed in, each sharing their fantasies. Don't be foolish. Reaching the innate level isn't so simple. Even if one consumes the snow lotus seeds, there is only a 30% chance of success. Declared a proud martial artist. That is still a 30% chance. Who can claim to be certain of success? Someone countered. Even if one doesn't break through, it can increase internal strength, bringing them close to the Earth leaderboard. The proud martial artist continued, relishing in the attention. Sun Yi recalled reading about the Tianshan snow lotus in the books at the Wanxiang Tower. It takes a millennium to produce a seed, and only after yielding 4 seeds does it become effective. The seeds can only be harvested within a few hours after the millennium period ends, otherwise, they lose their potency. Furthermore, it is said that after 9,000 years, the lotus begins nurturing its initial 4 seeds, and upon reaching 10,000 years, those seeds could guarantee a 99% chance of breaking through to the innate level, essentially a passport to innate power. However, such claims had never been substantiated in public records. They remain mere conjectures, known only to a select few. Thus, Sun Yi felt compelled to investigate. If the legendary 10,000-year Tianshan snow lotus truly existed, he must secure 2 seeds. Yet, there was no rush. He decided to finish his meal first, as it wouldn't hurt to take his time. Nevertheless, he found himself unconsciously quickening his eating pace. Across from him, Tang Xing's gaze flickered, his body slightly trembling, as if stirred by the discussion. Sun Yi understood that Tang Xing typically concealed his true capabilities, presenting himself as a second-rate, while in reality, he was a top-tier expert. Whether he ranked on the Earth leaderboard remained uncertain. This very ability to blend in allowed Tang Xing to maintain a normal rapport with Sun Yi despite the latter receiving overt admiration from others. Tang Xing gradually sipped his wine, then clasped his fists in farewell. Brother Sun, I have pressing matters to attend to and cannot continue with the caravan. I bid you farewell for now. Waiter, the bill. Tang Xing called out, and Sun Yi did not stop him. If he wished to leave, so be it. After all, they were merely companions on the road, lacking deep ties. Moreover, judging by Tang Xing's demeanor, they were likely to meet again in Tianshan. Tang Xing handed over some silver to the hurried waiter, his expression stern, then turned and rode northward. What transpired in the tavern was commonplace. It served as a hub for information dissemination, and this news would undoubtedly spread across the 9 provinces swiftly. Once word got out, countless martial artists would flock to Tianshan. Whether to seek treasure, pursue breakthroughs, or merely to witness the spectacle. Or perhaps there are those who roam the world, yearning for fame and recognition. This occasion presents a remarkable opportunity. With so many skilled individuals gathering, it promises to be an extraordinary event, almost certain to attract masters of the realm. And possibly even innate experts. It is a time ripe with excitement and the prospect of renown. In summary, a diverse array of characters is converging upon the Tianshan Mountains. As they traverse the main road, Sun Yi and Yu Yin ride on horseback, overtaking numerous merchant caravans and encountering countless martial artists also making their way to the Tianshan. After several days, Sun Yi finally arrived at the foot of the Tianshan Mountains. His gaze swept across the distant streets. Astonished to see so many warriors gathered, hundreds congregated in a single inn. Nearby, 3 consecutive inns appeared to have just opened their doors. Upon entering the inn, Sun Yi observed a cacophony of voices. Martial artists were engaged in animated discussions, envisioning their paths to fame. Dear guest, I apologize, but we have no space available in the front area. However, we do have rooms in the back. If you wish to stay, please follow me. A waiter greeted him warmly upon noticing another customer arrive. Very well, I understand. Please prepare a room for me first, and I shall order food shortly. Sun Yi waved his hand dismissively, instructing the waiter to attend to the back. The waiter complied without further comment and retreated. Sun Yi then scanned the inn and noticed a table with the best view. His gaze fixed upon it. And he sensed that the 4 warriors seated across from him were also aware of his attention. As he approached with Yu Yin, the 4 warriors abruptly stood, glaring menacingly at the pair. A nearby table of 3 also rose, moving closer. In an instant, tensions escalated, and it seemed as if a confrontation was imminent. The atmosphere in the inn grew tense. The once jovial laughter of the patrons diminished, as everyone turned to witness the brewing conflict. Many subtly positioned their weapons within reach, anticipating the possibility of collateral damage should a brawl ensue. A few tables, however, remained indifferent, continuing to eat and drink without concern. You 7, squeeze together at your table and make room for us. Sun Yi's expression remained unchanged. What did you say? A burly man barked, bare-chested. Leave this woman here to entertain us. You may go, and then you need not worry about space. He laughed, prompting the others to join in derisive laughter. Sun Yi's countenance darkened, and he commanded, silence. With a swift motion of his hand, a gust of energy surged forth, sending the diminutive man hurtling through the window as if struck by a high-speed vehicle, crashing to the ground several meters away. The burly man stood frozen. Terrified at the display of power, was this man truly an elite warrior? The onlookers gasped in astonishment, though they did not know the identity or strength of the man who had been flung away. It was clear that only someone near the top of the martial world could achieve such a feat. The small man, despite his apparent lack of stature, had been bold enough to sit at the main table with 7 others, indicating he was at least a second-rate warrior. Even those who had previously been indifferent turned to observe the newcomer's formidable presence. Would you like me to grant you each a refreshing breeze? Sun Yi said coldly. His words sent a chill through the 7, their faces paling as they trembled. After a long pause, they stammered in response, "In no need to trouble yourself, sir. We shall vacate immediately." The 7, thoroughly cowed, abandoned their meal and hurriedly sought to escape the scene. Waiter, come clear the table. Sun Yi called out, then added, "And you lot, do not forget to pay for your meal." Yes, yes. The 7 nodded vigorously, not daring to delay as they rushed to the counter to settle their bill, thus vacating 2 tables. Sun Yi and Yu Yin seated themselves at the window table, while the waiter hastily tidied up, fully aware that all present were martial artists, and any slight could lead to violence. As the remaining patrons sensed the excitement had dissipated, they turned back to their meals and conversations, though the volume around Sun Yi seemed to lower involuntarily. Waiter, hurry with the dishes and wine, Sun Yi urged. Soon, plates of sumptuous delicacies and jars of fine wine were brought forth in rapid succession. Sun Yi and Yu Yin devoured their feast, leaving others around them filled with curiosity about how they could consume such quantities. By the time the 2 finished their meal, darkness had enveloped the outside world. They decided to rest for the night and assess the situation on the morrow. In a large room in the back courtyard of the inn, several individuals gathered. One stood before a table, reporting to the others. All were dressed in the garb of the carefree palace, the elders seated at the head of the table, flanked by several middle-aged men, while a 30-something man, Shui Yong, ranked 10th on the Earth list, occupied a lower seat. The reporter, Guo Bing, ranked 60th on the Earth list, was a plain-looking young man in his 20s. Elder, there are people from Hongtian City searching the mountain, and our own are doing the same. However, the pervasive anomalies make it difficult to discern their source. It appears that the Tianshan snow lotus has not yet emerged. Its whereabouts still unknown. Additionally, besides the faint light, A peculiar fragrance has begun to waft through the air. If not for one of my brothers possessing an exceptionally keen sense of smell, ordinary folk would be unable to detect it. The young man spoke with his head bowed, his voice steady and devoid of emotion. Then let us continue to monitor the mountain peak that shows signs of emergence. We must not slacken our vigilance. The elder's face revealed a hint of excitement. Wonderful news, Elder Second. The Tianshan snow lotus from 5,000 years ago only had minor obscuring effects, at most. It could bury itself within the snow-capped mountains, and only during the exact millennium would anomalies arise. Only after 5,000 years does the Tianshan snow lotus naturally merge with spiritual energy, producing long-lasting anomalies as it nears maturity, creating illusory manifestations of the lotus within a certain range. A refined middle-aged man at the side spoke with fervor, his expression animated. The second elder nodded in agreement. It is precisely because we suspect it to be a Tianshan snow lotus over 5,000 years old that we have concealed our identities and followed. If it is truly a 10,000-year lotus, acquiring one of the 4 central lotus seeds would undoubtedly yield an innate expert, and even aid in breaking through to the golden elixir stage. Even if it is not guaranteed to be a breakthrough seed, it would still offer an 80% chance of success. As long as the anomalies remain concealed, we should face less competition. Not every sect will dispatch innate golden elixir experts. As their excitement mounted, they remained oblivious to the fact that other sects possessed clever individuals, believing themselves to be the only intelligent ones. Very well, Guobing, do you have any further news? Elder Second, there is indeed more to report. Upon entering, I noticed an individual in the front hall displaying prowess suggestive of an innate expert, though not one from the renowned sects of Jiuzhou. With a mere gust of energy, he sent a first-rate warrior flying. Guobing continued, his expression shifting as he recounted the scene of Sun Yi's earlier confrontation. That should be achievable by anyone at the ordinary solid elixir stage, or even some at the void elixir stage. Perhaps he is a newly emerged innate expert. We need not pay him much attention. The elder calmed his emotions, dismissing Guobing's description. All right, Shuiyong, unless there is anything else, you may leave. Continue to monitor the situation on the mountain and report any developments immediately. However, judging by your description of the phenomenon, the maturation of the snow lotus will take another 12 to 15 days, and we shall ascend the mountain then as well, the second elder instructed. Understood. The young men, Guobing and Shuiyong, took their leave, exiting through the door. They remained cautious, aware that the walls may have ears. Thus, despite their excitement, their voices were barely above a whisper. None of them anticipated the arrival of someone like Sun Yi. Coincidentally, Sun Yi had already dispersed his spiritual energy and overheard the news. Perfect, I need not investigate further, Sun Yi chuckled to himself, glancing over to see that Yu Yan had finished her meal. A bit of food clung to her face, and with a gentle smile, he wiped it away, casually brushing her cheek. Yu Yan's face flushed crimson, and she merely huffed in response, saying nothing. Are you full? Let's return and rest. Sun Yi suggested as he stood up, called for the waiter to settle the bill, and turned to leave. In the days that followed, Yu Yan had regained her former self, and together with Sun Yi, they enjoyed a carefree existence at the foot of the mountain, occasionally venturing up to admire the scenery. Of course, Sun Yi remained vigilant, aware of the surrounding circumstances. Even if it were merely speculation, the 8 major sects had dispatched their teams, each consisting of innate golden elixir masters. The number of innate practitioners present was significant. Should the snow lotus reach maturity, all innate experts would undoubtedly mobilize. As for the practitioners of acquired realms at the foot of the mountain, there was no shortage. Numerous tents dotted the area, with the total number of people nearing 40,000. Surrounding the tents were many martial artists, gathered in small groups, chatting and laughing, resembling a grand gathering. Near the phenomenon, several large tents had been hastily erected, yet within them, only a handful remained to guard the camp, while the majority chased the unusual occurrence up the mountain. There were even those eager to sow chaos, disseminating images of the Tianshan snow lotus, selling them for 10 taels of silver each. This was a display of clever entrepreneurial spirit, as most attendees were not lacking in wealth. Even Sun Yi purchased one for a closer look. The image was vividly colored, depicting the snow lotus with striking realism, 5 blue leaves cradling a verdant lotus pod in the center. At that moment, a group from the carefree palace, having just returned in the evening, was intercepted by a young man at the camp. Guobing, I am Qin Xing from the Ying family. I have heard of your remarkable Tia Yuan sword and have come to seek your guidance. A booming voice resonated, instantly piquing Sun Yi's interest, as it sounded quite familiar. Turning to look, he recognized the speaker as Tang Xing, who had surprisingly concealed his identity until now. A throng of martial artists surged forward, excitement palpable in the air. A clash between 2 top-tier experts was sure to be a feast for the eyes. especially given that one was from the Carefree Palace and the other from the Ying family. Qin Shing had previously appeared on the potential dragon ranking, but due to age restrictions last year, he had been omitted. He had not engaged in combat since he was 28, and now, 3 years later, it was uncertain how much he had progressed. However, Guo Bing, wielding the Tianyuan sword, was not to be underestimated, currently ranked on both the potential dragon and earth rankings. He was set to descend from the former next year. Yet, his achievements before turning 30 underscored his exceptional talent and strength. At the Carefree Palace camp, most were engaged in light conversation, while only a few had returned to their tents to cultivate, including Guo Bing, ranked 60th on the earth ranking. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Guo Bing emerged from the tent with a calm demeanor. As night fell, the atmosphere buzzed with excitement. Onlookers gathered, torches ignited, casting a crimson glow around them. Over 1,000 martial artists formed a circle, their anticipation palpable, with Qin Shing standing at the entrance of the Carefree Palace camp. Guo Bing has emerged. A chorus of exhilarated voices echoed, the source lost in the crowd. Qin Shing? I know you, Guo Bing stated, his composure unwavering amidst the throng. Since you wish to challenge me, come forth, Guo Bing declared, brandishing a 4-foot-long azure sword, its blade shimmering with a radiant glow, indicating its exceptional quality. He held the sword with one hand, standing firm as if embodying an ancient, immovable glacier. Haha, let us dispense with idle chatter and demonstrate our true skills. Qin Shing replied, enthusiasm evident on his face. Amidst the cheers of the surrounding martial artists, he unsheathed his battle knife. Qin Shing lunged forward, his blade slicing through the air, a blue light striking towards Guo Bing. In response, Guo Bing leaped into action, releasing a sharp cry. The moment he engaged, his presence transformed. It was as if he were an ancient glacier awakening from slumber. The brilliance of his sword intensified, a chilling aura emanating forth as it clashed with Qin Shing's azure blade, the air crackling with energy. In that instant, both combatants trembled, their techniques and internal energies evenly matched. The audience watched with rapt attention, eager to glean insight from their movements, for both were among the pinnacle of innate practitioners. After a brief pause, they resumed their duel, with Qin Shing initiating the attack. Yet Guo Bing's defense was impenetrable. His swordplay was intricate and precise, expertly balancing offense and defense, leaving no openings. Qin Shing's attire billowed as he wielded his battle knife with relentless fervor, yet the strikes bore no fruit. It appeared he was gathering strength, biding his time for a decisive moment. Is this your ultimate strength? Then you are destined to lose. Qin Shing suddenly retreated, his internal energy ceasing to circulate, suggesting he had fully charged his power. The crowd murmured, their voices tinged with excitement or the remnants of their own internal energies, echoing in the ears of every onlooker. Yet Guo Bing's expression remained unchanged, his gaze fixed on Qin Shing, allowing his opponent to make the first move. Chapter 96. Ascending the mountain, Qin Shing raised his knife, a surge of killing intent radiating from him, the blade taking on a blood-red hue. He narrowed his eyes, stepping towards Guo Bing, each movement amplifying his aura. Go, Guo Bing. Show that guy your strength. The crowd within the Carefree Palace camp rallied behind Guo Bing, their cheers filling the air. Among them, a middle-aged man of innate caliber emerged from a tent, adding to the fervor. Before long, Qin Shing's might reached its zenith, and he lunged forward, Guo Bing releasing his own aura in response. Uncertain if Guo Bing had also been accumulating strength, their energies collided, producing an atmosphere as fierce as a horde of marauders, yet the scene remained balanced. Even the martial artists standing behind them felt a constriction in their chests. Many stunned into silence, while a few remained focused on the spectacle. In an instant, the fervor of over 1,000 spectators was replaced by a profound stillness. Mountain-splitting slash! Qin Shing roared, his figure flickering as bloodlight enveloped him. Suddenly, the spectators beheld a flash of crimson, and the two collided, the impact generating a gust that swept through the crowd, stirring up dust and leaving everyone in awe. The duel unfolded before the eyes of the onlookers, leaving behind mere afterimages. Those less adept could scarcely discern the movements of the two warriors. Qin Shing's swordsmanship appears to be derived from military combat techniques, imbued with an aura of fierce and relentless battle, employing a frenzied and determined killing force against his adversaries. Guo Bing stands immovable as a mountain, a faint, almost imperceptible white light beginning to radiate from his sword. He executes his sword techniques with fluid precision, the brilliance of his blade weaving an intricate tapestry of defense, while the sharpness of Qin Shing's strikes fails to penetrate Guo Bing's defenses. It seems Guo Bing has made some progress. Sun Yi, perched on a distant hillside, who had been casually observing, now focuses intently on Guo Bing, as the gazes of innate experts within the camp also converge upon him. The intense energy fluctuations emanating from Guobing gradually begin to subside, coalescing inward as the white light diminishes and ultimately vanishes. Amidst the spectators, a keen-eyed expert, a middle-aged man from the Xiaoyao Palace camp, discerns this transformation. This young man has achieved a level of internal energy control that is both refined and effortless, seemingly entering a realm of subtlety without any apparent waste. How delightful! After scrutinizing Guobing's movements for a moment, the middle-aged man concludes that he has reached a preliminary mastery of this subtle realm through combat, a state that requires gradual consolidation and familiarization. With a sense of relief, the middle-aged man reassures himself that victory is within reach. Achieving such a level within the realm of acquired talent places Guobing among the top 30 on the earthly rankings. The combat unfolds as one side wields a ferocious blade while the other displays exquisite swordplay, creating a spectacle of martial prowess. However, astute observers recognize the age-old adage, one surge of energy leads to a decline, and with 3, exhaustion follows. Qin Shing's fervent onslaught is fully repelled, and soon his momentum will wane, marking the moment for Guobing's counterattack. As the two engage, flashes of blade light erupt intermittently, and the crowd shifts nervously, wary of the aftermath of their fierce clash, for ordinary warriors cannot withstand such energy. After several exchanges, it becomes evident that Qin Shing's breathing begins to alter. Although his strikes remain fierce, the force behind them is noticeably diminishing. Guobing, meanwhile, remains calm and composed, his breathing unperturbed. Moreover, Guobing's techniques grow increasingly adept, his swordplay fluid and natural, effectively deflecting Qin Shing's attacks 2 meters away, with the gap between them widening. This signals Guobing's enduring strength. The disparity in their abilities has become starkly apparent. Suddenly, a flash of blue light illuminates the scene as Guobing stands resolutely, sword raised. A spurt of blood erupts. Qin Shing is sent reeling, 2 shallow gashes etched across his chest and abdomen, blood seeping slowly from the wounds. In an instant, a middle-aged man bearing the insignia of the Qin family rushes forth to attend to the injury, applying pressure to staunch the bleeding. Elder brother 14, are you all right? A young companion anxiously inquires. It's nothing serious, Qin Shing replies. Fortunately, my opponent displayed restraint. It merely grazed my skin. The middle-aged man breathes a sigh of relief after his examination. Thank you, esteemed sir, for your leniency. I accept my defeat with grace. Qin Shing bows respectfully to Guobing, then turns to his relative who is tending to him. Uncle 16, let us depart. After such an extended journey, it is time to return to the family. With laughter, they weave through the dispersing crowd, parting the sea of onlookers. The atmosphere among the 1,000-strong assembly of martial artists is electric. While the contest was indeed thrilling, it did not surprise the majority. For those who ascend the earthly rankings are well tested, and few challengers have emerged victorious. Qin Shing, despite his defeat after numerous exchanges, has proven formidable. After years of training, he too might ascend the earthly rankings. Indeed, being from the Qin family, he is a figure who has once graced the potential dragon list in his 20s. Yet, it is Guobing's prowess that stands out, truly deserving of his dual accolades on both the potential dragon list and the earthly rankings. He has now entered the subtle realm, a half-step towards innate mastery, positioning him within the top 30 on the earthly rankings. An expert among the crowd explains, the subtle realm? What does that signify? Many are left puzzled, yet no one steps forward to elucidate, leaving the audience in a state of confusion. The subtle realm is a term used within the 9 provinces, representing a mastery of internal energy control. Only upon grasping this realm can one extend their spiritual energy beyond the Dan Palace, ascending into the innate void. In the context of the Dragon Ball universe, it is akin to achieving a state of sensing and concealing one's energy, signifying complete control over one's energy and serving to refine the mind. Time swiftly passes, and 12 days later, Sun Yi arrives at the mountain peak, now illuminated by the midday sun. The air is suffused with a radiant light and an elusive fragrance that everyone can discern, a scent reminiscent of Shumi incense, seemingly without origin, faint yet palpable. Logically, it should be easily overlooked. However, its presence is unmistakably felt. Chapter 97. The emergence of the snow lotus as Sun Yi arrives. The summit of the snowy mountain is bustling with members from various sects, while unaffiliated individuals linger at the periphery. Within, representatives from each sect are stationed roughly 100 meters apart, all uncertain of when the Tianshan snow lotus will make its appearance. After all, it is written that the snow lotus, having fully integrated into spiritual energy after 9,000 years, will only manifest when a millennium has passed, coinciding with the flow of earth vein energy and spiritual energy. Upon its emergence, the snow lotus will channel all its energy into its seeds, of which 8 will scatter, leaving 1 to dissipate and merge with the spiritual energy, effectively sowing seeds for future growth. As evening descends, the spiritual energy begins to coalesce. While the earth vein energy remains undetectable, it is certainly progressing in tandem. Sun Yi stands at the periphery, observing the entire mountain with a sense of ennui. Suddenly, a thought strikes him, reminiscent of techniques he learned from Feng Yuan in his previous life regarding the application of spiritual energy. Infusing his vision with spiritual energy, Sun Yi experiences a peculiar sensation, leading to subtle changes in his sight. Gradually, his vision sharpens, revealing distinct traces of energy flow. Invisible energy fields emanate from the ground, akin to the halo of the sun, tangible yet ethereal, appearing and disappearing, yet undeniably present upon closer inspection. Now, Sun Yi can perceive the fluctuations of energy in the atmosphere, the swirling, reversing, cascading, and surging currents, all within his grasp. Come, Yu Yan, follow me. I intend to trace the energy convergence along the earth veins to locate the snow lotus seeds formation site. We shall seize a few for your mother and the others. Sun Yi remarks, grasping Yu Yan's hand. Can you discern geomancy? Yu Yan inquires, her eyes wide with curiosity. Indeed, I learned it during our brief separation. If you wish, I can teach you later. Sun Yi replies with a smile. After Yu Yan nods in agreement, the pair sets off to explore the periphery. They begin their journey along the mountain path, tracing the veins of the earth and meticulously mapping the trajectory of energy flow. The atmosphere pulses with energy, undulating like waves. Yet overall, it flows in a singular direction. Thus, as Sun Yi circles the mountaintop, he meticulously analyzes the changes in the energy field, gauging its intensity in each direction. Suddenly, Sun Yi came to a halt. Not far ahead, at the waist of a mountain, lay an energy convergence node. If the snow lotus was indeed connected to the energy of the earth veins, it was certain to be found here. Coincidentally, a member from Qinghu Island stood just a few meters from the node. Sun Yi smiled and approached. The individual was about to fiercely shoo away Sun Yi and his companion, but unexpectedly, Sun Yi maintained a stern demeanor and said, "Step aside." Simultaneously, a layer of innate true essence, characteristic of the innate realm, manifested around Sun Yi, erupting into a powerful wave of white energy. The middle-aged man from Qinghu Island froze midward, unable to retort, and had no choice but to retreat down the mountain in defeat. Their role was merely to signal upon discovery. They were not tasked with seizing the snow lotus. Moreover, facing an innate powerhouse, they stood no chance of retaliation. Thus, they had to yield. Sun Yi paid no mind to the retreating figure and turned to his companion, Yu Yan, offering a reassuring smile. Come, Yu Yan. Protect yourself and observe the situation. We have a few minutes. Sun Yi adjusted his breathing, focusing his mind to prevent his mental energy from leaking, lest he miss the mountain's energy. Within the energy node was a gathering of energy fields, interwoven with colorful halos like falling rain. At the center, a tiny point of light. Gradually, the light began to materialize, taking shape. The energy of the mountain was also coalescing, revealing the root of a lotus flower, which was steadily extending upward from the ground. Slowly, the root began to emerge, growing skyward. However, Sun Yi noticed the surrounding crowd seemed oblivious to the lotus. In his observation, the lotus gradually took form, yet it remained invisible to the ordinary eye. Being composed of the earth vein energy, lotus leaves, pods, and seeds condensed in succession, with the positions of 9 seeds becoming apparent, one at the center, surrounded by a ring of 4, and an outer ring of 4 more, though the depressions where the seeds would reside remained empty. At the moment the lotus fully formed, an overwhelming force of attraction was unleashed, causing the spiritual energy of the entire mountain to surge wildly. The rapid flow of spiritual energy disturbed the air, creating a powerful whirlwind, serving as a unique form of defense. 2 first-rate martial artists nearby struggled to maintain their footing, leaving only Sun Yi and his companion standing beside the lotus. The fierce whirlwind expanded from the center, forming a calm zone devoid of wind within a radius of several meters. At the center of the whirlwind, the lotus gradually materialized, its entirety shimmering with a white jade hue, perfectly formed. The innermost seed began to emit a radiant white light, gradually obscured by the blue glow of the 4 inner seeds. Eventually, the outer 4 seeds also began to emit silver light, creating a harmonious interplay of colors. All martial artists present turned their gaze toward the spectacle. Some, even before they could fully comprehend, had already fired signal flares into the air. The tens of thousands of treasure seekers on the snowy mountain erupted into frenzy, racing madly toward the source of the spiritual energy. All the martial artists were filled with desire, yearning to obtain the Tianshan snow lotus, believing that securing even a single one would lead to a breakthrough into the innate realm. Even those on the periphery harbored a flicker of hope. For the maturity of the snow lotus would disperse in all directions, should the inner circle fail to capture it. It could very well fall into the hands of those outside. Whoever succeeded would achieve fame and fortune, extending their lifespan by centuries. Yet, despite their reluctance, all postnatal martial artists were barred by the whirlwind, unable to breach the barrier. They could only watch enviously as Sun Yi and his companions stood before the lotus. In less than a minute, the freshly formed lotus from the earth veins had absorbed nearly 90% of the spiritual energy gathered on the mountain. Energy that had been accumulating here for over a month. A visible wave of spiritual power began to radiate outward from the fully formed lotus. In an instant, the wave faded into nothingness. Sun Yi could distinctly sense that this wave continued to spread outward at an astonishing speed, possibly approaching the speed of light. Yet now, only someone in the illusory realm could perceive it.